Come over there. We're gonna film you people. If you want to, like, clap your hands, like like you're enjoying it. Be participants in the video. Carol, you could do it too, all right? Should I start it? You ready for me? Okay, here we go. Everybody ready? Action. Here we go. Action. It's a take. Here we go, everybody. Let's hear it. Come on, everybody. Put those hands together. Come on. Come on, let's do it. Yeah. All right. I've got the Oscar fever. How about you? Pour me some bubbly. What you gotta do? It's Christmas in Tinseltown, Academy Awards. Sit right down, enjoy the show. Welcome aboard. Well, who's gonna win? Who's gonna lose? I've got the Oscar fever. Nominees for you: Denzel Washington and Gary Oldman too. Daniel Day-Lewis, names that we all knew. Timothy Chalamet, we say how do you do. Daniel Kaluuya, we introduce to you. Saoirse Ronan, Sally Hawkins, Best Actress nominees. Frances McDermott, Meryl Streep, Margot Robbie. Who will the winners be? Who will the winners be? I've got the Oscar fever. How about you? I've got the Oscar fever. How about you? I've got the Oscar fever. How about you? Sit down. Enjoy the show. And the envelope. And the winner is. Now we send you over to Hollywood, California. Take it away, DKR.
You're gonna need a bigger boat.
I've got the Oscar fever. How about you? Pour me some bubbly now. It's all you got to do. It's like Christmas for Tinseltown, the Academy Awards. Sit right down and enjoy the show. Welcome aboard.
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
Well, who's gonna win? Who's gonna lose? I got the Oscar fever, and I hope you got it too. Yeah, come on.
I don't give a damn. 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 You complete me.
Colonel Jackson, did you order the code red? Colonel Jackson, Colonel Jackson, did you order the code red?
You don't have to answer that question. I'll answer the question. You want answers?
I want the truth. You can't handle 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 the truth.
Got the Oscar fever. Hope you got it too. Oh, make some bubbly now. All you got
House.
Want a chocolate?
Representing Axiom. And on keyboards, on mixing, Manuel, push it.
I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse.
Show me the money. Great ass! Right fried potatoes.
Wish I knew how to quit you.
That's a knife. Yippee-ki-yay,
I'll be back.
Hey, it's the 5th annual Live on Cinema Oscar special with special guests Greg Turkington, Joe Estevez, Mark Prosch, Dee Thomas, and many more. And my name is Bobby Valley. Let's turn it over to our host, Mr. Tim Heidecker.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the 5th annual On Cinema Oscar special. Let's give a big round of applause for DKR, who started the night off. And of course, we had Bobby Valley coming in from New Jersey. It was an awesome way to start the show and an awesome show we've got planned for you guys. We're so excited you can join us live. Tonight is going to be unbelievable. I guess I want to get some out of the way real quick. First of all, I've got Greg Turkington here, one of the
Hey guys.
guests of the Oscar special past. Sorry, it was actually a lot of energy in that performance. And these guys killed it, and it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of great energy. We're so happy you're here. Honestly, it's going to be a fun night. We got a lot of stuff planned, and I do want to just kind of get this out and get it over with. Sort of the breaking news tonight here is that was probably maybe could be the last performance of DKR, and that's kind of the news, and I don't want to get into the specifics of what that's about right now, but we are working on what the future is in that regard. So that was kind of a bittersweet. It was sort of the first time that we got a big audience like this, and also maybe the last time. We'll see. It's already an emotional night, and that's what it's going to kind of be. It's going to be a lot of news tonight. Greg's here, and people are sort of wondering why, because of the way he treated me and the way that the way things went down during the last time we kind of saw each other was during the trial that was decided upon my innocence. My innocence was determined by the state of California. I'm sure you guys know that. I'm an innocent man, and it's been hard because I had to watch Greg, Mark Prosch who's here tonight. I had to watch him, almost like in the Bible, the character of Judas, how he turned his back on everybody, and people have said, why don't you drop them, and why don't you bring in new blood, because this is so toxic. They bring in such a toxic energy. And the truth is, and I'll tell you a quick story before I get to you, Greg, and you can tee off with sort of the Oscar talk. That's why I want to kind of get this out, because we want to move on and get into some fun stuff and good Oscar talk. But I want to clear the air, and I'll tell you a very quick story. Last week, I had a phone call with the late great Reverend Billy Graham, who passed on, as a lot of you guys know. I spoke to him. And I told him the situation that we were dealing with. We were getting ready to do the Oscars. And I didn't know what I was going to do, because I wanted to kind of purge people like you and Mark and even Joe to some degree, and especially you, Manuel, and Axiom. But I said, Rev, what do I do here? Because, I'm filled with, I got such anger in me. And this is what's incredible about this story is that I was the last person to talk to Reverend Billy Graham before he died, before he passed away. And he said to me, you have to learn to forgive and forget. And, I sat with that for that night. And I woke up the next morning and read the news that he had gone. He had passed in the night. And then I found out that I was the last person to talk to him, which is pretty cool.
Where did you find that out?
I spoke with his representatives. But the moral is I left that phone call, I was so angry at him. I said the F word to him. I said F you, but I said F-U-C-K-U to him and hung up the phone. And I tossed and turned. I woke up. I said, he was right. I need to move on. I need to forgive. And so I'm saying to you right now, I forgive you for the things you said to me during the trial, and I forgive to some degree Mark, and I don't forget some things in that department is why we're shutting things down. But a lot of what he said stuck, and I just want to move past it. If you want to move past it, I'm all for it. And let's.
I mean, you have to. You wouldn't have a show because we're the ones that have all the movie expertise and all the concepts, and Mark does all these characters that you wouldn't be able to have anyone do. So I can see why you would forgive us.
All right. Well,
but
let's
it's
move
great.
on.
No,
that's great. We're here to talk Oscar. It is the 5th annual Oscar special, and people are saying, "What's with Jaws? What's with Jaws?" Greg, you want to field that one? It's pretty kind of neat. I talked to Greg last week. I said, "How do we want to frame this year? What's special about this year? It's the 90th anniversary of the Oscars." And he had a couple ideas. I shot a couple of ideas down right away. This one stuck, not sure why. Tell us a little bit about the Jaws theme tonight.
Well, I was filing some tapes at the VFA, which I'll give you an update on what's going on with the VFA later. It's not good. I was filing some tapes, and I was filing the Jaws movies, and I realized, whoa, this is the 40th anniversary of Jaws 2. And we blew it. We didn't cover the 40th anniversary of Jaws.
It flew by. I don't know, when was that?
2000? 3 years ago, 2015. Because we had other things at that time. The Hobbit controversy was going on, and we had other things to talk about. This year, there's no Hobbit movies. This year, The Mummy was not nominated for an Oscar, as I was told it would be. And so we needed a theme sort of to tie the past 90 years of Oscars with the future 90 years of Oscars.
Wow.
And the Jaws movies, I think, have been one constant throughout the last few years of movies, is something you could always count on, with all 4 of those movies being excellent movies. Jaws 2 is kind of the Empire Strikes Back of the Jaws series, in that it's the sequel that topped the original.
Right.
Jaws 3 wasn't as good. Jaws 4 is close to being as good as Jaws 2. And of course, Jaws 1 would be the second best of the Jaws movies. So to commemorate the 40th anniversary, we put together some segments that I think all the viewers are going to like. We've got some surprises that I'm not going to reveal.
Let me ask you a question. They don't make movies like Jaws. In other words, they don't make movies that go on, that become, like for example, I want to talk about the movies that are nominated tonight. But I do and I don't, because frankly, it's not been a good year for movies.
No, it hasn't.
And I wanted to ask you about that and why that is, and what was working, what wasn't working. Be interesting to hear your 2 cents, but then we have to move quickly through that.
Well, I mean, I think that Oscar's gotten out of touch with what people like and what people respect, and the movies that are popular, because you take a movie like The Mummy that everybody I talked to loved and saw several times, it didn't get nominated for a single Oscar, not even a technical Oscar. And then some of the movies that were nominated are movies that I saw, I loved, but I didn't really love in the way that I love these 4 movies represented behind us, or represented through my outfit tonight, which
I was going to ask you, because this is not an appropriate look. I mean, normally I would say it's a bad look. You look like you look a little off. Well, show them the tie. Can we do a close-up of the tie? Because that's an actual Jaws tie.
This is I'm a living movie poster tonight. If I stand next to the Jaws 2 poster, you'll see, look at the white, look at the red from the Jaws 2, and then this represents the shark itself and the water.
It's a look, for sure, and we're happy to have you here.
If you were, the average person would say, oh, who's that eccentric, gentleman walking down the street? But a movie buff would say, where have I seen this before? Aha, on the Jaws movie poster.
Oh, well, good for you. Let's see. So we're going to talk about Jaws tonight. We're going to be doing Mark Pratt.
And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to reveal for the first time.
Okay.
People think Jaws 2 was the second Jaws movie. It was, in fact, the third. There's an unofficial sequel to Jaws that came out under a different name. You've all seen this movie. You all love this movie.
Well, let's
but
not
what
give
you
too
didn't
much away.
know was that it was actually the real Jaws 2, and that Jaws 2 is actually Jaws 3. Jaws 3 is Jaws 4, and Jaws 4 is actually Jaws 5. And
Very
we're going to get
interesting.
into that a little later.
Okay. Tonight's going to be a great night. We've got lots planned. One thing that's going to be a little controversial is, some of you guys know this, there was a movie that came out this year that wasn't nominated.
The Mummy.
No, the Star Wars, latest Star Wars movie.
well, yeah.
Which I don't even know what it was called this time. What did they
It's called the George Lucas ripoff.
So, as some of you know, George Lucas has been making these Star Wars movies, making a lot of money off them. And what's happened now is we've discovered, I haven't seen the movie, I refuse to see the movie. We've gotten good reports, good intelligence that there's a character in this latest Star Wars movie called...
Jonathan Kington.
No, it's called the original, the Master Codebreaker.
Master Codebreaker.
So what that means to all you Decker heads out there, you know that means that Mr. Lucas went in almost like a cat burglar would and stole wholesale from our pockets, and he pickpocketed us with the original Codemaster character. So it's shame on him. What we're going to do tonight is a mock trial, and we will try. It does not be a legally binding thing. It's not like George Lucas is going to, the real George Lucas is going to end up going to jail, but we're going to simulate the trial of George Lucas tonight.
As it would happen.
As it would happen, and we've worked hard to make it right. So maybe the state of California will pay attention and do something about this, because it's a shame, and it's a shame, and we're all here. Joe's going to help us out. Joe, do we want to see Joe? Joe Estevez
About
is
time,
with us
Tim.
tonight.
About time he be called to the.
I'm sorry?
I say it's about time he's called to the mat on that.
That's right, and it's a shame that he had to. It's almost like if you run out of ideas, just stop. You could retire. You don't have to go into somebody else's treasure chest and rob them blind.
He could have done, like, instead of taking our thing, do another American Graffiti movie. They only did 2 of those. I'm sure that there's something that could be done there.
Then a couple
Why do you
other
have to
things.
take my character?
I feel like I went through this. Yeah, this is going to be really hard. You understand that? With you. Yeah. We also, you have some news about tonight's Oscars that I think is kind of interesting.
Well, you know, I run in some circles with some real movie experts, buffs, critics, some filmmakers as well. And I actually know a guy who works in the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, very high up. I cannot give his name here for obvious reasons. He would lose his job and perhaps face criminal prosecution. He's there on the side of the stage with other Academy employees tonight. And to avoid a repeat of what happened last year, where the wrong name was in the envelope, they are giving the right name to several Academy employees just before the stars announce it. My friend, I'm not going to give his name, is going to text me those winners about 1 minute before they're announced on national TV. So you can watch the Oscars to find out who the best actor is, or you can watch this show and find out a minute earlier than anybody else on Earth.
Is that allowed? Can this guy, I mean, this seems like we're going to be given top secret information out
It's
here.
probably not allowed, but, you know, we're going to do it. So.
Are we allowed to do that? I mean, I feel like we're going to get busted or something like that. Are we allowed to do that? Can we?
The Academy.
It's leaks. That's what Joe says. It happens in government all the time. And you know what? We're going to just...
hold on.
We got
I
one now.
I got one that just came in.
Okay.
So this hasn't been announced yet.
This is, I mean, I'm a little nervous. I don't know if we're allowed to do this.
Best supporting
Folks, if you're
actor.
at home-
I'm going to give it to him before the Oscars do.
wow.
Sam Rockwell is going to win for Best Supporting Actor.
Is that right?
So Sam Rockwell is
know?
going to win probably in about 30 seconds. He texted me this. We can cut to the show and see
Wow.
Sam Rockwell.
Okay.
is
Can we
going
get
to win.
confirmation if that, because it's been,
When
how
they-
long has it been?
Well, he texted me this, I guess, well, shoot. He texted me this at 5:14, and I didn't answer my phone because you were talking, but,
All right. Well,
so I don't know if they, I don't know, because I don't know what's going on the Oscars, but,
we'll get the ringer on so
okay, well,
it'll be easier to, I mean, it doesn't, who knows? Anyways, that's going to be happening all night long. That's the show we have planned for you guys tonight. We've got a lot of exciting surprises, and we got a lot of good energy, and you guys are listening. I mean, I don't know what to say. We're going to have a long talk about what the future looks like. I'm talking to those guys. And I don't really know what to say. I mean, you guys have done everything right. So it's not something you're going to go to sleep tonight, and no, don't pack everything up. It's fine. We're gonna just
Go ahead and pack it up because we did the music, so let's focus on the movies now.
just chill. I'm just telling you, there's a lot that we got to suss out. Just chill. Go over to the Chaplin's Express and chill. I don't want to be some kind of like guy that's up here saying things are all great, you know? I mean, I want to bullshit you. And I'm not trying. I'm trying to do this in the right way. You know, I don't know how. I don't know how it's supposed to go. We worked every other. We tried every other way. So just we'll take a break, and we'll be back. This is the fifth annual Oscar
Sixth.
On Cinema Oscar specials. The fifth annual.
Sixth.
No, last year didn't count. That was bullshit.
Well,
no one cares
people
about that.
watched
It's
it.
not-
Just as many people watched it as watched the previous one. So.
All right. Well, thank you guys. And thanks to Chaplin's Express for being a big part of the special tonight. Chaplin's Express, featuring all kinds of food, and they're going to be a part of the show all night long. We're excited to have them a part of the show. And I believe we're going to be, we get any more Oscar predictions coming in? What a night.
He's going to text me when.
What a night for Oscar. And I love this here. This set, by the way, has been really incredible.
Jaws
From the
themed.
beginning, and the set, we got to give a round of applause to the set design. I mean, unbelievable. And they got this prop. Is this prop rum? Is this made to look like an old sea shanty? It's pretty, it looks real to me. So, anyways.
And some
Happy
Jaws
Oscars to you, and
themed trivia that we put together too for this show.
that'll be a lot of fun. So, folks, we'll be back after this short break with more Oscar special. And thanks for tuning in. And we'll be back in a few
expertise.
minutes. And Greg's expertise. All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the 5th annual On Cinema Oscar special. It is a lot of fun to be here in Hollywood, California. I'm here with my guest, Greg Turkington, who's
Hey guys.
representing, if you're just tuning in, he's representing all things Jaws. What an exciting year it is for the Jaws family, Jaws the shark and all the rest. And this is a big, big year for them.
Just the tip of the iceberg, and I realized there wasn't a movie where Jaws was involved with an iceberg, but if there's ever a Jaws 6, that might be what they do.
Well, Jaws 5 would be what it would be.
Well, no, because
But-
as I was saying earlier, Jaws 2 was actually Jaws 3, Jaws 3 was Jaws 4, Jaws 4 was Jaws 5, so
And
the
then,
next
yeah,
one
there's a
would be
teaser.
Jaws 6.
But what is the Jaws legacy now that we look back on 40 years of Jaws? Is it action? Is it sharks? Is it? I mean, Spielberg's still he's still making movies. That's still a career that's been, in other words, working and doing. He's doing all kinds of movies, whether they're the movie about the newspaper and other movies.
Or the
So-
initial series, E.T. and AI.
That could be interesting. I'm being told I need to thank our sponsor tonight. First of all, the Delgado Fund. Very quickly, the Delgado Fund is one of the reasons that we are here tonight. A lot of you guys know I had a lot of loss last year with the families and with the kids from the Electric Sun 2019, and out of that grew this beautiful organization that is so important to me and is bringing arts back into the community in a way and making nights like tonight possible. So I want to thank the Delgado Fund for really stepping up, and thanks, guys. And we'll have more on that. But the other big sponsor tonight is Chaplin's Express, formerly Chaplin's Chili. We're joined by one of Chaplin's employees, Hank.
Hi.
Hank.
How's it going?
Thanks for being with us again.
Thanks for having us again.
And
Why the
what's-
name change?
Well, it's a new business. Chaplin's Chili bought back the rights to Chaplin's Soups and Subs. There was a lawsuit, but now we have grown out of that. We're still part of Levinson's acquisitions, and we're bigger than ever. We have 35 stores
Oh, great.
inside of gas stations for food on the go, for travelers. Southern California mostly, and then there's one in Arizona.
And so
in
what
Yuma.
you've done over there, it looks like you've created almost like what your store is in
Yes.
in there. Okay.
It's almost the full menu here.
hot
We have
dogs and everything.
hot dogs. We have 5-bean stew, and you could get a stew dog. We could put the stew right on the dog.
Great.
And we have
So like a
corn
chili dog?
dogs, like a stew, and all the toppings. And this is most of what we carry, but we work directly with the different gas stations to cater to what their customers like. And we've also
All
partnered
right.
with a
Thank
vape
you very
shop,
much, Hank, and
vape lounge.
thank you. Yeah, and we're offering some.
Is that why that chili tastes different because it's stew now, or?
No,
Yes,
don't
it's
get
an
into that,
all-new-
Joe. Hey,
Okay.
Joe.
All right. Never mind.
This isn't 20 questions
All
on
new
Chaplin's
recipe.
Express.
All right.
Very different than Chaplin's.
Let's
chili
move
and
the
soup and
show
sauce.
along.
Thank you.
So happy anniversary to Jaws 2. We made this little package here celebrating 40 years of Jaws 2. Let's take a look. And this is an important video, and make sure everyone pays attention because 40 years goes by like this. Trust me, I know.
Daddy, look at the fish!
Wow, I cannot believe it's already been 40 years. Happy 40th anniversary. Congratulations.
Happy 40th anniversary.
And happy 40th anniversary.
Happy 40th anniversary.
Happy 40th anniversary!
Happy 40th anniversary, my friend, and thank you for everything.
We are wishing you a very happy 40th anniversary.
Happy 40th anniversary.
Happy 40th anniversary. Congratulations.
Hey, happy 40th anniversary.
Happy 40th anniversary!
Happy 40th anniversary.
You're the best. Happy anniversary.
All the way from across the pond, happy 40th anniversary.
40th anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
Just want to wish a 40-year anniversary.
Happy 40th anniversary.
Happy 40th anniversary.
Happy anniversary, number 40.
Happy 40th anniversary.
Happy 40th anniversary.
Happy anniversary, happy anniversary, happy anniversary, happy 40th anniversary.
I hope you have a great day and have many more anniversaries.
Just wanted to wish you a happy 40th anniversary.
Happy 40th anniversary.
Happy anniversary. Happy 40 years.
40 years! You made it!
Very happy 40th anniversary.
Happy 40th anniversary.
Well done on 40 years. That's amazing.
Happy 40th anniversary.
Happy 40th anniversary.
Happy 40th anniversary. Keep rocking. Woo!
Oh, that was almost got a little choked up there. That's amazing. I am in that area. You know, I could tell you that's probably how old I could be. 40 years. That's terrific. I don't want to give my age, but it's
The movie's held up better than you, though.
Well, that's easy with that. That's disrespectful.
It's respectful to the movie, though.
Yeah.
And that's what this is about. So.
Anyway, as we promised, this is exciting, and I want to thank Mark Proch as much as he's crossed me. I'm excited to see what you do. It's unbelievable what he's been able to do in such a short period of time. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. It's Mark Proch doing what he does best. Scenes from Jaws. Let's take it away. I love this. Good for you, Mark.
You all know me. You know how I make a living. This is a bad fish. He can eat you up and swallow you whole. A little tenderizing, a little shaking, and down you go. I'll be honest, this isn't like going down to the pond and catching bluegills and tommycods. This is gonna be a lot harder. It ain't gonna be easy. And I don't want any other captains, I don't want any other shipmates. And it's gonna cost you a lot more than 3,000. I value my neck more than that. I'll find them for 3,000, but I'll catch them and kill them for 10. I know you guys all want your businesses back or you'll all be on the dole very soon. You'll be out there on Welfare Street. Well, I don't want to see that happen. 10,000 is a small amount for you to have to go through all that.
You're gonna do the voice at all? You don't do the. You're doing your straight voice. The character of.
He sounded like me, I thought.
He's got an Irish accent or something,
Yeah.
doesn't he? This is Quint from Jaws. You're doing. He talks like this, like a pirate. Why can't you talk like a fucking pirate?
My mom's side's Irish.
No, I don't give a shit. Start it from scratch, but put a little energy into your reading it. Sucks.
Y'all know who I am. You all know how I make a living.
That's better, but yes, speed through it. Cut to the end.
Yep. I don't know how to make a living. How to do this.
Dig into it. You're just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can hear it. You watch the clip. I saw you watching the clip all morning. I could do a fucking better job than that. Just take it slow.
Y'all know who I am. You all know what I do for a living.
It's a little better.
I'll do it. You think this fish is bad? It's not like going down and
Are you
catching
looking in the
cod and
camera?
pelicati. Huh?
Don't look in the camera. Look off camera. It's not like he's giving a speech in the camera.
It's not going to be easy. It's not like going down to your pond and catching tollycods and pods, bluegills and cod. I don't know. I don't know if I'm doing it right.
You're not doing it right.
I forgot how he did it.
Oh, hold on, I think I have an Oscar.
Hold on a sec. Stand by. Greg has a exclusive Oscar
No, sorry,
pick.
it's somebody else.
I don't know how you do it. I'll catch them, but you're gonna have to pay me more than 10,000. I value my neck more than $10,000. I'll find them for 3, but I'll catch them and kill them for 10,000. You'll have to put him. I'll get his head and his tail, and you can fry it up if you want. I don't mind. Fry him. And then I'll catch more Jawses. I'll keep catching the Jaws and Jaws. I'll keep
All right,
catching
that's enough. Thank you. You're off script, and now it's not an improv show. It's not a game where you're doing improv in the character of Quint. You're supposed to be doing. You promised me that he would be doing recreations of famous scenes from Jaws.
Interrupting with direction when
Well, the
Roy Scheider
somebody had to. You're gonna let him just sit there and read it off the card like that?
Well, that's what Spielberg did for his actors.
Let's vote. We have a vote. We get a poll going. Let's see who thought Mark Proch's impression of Jaws was anywhere near what it was in the movie, and I regret asking. I'm instantly regretting asking you to be a part of this. Okay. Now you want to take another shot at it now, quick?
Sure.
Okay. Here we go.
You all know what I do for a living. You all know why we're here. I'm telling you right now, it's not going to be easy.
It's not happening. It's not happening.
I have to do a pause there. He does a pause.
All right, but you're not. You're breaking from the spirit.
Well, when
of the
did you last see Jaws? It's not that far off.
First of all, this isn't even Jaws 2, so I don't know why we're doing it. But you're breaking from the spirit of the film in a major way.
I'm just doing my best.
And I know you have another couple of these scenes planned.
Yeah.
I suggest what you do is go back and work on them. Work them over and over.
I thought it was good.
You're not. You're absolutely going in the wrong direction of the spirit of the film.
Roy Scheider was one of the only to come back for Jaws 2.
All right, you can know all the trivia you want for Jaws. You're sinking the ship that is this show. Okay? You are the shark driving into the side of the boat that is this show.
I think it's
And
more.
it
It
sucks.
has more to do with Jaws than
shut up.
DKR's
Shut
set
up.
had to do with
You're
Jaws.
off. You're off. Your tie sucks, and the spirit you're bringing to the show is also very low. It's the energy's bad from you.
Well, what
And
I'm doing,
you
what he's
promised
doing, has
everything you
everything to do
promised.
with Jaws.
I'm sorry,
which
everything
when
you
bring the
promised
band
tonight
out
so
there,
far has
has
gone
nothing
down
to
to
do with Jaws.
And go back
But
and
I'm
work
not
on
gonna
this.
do it
Hey,
for-
Mark, do what I tell you and stop jerking around and go back and work on the second scene, because that's not going to cut it. Everyone's, look at the faces on the crew here. They're embarrassed to be a part of the
They look happier than
project.
they did during the DKR set.
Well, I thought he looked pretty good. Yeah.
He looks great, and the makeup job is great, and the costumes are great. Everyone's doing their job except him. Get him the script. You're acting like you're not off script. You're acting like you're remembering this thing. No, we're done with that. We're done with that.
Great.
I would like to, excuse me, get him back in the makeup chair and get him working on that. Get him back. Somebody get him back. He's in my eye line. He's got to go. When we come back, we're going to begin the trial of George Lucas. Lucas, we're coming for you. You've crossed me, and like everybody else who crosses me, you will learn to pay, and you will pay. And today is the trial of the century, the trial of George Lucas. Shame on you, George Lucas. We're coming for you, and start packing, because I'm going to win, like I'd win every trial I do. The trial of George Lucas starts now.
I sold them to the white slavers.
All rise.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today to decide upon the matter of Tim Heidecker versus George Walton Lewis Jr.
George Lucas.
George Lucas.
Lucas, yes.
Lucas. Walton is your middle name, sir?
Whatever you say, sir. That's fine.
Okay, I'd just like to make it official. Thank you, George Walton Lucas Jr. We are gathered here in the court of law for the plaintiff, Mr. Tim Heidecker. Now, Mr. Tim Heidecker will present evidence to support his claims of character and intellectual property theft and fraud perpetrated by the defendant. And Mrs. Merchant and Mr. Lucas's, by defendant, Mr. Lucas. Mr. Heidecker, you can prepare your opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. I should say it's an honor to be with you here today in this court of law. I would like to begin my opening statement by thanking Mr. Lucas for coming here and being not fleeing the country as somebody with his great wealth and great wealth essentially would do. The case is very cut and dry, Your Honor. Thank goodness. We're not going to have to spend a lot of time on this. There's a film that came out this year directed by George Lucas called The Last Jedi, and I think let's all hope it is the last movie by George Lucas in the Star Wars series, the franchise. In the movie, and at some point in the movie, we'll determine it during my interrogation, we'll determine when in the movie, there was a character established named the Master Codebreaker. I can confirm that from my associate Greg Turkington here, who in fact did play the character of Kington, as also known as the Master Codebreaker, in the Decker show, which came out, thank you, which came out 3 years earlier. Suddenly it appears in the Star Wars movie. Now there's no further evidence needed to prove that this man is guilty of criminal larceny, and as far as this is concerned, should be sentenced to death. But in the case of this court, we will exonerate him, or we'll at least demand a more than a slap on the wrist, but a apology and financial retributions. That is my opening statement, Your Honor. And let's be honest, this is a cut and dry case. I expect you to honor us with your judicial oversight and guarantee us a guilty verdict for Lucas. And that's as clear as it can be. I rest my case.
It was marvelous, Mr. Heidecker. Well, all right, let's take a short recess, and then when we come back after we adjourn, you could call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court's adjourned.
All right. Well, that was exciting. I think it's a pretty interesting opening argument I made, and we will be seeing more of that.
Justice will prevail.
Justice will prevail, and I think it'll be great to have you as a witness there because you are the original code master, Kington, or Jonathan Kington, as they say.
I have a lot to say on the subject.
I bet you do, and I think you're going to be a star witness because when the judge gets to hear that how you came up with the character, I think it's going to be a slam dunk. And this, by the way, is not prop rum. I was told by the prop guys that this was prop rum. This is rum, and we're having a little bit of fun with it. But it almost goes with that sort of sea. I almost feel like I'm on a boat or something because it is
Robert
Jaws.
Shaw from Jaws died of alcoholism, so it's kind of appropriate.
Well, that's not funny. It's not a disease anyone should be laughing at. One disease that I never laugh at is the great D. Thompson. He is, D. Thompson, of course, is a friend of the show. He is one of the only people to have, I think the only person to ever successfully sneak into the Oscars. I don't know what year it was.
It was 21 years ago. This is the 21st anniversary of his incredible...
Blackjack.
I wouldn't call it a stunt. I'd call it a feat.
He got into the Oscars scot-free. And
without a ticket.
And Dee was a guest on the show a few years ago. And now we're so pleased we actually have him live as he attempts to sneak into the Oscars one more time. Let's take a listen.
He's going to replicate his amazing historic feat.
On March 24th, 1997, Oscars Eve, struggling actor Dee Thompson made history as the first person to ever attend the Academy Awards without a ticket. For many, getting into those hallowed halls is the stuff of dreams. But through determination and luck, Dee Thompson made it a reality.
Prayed and asked God to let me go to the Oscars, and I went to the Oscars. Walked there and rode home in a limousine with total strangers. The Oscars has better security than most presidents.
They wouldn't know if I came out of the toilet, right?
It's like Star Wars, you know, it's like they had all this high-tech security where you put your hand on this. It was a great evening, Cinderella-like evening for me.
His impromptu attendance of the 69th Annual Academy Awards has led Dee to a lucrative book deal, magazine cover stories, and television show appearances. Now, 21 years later, Dee is about to attempt the impossible again. Tonight, on the 5th Annual Live on Cinema Oscar Special, we follow Dee's journey to return to the Oscars without a ticket.
All right, Dee Thompson, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, guys. How you doing?
Good. How are you? Where are you?
I'm in Hollywood, beautiful Hollywood. It's the 90th Academy Awards, and I'm trying to get into the Oscars once again. I went there to the 69th.
My friend, the Oscars have begun. Where are you? You got to get a jump on.
Well,
Talk to me.
I've tried several checkpoints, and I'm going to try another checkpoint, and hopefully they'll let me in.
Pan the camera. Tell them to pan the camera. Where are we?
Yeah.
Pan the camera. Where are
Hollywood.
we? Hollywood. That could be anywhere. I don't buy it.
Yeah, we're on Hollywood Boulevard, near Hollywood Boulevard. I think this is Cherokee.
Okay.
But we're across from a costume shop in Hollywood. Costume shop.
Well, you promised you're going to get yourself in the Oscars again. Let's do it.
All right, I'm going to do it, and I'm on my way, and I want you guys to come with me. So let's go and see if we can check another checkpoint, and maybe they'll let me in this time.
Maybe
but
don't
the other
drive up.
checkpoint's the fence.
Excuse me. Maybe don't drive up in that ridiculous, obnoxious truck you've got there. Maybe you could sneak in, be a little more covert.
I'm gonna take your advice on that, and maybe we'll leave the car and
That's
just
right.
walk in.
Yeah, don't wear
We'll leave the car.
don't wear a shirt that says Oscars on it or something. I don't know. I don't know how you're supposed to get into the Oscars. What did you do last time? You wore that outfit?
Well, the last time I just had a tuxedo with a plain white shirt and a bow tie, so maybe that's what it is.
Maybe.
Now that I've got, I've kind of branded myself, so I might need to tone it down a little bit. So
I think so.
They'll give me a pass.
Any advice, Greg?
Man,
I think they might let you in because you're wearing that stuff, because they might say, oh, this guy did this once, let's let him do it again.
Well, you're missing the show, so get going, buddy.
Yeah. Okay, well, tell Jimmy Kimmel we're on our way if you guys see him out there.
No,
we're on our
here.
way.
Okay, well, no, we're not at the Oscars. All right.
Okay, well, I'm on my way, and we appreciate you guys. Let's go.
Very good. Listen, I don't want to tone shift too much. I don't know if they have this ready, but the Delgado Fund really is why we're here tonight. Thank God for them. And I just want to take, because we never really got a chance to do it in the trial, I want to thank the Electric Sun 20, or the 19, I should say. Do we have that? Can we get to that? And we don't have it yet, so we're going to wait for that. But they haunt me. I'll be honest with you. They haunt me.
They should.
And they're here tonight. I know they are. Reverend Billy Graham is here tonight. He's talking to me in my head. And the 20 are talking to me. Every time I take a piss, they're in the mirror when I wash my hands afterwards. It's unbelievable. I'm like, get out of here. I'm trying to focus on the show. Unbelievable. They're really something else. And I know that they're up there just shining down on us and making the show what it is. And I dedicate everything I do in my life to them because they're a part of me now. And, it's been a real interesting experience. That's all I could say. Greg, there's another important anniversary this year that's exciting.
Yeah.
It's not only the 40th anniversary of Jaws 2, it's the 20th anniversary of
the Rat Pack movie, which came out in 1998.
Terrific.
Starring Don Cheadle and Joe Mantegna and Ray Liotta.
Ray
as
Liotta
the
from
original
from
Rat Pack.
Godfellas.
And this was a great movie. A little bit under some people's radar when it came out, but it went on to become a big cult movie that people get together and watch all the time. And if you haven't seen it, you got to see it. And to commemorate this movie, we've actually put together our own cast of actors portraying Ray Liotta, Joe Mantegna, and Don Cheadle as they appeared in this classic movie, The Rat Pack.
Let's go to we're going to the Rat Pack Trap right now live. This is live, folks. Welcome, Rat Trap Packers. Welcome to the Rat Trap. Welcome, we got a Rat Trap for the Rat Pack is what we should have called it.
Some of that rum.
And this is Don Cheadle, Joe Mantegna, and Ray Liotta what are they called?
The Rat Pack?
No, I'm sorry. Well, each one is
Chairman of the board.
Chairman of the board. And do we have them on camera? Yes, we are. There they are, boys. Sammy Davis Jr., Frank Sinatra, and Dean Martin. Take it away, guys. There you go.
Let me tell you a story. That lass has class. This chick is hip. And if she takes you on her ride, it's a real crazy trip. The style, that smile, that just goes on for miles. 20th anniversary. It all adds up to just one thing. Yeah, that girl's just gotta be kissed. Her clothes, her hair. Oh, a look that's rare. And when she's passing by, it's so hard not to those lips, those hips, beyond compare. And when she smiles, it's all you need to see. To just one thing, yeah, that girl's just gotta be kissed. The moment that she's
Thank you. We're just, Turn the music off. That was a bridge. I know music. Don't talk to me like I don't know music. I know music. That's not a bridge. Get a hat that matches your tux. Thanks, guys. Terrific stuff.
Pretty good,
Pretty
Ray
cool
Liotta.
to have the Rat Pack in-house. So, guys, talk a little bit about what it was like back in the old days, back hanging out and was Sammy.
1998.
Those were the days, my friend.
Yeah.
Yep.
What a groovy time, man. It was something really special.
Cool.
They're gone right now, but man, they'll always be in our hearts.
I think I was sober back then.
You see that?
I want to hear
Right.
about. I want to hear about what it was like with Ray Liotta.
Greg's.
I don't.
All right, if you want to ask him a question, you ask him a question.
You guys have seen the movie, right?
Yes, we have.
Who do you think's the best out of the three as far as
Joe Montana.
capture? Yeah.
Joe Montana.
Oh, isn't that his name?
Ray Liotta.
Any of you guys met any of the?
Most
Have you
represents
guys
the time in the
met any of the people you portrayed, such as Don Cheadle?
I've
Ray,
met Don Cheadle.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, he's a personal friend of mine.
Nice
There
guy.
you go. That's
Yes, he
pretty
is.
cool.
Have you
Oh,
guys?
that's
Have you met
awesome.
Ray Liotta?
Not had the chance.
I've met Joe Montana, but I heard that's the wrong guy.
Joe Montagna.
You can't even say his name.
He's talking about the football player. Greg doesn't know what he's talking
Do you
about.
guys remember where you were when you first saw the Rat Pack movie?
I don't even remember where I am right now.
All right, that's enough.
I remember, man.
Thank
I was
you.
in a
guys.
theater.
You were in a theater. I was at the
That's where I
Beverly
saw it,
Wilshire,
yeah.
man, when I saw it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, that Greg, not a great plan right there.
Well, I thought they were going to talk more about the movie, not about the Rat Pack.
You know, in that movie.
All right, that's enough from you. Cut his mic. I'm sick of that shit. You're trying to upstage me now because you know everything about music. Huh?
Not at all, pal.
All right, then shut up.
All right.
Go to the Chaplain's Chili. Why don't you get yourself some hot dogs? Shove it in your mouth. It'll keep you quiet. Clear them out. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, he comes to me with sass. And read the room. Nobody wants that with your quips. Clear him out. Get him in the lounge. Axe, talk to him about how to behave around me. Clear.
Clear.
Thank you. Axe, you give him a lesson on the deal. Help yourself to a free hot dog. All right, that's the Rat Pack trap. They're trapped. And I think that we should ask them to go because I don't know if we need that kind of...
Well, no, because for what we're paying for them, they're not going to leave yet.
Okay. Hey, easy, Axe, easy. Hey. Everybody chill out. We're not getting... Everybody calm down. Have some chili. What do you,
$50.
What are you paying them? $50? Do you have any of these predictions? Have some respect for Chaplin's Chili over there, guys. Sit down and eat. Any of the Oscar predictions? You get any text from your pal?
Oh, yeah.
Anybody win? Is the Oscar still on? Hey, shut up!
No.
Has he not written you?
No, he hasn't.
All right, well, thanks for making that a big part of the show.
Well, they're probably doing. A lot of times in the Oscars, they have big production numbers and things like that, so they don't give the awards until later
Listen,
in the movie.
I'm in a bad
the
mood
show.
with you. I'm in a bad mood with you, Rat Packers. I want to bring the energy back to a place of reflection and a place of...
You shouldn't have been asking him about the Rat Pack in those days. We're trying to find out about
How is
Ray
that?
Liotta and Don
I don't
Cheadle.
care about some TV remake of the Rat
Oh,
Pack
hold on.
story.
I did get Leo has texted me. Okay, this hasn't been announced yet, but it's going to be. A production design award is going to go to The Shape of Water in about 1 minute. So,
all right, great. Somebody track that. Seriously, somebody track that and find out if this guy's full of shit or not.
How'd that first prediction work out there?
It was right.
Oh,
So,
all right.
Yeah, it was apparently right. Now listen, the Oscars are going to do this. They're going to do some kind of in memoriam about who died this year. Jack Nicholson, whoever died this year. Reverend Billy Graham. They won't mention him because that's not PC. Who died this year? Anybody?
It's who died last year.
Well, who died last year? Who's they going to mention in the in memoriam? Anybody come to mind?
I don't think very many actors died last year, thank goodness.
All right. Well, whoever did, they're going to make some big deal about it. But right now, I'd like to pay tribute because this is partly because of the Delgado Fund. We want to send a...
Just received news that they just announced the winner, Shape of Water. Just
for Best
as
Picture.
Leo texted me. So.
Okay.
No, not for Best Picture, for...
production design.
Yeah.
All right, well, the
so there you
systems
go.
work. Very cool.
So tell your friends, if you're watching, tell your friends, we have the scoop. We've got the information
All
1
right.
minute before America gets it.
Listen,
if
enough.
you want to win
Thank
bets, think about the money you could make placing bets on these things, getting the information from our show, placing a bet,
All right, thank
high
you.
stakes bet.
I would like to quickly go to, and this is because it is the Electric 19, the Electric Sun 19 is the reason we're here tonight. Let's remember, take a minute to remember them. We're going to show a clip that I put together to remember them, and we'll take a break, and we'll be back after that memoriam. Thank you, guys.
Known you since I was 17. Carved our names in the maple tree. I wish you was in a heart. Oh, 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 oh. You always had the perfect smile. I wanna keep it for a while, 'cause it's a work of art. Oh, 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 oh. Come on, boy, let me know. Yeah, my love ain't no mystery. We could go down in history. I'm all about love, I'm all about dreams when they're about you. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I hang on every little word you say. Come on, take all my fear away. I'm all about us, and you're all about me. 'Cause I'm all about you. Ooh. I'm all about you. You walk around like
I sold them to the white slavers.
Oh, here's the pen.
All right, the court will come to order. In the matter of Heidecker Films versus VFA Films and George Lucas, Mr. Heidecker, you can call your first witness.
Yes, I'd like to call my first witness. His name is James Flint. James Flint to the audience. Bring James Flint to the audience.
See, Mr. Flint, put your hand on the Bible.
Don't do that. We don't need that bullshit.
You don't need that. Just tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help you.
James Flint, thank you very much for joining us today. Now, Mr. Flint, you are an avid viewer of movies and film and TV shows as well?
I am.
Thank you. And can you confirm that you have seen the Decker television show starting as a webisode concept, developing into a huge international hit on cable television?
Yes, I have.
Can you confirm the character of Jonathan Kington
Yes.
as one of the main characters of the show Decker?
Yes, I do.
And in
Master
your opinion,
Codebreaker.
yes, I'm getting to that. Was that character often described in the show as a master codebreaker?
Yes.
Yes, he was.
And one final question, Mr. Flint.
No,
Have
ask how many times has he seen the Star Wars movie, The
How
Last
many what?
Jedi?
That's what I'm getting to. How many, Mr. Flynn, have you seen Mr. Lucas's so-called film, The Last Jedi, part of the Star Wars series?
Yes, I have.
And your general impression of the film? You can be as candid as you need to be.
It was okay.
There you go. Mr. Flint, final question. Do you recall a character in the movie called the Master
Codebreaker, Jonathan Kington.
Yes, I do.
Did it remind you of the character of the Master Codebreaker from Decker? Did it remind you of the character Master Codebreaker from Decker?
Yes, it did, very much.
Was it a ripoff of the character Jonathan Kington from Decker?
Yes.
No further questions.
No more further questions, Mr. Heidecker? All right, you
I have a question.
Oh.
Do you think George Lucas, with all his money and resources, that created the whole Star Wars franchise, it's pretty sad that at this point he's resorting to taking characters from our show rather than coming up with something on his own?
Good question.
It does seem that way a bit, yes. I would say.
No, next witness, please. Final witness.
All right, you may step down. Do you have any more witnesses, Mr. Heidecker?
Yes. Yes. I would like to call the Honorable Greg Turkington to the audience.
Oh. You swear to tell the truth?
I do.
Mr. Turkington, you are an actor as well as a film buff and a film student.
Well, I wouldn't say student. I'm more of a teacher. But yeah, actor, critic, expert, buff. I started in the Ant-Man movies and on Decker, where I co-created the character of Master Codebreaker, Jonathan Kington, with you.
Thank you.
And then
No further
went on
questions.
to do.
No further questions. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
But,
You have anything else to add?
Yeah, I was going to say I brought these to show the. This is Jonathan Kington, the Master Codebreaker, from Decker, and then this is 3 years later. Suddenly, this character called the Master Codebreaker in his film appears, and they don't necessarily look the same, but they have the same name, which is very suspicious because
Thank you very
if you
much.
if you do a Google search for Master Codebreaker, the only things that you'll find are references to Jonathan Kington and Decker or this Star Wars. So this is not a phrase that was in common usage until Decker created it. And until George Lucas stole the character.
All right,
we have an update. Thank you very much.
Stole
and
the
ladies and
concept.
gentlemen, we have a late-breaking interruption to the trial. We have an update from Dee Thompson coming in. Dee? Dee?
And I think we're probably going to be able to get our witnesses down here. We're real close to the accident.
Say that again, Dee. We don't have visuals.
We're close to, very close to the.
Oh, hold on. I have the best foreign language
Oh, there
film.
he is. Excuse me.
Tim, I have the best
okay.
foreign
It's all
language.
Where are we now, Dee?
We're at the corner of Hollywood and Highland.
Okay, let's get in there.
This is where all the, well, obviously the fence is still up here.
Okay.
Set down here.
You want to get over?
The best foreign language movie is going to be The Fantastic Woman.
Okay, let's cut to Greg, please. We cut to Greg here. Go ahead.
Leo says the Fantastic Woman in about 30 seconds will win for best foreign language
Sounds like the
picture.
Fantastic Four. Okay. Thank you, Dee. Looks like you're up against a fence there. Oh, well. Looks like you're shit out of luck. Thank you, Dee.
Thank you. So right inside there is the Oscar for many of the
Yeah, thank you. We can cut on D. Thanks. That's enough. Sammy?
Yes, man.
You ever go to the Oscars there, Sam?
Yes, I did. 1965.
Very cool.
Call him Don. Don Cheadle, not Sam.
Mr. Cheadle, have you ever won an award?
Mr. Cheadle, I don't believe Mr. Cheadle did win an award.
What happened to him? Why did he stop
I don't
becoming
know.
an actor?
I don't know. It could be a thing where...
Used to see him in all kinds of big hot Oscar movies, and suddenly he disappeared from the scene. Did he have some kind of incident with does he has any issues that we need to know about, or?
There's no issues that I know.
Thank you very
because
much.
of Will Smith. I don't know.
What do you mean, Will Smith?
Well, it seems to be taking most of the roles right now.
I
but
see.
That's okay. He deserves them.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to have some more music from the Rat Pack shortly. Do we have another witness for the trial of George Lucas, or would Mr. Lucas like to take the stand himself? Okay, we will return, Judge.
All right. Court is in recess right now, and we will come back directly.
Thank you, Joe. That's why I asked you to come to rehearsals, because you have to drive this.
Tim, I was working on another gig.
I know,
man.
but you have to drive this. I can't drive. Judge has to
all right.
drive. Let's go. Check this shit. Look at this, Greg.
Just use your other hand.
Sorry. Got a little rummy in my tummy because it's the 90th anniversary of Oscars, and we are
40th anniversary of Jaws 2.
40th anniversary of Jaws 2. Greg,
20th anniversary of the Rat Pack movie.
20th anniversary of the Rat Pack movie, and we are absolutely thrilled to have an actor who is a part of the original Jaws 2 experience. He was one of the kids in the movie, so it's been 40 years since he's done it. His name is Keith Gordon, and he is an actor. You've known him for an actor and a director. You've known him from many movies, including Back to School and Christina, the action movie with the car, Stephen King, and. But he was one of the little teeny weeny boys, teenagers in Godfather or Jaws 2. Get him out of here, Keith. Keith Gordon, one of the greats.
Hey.
Keith.
Thanks
Keith,
for coming in.
Thank you so much, Keith. And look him up in the movie. You won't see how long are you in that movie for, Jaws 2. There he is on the screen. Is that you?
Yeah, that's a very young version of me. Yeah.
Very good.
I was 16 when we did that.
How do you like
Did you
that?
keep the hat and the shirt and all that stuff to sell?
I did keep the hat. I didn't sell it, but I did keep it. It's got it stored away.
Because I buy a lot of movie props on
We can
on
talk.
eBay, and then we had a guy, Carl Gottlieb,
Sure.
was on our show on Decker, and he brought in the original harpoon gun that they used
Carl
in the.
came in and rewrote Jaws 2. I mean, when we were well into production and the whole thing shut down and fell apart, and Carl came in and.
So no, you're doing the interview.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm asking because he seems. Like,
Well, I
it's
know
like-
more about the subject.
All right. Well, then
so-
you can chime in and if there's some point to be made.
But you
right?
sort of said that you hadn't really seen Jaws 2.
I did not say that. I haven't remembered you from that. It's been so long.
It's a long time. I mean,
Yeah, that's my point.
40 years. So.
Right.
I mean,
And you've been doing other things too.
Yeah, I've kind of been. I mostly now direct and write and produce.
Yeah.
I don't really act much.
We
anymore,
all write and direct.
I guess. Yeah.
So.
You should direct a new Jaws movie.
I don't know. It seems like they didn't go very well. Those were they were very hard.
So why was Jaws 2 such a flop? Because
It wasn't a flop.
Well, people don't talk about.
Well, first of
I
all,
talk about it.
If you compare it to the
Jaws
first
1.
Jaws,
It's
which are the
better.
Great movies. Do you think it's better?
I think Jaws 2 is the best. Jaws 1 is the second best. Jaws
Really?
4 is the third best. Jaws 3 is the
Fourth best?
fourth best.
See, I don't know. I think the first.
I think it was a big mistake to center the entire night around Jaws. That's my honest opinion. And that was his plan with the Rat Pack and then Jaws with the sharks. It's not a fun show for anybody. You know what I mean? it's like
you have the
it's a
Jaws
drag.
is a movie classic, popcorn, 4 popcorn classics, or you have DKR, a band that nobody likes, or you know.
Well,
so.
Keith, you've been so kind to come down here. What's your favorite movie of all time?
Personally, my favorite movie
I don't know.
probably
Yeah.
is probably I would say 2001.
Jaws
Space
2.
Odyssey. That was
What year?
that was the movie that made me want to do movies. So.
That one's,
So they shot Jaws 2, obviously, at
Okay.
Universal
You know what? You
Studios
do the
in
interview.
Orlando.
I mean, what am I doing here?
Sorry, I can.
Well, you asked me to have some questions. So
just-
they shot that at Universal
I
Studios
tried
in
to
Orlando.
talk. I want to ask him about
No,
different
actually,
stuff
it
and
would probably been a lot
acting and being
easier
a
if
part
we
of
had- I don't
movies.
think- I don't know if Universal
Or
Studios
being a
in
part of.
Orlando even
He was in Back to
existed
School.
At that point,
He's
we
been
were
in
actually in a
Christine
little
movies.
town in the Panhandle of Florida called Navarre
Just give it a
Beach,
moment.
Yeah.
which really wasn't a town. It was like
I
a
don't-
Holiday Inn. That was it.
Mhm.
There was like
He's,
nothing else.
he's
there.
such a he's a usurper.
So
He
it was
comes
weird.
in,
He
he
was stuck
steals
kind
my
of in this
body, he
place for
steals the
months.
energy.
But
from
lots
the
of
room.
movie buffs and things would have dropped by to check out the filming.
A
dog.
few, but we were like 40 miles from anywhere. I mean, the nearest town was Pensacola, and that was like 40 miles away. So we
Oh,
were
I gotta do it.
like
Give it.
kind of on our own in the middle of this strip of beach.
Did Steven Spielberg drop by the set at any point?
No, I wish he had. That would have been really cool. But no, he never did.
Thank you very much.
He didn't seem to want to have anything to do with it.
Do you know, I'm sure you know because you would have heard this on the set, but that Jaws 2, the original title for Jaws 2, and this would have been on the first script that you were given
Right.
from your agent, the original title for Jaws 2
No one
was
wants
Jaws
this. No one wants
3.
this. Let's go to Mark.
Because
Keith,
Jaws,
thank you so much
the
for coming
actual
down.
Jaws
I
2.
apologize for this.
No, listen.
No.
Tim, the
Keith, no.
actual Jaws 2,
By the way, this is Chaplin's Express hot dogs. Are very
the
good.
actual Jaws 2 was actually Jaws 3 because the actual Jaws 2 was Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Because the character of Dr. Hooper, played by Richard Dreyfuss, Steven Spielberg said, okay, we're going to do a sequel to Jaws, but rather than just have more sharks, let's take this character and have some other interesting things happen to him. Nobody cared about the sharks in Jaws. What made it was Richard Dreyfuss's
Nobody cared about the
performance.
sharks in Jaws. What are you daft?
I'm saying that Richard Dreyfuss was that's what made the movie.
What was it like working with Richard Dreyfuss?
But
in
no,
Jaws?
because Richard Dreyfuss was making the real Jaws 2, which was Close Encounters.
I didn't get to work with him.
He's sort of okay.
No,
I didn't
but
really-
check
I
this
wish I
out.
had. I mean,
Yeah, yeah,
If
he's
you
one
check
of the
this out,
greats.
if you
What
collect
about
old
Sammy
scripts,
Davis? You ever work
if you
with,
collect old
you
scripts,
ever Don Cheadle? You ever work with?
if you collect old scripts, the original
hey,
script
I
for
got- I'm
Close
moving
Encounters
things
of the
along.
Third
I'm tired
Kind
of this.
is called Jaws 2.
Don Cheadle. You
Because
ever
they
work
took
with
the characters,
Richard Dreyfuss?
That, and Spielberg was going to direct Jaws 2, and he did, but it was called
Really?
Close Encounters of the Third
How about you,
Kind.
Deanie
And
boy?
they got rid of the shark
I
element.
really didn't know. That doesn't. I didn't know that.
Thank you. All right, well, let's thank
And so
Keith
they were
Gordon for
so
being
mad
here.
at him for doing this, for not putting a shark in the second Jaws
John-
movie and making it
Greg,
outer space.
Greg,
that
that's the
then
end of
as
the-
revenge against
We're
Spielberg,
moving on
they
from
came
that.
up with this Jaws 2, which should have been called Jaws 3,
Huh.
and that's when you stumbled into this thing. And what you were telling me was that this movie took almost a year to
Are you
film
going to
because they were
filibuster on
picking up
this?
the pieces.
Are you going to filibuster on this? I want to cut to Mark and let him do
I
his
don't-
next
no,
segment.
because-
Everyone's clamoring for Mark. Mark,
Yeah, Mark.
Mark is going to be
But
doing
Jaws 2
scene
should have been called
2.
Jaws 3.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Excuse me.
I didn't know that.
Thank you, Keith. You're welcome to stick around. You're a nice guy. You stick around.
Okay.
Keep me separate. Believe me, if I start going for him, you have to step in the middle of
If
it.
you start going for me, then you have no movie expertise on your show, and you can play your bad music, but nobody's going to be watching.
Well, I told you I broke up the band for you, and I'll tell you about that later. Mark, action. This is Mark Proch, the famous Indianapolis scene from Jaws. Let's hit it.
Jaws 2.
USS Indianapolis. Two torpedoes took us down. It was after we.
Do the fucking action, buddy. Come on.
USS Indianapolis. Two torpedoes took us down. It was after we dropped the bomb. Hiroshima bomb.
Standing. What is this? Some kind of.
Annie's going to be named Best Supporting Actress in about 1 minute.
Thank you. Mark.
Hiroshima bomb. 700 men went down. The first shark came out.
What the fuck is your problem? I told you to sit down. Sit down. Sit down. The character sits. Be smart.
He does this. He does this a lot.
Be smart. Do it.
The first shark came about an hour and a half later. It was a tiger shark. You know how you can tell how long a shark is? You measure their dorsal fin and their tail fin, which I honestly have no idea how they could have done that in the film.
What?
If you want to catch a,
This isn't W.C. Fields, dummy. Do the script. Have some respect for Colonel Gottlieb. One of the greats. Action.
You got to catch the fish if you want to kill a fish. We were there and they came about an hour and a half later. It was a tiger shark. And they came and they shot.
Now we have a director here, Keith Gordon. Keith, you're a director as well now.
Yeah, yeah.
Would you direct him? Because it's not working with us.
I'm doing my best.
Well, you know, I mean, it's hard to do. I mean, it's hard to live up
It's
to
a long
to
chunk of
Robert
words.
Shaw was still amazing. You know, I mean, that's a hard thing to, you know, and I think he might be a little intimidated now. I mean, kind of things got a little tense. I mean, but
Well, let's clear the air. If you want to clear the air, we can clear the air. Mark, you're a great actor and you're a great impersonator, and we appreciate you, and you're really a talent, and
Thank you.
you are really one of the best.
Thank you.
So, air cleared. Action.
USS Indianapolis. 2 torpedoes sent by Japanese ships. They hit us. It was right after we dropped the bomb. Hiroshima bomb.
Hiroshima.
Hiroshima bomb. And 700 men went down. About an hour later, the sharks came.
All right.
Tiger shark. I'm doing all the words.
I know you are, but I mean, you see how this is just flat, right? It's flat.
Well, I'm not doing my classic. You
Frank?
wouldn't let me do my classic comedians. You wouldn't let me do W.C.
Oh,
Fields.
you're talking back to me now?
Well, I'm talking in general because you wouldn't let me do W.C. Fields. You wouldn't let me do Groucho Marx, Three Stooges, The Little Rascals.
Here's the thing. Here's the deal. We've scheduled you for 3 Jaws scenes. Okay?
Plus my finale.
Well, we'll see if we get to that. There's 2 strikes on you right now.
I'm
There's 2
doing-
strikes on you. What's baseball? Keith? 3 strikes. Thank you.
I mean, it's hard.
It
I'm
is
doing
hard.
my best.
It is
Did you
hard.
see
And that's why
Jaws 3?
pros succeed and amateurs fail.
So you're in the Jaws 2, but then when the 3rd one comes out, you won't even go see it?
Well, I wouldn't, but I just, you know, it wasn't.
Clear.
Did you see Jaws
Okay.
The Revenge?
You understand?
I'm
3
doing my
strikes
best.
and you're out.
So
you
you're
get-
my best.
Well,
Weren't
let me
you
talk to you
curious
about
if your
that.
character
Let me talk
was
to me what your
mentioned?
best is.
I kind of figured it probably wouldn't be.
Your
My
best
character was
isn't good
not
enough for
perfect,
us.
so I had to feel
Okay, so go outside and learn your lines and get ready for part 3.
it's gonna be okay.
This
Part
guy's just-
3.
he's just
Okay.
a rageaholic. This is always gets away from talking about movies.
All right, guys, hit it. Something from Sammy would be great. Thank you.
But did you? So you saved that hat and that?
There's a place captivates and enthralls me. Just the thought, and I wanna be there. Broadway glitters, real possess. Hit the village, hear some jazz. Lots of noise and lots of noise. Am I blue? Au contraire. Central Park, when I wanna be quiet. Catch a show if I wanna be up. Recipes for connoisseurs, memories for raconteurs. All the noise and all the bliss, 'cause it's all right there in New York. My New York. It's a long bridge, man. If I had my tap shoes, I'd be tapping right now. Central Park, when I wanna be quiet. catch a show if I wanna be up. Are we breaking? Are we breaking, man?
I'm talking. Those guys gotta go. Hey, those guys gotta go. Hey guys, it's enough. We don't. It's over. Goodbye. Get him out. Get him out. Get out of here. Walk out. Walk him out. Hank, help me out. Get him out. Don't give him any fucking food. I'm sick of it.
Yeah.
I can't hear that crap.
Yeah, no, that's the real, that's the theory that is going around. Yeah.
I've never heard that.
Because
get him out.
I'm sorry. That was. I think you did great. I thought, you didn't judge it.
Good. Here we go.
Get out.
Here we go.
Come here. You three. Now, move this way. Yes, you're going that way.
He's
Goodbye.
Picking the rat pack off.
Goodbye.
He's
Okay.
a rageaholic.
Pull it over.
Candy-colored phone.
Right out here.
I gotta go pay those guys.
Want some help with that, Greg? You can handle it, can't you?
Execute order.
All right. Court is back in session. Mr. George Walton Lucas, the junior, do you swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Mr.
Yes.
Heidecker?
Mr. Lucas.
What is the first film that he directed?
I got this.
No, just ask what is the first film that was
What is the
directed.
first
Don't,
film
it's okay,
you have?
don't ask it.
What is the? I really just want to ask him. You were directed the Star Wars movies?
Well, first of all, under
Yes
this
or no, Mr. Lucas?
under this forum,
Yes or no?
sir, let me answer the question. First
Judge,
of all,
I'm
under
asking
this
you to
forum,
put this guy into order.
under
here.
this forum, Battlestar Galactica is not mine.
Thank you.
I just
And
wanted to clear that up to get all these people off my back, okay? Now,
did you or did you not direct Star Wars?
Answer the question.
Answer the question, George.
well, first of all,
Answer the question. Yes or no?
to avoid
What do you think I am, Rossetti the Rat? I'm not going to take this. Now answer the question. What do you think? What are you, Sismic? Get him to fall in line.
We don't want to hold you in contempt.
Yes or no, Lucas?
I take the Fifth Amendment.
All right, he takes the fifth. Judge, can I get a ruling on this?
I'm going to hold you in contempt. I do not even have to go and take a recess. I find you guilty as charged
That's right.
of stealing this man's intellectual property.
I'll drink to
and
that.
not only that, I sentence you to 150 years in a cell where there's no TV, so you can't steal anybody else's property. Court is adjourned.
Get him out of here.
Court is
Judge.
adjourned.
Get him out.
You think that's
Walk him out in
punishment?
disgrace.
No, it isn't.
We should
Get
have
him out of
bailiffs.
here.
We
Court
should
is
have
adjourned.
bailiffs on the cast. We should have bailiffs. Clear him out. Thanks for doing this, by the way. Ladies and gentlemen, Greg Turkington has an exciting segment about the
Oh, the Super Oscars, yeah.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we all enjoy watching the Oscars. That's why we're here watching this show. One complaint that people have about the Oscars, they don't have them often enough. Now, there's different solutions for that. Some have proposed 2 Oscars a year. Some have proposed having 2 ceremonies a year, so you cover the movies released from January to June for Oscars 1, and then from July to December for Oscars 2. Another idea that I came up with is the Super Oscars, where you take all the movies that won the Oscar over 20 years and put them up against each other.
Thank you, and get our director's chairs in here. Thank you.
So Super Oscars is a platinum statue. So we're going to take the 20 movies that won the Best Picture from 1998 all the way up through 2017, and we're going to pit them against each other to win the Super Oscar for Best Picture of the last 20 years. And we're going to do that by having votes that you can take part in on Twitter. They'll put it on the screen where you can vote for these movies as we count down to the '1 movie of the last 20 years, the Super Oscar winner. We've got Birdman versus The Artist. No Country for Old Men versus Shakespeare in Love. The Departed versus Argo. Beautiful Mind versus Slumdog Millionaire. Titanic versus Spotlight. In this bracket, we have Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, probably the favorite to win, versus Gladiator. The Hurt Locker versus American Beauty. Crash versus 12 Years a Slave. Moonlight versus Chicago. And $1 Million Baby going up against The King's Speech. All of these are going to be put up to vote on Twitter immediately following this explanation. Please vote. You are choosing, this is your chance to shine, to vote and directly choose the winner for the Best Picture for the last 20 years, the coveted Platinum Oscar. And that's coming right up online on Twitter, so they'll put the address up. So just look on the screen and it'll tell the
All right, we're back. And do you have any updates on the Oscars? Who won?
Well, we're doing the Super Oscars right now.
No, the Oscars tonight, the 29th Oscars, the 90th Oscars. I got to tell you,
the Super Oscars is kind of more
I
interesting.
apologize for cutting that in. I apologize to Keith. I don't know. I mean, I just thought, I think Billy Graham is in hell because I've been praying to him, asking him what I'm supposed to do, and nothing's coming back. And I'm asking him, because I'm trying to get, I kicked those guys out and made them, and ruined their night, and I ate that hot dog, which I'm not supposed to eat nitrates, and you're supposed to eat salt now. And now that Chaplin's chili, I gotta tell you, man, that Chaplin's hot dog, I've had better hot dogs at school, like, from elementary school. I don't know, those are not right. Something's off with them. It's low grade hot dog, and that's saying something. Shame on you. Who's in Super Oscar heaven right now?
If you haven't voted already, go to Twitter/OnCinemaOscars to vote for the Super Oscars. One movie is going to be walking home with a platinum statuette tonight.
And did we have the first round in yet? Does anybody know?
We're still collecting data, but we're going to get to that.
What about from your source?
Let me see. Okay.
That hot dog is awful. What's in that? Is that just standard gas station hot dog?
No, it's our special recipe. We make it.
It's your special recipe for hot dog?
Yeah.
Are you bullshitting us?
No, we have a factory in Norwalk. We make all the hot dogs there in the morning.
Buns stale?
Distribute
No
them.
one wants French's?
I'm sorry. I mean, it's fresher if you get it from one of the...
I wish we had any other sponsor. I'd take Durex condoms. I'd take NRA. I'd take anything over you.
It's not that bad, is it?
It's not great. All right, Mark's coming back to surprise us. His final chance of redemption, and this is exciting. Mark Proch is a great comic artist. You have the artist on the board. Any thoughts on that?
The artist, well, it's paired up against.
Who do you think's going to win in that category?
I can give you the results that we're at right now for the artist versus Birdman. Right now, it's Birdman 77%, artist 23% with 842 votes in.
Really?
So if you haven't voted already, please do vote. This is important. This is more important than the real Oscars because it's the Super
Oscars. So Mark is a comic artist, and I believe we gave him too much. He bit off too much on this special. I'll be the first to admit that.
I don't think so.
Well, so far he's 2 out of 3. He's swung out twice. This is 0-2, as they say in baseball. And this is his final segment. It's not dialogue heavy. This is a choice from Greg. This is a scene at the end of Jaws 1 where Detective Hooper from Jaws, what's his name? Richard Dreyfuss, is deciding. Mark, are you ready? So we're going to cut to this soon. Mark is on. Let's show Mark. Mark is, what is your part now? Because this is what's not.
This is where Quint goes down.
No, not Quint, Hooper.
This is where Hooper goes down and he tries to inject the jaws.
So this is all action, no
This is
dialogue.
one of the great scenes
Talked
in
about
cinema
the scene.
history.
You have experience with this scene.
This is one of the great movie scenes of all time, and I think that you're going to find that Mark does it justice. And I was at the rehearsal before he was in the costume, and it was very, very convincing.
All right. Before we cut to the scene, Greg, you have an on cinema, on location, spectacular show.
Yeah, this is kind of something that is a treat. It's my face-to-face encounter with the real Jaws. And that's something that not a lot of people get to do, but I did by visiting the studio that actually produced Jaws, Universal.
Okay.
And so let's take a look at
When
this
we come
segment.
back from this, we're going to see Mark's scene of fighting Jaws. First time ever done before, where we see Jaws, it's quiet, when we see Jaws fight Hooper. Action to Mark's scene, to Greg's on
Hollywood, California, home of movies past and present, and I'm off today to the shrine of all shrines, Universal Studios.
Hey guys, we're here at Universal Studios, about to meet the biggest star of them all, none other than Jaws. As I walk in to one of movies' greatest locations, Universal Studios, where so many great movies were filmed, and of course, the greatest of them all, Jaws, as well as the Jaws exhibit, where you get to meet Jaws himself, one of the biggest stars in the Universal galaxy.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We are ready for. Are we ready with Mark? Is Mark
He's going to do his
okay.
Jaws.
Yes,
one of the
we've been
scenes from
talking about
Jaws.
this all night. We've been talking about Jaws scenes, and this is exciting because for the very first time we're going to be seeing. Hopefully, Mark will get this right. Mark, we're counting on you. So, Mark, take it away from the scene, the famous ending of Jaws, where Dr. Hooper descends into the deep blue sea to try to stab Jaws, I suppose would stab Jaws. And Mark, take it away. Mark? You get Mark? You get Mark? Hey, Rummy. Take it. All right. Do we want to, Mark?
Wake up.
Mark. Hey, can somebody get Mark going?
We're live, Mark. This is
Hey,
live.
hey. All right, we get the. Get the. Sorry about this, guys. Get the helmet off him, right? Hold on a minute. Sorry, guys. We're dealing with a little. What's that?
Can we get like a wrench or saw or something?
I don't have any. Let's. Hang on, everybody. We're just having a little technical difficulty.
Use the spear. Use
the
that
helmet.
spear.
No, we just need like a wrench or something.
Okay. Can we get somebody?
Somebody get a wrench.
What's going on, Mark? Hey, is he not getting up? What do we do? What do we want to do here, Eric?
Can we do like a break or something?
Yes. Okay. Sorry. Get the mat. That.
We need something else. Can we get it? Can we do it? Right?
Just like,
I don't know. You
can
want to do?
unbolt the thing from his
You
neck?
should be able to take the thing
See
off.
if he's awake.
It's not. We should do. Okay. All right. Well, we have
Like
some technical.
Do one of the
we have
Bobby
some-
Valley segments.
Yes. Bobby Valley is not. See, what's going on? Okay. Bobby Valley, who joined us in the opening. Bobby Valley's who's joined us at the opening for the stirring rendition of Jaws of. Sorry, Bobby Valley, who has joined us at the opening of the segment with Oscar Fever. Has some. No, don't put the camera on us. Don't put the camera on them. No. Put camera on camera 1, camera 2, camera 1. Bobby Valley. All right. Do you want to stop? Should we go to break? Or just go to the okay.
Yeah.
We'll go. Bobby Valley, who has been a part of the On Cinema family for many years now, has many Oscar memories, and this is just one of them. Valley remembers. What the fuck is going on? Mark?
Rat Pack stories to share. Okay, I'll tell you a story. My brother was invited to a birthday party at Frank Sinatra's house in Palm Springs back in the early 60s. And at that birthday party that night was Jimmy Stewart, Kirk Douglas, Burt Lancaster, Loretta Young, Lauren Bacall, Lucille Ball, Desi Arnaz, Sammy Davis Jr., and Dean Martin, all in the same room. Jaws 2, that's an older movie, isn't it? Yeah, that was a great movie. I'm glad I wasn't in the water.
All right. I'm sorry. Hey, everybody, we're back, and we're dealing with a little issue here. Can we get? Sorry about that. We have a little issue. Let's cut that. Can we cut that? Can we stop that, guys? Guys, it's not working. Got to get help. Better somebody that knows what they're doing. We have some issue. Mark is dealing with an issue right now, and we're trying to get him some help. How's that? What's the news with the Oscars?
I don't know. I haven't gotten.
What about the Super Oscars? Do we have any news on that?
Yeah, I mean, people are voting.
Get the.
They gotta get the
You guys, I know.
helmet off of him. Right? He's gotta be able to breathe.
We're live right now, so can you just do the Super Oscars here? Who won between Birdman and the artist? Don't worry about the phone. Can you go to the Super Oscars? We have to keep the show going. We're live.
All right.
Where's 911? They're coming. Okay.
We'll do some Super Oscars until
Yeah.
the paramedics get here. In the battle between the Titanic and Spotlight, the winner was, well, the public picked Titanic, so.
All right, Titanic is moving on to the next round. Is he? Okay.
Why can't they get the helmet off of him? That's what I don't understand. The guy that saw him just doesn't seem to be able to get the helmet off of him.
Will you stay focused
He
on
put
the
the helmet
thing?
on
Stay focused
himself,
on the
so they
thing.
should be able to get
Everything's
the.
gonna be fine.
Between A Beautiful Mind and Slumdog Millionaire. This was close. This was 49% Beautiful Mind, Slumdog Millionaire 51%. Margin of error is 10%. I preferred Beautiful Mind, and I am going to award.
Is he not? What's going on in there? Okay. Well, why can't we get that off?
Just get the helmet off of him so we can get some
Get
air.
it off. Okay. Well, who put it on him? Whoever put it on him.
Just get the helmet.
Yeah. The problem is we can't get the helmet off. You know, like I don't know what we're supposed to do if we can't get the helmet off. Ah, shit. Okay. Get him. We should go to. Let's just. Yeah. Get the. Why don't we go to? Because we shouldn't be on. This shouldn't be on camera. Can I go? I have to talk to somebody back there. Do you guys want to cut to?
We'll get it off.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the 5th annual On Cinema Oscar special. I'm Tim Heidecker, your host, and I'm joined with Greg Turkington. And we got a little bit of good news here. Mark Proch, who's was having an issue with his diving suit that he was in. There was a little technical difficulty there. Is in good hands, and he is being taken care of right now. He's being put in, I guess the EMS, the ambulance drivers here, the first responders have done incredible jobs, and it's a miracle that they came so quickly, and we wish him the best, and we know that he's going to be all right. And you know, I don't know what happened there. He was something about the flow of air, I guess, was not. We're not sure. That's a little too early to say what's going on there.
Just
but
lucky that the ambulance, because of the Oscars, all the roads are blocked.
Opened.
No, they're blocked because they shut off all the streets.
Well,
so
around that immediate area. Speaking of that, we want to check in with Dee Thompson. Dee, do you have any luck getting in? You're almost going to miss the show. The show's almost over. Any chance?
I'm here in Orange and Island Boulevard. So we're going to try and go in from over here and see if they'll let us in. I know it's the end of the show, but you guys just bear with us. Maybe we can get in and catch the last of the show. But
okay, you didn't change your shirt.
I haven't changed my shirt. You know, it's kind of cool out, but I have to keep this on. And the lady said it looks good. But anyway, we're going to see if we can go in over here. And a lot of fans want to see George Clooney. Maybe we can see Meryl Streep tonight and get a chance to holler at her.
I tell you what, I bet you $1 million you don't get anywhere near into the building there where the Oscars are. And I warned you.
Okay, well, come on with me.
I warned you to change your shirt, and you didn't listen to me. And that's when people don't listen to me, they lose.
Come on, let's see what happens. Come on.
All right, good luck, Dee. Thanks for joining us.
Let me talk to my friend
Get through that guy. Hey, ask that cop there. Excuse me, officer.
I know. Is there any way I can talk to the chief of security? So
let him through. The show's almost over. Put the coke down, dude.
The show is almost over, right?
Tell him to put the coke down.
Right.
Tell him to put the coke down.
He's advertising. He said put the coke down. He said you shouldn't take coke. It'll kill you. But anyway.
Tell him he's had enough coke already.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
All
but
right.
this is going to...
My name?
Okay.
My name is Raymond Murillo. I'm all over Facebook and Instagram.
Get him off. I don't want to hear from him.
Dee, how are you? Good to see you.
All right. But this is the 90th Academy Awards.
All right. Thank you.
And
does anyone have any news on Mark?
No, this is the 90th Academy Awards.
Thank you, Lou. Thank you, Dee. You're done. Goodbye.
Do you know what hospital that they would take him
thank
to?
you.
I think
All
they.
right.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Hollywood Presbyterian? Or
Yes.
Wherever we
Kaiser.
are, closest hospital would be 5 minutes away. I'm sure. Cedars.
Because we could call to the hospital and get an update.
Just be patient. He's gonna be all right. All right. As we were gonna do this. This is Jaws 2's 40th anniversary. We've been. Do you want to? We want to do this now. I don't know if this is the right time. Can you do me a favor? What are those? We should probably get the Rat Pack back.
Oh, I paid those guys but I don't know if they're still here.
Can you go find them? I think we
I
can
can
use
look, but I think they probably would have left.
Use a little music right now.
Rat Pack? Rat Pack! Rat Pack!
Okay, I think they're this. Greg? All right, let's move along and say happy birthday to Jaws 2. Okay.
I'll get them. Hey, you guys, could you guys do a song?
Sure.
Love to do
a
it.
song. Oh, we're back. I can't even stand anymore.
I need to talk to somebody from either the hospital or from somebody that's the EMS, whoever took them. You know what I mean? Because I'm in the. Does somebody know who we should be even calling with him? Joe?
I got no idea. What hospital did they go to? Do
That's
you know?
what I'm asking. I don't. We have to. Somebody. Does anyone have the?
I didn't know where those paramedics.
Does he have an emergency contact? I mean, I'm saying, does he have an emergency contact?
I don't know.
All right, do one of your jazz songs, because I got to talk to.
Oh, I could go here, I might go there. Wherever I go, I'm not going anywhere. I might go all the way to Timbuktu, but always come back to you. If I'm remiss,
I don't have
just
this.
take them stride.
Huh? I don't know. You find that
A
out.
fling on the side, that doesn't
Let me see
mean
if I
that
can
I'll
get Eric on
say do, 'cause I always come back to you.
I'm just gonna call the
Oh, yeah. The opposite sex holds
Can I-
certain charms for me. But when the evening
Yeah. Do we have any information on Mark?
is in your arms, I long to
Yeah.
leave.
I'm asking if you have any information on Mark.
That much is clear. But I know for certain who I hold dear.
Hey, do you have a patient?
Travel the rest of the day with
Mark
you
or
on
Crutch?
that. So I
Well, how
always
did I mean?
come back to
That's
you.
not enough time for that to happen to somebody. You know what I mean? Like, no. The whole thing is that that he was in there for like 3 minutes, and if the air was cut off, that's not my fault. That's because that's somebody that is responsible for setting up this. You know, that's a prop house question. So if he's but if he's asking me who's in charge of the props, that's props or wardrobe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, well, what are you telling me?
When the evening's over, it's in
Do they
your
know? Do they
arms,
know
I
where
long to be.
what his status is?
Man,
Is it
perfect.
where? What is?
That
They
much
don't
is
know.
clear. But I know for certain who
Well, because somebody here is telling me he's
When
fucking
all
dead.
said and done, baby, you are the one.
The people here,
Always
the
come
kid that
back
was
to
working on
you.
here, what's his name?
I'm
Act,
a go weak
Manuel.
when we dance cheek to
Did-
cheek.
Well, we have to call somebody about that because if not, we have to
You
stop the
adore.
show.
Yeah, no, I've been
Hey, baby,
holding for
some
5
more.
minutes.
You're always
Okay. Well, somebody, I'll
come
keep my phone on
back
because
to
if he's gone, we have to stop the show. We're not going to do the show if he's gone. Okay. Yeah, well, call me back.
Oh, thanks, Sam.
Well, they're saying that excuse me. They're saying that he's gone. That he didn't make it to the hospital. So, yeah,
Gone.
yeah. Let's take a break. I mean, something happened with the suit. I don't know. We should
Oh man.
I got a question for you.
get the fuck out. You say one more word, I'll fucking smack you in the mouth. Get the fuck out.
All right.
Get the fuck out.
Oh, wow.
The fuck is the matter? Get the fuck out.
Is this guy related to Jerry?
Yeah. Let's. All right. Now, why don't we? We'll probably have to stop the show.
Mm-hmm.
You know. They want to finish this up because we're still live. So finish the. You know what I mean?
Who's the first then? I didn't see when they went on. I didn't. When he passed here, I made a point to look at his chest, and it was not moving.
Well, folks, the show must go on, as they say in show business. This one's for Mark. We, you know, I don't know if we want to say, this is just, I don't know what we're supposed to say here. In a couple of positive elements, our guys are working on something. I want to give them a minute. They, first of all, in a way, you could probably speak to this. You know him better than me. He's not a guy. He was not a guy who had a lot of. He wasn't somebody that had a lot of. He didn't have kids. He didn't have. You know what I mean? He didn't have a lot of family and everything like that. So, I mean, this is new stuff. This is pretty new. I'm in shock. I think honestly I am. And the other thing I wanted to just say, just for the record, because we are live, I wanted to get this out. He did sign. Mark signed a basic release, which essentially is a waiver in terms of if something should happen, that there is a lot of risk involved in this business. And he is an impressionist, is a stunt man in a way, and these are certain sort of acting stunts that he does. So that should be something. I don't want to focus on that because that's sort of negative, but do we have it ready? This is, I don't know what to say. Do you want to say anything? I mean, we put this together.
He's irreplaceable.
He's one of a kind, I'll put it that way. This is a tribute to Mark that we put together.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends and foes, I'm W.C. Fields, and I'm happy to be here at the second
since I was 17, carved our names in the maple tree. I wish you was in a heart. Oh, 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 oh. You always had the perfect smile. I wanna keep it for a while, 'cause it's a work of art. Oh, 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 oh. Come on, boy, let me know. Yeah, my love ain't no mystery. We could go down in history. I'm all about love, I'm all about dreams when they're about you. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I hang on every little word you say. Come on, take all my fear away. I'm all about us, so you're all about me. 'Cause I'm all about
People, a lot of the people think that the stunts hurt, but they never hurt. We always used rubber hammers and foam wrenches.
Who said that he was gone? Because that's, all right. But, so who's there now is my thing. You know what I mean? Like, who's there now? Right? Because everyone's telling me, everyone's telling me two different things. So, they say that he's not, he said he's at the hospital and then they have him, all right. Well, that's it. Am I all right? Can I say that?
You're saying he's fine?
Can I say that?
You're saying he's fine?
Hold on. Can I say that?
You're saying he's fine.
So all right, well, I have to find out who said that before. You know what I mean?
What are they saying?
They're saying he's alive.
Who are you talking to?
Hold on. They're saying
Who
he's
is
alive.
This?
Okay.
Who is on the
Thank
phone?
You.
Who's on the phone?
All right. I will call
Jesus
you in a
Christ.
minute.
Who is on the phone?
That's Andrew. He said that he's, okay, ladies and gentlemen, there is some news coming in, and Mark Proch, apparently, the paramedics had thought that he was gone, or somebody told the paramedics that he was gone, but they do have him breathing right now. And yeah, so he is, he's, I mean, I don't know. What?
Conscious, Tim? Do you know?
I don't know, Joe. I mean, they told me that the first guy told me he was gone. And
I
now
didn't
they're
see
saying
his
that
chest moving when he was.
there was a EKG. They got some brain activity. I don't know. He's in ER. He's in intensive care or something. So he's okay.
So he's going to bounce back.
This is the
breathe
problem.
on his own? Do you know?
This is the problem with doing live television is we're going basically off the seat of our pants here, and no one's giving me the straight scoop.
But where was Andrew at the hospital, or who was he on the phone
Andrew's
with somebody?
talking to the guy, somebody that's with him at the hospital.
Okay.
Now we can't get in touch with his family. I don't think he's got relatives in the
Well, they wouldn't
area.
even be in the area. It doesn't matter.
I know,
We got to
but-
talk to a doctor or somebody at the hospital, or send one of the interns to the hospital.
Andrew's with a guy from our production here who's at the hospital who says that he is on a breathing machine or he's in some kind of, he's not the morgue. Okay? And that should be something we're excited about. That's really positive. So
I've got a Oscar tip that Call Me By Your Name for Best Song is about to win, probably in about 30 seconds. So.
All right. Well, let's get back to the Oscars. Mark, we're rooting for you, Mark.
He's going to be okay.
He's going to be all right. Mark's back.
That's a relief.
Yeah. I mean, that was scary because I'll tell you, I saw him down there and I didn't see any breathing. Usually you see somebody going, the belly going up and down.
He's not a very emotive guy to begin with.
It's true. I didn't think about that. He is kind of sort of a quiet type.
Always remember him as it.
Don't say always remember him, Joe. There's not. He's
Yeah,
here.
you're
He's
right,
alive.
You're right.
He's clearly alive. And that's something I wouldn't be able to deal with, frankly. I don't want to make it about me, but if something should happen to him, I don't know what I'd.
Well, with props that you rented, especially.
I did not have. Hey, remember this? This is what I like to call a get out of jail free card because this Mark signed it, and I have evidence that he signed it too.
But when you signed it, he probably didn't even read it. I mean, you're just assuming it's nothing.
Well,
because this sort of thing doesn't happen.
It doesn't matter anymore because Mark's out of the woods, and everything's going to be great.
Did they say that he's talking or responding to?
Coco. Oh, sorry, Greg. Greg, you had just said that we're getting word now that
name.
"Call Me by Your Name" song was going to win.
Yeah, well, it looks like it just won for
winner is
best.
Coco. That we can confirm. So your inside guy is no good. No good.
Oh.
All right.
Wow.
No, because well, then maybe that's the bad information.
No, I think we can confirm that.
I thought that was a sure thing.
Yeah, Greg.
Call Me
why
By
don't we
Your
go
Name.
to the Super Oscars? Greg, this is your final installment of the Super Oscars.
All right. So the Super Oscars is once every 20 years.
I'm so relieved.
I know, because
I'm like shaking. It's, I can't deal with that kind of shit anymore.
So between these 5 movies, it's Argo, and then between these 5 movies, the winner is Lord of the Rings. So at the end, or after the break or something, we'll have the. It's between these 2 movies to win the coveted platinum Super Oscar, and we'll have those results. We'll put it up for a poll. Put that up as a poll, and people can vote on that, and then we'll have the winner. I'm going to go check on the situation with Mark.
I thought that was a sure thing.
Well, they're just props. They're not. This is all junk.
Yeah, but it's this like Jaws would eat a fish
Like,
like
we're
this.
back,
but that would
and I don't know, man. I'm catching my breath here. This has been a lot of a very tough night, and I think it's okay. You know, I mean, I've been praying, and I spoke with Billy Graham on just sort of on my own, sort of asked him what to do, and maybe he brought good old Mark back. I don't know. Maybe Mark did pass. Maybe he did one of those things where he passed away and came back to life.
Did
we
you ever
don't
see
know.
that movie Beyond and Back from 1980? It's like a documentary about
No.
that. People
But
that
we're
died
not,
and
I'm
came
not
back
talking
to
about
life.
movies right now. I'm talking about sanctity of life. And Mark
Or like
makes
Million
such a
Dollar
good
Baby,
point.
which is
Yes,
another.
$1 Million Baby.
'cause
So,
she's in a coma.
anyways, we are not going to bring it. That was very challenging for me. I mean, that's as challenging as it gets. And but I want to bring things back to a positive light because this is about Jaws 2, 40. Oh, Lordy, guess who's 40? Jaws 2 is 40. Hip, hip, hooray! And bring out the cake. We have a cake. I've been waiting for this. I'm starving. That hot dog made me sick. I vomited from that hot dog chap. Hank.
Jaws.
So my stomach is empty and I need some sugar. I need some Jaws sugar. Give me a... So ladies and gentlemen, have cake if you're at home. But this is cool. This is Jaws for 40th anniversary. No, put it right here. Be smart. Right here. I'm not putting this on. Get these out of here. Get these out of here. Okay. Give me that cake, baby. All right, hey guys, you want to come over for some cake? Come on over. Manuel. Hey, I got to say, you know, Manuel's been awesome tonight. He helped out and made sure that Mark was cool because you took charge. Take that stupid shit off. You don't need to wear that. You look like an idiot. Help yourself some cake. I'm going to
Did
have
Mark,
some.
When you were attending to Mark, did he seem dead?
He's
or did
fine.
He seem...
No, he's all right, man.
First.
Who wants
first
cake?
place, I look a little bit.
So happy
I saw
birthday
it
to
breathing.
Jaws. Happy birthday to Jaws. Oh, show the cake off, Greg.
No.
Hold on. Yeah, she's all right. Yeah. Shit.
That's kind of how we all felt.
All right. Well, listen, accidents happen as we learned tonight. Happy birthday to Jaws. Look at, they got Jaws from James Bond. Get that off.
Richard Keel, who passed away.
Anyways, that's good cake. Too bad. Greg, you had the finale. A big finale from Greg.
Oh, you know what we never did was that we had a segment that Mark's shenanigans sort of cut into, but this is a case of memorabilia from the Rat Pack movie that I've collected over the years. It's museum quality stuff. There's the original script from the Rat Pack movie from 1998.
By the way, we got
this
the
is
best
the VHS sealed copy
Spielberg.
of the Rat Pack on VHS. This is a magazine with a cover story on the Rat Pack movie. And this is probably the most valuable of any of these things. If you can zoom in on this, that is an actual...
About that? Who won the Super
That's an invitation to the Rat Pack world premiere, which was in Las Vegas in 1998. That's an actual invitation. If you can
Who won
zoom
the
in on that.
Super Oscars, Greg?
We're going to do that now. So we put that up for a vote, and let's just see what the people said. Best director on the real Oscars. Well, I got this tip 5 minutes ago, but I guess probably everyone knows now it was Jordan Peele. Okay. So for the Super Oscars, and this is different than the Oscars in that this is up to you guys to vote and decide. And the winner is the best movie of the last 20 years and the first annual winner of the Super Oscars, the Platinum. It's the Oscar statuette in platinum, so it's very valuable. Ladies and gentlemen, Lord of the Rings, Return of the King.
Okay.
Is the winner of the Super Oscars.
Well, thank you, everybody.
Peter Jackson and company with one of the great movies of all time.
The best
And, you know,
movie of
this
the
was
past 20 years.
scientific, basically 20 years worth of great movies, and there's been a lot of them, and this comes out on top. So that's
All
a
right.
triumph.
And do you, we haven't really talked about this tonight, but you have a finale, big finale you're going to do with Mark. So do you want to cut that?
Yeah, we can't really do it because it was a showcase for Mark. He was playing both roles. It was.
Do we have the script? I think it would be nice if we did it because we don't have a finale.
Well,
and if Mark, if there's a script for it, Joe, you can read the script from it, maybe. What's that? No. No, you'd be. Set it up, Greg.
Yeah. Well, this is kind of bittersweet because my finale was something I wrote with Mark in mind. It was kind of a showcase for him as an impressionist, and also it was kind of designed to tie into what I was saying about Close Encounters of the Third Kind being actually the real Jaws 2.
So wait a minute, say that again.
Jaws 2 was originally intended to be Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Steven Spielberg agreed and signed the contract to direct Jaws 2, but he wanted to get the shark element out of it and make it about an alien coming to Earth.
Is this true?
Yeah, this is true, and they said, you can't do that. That has nothing to do with Jaws. And he said, I don't care. This is about Richard Dreyfuss's character of Dr. Hooper, and that's what people want to see. So Jaws 2 was written, and they began filming with Steven Spielberg directing. And then Universal Pictures said this has nothing to do with sharks, pulled the plug on the whole thing. So Spielberg, with his own money, continued to make this movie, and they retitled it Close Encounters of the Third Kind. So as a result of that, I came up with what would have been sort of a cool finale for Close Encounters of the Third Kind called Close Encounters of the Movie Kind.
Okay.
So it's kind of a parody or a tribute to Close Encounters of the Third Kind
This is
and
your
Jaws
finale?
2. And Mark was going to be a showcase. Mark was going to play all roles. He was going to play the role of the alien and the role of Richard Dreyfuss.
Well, and how is he going to do the alien?
Well, we had pre-recorded the alien, so he
Are we
was going
set
to
up, Eric?
act
Are we set up
opposite
to-
of the voice of the alien, and then he was going to do Dreyfuss live.
Do we have this set up? Can we run it with Joe as Mark?
Well, they didn't unpack the UFO.
Okay, well, let's give it a shot. Joe, are you up for doing something on the fly?
I have a script.
I didn't see the script, but yeah, I mean, okay.
Let's try it because we don't have a finale. Do you want to? I mean, if something should happen to you, I hope Mark would step up to the plate. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Joe, if you can read for Richard Dreyfuss, we didn't set up
What do you say to that?
I mean, yeah, of course, sure, I'll do it.
So,
because we didn't set up the UFO, it was going to be.
All right, folks, this is live TV, so this is going on the fly. Manuel, do you want to take Greg's place here? We could.
This was going to be the UFO. So Mark's going to be the alien. So the setting for this is a grassy field in Roswell, New Mexico. You have the script. A UFO lands. Richard Dreyfuss approaches from his character from Jaws. And the UFO door opens, and there is a green alien observing Dreyfuss. So
am I
you're,
Dreyfuss?
You're Dreyfuss, and then the alien is going to be Mark.
So you going to read Mark? Or?
No, we pre-taped that. So you do that, and I'm going to just watch.
You want to give me an action or something? Or?
Action.
Hold. Who goes there?
We are beings from a far away land. We come in peace. We wish to learn about your culture.
Well, our culture is in the midst of a great era here. The golden era of the silver screen. Movies have brought peace of mind to all who enjoy them. They teach and they entertain.
Ah, but you don't understand. We on Mars have been enjoying Earth's movies for many years now. The flickering light from your drive-in theaters beckoned to us and is the very reason we decided to visit your planet.
Please explain.
We have been watching your movies for decades. We have learned so much about the Earth people, and we have figured out a way to simulate popcorn on Mars. It is called Dollark. It tastes 99% like popcorn, but is made from intergalactic flowers grown on Mars. But tell me, can you take me to meet the Great One, your leader, Humphrey Bogart?
Bogey?
Yes, we have loved his performances for decades. Casablanca, The Maltese Falcon, The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, and The African Queen. On Mars, he is considered a hero.
Oh, he is here on Earth too. Perhaps our cultures is not as different as people think.
It was Bogey's performance in Casablanca that captivated our Martian population so much that many of our newborn Martians over the past few decades have named their offspring Humphrey Bogart. You see, on Mars there are millions of Humphrey Bogarts.
Then Mars is a place I would like
Our
to be.
cultures must learn to coexist in movie theaters open to all residents of the galaxy. You see, this close encounter of a movie kind has been beneficial to all the universe.
I think this is the beginning of a beautiful relationship, a friendship.
I agree. And now, let me introduce to you a little friend of mine named E.T.
Hello? Listen, hello?
Beautiful job.
Hello? Hello?
That's pretty great. Yeah.
Listen, thank you. Turn that off. Here's the real deal. Turn that off. Turn it off. Turn it off.
That came out pretty good.
Turn the music off. I want to thank everybody. Can you turn the music off? This has been an incredible night. I mean, can somebody turn it off? I want to say something because please turn it off. Please turn it off. No, I want to talk. I got something to say. Now listen. You know, we all learned something tonight. I miss Mark, and I'm glad he's alive because he's my friend, and you're my friend. And anybody that sits around watching movies and cares about who wins and loses is sick. And yes, because we have to spend more time hugging each other and loving each other.
You can do that while watching movies.
This is a lesson to be learned that we all have a short time on this planet, and if we spend it worrying about who wins an Oscar, you might as well put a gun in your mouth. We are the future, and we have to spend more time loving each other and not hating each other. And I love the Rat Pack, and I love Joe. Get over here, Joe. you son of a bitch, and Maxium and Homel. Come here, get over here. I want to hug you so badly. I'm so glad you're not gone. I'm even so much of you. You've given so much to me, and you've given so much to us. And Joe, you've given so much to us.
big
And
lug.
I'm so sorry that everything bad happened tonight. And Mark is going to be fine. He's going to be just fine. He just ran out of air for a while. Good night. Let's look at movies from an expert's perspective. We're thinking beyond movies. Imagine being germ-free. It's rheogenesis technology. It's On Cinema at the Cinema with me, your host, Tim Heidecker. Hi everybody, my name is Tim Heidecker. Welcome to a brand new season of On Cinema at the Cinema, sponsored by Rheogenesis. Welcome to the show. This is a show where we give you movie information and reviews and give you some informed knowledge so that you'll be able to choose the right movie for you this weekend. I'd like to welcome one of my guests today from the Victorville Film Archive, Greg Turkington.
Hey guys, glad to be here with my daily dose of film expertise.
I said you wanted me to do the whole spiel. Greg is from the VFA and he's a film buff and a film expert, and he's bringing in his expertise on the current movies in the cinema today.
And past movies too.
Okay. I just want to take a few minutes before we get into the reviews to acknowledge this is not only a new season, it is a fresh start. It's a new start. We're turning over a new leaf.
I love the imagery of the X. For me, it means a lot of things. It's
X-Men.
Not X-Men. It's first of all, it's 10. It's the Roman numeral 10. A lot of ways the X stands for me. It stands for exonerated, which I was, from the crimes that the state tried to throw at me. And state of California court system basically identified me as innocent. In other ways, it's sort of Xing out the person I used to be. You know, it's this is hard for me. You know, I'm not somebody that likes to admit when he's wrong, and I can say to you now that I've made mistakes. Yeah. Okay, I am innocent of the crimes, of course, and that's been proven. But I've been very abusive towards certain people in my life. I'm not going to say who. I've used myself with drugs, and I have addiction problems, and I've had all kinds of issues, and you guys have seen it all.
By not reviewing movies on the show, or not seeing the movies.
Thank you.
That you were supposed to have seen before you came in, which is a form of abuse.
That's why I don't get about you. I said that there's a chance to restart fresh, and you come in with your crap.
No, you were just saying that you'd made mistakes, and I was just mentioning one in case you forgot that one, which
I
is
have
that
not
you didn't
forgotten.
watch the
We're
movies.
not going to litigate every mistake I've made. I've made many mistakes, and
Yeah.
so have you, and so have you. All right. The other thing I want to talk about, and I apologize, and that's a new thing too, I apologize. We are so lucky to now have an official sponsor for On Cinema at the Cinema Season 10. We are now working with this incredible company called Rheogenesis. Rheogenesis, as a lot of you guys might know, is the #1 all-natural organic germ deterrent that's on the market right now. It's a system that you can integrate into your life. It's guaranteed to work, and it eliminates, imagine that, just listen to this, it eliminates germs entirely from your system, from your body. I went to my doctor a couple weeks ago, and his jaw dropped because he said, I've never seen this before, you are virtually germ-free. But it's an incredible product, and I'm proud that they're part of the On Cinema family. Check out rheogenesis.com. Before we jump into the movies, I know we've got a lot to cover. Greg, we had an incident at the Oscar special, a tremendous Oscar special, one of the best On Cinema Oscar specials I think we've ever done.
With the Jaws stuff.
The Jaws stuff was phenomenal. We did end on a little bit of a sour note because our good friend, there was a minor accident on set that we, sometimes it's part of the movie making process. You know, you risk things, you take risks, and sometimes accidents do happen. And our friend Mark Prutsch was involved in a small accident on set. Luckily, the EMS were there and were able to. Yeah, and so I guess I haven't spoken with him, but hopefully you have.
Well,
an
he's
update
not
on
speaking now, but his heart is pounding away, so that's a good sign.
That's
He's
terrific
breathing.
news. Good for that. Good for him.
I don't know when or if he'll speak again, but our fingers are crossed. He's in good care thanks to the state of California and the Medicare system and all that. So he does have a full-time caretaker.
Well, the heart's what we care most about. So Mark,
His heart is beating.
All right, let's get into the movies. This week we've got a big one, Pacific Rim Uprising. So that's a sequel to Pacific Rim 2, Pacific Rim 1, which didn't have a subtitle to it, it was just Pacific Rim.
Well, this doesn't have a subtitle either. It's just called Pacific Rim Uprising. There's no colon between Pacific Rim and Uprising or dash.
Pacific Rim, directed by Stephen S. DeKnight, starring John Bodega, Scott Eastwood. That's not Clint Eastwood, which we're familiar with, and Charlie Day.
Charlie Day and DeKnight is the director. It's Night and Day.
Jake Pentecost, son of Jack Stacker Pentecost, reunites with Mako Mori to lead a new generation of Jaeger pilots against a new Kaiju threat.
That would all make sense if you've seen the first movie.
Yeah, no, I know. I've seen both movies. This is a great Pacific Rim movie. This is essentially following through on the promises they delivered in the first episode of this show.
I love this movie a lot. Probably one of those movies I'll probably see again and again. I give Pacific Rim Uprising 5 bags of popcorn.
Yeah, it's strange. When I saw the first Pacific Rim movie, which I loved, as you know, I thought, well, that's a self-contained movie. That's it. There'll never be a sequel because they wrapped up so many of the loose ends at the end of the movie. So I was a little bit wary of this one, wondering how they were going to keep it going. After seeing this Pacific Rim movie, I feel like there could be another 10 afterwards. This is the beginning of a new franchise. Scott Eastwood is a big part of that, as you mentioned, related to Clint Eastwood. And watching this movie, you really see the resemblance. And I'm thinking to myself, if they ever reboot Dirty Harry, I think I know who will get the first
All
call.
right. Pacific Rim Uprising, how many bags?
I'm going to give it 5 bags of popcorn and 1 lucky rabbit's foot in the hopes that they do reboot the Dirty Harry franchise with Scott Eastwood.
Interesting. I made a connection. I don't think you got there with this, but you have Scott Eastwood, right?
Yeah.
And then you have Charlie Day, and you almost wonder if on set they're going back and forth with, you know, Charlie Day, make my day. That's my dad's line. You know, something Clint Eastwood would say. He'd say, make my day from Dirty Harry.
I'm sure they were doing that.
I don't know. I thought that was kind of neat.
Bit of movie magic.
All right. Well, thanks for that. Next up is Sherlock Gnomes, directed by John Stevenson and starring the great Johnny Depp, James McAvoy, and Emily Blunt. Garden Gnomes,
It's gnomes.
I'm sorry, Garden Gnomes, Gnomeo. Oh, Gnomeo and Juliet. That's like Romeo and Juliet. Recruit renowned detective Sherlock Gnomes to investigate the mysterious disappearance of other garden ornaments. And this is a sequel, I believe, as well to the original Gnomes movie that came out recently.
It's pronounced gnomes.
Okay, and this is a lot of fun. You had the great voice talents of Johnny Depp. And I love this movie. It's fun for kids of all ages, of course. And I'm proud to have been one of the many people that love this movie. I'm proud to be in their company. So I give it 5 bags of popcorn and 2 glasses of soda.
This is a great movie. It's a frustrating movie because it is so great, but it could have been greater. And the reason I say that is the director. John Stevenson is a no-name director. I think when you've got Johnny Depp on board for something like this, the next call you make is to Tim Burton. Right. And those two guys together with this Sherlock Gnomes movie, I think he would have hit it right out of the park. And I got to wonder why Tim Burton turned this one down, because I think he made a big mistake. And I'm very curious to find out why he made that mistake, because he doesn't make a lot of mistakes if you know his reputation for making great movies. So I'm still going to give it, it would have been 5 bags of popcorn plus a little garden gnome, but I'm just going to do the 5 bags of popcorn because I think this was a missed opportunity.
Thanks for that, Greg. One more time before we go, I just want to thank Rio Genesis for being a partner on the show and sponsoring the show and being a part of the On Cinema family. Again, it's a great product. I use it. I've been using it now for several weeks. It's made a huge difference in my life. It's an entire system, you know, to essentially eliminate germs from your body. I've found what works for me is the Germ Assassin, and that basically is a really strong, intense cleanse of germs. It really just eliminates all the germs in your body, and it's about a week of, I do 4 pills 5 times a day. And then you just, on a daily basis, you can transition to the Germ Shield, which I use the Germ Shield X in powder form. And that I use it to make a shake, really kind of delicious shake. And you do that a couple times, 3-4 times a day, and you're creating a shield and preventing any germs from disrupting your biochemistry. And that's a limit, and I'm talking about not only are we getting rid of germs, but you think about it as you're getting rid of the possibility of getting a cold or the flu or stomach issues, diarrhea, stomach flus, vomiting, and long-term things. You know, we're talking about preventing diabetes, we're preventing cancer, all kinds of illnesses and diseases that, you know, really are so threatening to us. So it's a really exciting product, and check it out, Riogenesis.
Is the Riogenesis stuff going to cut into the Popcorn Classics time?
No, I have to do a couple minutes on this if we're going to make this work.
How are we going to make up the time with a...
don't worry about the time. We'll get to it. We're not going to... We'll get to Popcorn Classic at some point this season.
Because I have
That's a guarantee.
But we...
excuse me. Thanks again to I'm going to have to do that again now. Thanks again to Riogenesis, riogenesis.com, providing 100% germ elimination and germ deterrence.
And Popcorn Classic elimination too, apparently.
We'll see you next week. I just want you to understand something, that we are committed to spending 2 or 3 minutes per episode on a Riogenesis. Excuse me. We have an obligation, and that's all that you're seeing here is dependent on that.
Well, then we should have just done it at the old movie theater and not had to talk about this stuff, because if it's cutting into the Popcorn Classics, people have no reason to watch.
Let's look at movies from an expert's perspective. We're thinking beyond movies. Imagine being germ-free. It's Riogenesis technology. It's On Cinema at the Cinema with me, your host, Tim Heidecker. Hi everybody, welcome to another episode of On Cinema at the Cinema, brought to you by Riogenesis. I am your host, Tim Heidecker, and welcome to the show where we review movies and give you some advice about which movies to check out in the theaters. My name is Tim Heidecker. I am the host of On Cinema at the Cinema, brought to you by Riogenesis. And I'm joined by one of the guests from the VFA here. It's Victorville Film Archive, Mr. Greg Turkington. Thanks for joining me once again.
Glad to be here and can't wait to share some more movie expertise with you.
That's right. And a little update from me before we get into it is we've gotten some people asking what's happening with the Delgado Fund. And I've been I know I mentioned this at this Oscar special. People want to figure out how they can contribute, how they can kind of get involved with the Delgado Fund, because really the point of that was to bring arts education to the community. And what's been happening, and this is, I don't want to get into all the details of this, is we've sort of the opposite of what we wanted to happen is happening, which is now the Delgado family, who I was originally very close with and very connected with in terms of what the plan for the Delgado Fund was going to be, have kind of, I don't know who got to them. I suspect it was probably the rat, Rossetti the rat. I suspect he got to them. But now they've turned the tables on me and now are coming at me with a civil suit. And we have this, they're trying to bring the other families in, and basically they're seizing as much as they can. You know, they're just sort of nibbling away, and that's right now why you have the IP seizures that we're doing, that they're involved with. Taking control of the brands like Dakar and even Decker and DKR and a number of other intellectual properties that we're involved in. Even on cinema they want to get their hands on. For now we're keeping them at bay. But it's, you know, last episode, I'm sorry I'm going on about this, but it's very intense right now. And it's probably the hardest thing I've ever had to deal with. Last week, me talking about sort of a new chapter of the show. Well, this is a new chapter for me because now I'm forced to be, the joke is I'm forced to, looks like I'm even doing chapter 11 bankruptcy, because just to protect what I have, to create a shield. You know, we talk a lot about creating a shield from germs, and that's what's great about Riogenesis. But I'm also looking at a legal shield because I'm under attack. Anyways, I don't want to get into all that, but if people wanted to know where we're at, that's where we're at. We're at a complete opposite of where we want to be. So there is no Delgado Fund. And the Delgados are not a lot of fun. That's the only twist on it that I've noticed, that these are bad people. And they're taking their son's death and using it to try to capitalize and monetize that and try to come after me. But it's not going to happen.
So what did
it's not going to happen. And by the way, I'm getting a lot of negative feedback on the hats. I don't know what the hats are about, but it looks sloppy.
I'm getting a lot of positive feedback, because these are actually part of the VFA now. This is part of a new collection that I'm building of movie promotional hats, which they would give to the crew.
Then they should pay to be on this. Deep Impact
whatever movie studio is, should pay to be on the show. We're not giving free advertising.
Well, the whole movie is about talking about classic movies.
Rio Genesis people are calling me saying, "Why is there dueling products on the show that we're paying for?"
But we're talking about movies every episode. It's
believe
not
me, there's going to be a
dueling.
deep impact when it comes to the way I'm handling it with you. There's going to be a deep impact physically.
This is
That's a warning.
essentially a popcorn classic, and this is another way to present a popcorn classic.
On two levels, it's bad taste from a movie reviewer to be wearing product placement like that.
It's
on
not
a second
product
on a
placement.
second level, you look sloppy, and it's a bad look for you.
Well, it doesn't look
you look
stupid
like a child.
when the stars of the movie are wearing it, like Morgan Freeman. It doesn't look stupid then, and I guarantee you he's got one of these at home too.
Let's talk about something you're here to talk about: movies. Ready Player One, directed by
Steven
Spielberg,
the master,
starring Ty Sheridan, Olivia Cook, Ben Mendelsohn. When the creators of a virtual reality world called Oasis dies, he releases a challenge to all Oasis users to find his Easter egg, which will give the finder his fortune. Wade Watts finds the first clue and starts a race for the egg. And this is based on the video game Ready Player One, and this is a Steven Spielberg joint. It's one of his best movies, I think, since E.T. I love this movie. 5 bags of popcorn, 2 cans of Coke, 2 cans of soda.
You know, Spielberg is probably the preeminent director of our time, and it shows his confidence with this movie that he knew that this was going to be such a hit that it was going to kick off a new franchise. And so some would call it overconfidence. I think it's the right move. He called the first one in the series Ready Player One, knowing that there'll be a Ready Player Two, a Ready Player Three, and so on and so forth, all the way up maybe to 10.
Okay.
And so I think that's kind of cool, and it's going to be in the Guinness Book of Movie Records as the first time that the first movie in a beloved series had the one in the title from the get-go.
Pretty
And so I'm going to give it 5 bags of popcorn and throw in an old little E.T. keychain just to remind you of Spielberg's roots.
And one thing I love about this movie is the virtually real technology that they're using. The VR they call it. It's almost as if you can be. It's like you're in the game or in the game, and that's interesting. Interesting
like 3D.
technology. Acrimony, directed by Tyler Perry, one of our favorite directors, starring Tarji P. Henson, related to Jim Henson, Jasmine Simon, and Daniel Nicolette. Faithful wife, tired of standing by her devious husband, is enraged when it becomes clear she has been betrayed. This is a great movie. Tell me what you thought.
I think Tyler Perry it's strange you wouldn't have seen this coming, but I think he's becoming the Woody Allen of our generation in his own way. This is an interesting movie. It has a cast made up of people that we've seen in some of his other movies, and I think it's one of his best, probably his best, and maybe the first time that he gets nominated for a Directorial Academy Award. That's my prediction. I'm going to give it 5 bags of popcorn and a little piece of wood, sort of as a tip of the hat to Woody Allen.
Well, I love Woody and I love Taylor, and Acrimony is up there for me as well as one of the best movies of the year. I predict an Oscar as well. That's an official Oscar pick, and I give it 5 bags of popcorn, and it's an Oscar pick, so that's an important movie. It's one everyone should check out. Not the longest movie I've seen in a while. It flew by.
You can't blame a movie for going fast. That doesn't really factor into its official running time.
Okay, and we have a surprise from you. You said you've got something to go
This
through.
is interesting. I think astute viewers remember last week we were talking about Sherlock Gnomes, the Johnny Depp movie that I felt should have been a Tim Burton Johnny Depp movie, and I actually sent a letter to Tim Burton's offices. He's currently at work on the new Dumbo reboot, the Disney film, and I got a letter back just yesterday afternoon, very fast, from Mr. Tim Burton, which is cool in a way, but what's not cool, and this is cool, that he included an autographed photo, which I didn't even ask for. That's a keepsake. But what's not cool is that he ignored the content of my letter, where I asked him on behalf of all the viewers of the show to answer the question that we posed last week, which is, why did you not direct Sherlock Gnomes? And this is what he says. Dear Greg, thank you for your kind words and for being such a loyal viewer of my work. To answer your question, I have not seen Sherlock Gnomes, but I'm sure that John Stevenson did a fine job. Best wishes, Tim Burton. Well, he's not answering my question. Because my question wasn't, have you seen Sherlock Gnomes? My question is, why didn't you
said you were going to read
Sherlock
the letter.
Gnomes? But he says to answer your question, but he ignored the question, which is why didn't you
sure
direct?
He's a busy man. Thanks, that's interesting.
With your partner, Johnny Depp, why didn't you direct Sherlock Gnomes? He just totally blew it off.
You told me you were going to read a piece of movie memorabilia.
Well, it's memorabilia because it's signed by Tim Burton, but it's...
also, we're going to...
I'm going to frame this, but
we want
it's
to
a little
see
disappointing.
want to give us a VFA update. Let's go to that quickly.
Hey guys, this is Greg Turkington with On Cinema at the Cinema with a VFA update. People have been asking, what is the current situation with the VFA? Well, we've just found a new location and we have been collecting the videos, not only ones that I've been acquiring, but that people have been donating to the archives. And so we've got quite a few here. We're looking for some shelving, and we've got a whole other facility, a closet that is quite big, that was a walk-in closet that is now going to be home to the main section of the archive. We have a program in place where if you donate tapes to the archive's permanent collection, you then get vouchers where you can borrow tapes from the main collection for a week at a time. So do keep the donations coming, and I'm feeling pretty good about the tapes that we have acquired thus far. Back to you, Tim.
All right. Well, thanks for that little sneak peek into the inner workings of the VFA. I'm honestly glad to see it's growing and doing well.
It's actually bigger now than it ever has been in terms of the quantity and quality of the movies.
All right. Well, thank you guys for watching. We'll see you next week. And thanks again to RioGenesis.com. They've been a real friend to the show and are making the show possible. And visit RioGenesis.com, I guess, to make your order today. And we appreciate that. Thanks, guys.
Popcorn Classic.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Let's shelve that for next week. Or put it on your schedule for next week.
But you had time for the Rio Genesis stuff.
It's not a question of time. We already did 2 big segments from you on this show. Okay?
Yeah, but this isn't on Popcorn Classic isn't my segment. It's just part of the show.
It is your segment. I don't bring in Popcorn Classics. Be smart.
You could.
Lose the hat and we'll start talking about more segments. Let's look at movies from an expert's perspective. We're thinking beyond movies. Imagine being germ-free. It's Riogenesis technology. It's On Cinema at the Cinema with me, your host, Tim Heidecker. Hey everybody, welcome to another episode of On Cinema at the Cinema, brought to you by Riogenesis. My name is Tim Heidecker. I am the host of On Cinema at the Cinema, and we're excited to bring you new news about the movies coming to your cinemas this week, give you expert advice on what to see and what not to see. I've got a couple guests today. I want to introduce, as always, from the VFA, Greg Turkington.
Hey guys.
And also with us is a new expert that I'm bringing to the show, a technology expert, and Max, what's your last name again?
Ucomco.
Max Ucomco, coming to us from Best Buy. That's a Best Buy we all know is a terrific store that provides all kinds of technology and TVs and all that kind of stuff.
Not VCRs, because they're the ones that actually discontinued.
And we don't use VCRs anymore.
Yeah, but it's because of places like Best Buy that gave up on the format, even though people were still buying the tapes.
Okay, well, let's respect our guest here. The reason I have Max here, last week we delved into the Ready Player One from Mr. Spielberg, and it turned me on to this world of VR that I really didn't know much about. And I went down to the Best Buy, and Max here is one of the, just a killer salesman. He got me into a new 70-inch Samsung, which is 4K, and a couple other great devices, HDMI cables he got me onto, and a whole bunch of stuff. Universal remote from Logitech, just a ton of great, cool stuff. But the reason I went there is to find out about VR, because I thought this is the future, and I love being a little bit ahead of the curve. So talk to me quickly about VR in a minute. I wanted to make a quick note and say thanks to Riogenesis for making the show possible, riogenesis.com. People have been asking me, by the way, because I kind of mentioned this very quickly about my process with the Germ Shield X, the powder, the shake that I've been making. I wanted to give my official recipe for what I do. If you guys are going to go with the Germ Shield X powder, this is the shake I make. I make it 2-3 times a day. Basically, it's real simple. You take a big scoop of the Rio Genesis into your blender, some ice, some almond milk, like a couple cups of almond milk, or whatever, real milk if you want to do real milk. Cup of peanut butter, sometimes I put in a banana, 2 bananas, and some chocolate syrup, and then blend, and I'm telling you, it's better than a McDonald's shake. It's such a delicious, it's got a little sweetness to it, and it's got nutrition, and you're blocking germs. 100%.
Some germs are good for building up your immune system.
No germs are good.
Well, if you want to have an immune system,
you're talking about, excuse me, you're talking about probiotics, and you're speaking without knowledge.
But you told me you're
and
not
I
even
asked you
washing
to stop
your
wearing
hands.
those goddamn
You told
hats.
me you're not even
Shut
washing
up.
your hands anymore because of this stuff.
Why would you need to wash your hands if you have no germs? And I told you not to, speaking of germs, those disgusting used hats, they're not to be on this set ever again. I asked you, that was your first warning. I don't do second warnings. I'm going to do it for you now. If that hat, any of those goddamn promotional hats end up on this set again, you're off the show. Now, VR. Sorry about that, Max. This is very disrespectful, I think, to be wearing these hats. And you don't look good in them either.
Well, the hats are
everyone's
kind of
saying that, by the way.
Unofficial popcorn classics. Well, I'm getting a lot of letters to the contrary.
Okay.
These are unofficial popcorn classics. Since you're too busy talking about this Dr. Sand garbage product that you probably found in his estate sale, I'm trying to include popcorn classics.
Shut up, or I'm
by
not going to let
bringing
you
them
read
as
that
a
letter.
hat.
I'm not going to let you read that
Right.
letter. Max, I apologize. Talk to me about VR, because we brought one of these here. This is a VR unit set. What is VR? A lot of people are like, why do they keep saying VR? What is virtually real technology?
So essentially, you could put on the headset, goggles,
right,
whatever you want to call them, and you could see pretty much everything around you. You'll be immersed into the video game, the movie, whatever.
Now, this is black right now. If this was hooked up to a movie or whatever, I'd be seeing basically beyond widescreen, folks. This would be another level of, you'd be seeing 360, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is would you agree, you said this to me at the store, I thought it was profound. This is the future, you think, of entertainment?
I think so, yes. I think it is the future.
Yeah. So now this is where Spielberg knows it. That's why he made Ready Player One. That's why, that's the trend. That's the definition. That's where we're going. So thank you for this.
No
or
problem.
thank you for the demo and for the education. Fascinating stuff.
Of course, anytime.
Let's quickly get to your Tim Burton update, and then we can get into the movies. Quickly.
As everybody knows what's going on with Tim Burton and the Sherlock Gnomes controversy, I took the liberty of writing an open letter to Mr. Burton, which I'm going to read this week, and then next week hopefully we'll have his response.
Summarize it if you need to.
Mr. Burton, thank you for your letter. In your letter of 4 days ago, you stated, "To answer your question, I have not seen Sherlock Gnomes." Yet if you reread my letter to you, whether or not you had seen Sherlock Gnomes was not my question. My question was, why did you not direct the film?
Mm-hmm.
Which, as great as it was, would have been even greater had you been at the helm.
Okay.
It is common knowledge amongst film experts and the general public that your collaborations with Johnny Depp are among the most beloved and profitable in film history.
Thank you.
Please do not insult my intelligence and that of your many fans by assuming that we do not know this fact.
Okay.
It is disingenuous for you to pretend that a major studio would produce a new Johnny Depp film without first asking you if you were available to helm the project.
All right, thanks.
Millions of dollars, hold on, millions of dollars and potentially tens of thousands of jobs hang in the balance of any major film production. To have gone with James Stevenson, an unknown director, instead of a proven Depp collaborator and confidant is a decision that no studio executive would ever make voluntarily. Thus, we are left to conclude that you declined of your own volition to work on Sherlock Gnomes for reasons that you did not explain and that I feel as fans were entitled to know.
That's it. Thank
you.
you.
This is the conclusion.
Wait.
As I stated in my first letter, my program On Cinema at the Cinema is at this time the premier source of movie expertise and criticism on the web and television. We have a very large viewership whose enthusiasm for film is unmatched.
Excuse me, you said the letter was going to take 10 seconds.
These are film buffs who generally will see a new release several times if the movie is to their
filibustering my
liking.
show?
I hope that you will not disappoint them with further evasiveness. I look forward to your future projects with Mr. Depp. Sincerely, Greg Turkington, On Cinema at the Cinema co-host. So this letter is just to get him to answer the question, why did you not direct Sherlock Gnomes?
Yeah,
which
that's
he
clear.
didn't.
We got that.
But he didn't
That's
answer
enough.
it
Thank you.
when
Thank
I
you.
sent the first letter.
Thank you.
So hopefully this gets an
Thank you.
answer from him,
Thank
and
you
then we
very
can
much.
read
You
that
wanna talk about
answer next
movies?
week on the show. Yeah, I would love
Okay.
to.
All
And
right.
that's what this was. This was talking about movies,
put
not
that- I
about
never wanna hear
3D glasses, which they already had in the 50s. It's not a new technology. And
Okay.
I'll be reading
All
the
right,
reply
thank-
on the show as well.
All right. Well, we'll see. I don't know if anyone's interested in the minutia of that relationship anymore. All right. Let's get into the movies. First up, Pachaquatic, Chappaquiddick.
Like they said in the movie about 500 times if you saw the movie.
Starring directed by John Curran, starring Kate Mara, Olivia Thirlby, Jason Clarke. This is the story of Ted Kennedy, Lion Ted Kennedy, one of the worst rats in the history of politics. It's his life and career as they become derailed after he's involved in a fatal 1969 car accident that claims the life of a young campaign strategist, Mary Jo Kopnecki. This is the story of Ted Kennedy. It says the life and times of Ted Kennedy and sort of the trouble he got into. And it was good to see finally this guy get taken down a few pegs. He's one of those swamp dwellers in Washington that sometimes gets glossed over and gets sort of lionized. But he was a bad guy. He was a killer. He's killed this woman and should have gotten the death penalty, but he ended up dying of natural causes, of course. I think that's common knowledge. A couple years ago, and no one was sad to see him go, by the way. But interesting what Riogenesis could have done in preventing those kinds of issues. And that's all I'll say about that. Something to think about. Go to riogenesis.com. Greg, I give it 5 bags of popcorn. Great thriller. Reminds me of The Manchurian Candidate, directed by John Curran. 5 bags of popcorn for John from his Chappaquiddick.
I don't think it's quite the political movie that you make it out to be. I think it's kind of more of an old-fashioned horror movie in that you've got a car on a bridge hitting the water and sinking, which is very frightening to most people. That is one of the most common fears, is fear of the deep. And it reminds me of The Deep, which is a movie from 1977 with Jacqueline Bisset and Robert Shaw, who, interestingly enough, was coming off of Jaws, another underwater horror scenario. So I did really like it. I would give it 5 bags of popcorn and an inflatable life preserver to save yourself if you ever find yourself in that situation.
Okay. You Were Never Really Here. Sounds like the Greg Turkington story. Directed by Lynn Ramsey, starring Joaquin Phoenix. A traumatized veteran, unafraid of violence, tracks down missing girls for a living. When a job spins out of control, his nightmares overtake him as a conspiracy is uncovered, leading to what may be his death trip or his awakening. So it's either one of those two. The movie answers that question. I'm not going to give it away. No spoilers on this show. Is it his death trip or his awakening? That's kind of the mystery. It's almost like an old Sherlock Holmes movie where you have the mystery, what is You Were Never Really Here? That's kind of the interesting question that the movie proposes. It's 4 bags for me, 4 bags of popcorn. 5 bags of popcorn for You Were Never Really Here.
I'll tell you one thing.
Directed by Lynn Ramsey.
I felt like I was there. I was in the theater because it's a very memorable film to see. It's one of the scariest movies in recent years, one of the most horrifying and one of the most real. And I only hope that none of us and none of our viewers ever live through anything like what the characters in this great, great movie lived through. I'm going to give it 5 bags of popcorn and maybe a prescription to see a psychiatrist, because you're going to need it after you walk out of this one. It's a scary film.
Heavy stuff. I want to thank you. And, you have a new segment that you want to
Yeah, this is a segment that we're pretty proud of. It's kind of a tribute to somebody who's meant a lot to the On Cinema family, our good friend Mark Proch, who is under the weather at the moment. This is a segment called On Cinema's Marchives, and we're going to be looking at some rare footage from Mark's personal archives. Take a
Okay.
look. I think you'll like it.
I'll do that part. Let's take a look. I think you'll like it.
Hey guys, welcome to another edition of On Cinema Marchives, where we take a look at lost clips from Mark Proch's archives, personal archives.
Okay, go. Mark Proch, 5'11". I'm auditioning for the Ghost of Christmas Past.
Are you the spirit, the specter whose coming was foretold to me?
I am.
Who and what are you?
I am the Ghost of Christmas Past.
Long past?
No, your past.
I believe I would rather have your countenance extinguished from my presence.
What? Would you so soon put out the light I give?
What is your concern then for me?
Your welfare.
All right, very interesting. That was, we ended up, I recognized that from Decker, which we're not, by the way, I've lost the rights to.
Hmm?
The Delgados have clamped down, and now they're saying that they own all the Decker intellectual property.
But they wouldn't own Kington or any of the other
They own
characters.
the whole umbrella. Davidson.
Well, I
the
never
rest.
signed anything with the Delgados, so.
Finally, big news, thanks to Max, who's been here teching out and sort of figuring everything out. Max has agreed to set us up with our own VR rig here. So next week, hopefully by next week, I think we'll be able to enact this, put this into action. You're going to be seeing, for the first time ever, On Cinema at the Cinema in VR. So whatever it takes, you want to get your, I don't know, whatever your rig is, get this, or Max, you recommend this. This is Samsung or Oculus, whatever you want. Get the unit, because next week we're throwing out all the cameras here. We're getting rid of all the equipment
Can
here.
you watch it the regular way too?
You cannot. It'll be in VR. Prepare, because that's the future. We're not waiting around for it. Thanks, guys. See you next week.
People aren't going to be able to get the movie
Yes, they
reviews if
will.
they have to buy this stuff
They're
to
not gonna
watch
have
the
to-
show.
You can. How much is this? $200?
Yeah, it's pretty cheap.
Yeah. So it's
Not
fine.
everybody has that kind of money to buy something. I wouldn't be able to buy something like that. It's a lot to expect the viewers to go buy something like that just to find out about.
Well, what do you think Henry
'Cause
Ford
you
did
don't
when he
need
introduced the car? You don't just, you know what I mean? You got to push it forward.
You don't need something like that to watch this show. You shouldn't need something like that to watch this show.
You shouldn't, but you will. Let's look at movies from an expert's perspective. We're thinking beyond movies. Imagine being germ-free. It's rheogenesis technology. It's On Cinema at the Cinema with me, your host, Tim Heidecker. Hey everybody, welcome to a brand new episode of On Cinema at the Cinema. I am your host, Tim Heidecker, coming to you for the first time in the history of On Cinema in virtual reality, in VR. We're very excited to provide this brand new platform for us, and it's really exciting. What can I say? Get your VR headsets on. We have ours here, and thanks to Max here for setting it up. Max is now our crew of one. We used to have 15, 20 people working here, and they've all got the pink slip because we are going into the future. It's automated situation, and it's kind of cool because now basically you can see the whole. I'll just give you a quick tour. By the way, we got Greg Turkington with us here. Pretty exciting, Greg.
Hey,
He's
guys.
part of the VR experience. You can get up close and personal with him. And now you could I can go pretty much wherever I want in the set. And basically you can see the whole set from in a 360-degree format. So I think it's a new way to experience all kinds of different stuff, our show in particular.
What are they going to do when they show the clips from the movies that we're reviewing? Is that going to be?
We're going to be
How's
able to
that
watch
gonna-
them here in VR as well. So we'll be able to.
But if the movies didn't come out in VR, how
It'll
would-
be like it'll be almost as if you're in a movie theater. So if you were in a movie theater, you'd look straight, right, Max? If
Yes,
you're
sir.
right at the screen, you'd see a screen in there. You understand?
Nothing about this reminds me of a movie theater. That's for sure.
Well, I think it's cool. I think it's going to you'll see people are going to get really excited about this. I want to put this back. Excuse me.
You got a cold or something?
I think it's allergies. It's
Yeah.
maybe
You're allergic to
pollen.
that Rheogenesis.
Yes, thank you again. This is sponsored by Rheogenesis. We've been talking about it. Very exciting. If you haven't purchased the system yet, let's look at it from a different angle, which is, the Rheogenesis not only keeping me alive from a germ standpoint, but from a financial standpoint. The Delgados have been basically moving in and surrounding me. They've taken DKR from me. They've taken, excuse me. They've taken Dakar. They've taken Decker. They're trying to make moves apparently on some of the On Cinema itself.
So that's the last we'll see of Dakar and DKR?
Right now that they're in a holding company that the Delgados have established.
But can you guys make music anymore, or is that it?
That's like I've said before. I think right now we've pressed pause on that.
Nice.
But so what I'm trying to say is, Rheogenesis is providing that stability to the show. Okay, and the more you support Rheogenesis, the easier it's going to be to do what we do, which is provide movie expertise.
So Rheogenesis kind of did get rid of bacteria and germs if it's responsible for Dakar being gone, for Axiom.
Well, listen, I wouldn't talk about the personal stuff, because I'm really at my wit's end with you. You've disobeyed me in so many different ways. In particular, my request, frankly, my insistence of not wearing these stupid hats, and you're back at it again.
This is a beret. It's not a hat.
It's
very different.
Who cares? It's a hat. And I asked you to not wear hats on the set.
beret.
You look like an idiot. You look like a clown. And everybody's saying that
You should talk. You look like Adolf Hitler.
Okay, how dare you? That's like calling, if I was black, that's like calling me the N-word. That's the white N-word. And fuck you.
Well.
Sergeant Stubby, an American hero. Take it off. Take the hat off. Take the beret off. Take it off. Sergeant Stubby, an American hero. Helena Bonham Carter, Logan Letterman, Jared Deppard. The true story of the most decorated dog in American military history, Sergeant Stubby and the Enduring Bonds. It's a dog movie about World War I. Sergeant Stubby, an American hero, directed by Richard Lanny, gets 5 bags of popcorn from me. It's not my kind of movie, but it checked off all the boxes in terms of length, and for kids, it's a good movie about patriotism and American honor. So it's a cool movie in that regard. No stars in it, and it had no special effects that I care about.
Helena Bonham.
It doesn't look good in VR, I'll tell you that much. All right, your review?
I thought it was great. I don't think Sergeant Stubby is ever going to be on the level of Benji in terms of being an American hero who happens to be a dog, but I do think the movie's very good. I'm going to give it 5 bags of popcorn and maybe a can of Dick Van Patten's Natural Balance dog food, since you like these natural products. That would be one for a dog, I guess, similar to
Okay. Second is
Rheogenesis.
Overboard, starring directed by Bob Fisher, 2 directors, Bob Fisher and Rob Greenberg, starring Anna Faris, Eva Longoria, and John Hanna. This is a remake of Overboard with Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell, directed by, spoiled wealthy yacht owner is thrown overboard, and becomes the target of revenge from his mistreated employee. And actually, it's kind of cool with the VR. You can get a sense of what I'm reading. Sort of like, this is a full immersive experience, so you can sort of appreciate. Anyways, Overboard, 5 bags of popcorn. Max, did you see Overboard?
I did. It was great.
You saw the original?
No.
So there you go.
The original Overboard is actually a classic. I think sometimes you're running a risk when you remake something that's so identified with 2 stars. For instance, you wouldn't remake The African Queen, I think, because Katharine Hepburn and Humphrey Bogart are so identified with that movie, as are Kurt and Goldie with Overboard. So I think they were taking a risk, but I think the risk paid off because this movie's just as good as the original, maybe even a touch better. Very, very funny. I think it will be the comedy of the year. And I hope that Kurt and Goldie get a chance to go see it themselves. I think they'd get a kick out of it. I'm going to give it 5 bags of popcorn and 1 miniature anchor, which is something you would use if you were overboard.
And we thank you. Thanks, Greg. And thank you, Max. And thank you, Rio Genesis. RioGenesis.com, the only way to defeat germs, the only way to
besides
block
washing your
germs.
hands and just using common sense.
The only way to defeat germs and protect yourselves from
If you wash
germs.
your hands, you got germs, and then they're gone. The soap also works the same way.
Okay. Don't undercut the sponsor of the show. You have a popcorn
Well,
classic.
if
you
they're
want
the
to do your popcorn
sponsor,
classic?
I haven't been
You wanna do
paid
your popcorn
anything. I haven't even
classic?
been reimbursed.
All right, that's the end of the show.
But I had bought my own ticket to see all these movies that we've been reviewing and not gotten reimbursed. So
Well, how do you-
Rio
how much do you-
Genesis is the sponsor, they should at least be reimbursing that, let alone paying an appearance fee.
We're not paying fees. You're a guest. You're an expert. And that
Yeah,
should be
but
good
I
enough.
shouldn't have to buy the ticket and not get reimbursed.
Well, then
If
don't
these
go see
guys,
the movies.
Well, what are they doing exactly if they're sponsors? Because I'm not seeing anything. And you seem sick today. Today's popcorn classic, I'm not even sure where to show this, I guess.
Any camera, anywhere. You can walk around the stage if you want.
It's Creature from the Black Lagoon, which with all this talk about virtual reality that this guy, was hoodwinked
Max.
you into, this is kind of the original virtual reality. It's called 3D. And there's nothing new under the sun. Certainly virtual reality's been done and done to death. It all started here in 1954 with A Creature from the Black Lagoon, today's popcorn classic starring Richard Carlson and Julia Adams. This is a horrifying movie about a scientific expedition that goes wrong when they uncover this creature in a black lagoon.
All right,
And
thank you very much.
You've got to see it in 3D.
And if you've enjoyed this, let us know, because I think this could be the future for On Cinema.
And if you haven't enjoyed it,
immersive.
let us know too.
No, that's your right. Thanks for watching. This is you understand. This is what we're doing from now on. You have to. You're not gonna. You have to accept that and move on.
It's just,
and stop.
it just doesn't feel right.
You don't call me Hitler again. You understand how this
call you
was-
Hitler.
Yeah, you did. You said I look like Adolf Hitler. That's
Well,
on
that's not
record.
calling you Hitler.
Excuse
That's
me?
saying this hairstyle and the mustache are very Hitler.
Okay, so Burt Reynolds looks
Hey,
like Hitler.
I'm getting cards and
All right,
emails
you
from
know what?
people that think that too.
I'm not talking to you about that anymore.
Well, I'm not the only one that thinks it.
Let's look at movies from an expert's perspective. We're thinking beyond movies. Imagine being germ-free. It's Rio Genesis technology. It's On Cinema at the Cinema with me, your host, Tim Heidecker. Let's get the show started here. Hey everybody, this is Tim Heidecker, and welcome to another edition of On Cinema at the Cinema VR. And I do apologize. This is like
for the VR.
No, the VR has been a big hit. People are writing me saying how much they love the immersive experience, and thanks to you, Max, for being here. I just got crazy pollen or allergies or something. It's just like
Or a
knocking
cold.
me out. It's not a cold. Excuse me. This is terrible. I'm sorry. I'm just like, excuse me.
I'm glad I didn't take any of that stuff.
No, it's not from the stuff. And by the way, we've cut ties with Rio Genesis. I'm not sure where to look. I can look here. Rio Genesis has a great product, and I'm very upset because it's an amazing, life-changing, world-changing product. And what I found out 3 days ago, I was telling Max this, that the Delgados, what the Delgados and their lawyer has been pulling on me is got to be the crime of the century. And they've now come after my deal with Rio Genesis. So every dollar I was coming into this production for from Rio Genesis, from the hard-earned money that you guys were spending is now coming out of where it was supposed to go into the show
All
and
$10.
onto, shut the fuck up, and right into the fucking Delgado's bank account or their fund. And I'm so sick of this. And I'm at my fucking wit's end with them. And so don't go to riogenesis.com. Don't buy their, not crap, it's great product. I'm still using it.
It's never even in stores in the first place. I
It
never
doesn't
saw
matter.
it anywhere.
Send it back, ask for a refund, because basically it's a money laundering. The Delgados are rotten and they're trying to ruin me. And my message to the Delgados is, fine, we're even, okay? You won. You've taken it all. I got nothing now. I don't have the ability to fund this show. And now you're telling me that I can't even review movies? We can't call it On Cinema at the Cinema? I was doing this well before I got involved with your son, and your son made the shitty mistake that he made that got him 6 feet under. And I'm not going to say anything more, because I know I'm a good enough lawyer to know that there's boundaries and we can't cross those. I'm sorry. I'm pissed. Excuse me. All right. What are you wanted to read a letter or some shit. Get quickly with it, because we have movies to review, and then I gotta get over to the courthouse.
Well,
because suddenly now I have to sign affidavits saying where the Rio Genesis money was going, as if there wasn't funding this or wasn't funding the VR. Max knew from the beginning where the funding stream for this show was coming from. So I might have to bring you down to court. Excuse me.
This is an open letter to Tim Burton. This is a follow-up to an open letter that I read on the show 2 weeks ago that, as you'll find out when you listen to what I'm going to read, that he has not answered that letter.
All right. Is this more Tim Burton shit?
Well,
quickly.
Mr. Burton, this is to notify you that your lack of response to my previous letter has only confirmed our worst suspicions about your lack of involvement with Sherlock Gnomes. Why won't you answer a simple and obvious question, which is, why did you decline to direct Johnny, your frequent collaborator over the past 2 decades, in Sherlock Gnomes? This is an open letter. By open letter, I mean I will be reading it on the air on my highly viewed program On Cinema at the Cinema. I hereby invite you to come on next week's episode as my special guest and discuss this matter with our panel of experts. If you do not reply, I can only assume that you wish for your standing and reputation amongst movie buffs and experts to falter. Sherlock Gnomes will not be taking home Oscar Gold this year, and that is in no small part due to your refusal to take the reins and direct the movie the way that it deserved to be directed, and to continue your outstanding collaboration with Johnny Depp.
All right, thank you for that.
Hold on. It is incomprehensible why you would deny the movie-going public this treat. We hereby demand an answer as to why. You will be given ample time to explain your strange and disturbing motives when you appear on the show. Thank you for your consideration. So basically, we're inviting Burton on the show to answer these allegations and defend himself, which I think is completely fair considering the situation.
Thank you. You don't have to. You can read the letter. You don't have to explain the letter. I'm sick of this Tim Burton shit. Let it go. The movies today are Rampage, directed by Brad Payton, starring Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, Jeffrey Dean Morgan, Malin Akerman. Based on the classic 80s, it's a video game movie featuring apes and monsters destroying cities. Am I allowed to, can I do bags? I don't know. I love this movie. It was a great action movie. 5 bags of popcorn.
I loved it too. It's actually interesting. Rampage, this new Rampage, is actually the 6th movie in movie history called Rampage, but none of them were remakes. They're not sequels. There's 6 different filmmakers who decided a Rampage would be a good title for a movie, and they're right, but it gets a little confusing if you own all these movies and you're trying to file them in any sort of system. Among the 6 Rampages, I would rank this as the 2nd best of them. I would give it 5 bags of popcorn and maybe throw in some sort of stack of index cards that they could use to sort out any confusion.
Super Troopers 2, directed by Jay Ken Chant Kreskinensky, J. Kren Chan Ras S. Kahar. Starring, motherfucker, J. Chanchka Eskahar, Rob Lowe, there you go, Emmanuel Trickricki. When a border dispute arises between the U.S. and Canada, the Super Troopers are tasked with establishing a highway patrol station in the disputed area. This was a Super Troopers movie based on the original Super Troopers, and good movie, 5 bags of popcorn based on Super Troopers.
I think good movie is kind of underselling it. I think it was a great movie, and I think that seeing the gang back after this many years, this has to set a record for the longest time between an original movie and its sequel. 15 years it's been since the first Super Troopers. I think they missed an opportunity here to call this movie Super Troopers rather than Super Troopers 2, Super Troopers, which I think would have been funny. But, you know, I don't need to tell them their job. There's plenty of good jokes and a lot of fun in this movie, and I would give it 5 bags of popcorn and maybe throw in a little, like a siren that you would find on the top of a highway patrol car.
Okay. All right. Did you have anything else you wanted to show on this episode?
I was going to do a popcorn classic.
Okay. Go ahead. Show the popcorn classic.
This is called The Life of David Gale, and it is directed by Alan Parker, who did Fame, which is one of my favorite movies, and it stars Kate Winslet and the great Kevin Spacey. It's a thriller, kind of a conspiracy movie about a professor who's accused of a murder, and it's up to you as a viewer to figure out whether or not he actually did the murder. So it keeps you on the edge of your seat. Very provocative film, and it's a true popcorn classic. And it was 2 hours and 11 minutes from Intermedia, Universal, and Saturn Films, and it was rated R. So do see The Life of David Gale.
All right, and next week we'll be back with more on cinema. Thanks for watching. Excuse me, I gotta lay down. I can't be here right now. I need some rest. I need some water. Let's look at movies from an expert's perspective. We're thinking beyond movies. Imagine being germ-free. It's real. All right, everybody, welcome to, I don't know, Tim Heidecker's, I can't show this, Tim Heidecker's movie review show, which I didn't get to tell you, we can't use the branding of the show anymore, thanks to the Delgados, and their leechy lawyers are draining me of everything, and I don't.
We can call it our cinema.
No, we can't. That falls under the umbrella of the corporate structure I've set up. They can't use our cinema. You can't use on cinema. And this is basically this VR is going to be going. We have to thank you, by the way. Max has done an awesome job setting this up. It's been so much fun doing this VR, and everyone loves it. And it is the future. But you know, we had to send the units back because the Delgados were trying to grab those, and these are through a different plan. So we're gonna use these cameras today, and immediately Max and I are gonna go back and send them back, get them back, and get our money back there. And they can't touch, so they can't get their hands on these. And anyways, let's hear it from Max, who's really been. Come on over. Why don't you come over and just talk about the experience from your point of view, if you want, and wherever you. I don't know. You could honestly, you can stand anywhere. It's probably better if you stand over there by Greg.
You can stand over there,
or just kick yourself in the middle here. But it's been a treat having you around. But you know,
really appreciate it though. It's been a great time.
Yeah. So thanks for all your work on this program and making the VR a reality. And that's the deal. So take a seat and clear out the rest of the day with you. And I'm so sick of this. I apologized last week. I wasn't feeling well. I went to the doctor. I got some antibiotics. Apparently, I don't know what was going on, but I did not, there's some, we don't have to get into it, but don't bother with the Rheogenesis stuff because it's.
Wash your hands, I think.
Wash your hands. Yeah. No, you're right on that. And
you're going to the bathroom and not washing your hands.
I'm not saying that was what was going on, but
no, it's common sense.
The message to Bruce and Catherine Delgado is, I'm done. Okay, I'm done. I don't know we're gonna finish out this season the best we can, and that'll be it. And I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I have zero left. And I'm not just, my tolerance for this is gone. My energy for this is gone. My financial, I'm absolutely tapped out. There's nothing left. You can't take anything. If you want something, you're gonna have to take my fossil off my wrist.
At least you're not in jail.
I'm not in jail. That's something I'm grateful for. But if you want this, I'm not going to give it to you. So you're going to have to rip it off like Charlton Heston said. You're going to have to rip it out of my cold, dead hands. But I'm done. You win. And let's get into the movies. You have anything to add?
I just think that if we'd started the season the right way, which was just to do it in the movie theater like we used to do, that a lot of these problems could have been averted.
Thank you. Any messages for Tim Burton yet you want to make or anything?
Well, I'm still waiting to hear back from him.
All right.
Because we're going to have him on the show, but I wouldn't want to have him on the show the way the show is this week. That would be kind of an embarrassment.
Okay. Traffic, directed by Dean Taylor. And what's sad is I love doing this, and people get a kick out of finding out what movies to watch.
Well, they rely on it. It's not just a kick.
And what's Greg going to do?
I'm going to do Our Cinema, which is something I've been working on for years anyway. So it's going to be very similar, except more movie focused, and we'll review 4 movies per episode.
Well, they don't have 4 movies a week. Good luck with that. Directed by
Well,
Traffic.
They do if you do popcorn classics or if you look at older movies.
Did you bring a popcorn classic today?
I've got quite a few of them over there, but you said I couldn't do one, so.
You can do one if you want. I don't care. Here, I'll get one for you. Pick one out. Here you go, Training Day. I don't know.
Yeah, this is a good one. This is actually an interesting edition of Training Day in that it has an alternate ending. So you watch the whole thing, you're satisfied or dissatisfied with the ending, and then
I don't know what
continue on and you get a second ending.
What am I gonna start shopping resumes around?
I don't think you should shop your resume around.
Oh, I'm asking I'm out of shots. I took all my shots. I'm out of shots. I got no more bullets left in the chamber. I'm done. So I don't know where you go from here. They've taken everything, and they've taken, my creativity, they've taken my art, and.
Well,
it's what for what? What are you going to do? Is that going to bring his son back? No. It's not bringing him back.
Yeah, but you didn't go to jail, which is what they felt you should have, and which is a lot of.
Well, I'm going to have to go to jail if I can't. Listen, can't afford to turn the lights on. I literally don't. I don't know what I'm going to eat tonight. They've frozen the accounts, the credit. I can't do a credit card. I can't get a debit card. It's really pathetic what they're doing, and that they shouldn't be allowed to do it. I don't know what I'm going to do. There you go. You can do the show. I don't give a shit. Have fun.
Traffic, directed by Deon Taylor, starring Paula Patton, Missy Pyle, William Fichtner. A couple off a romantic weekend in the mountains are accosted by a bike gang. Alone in the mountains, Brea and John must defend themselves against a gang who will stop at nothing to protect their secrets. This is kind of, I guess you'd say, a modern twist on the old Easy Rider, but in Easy Rider, the motorcycle gang were heroes.
Myself. All right, let's
and
go.
in this,
Take
they're
the cameras.
monsters, and
We're going. We're done.
It's kind of a horror movie in a sense, in that the bikers are terrorizing this couple. And I thought it was really scary. I don't know why they misspelled traffic in the title. I guess that's maybe to separate it from a different movie that was already called Traffic with a C. But I'm going to give it 5 bags of popcorn and maybe a little thing of mace in case you want to spray. If you get attacked by bikers, you could use that to ward them off.
No, that's okay.
Take that and finish up, and we'll see you outside. You want to do the thing where you go to the VFA?
Did you disconnect the cameras?
No, yours is still running. Just if you want to go to the one with the, if you want to go to the, do your VFA report on location, you could do that if you want. I just got to get out of here.
Hey guys, Greg Turkington with On Cinema at the Cinema VFA Update. This is a new segment where we keep the viewers informed about the current status of the VFA. The good news is we have secured regular funding for the VFA so that the rent is paid and we've got money for more acquisitions. I can show you some of the recent acquisitions that I got just in the last couple days. Some replacing movies that used to be in the VFA that were destroyed, and some are movies that we've never had as part of the VFA in the past that are now part of the collection. We've got a situation coming up soon, partnering with 2 local universities to do screenings of VFA popcorn classics on the campus of these universities. We're talking to one about a possible Humphrey Bogart festival and another about a mixed festival, just different movies, gems from the VFA. So that's all happening as well. We continue to need further donations from all of you. If you've got movies that you want to acquire on our behalf, please do so and get them to us as soon as possible so that we can properly catalog them and get them into the system. The system will be available online so that you can go through the archives, not to watch the movies, but just to see the titles, the cast, and the codes. That's all going to be online within the next couple of months. Anyway, VFA is thriving and without Tim Heidecker's involvement, and that's probably a good thing. Back to you, Tim. So, yeah, we'll be back next week.
The following program has been made possible by the Delgado Fund.
Let's look at movies from an expert's perspective. We're thinking beyond movies. Where's cinema headed? Let's find out. It's On Cinema at the Cinema with me, your host, Tim Heidecker. Hey everybody, welcome to On Cinema at the Cinema. My name is Tim Heidecker, and we are back to review movies and provide expertise and have a lot of fun doing it at the same time. So excited to be back. I'm going to explain what's going on in a moment. First, let me introduce our 2 guests today. We have with us one of my oldest and best friends, Joe Estevez from Movies and TV. Joe Estevez, Colonel President Jason Davidson from Decker.
Yeah, nice to be back.
And also with me is Greg Turkington from the Victorville
guys.
Film Archive and an expert of movies and really
And Master Codebreaker in the Decker series.
As well.
Yeah, worked with Joe on the Decker series quite a bit.
I don't even know where to begin with this. I should just begin at the beginning. First of all, I'm wearing this. Okay, that says a lot, right? Because last week we were kind of, in a lot of ways, standing at the precipice of the end, sort of this black hole that I was about to fall into. And The end of last week, the taping of last week, and Joe, you know the story, so bear with me. I left here with Max. We drove down to the Best Buy. We returned the VR stuff, got the money back, got about $400 back. Went and had a meal because I was very hungry. I hadn't eaten all day, and you could tell my blood levels, my blood sugar was low. And I drove out onto the 6th Street Bridge, which everybody here knows in LA. It's a bridge that goes over the
It's in a lot of movies.
Yes, it's in a lot of movies. And I pulled over, I got out of the car, and I stepped up, and I really was there at that place where I thought, this is it. I mean, I'm tapped out. I said it last week, I am tapped out. Called Joe, he didn't pick up. Stood there for about 40 minutes. Couldn't believe I was at this place where I was really going to do it. And what was keeping me from doing it? And you know, I kept moving forward, stepping back. It was very difficult. And then I realized, I said, I got one card to play. Because I knew something. I had some information that the Delgados were working on this case with none other than Mark Dwyer, who I briefly worked with on my defense. Now, Mark and I have issues, and we are not always seeing eye to eye on everything, but I decided to throw all my chips in. I called Mark. I said, Mark, I'm in big trouble. He says, I know. I said, Mark, I'm standing here at the 6th Street Bridge. I'm ready to jump. Now, what good does that do to you and the Delgados? I said, Dwyer, the Delgados are sitting on a gold mine. They have Dakar. They have DKR. They have Decker. They have other properties. They've got On Cinema at the Cinema. They have OCX. And it's not generating a dime for them, especially if I'm down at the bottom of the LA River.
Dakar never generated money for anyone.
Watch it. I said, Mark, I'm giving you an hour to figure this out, or I'm jumping. Either you make a deal with the Delgados that lets me earn for them and do this show the right way so that it can make money and I can do what I do best, which is hosting this show the right way, or I jump. I said, Mark, call me back in an hour. Call me back at 9 o'clock. He says, I'll make some calls. Let me talk to the Delgados. 8:45, nothing. 8:50, no call. 8:56, the phone rings, and it's Mark Dwyer. And he says, you must have an angel looking out for you. And I got chills. I said, what's going on? What's the deal? He says, they're going to give you 30 days to do what you do, and they're going to be watching, right? I said, you saved my life, Mark. I'm going to make the best show possible. We're going to do what we do best. We're going to have guests like Joe Estevez here. Thank you, Joe, for doing the show.
Appreciate it.
We're going to have experts like Greg Turkington here on the show. And we are going to talk about movies, and we're going to give expert advice about what to see, what not to see. Right?
Yeah.
What's going on with that? What are you holding over there?
Yeah, Greg gave me this. You know, it's like movie titles. You know, The General's Daughter.
Get rid of it. Get rid of it. I don't want it on. I don't want it on the set. Get rid of it. Come on. We're not doing hats on the show. Okay? I told you.
Well,
we're not doing hats on the show. We're here to talk about movies. Do you want to talk about movies?
He didn't say Joe couldn't wear hats.
So, folks, this is my last shot. And I'm honored to be able to do the show to you today. And I thank the Delgados, and I thank Mark Dwyer for giving me this shot. Okay? Now, will you guys, who have been with me through everything, step up to the plate and do what you do best?
Review movies.
Thank you very much. And you are here to save the day because you know everything. I don't know anybody that knows more about movies than him.
No, no one does.
And this is a movie star.
Well, not star.
And this guy's been in how many movies? 300 movies.
About 300, yeah.
And TV star, too.
Let's review movies.
All right, let's review movies.
Let's do 3 per episode and show the Delgados that we really have something here.
Well, there's one movie today, unfortunately. The Avengers, starring Chris Pratt, Zoe Saldana, Chris Hemsworth, Josh Brolin. The Avengers in this.
James Brolin.
That's right. Thank you very much. The Avengers and their allies must be willing to sacrifice. Sound familiar? All in an attempt to defeat the powerful Thanos before his blitz of devastation and ruin puts an end to the universe. So I love these movies. I love the Marvel movies with the superheroes, Superman, and I love this movie. I think it's one of the best movies of the summer. Will be one of the best movies of the year. And we are so excited to watch The Avengers starring Chris Pratt. And this is a great movie, don't you think, Greg? 5 bags of popcorn from me, and check out The Avengers.
I loved it, but I've always been a little bit, I don't know. I think it was a mistake for Marvel to call it The Avengers when there was already another series called The Avengers with Uma Thurman and this sort of thing. You can't just take somebody else's name. And I think it's confusing to moviegoers. But whatever the reason for walking into the theater, whether it's because they want to see a continuation of the 1998 Avengers with Uma Thurman or because they want to see a superhero movie, they're going to leave happy. This is one of the best action, adventure, superhero movies of all time. It's not Ant-Man, but it's damn close, and I'm going to give it 5 bags of popcorn, along with maybe an Ant-Man DVD that I would collect some residuals on.
Joe, did you have any thoughts on the Ant-Man movie?
Well, the Ant-Man movie.
The Infinity War?
Well, I haven't seen it yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Joe, do you like these kind of movies in general, the superhero movies?
Well, I'm a little late to the table on that. I think the audience today now the plot line doesn't count as much as the wrecked cars, but
interesting.
So you don't like the Fast and the Furious series, I bet.
Well, I tell you, in spite of myself, I kind of do.
All right.
Well, there's good acting in that too, but
good stuff.
that's a good thing where it's all there. You've got the cars, you got the acting, you got the writing, you got some CGI, not a lot of it, but some.
Yep.
And that's a great series. And the Fate of the Furious with Scott Eastwood, we talked about a couple episodes back, if you were watching.
All right. That's all we have time for. Thank you very much for watching. And
we were going to do one of my segments that I had prepared for this episode.
Yes, go ahead.
On Cinema on Location. I think you guys are going to like this one.
Hollywood, California. Every street has a story. And these are but just a few on Cinema on Location.
Hey guys, Greg Turkington with On Cinema at the Cinema. We are at the filming location of the movie Father of the Bride, the popcorn classic starring Steve Martin. This is the very supermarket where the famous hot dog bun scene takes place, where Steve Martin asks the manager, quite irately, why he has to buy a package of 12 hot dog buns when hot dogs are sold in packs of 8. This is where it was filmed. Let's go inside. Well, it looks like the movie made a difference because you see here these hot dog buns are now sold in packages of 8. So if the movie were made today, Steve would have very little to complain about because indeed they do now sell the hot dogs in packages of 8. Back to you, Tim.
Yes. Thank you for that. Interesting. Yes. We'll be back next week. And thanks so much for being here, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tim. Thanks for inviting me.
Interesting stuff. Thanks for coming on the show.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll be back.
I thought that was good. That was good.
It's really good.
Yeah.
I should have done more movies, though.
More of these movies.
Yeah, you should see some of these movies.
Get out.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, let me know.
Terrific work.
I'd love to go.
It's good to see you guys back. Get that chemistry going. Delgados.
Let's look at movies from an expert's perspective. We're thinking beyond movies. Where's cinema headed? Let's find out. It's On Cinema at the Cinema with me, your host, Tim Heidecker. Hi, everybody. My name is Tim Heidecker, and this is On Cinema at the Cinema. Thank you for joining us as we talk about the new movies coming to theaters near you, give you the inside scoop on what to see and what to not see. All right. I'm with my guest is Greg Turkington.
Co-host Greg Turkington. Hey, guys.
Co-host Greg Turkington.
Good to see you and good to be back on yet another exciting episode of Movie Expertise Provided the Way You Like It, honestly.
Yes, and let's just get a lot of news coming, a lot of news happening with the show. Last week was a big success. We were back and
ratings are up.
We proved that this show was sort of essential, I think, to the public and has the potential to be something really powerful and really strong.
Which it has been, but it's just getting better.
And well, you can take over if you want to explain what's going on. I'll just...
Well, this is strange. I got a call, you know about it, but I got a call out of the blue after the last episode from Mark Dwyer, your old attorney. And he wanted to talk to me about kind of an interesting proposal. He put me on speakerphone with Bruce Delgado, and the two of them said that the Delgados want this show to continue. They see it as a possible revenue earning stream for them. They've set up a company called Delgado Media Holdings, DMH, and they needed somebody to kind of supervise and produce the show and make sure that the quality is still
Which
there.
is something that I've been doing, by the way, with the show for
right. But they have some
10 years now,
some issues with you, so
well, okay,
you know, because of what happened.
I mean, it's, okay, it's like
well, they feel that you're responsible for
I
their son's death, so
okay.
they you know.
I mean, I can't do any. I can't say anything right here, and I'm not allowed to. So go ahead.
Well, I think the offer that they made to me is very generous as far as you're concerned, which is that they are going to let you keep doing the show with me. We're going to do it business as usual. They're going to give me a little bit more control in terms of how many movies get reviewed, how many popcorn classics, that sort of thing. And they don't want to hear a lot of negativity about them or their son, who, as I say, they feel that you were responsible for his death. So so I think this is a good opportunity to kind of reboot this series and make it more movie-centric, which, Delgado's aside, is what I think this show has needed for a long, long time. And I think that the ratings and the audience approval will reflect that in a hurry. And so...
Okay, well, that's enough on that.
Okay, well...
That's the story.
It's win-win for everybody.
Sure.
And
win-win for everybody. Okay.
Well, I'm not. Hey, did I say, oh, you're no longer the host?
No, you've made me a generous offer, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And you'll be doing just what you always do, and you've always been great at it. It's just that we'll have less of some of the extraneous topics. And
well, we'll go where the show goes.
You know,
that's
phony.
but I think you should be clear about something.
Vitamin junk.
Well, that sponsorship is not happening anymore.
Well, yeah,
we should be clear about something.
Very
though.
sick from that stuff.
We are going to go where the show goes.
Right. Well, the show's going to go to 3 new movie reviews each week, 2 popcorn classics. One of the big changes that I proposed to Bruce Delgado, and again, he said, you don't need my approval for this stuff. You've been on this show for years. You know how it best works. I said, I think what we should do is have 2 popcorn classics per episode. I do one and Tim does one.
That's what we're doing.
And you know, he said, I don't know anything about that, but if that's what you want, that sounds good to me. So that's what we're going to do.
Very good. So that's the news. Greg's in charge. What are you, the managing director of Delgado Media Holding Company?
That's right.
Congratulations.
But we're still co-hosts like we always have been, and that hasn't changed. And I don't think there's any reason for you to feel bad about any of this. It's going to be business as usual, except business is going to be better than usual. So this is going to be fun.
Yep. Well,
no
not
more
exactly the way I want
DCAR and DKR and all that. That's one thing where I'm going to put my foot down, but that's fine.
All right. You done? Can I do my job now?
Yeah.
Life of the Party, directed by Ben Falcon, starring the great Melissa McCarthy, Julie Bowen, Jill Gilligan Jacobs, and Maya Rudolph. Okay. When her husband suddenly dumps her, dedicated housewife Deanna goes back to college, plunging headlong into campus experience. Deanna embraces freedom, fun, and frat boys on her own terms. This was a Melissa McCarthy comedy vehicle, a very funny one at that, and I think she's, again, proving herself to be sort of the John Belushi of the female gender in the terms of outrageousness.
But does she sing? Because John Belushi, of course, was with the Blues Brothers, and it started out as kind of a fun thing and ended up having some hit records too, and a great movie, 2 movies.
I give it 5 bags of popcorn for Life of the Party.
Life of the Party, I think, well, yeah, definitely 5 bags of popcorn. I'm also going to say that if the Oscars would get with the modern world and have an award for Best Comedy, this would be a shoo-in. If they would get with the modern world and have an award for Best All-Female Cast, this again would be the movie to win. And so it's really incumbent on Oscar to get it together. In terms of awards that I would give it every award in the book, and that includes the coveted 5 bags of popcorn.
Very good. Our next movie is Breaking In, directed by James McTeague, starring Gabrielle Union, Billy Burke, Richard Cabral. A woman fights to protect her family during a home invasion. Basically a watch-out story, be careful what you wish for story, I suppose.
I don't think anyone's wishing to have their home broken into.
Well, okay. Yeah. Any thoughts on this?
When I first saw the title, I said, oh good, finally a sequel to Breaking Away, which you might remember from 1979, I think. But it's nothing like that. That was a film about a bicyclist, essentially, a teenage bicyclist. And this is kind of a horror film about home invasion, and it's really quite unpleasant at times, but that's kind of what going to the movies is all about, is experiencing different types of things, and some of them can't be fun. That's no reason to dock the score, though, because it's a very well-made movie, and I will give it 5 bags of popcorn.
All right. Thanks again for watching, and we'll be back
Let's
next.
do the popcorn classics. So we've got 2 of them for you today, and this is one of the changes that you'll start to notice as the rest of the season progresses. Popcorn Classics, I think, has been, of all the cards and letters that I get, and I get a lot of them, this is the issue that people seem to agree on the most, is we need more Popcorn Classics, not less.
Okay, well, I'll go first. This is Popcorn Classic Mystery Men.
Mystery Men.
And that's basically a spoof of superhero movies with Hank Azaria and Ben Stiller and PG-13. So it had a little bit of a little bit of cursing in it. It was kind of cool.
What's the running time?
105. Looks like 105 minutes.
It's an hour 45. So it's a good length movie.
Yep. And what's yours?
I've got An Eye for an Eye, directed by John Schlesinger, who, of course, you know from Midnight Cowboy, which we've discussed many times on this show. It stars Sally Field, who's got a couple Oscars in her closet, and Kiefer Sutherland, son of Donald Sutherland. So this is a thriller about the search for justice in an unjust world.
Thank you very much.
102 minutes. So that would be an hour and
I'm just
42 minutes.
Okay. All right, I'm worried that this isn't, this isn't working.
And very well reviewed movie.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody.
I think it was John Schlesinger's final movie.
Thanks, and we'll be back next week with more movie reviews.
3.
I don't think 2 Popcorn Classics makes any sense. It's a drag. People don't care about how long a movie is.
Let's let the Delgados decide.
Fuck. Let's look at movies from an expert's perspective. We're thinking beyond movies. Where's cinema headed? Let's find out. It's On Cinema at the Cinema with me, your host, Tim Heidecker. Lights, camera, action. Welcome to another episode of On Cinema at the Cinema. I'm your host, Tim Heidecker, and I'm joined by film guru, film buff, movie expert Greg Turkington. Greg?
Hey guys, good to be here on my show On Cinema at the Cinema, where I look at the current movies and give you the expert advice that you need in order to make informed decisions about what you should watch and what you should skip on any given weekend.
And Greg, what do we have to look forward to in the cinemas this week?
Well, there are a couple movies that have come out this week that I think you should know about. One of them is Deadpool 2. Now, if you've seen Deadpool, you know what this one is about. You know that it is a superhero movie with a lot of action and a lot of heart. It stars Ryan Reynolds, Josh Brolin, and Morena Baccarin. Let me just say, if you loved Deadpool and if you kind of left the theater scratching your head saying, what is going to happen next with these characters? Now you can find out, as I did. And I found out once, but I'm going to find out again this weekend because I'm going to return and make it Deadpool 2 too. I love this movie. I will give it 5 bags of popcorn. And I'm going to throw in, I guess, maybe a gift certificate to buy the first Deadpool movie on VHS tape if they ever release it that way.
Anything else?
Show Dogs, directed by Roger Gosnell, Stanley Tucci, Natasha Lyonne, Will Arnett. Max, a macho, solitary Rottweiler police dog, is ordered to go undercover as a primped show dog along with his human partner to avert a disaster from happening. So this is a kid's film. It's actually from the director who made the Scooby-Doo movies, if you've seen those. Show Dogs, it sounds almost like Straw Dogs, but of course it's the exact opposite. This is something for kids. It's something you can take the whole family to. Whether you're 6 years old or 66 years old, you're going to love this thing. It's animated, so you will not actually see Natasha Lyonne, so there goes the eye candy. But it's a lot of fun. I think I would give it 5 bags of popcorn, and I would throw in a little, like a decorative dog bowl, maybe, with some of the characters from the movie around the edge. So as your dogs are eating or lapping up water, they can enjoy these characters in the privacy of their own home.
And how about any popcorn classics?
Well,
do you have any popcorn classics you can recommend?
I've got 4 of them here, actually, today. The first and possibly the best of the 4 is Next of Kin, starring Patrick Swayze. You might remember his brother Don Swayze from Decker, the TV show that we did. And Don Swayze was fantastic. Patrick Swayze, of course, is just as good. This is kind of an unofficial sequel to Dirty Dancing and Roadhouse and all the Patrick Swayze movies. It's a mob movie set in Chicago, made by the Warner Brothers. You can always trust those guys. And it is 109 minutes. I do recommend Next of Kin, directed by John Irvin, who also did Raw Deal.
Okay.
Next of Kin. Yeah. Just put it on the shelf. And we also have 36 Hours to Die with Treat Williams. And this movie is a treat. Treat Williams in a slick and satisfying thriller that you've got to see to believe. This was directed by Yves Simoneau, and it features none other than Carroll O'Connor, great old actor, in one of his final roles as Uncle Jack O'Malley, which is a character you won't soon forget. Again, it's a thriller. There's a very harrowing heart attack scene in this movie, and it involves an embezzlement, and it is Canadian made. And it's 95 minutes. So that's just going to be an hour and 35 minutes. So if you have the time, we recommend 36 Hours to Die. Let's put that over there. And then we've got one of my favorites, The Punisher, starring Tom Jane. Not so many people know who he is, but you all know John Travolta. And if you've seen all the Travolta movies, you may have overlooked this one. This wasn't one of his bigger movies, but it should have been. It's directed by Jonathan Hensley. And it's, again, a movie about war, crime, cruelty, and injustice, the 4 pillars of any exciting movie. It is 122 minutes, so that's 2 hours and 2 minutes, so do set aside the time. And it is a Marvel movie. So if you love Marvel, if you love Ant-Man, you'll want to see this. It's not one of the more successful Marvel movies, but in a way they're all very successful. And anything with John Travolta is automatically successful in terms of its entertainment value. I give it
well, I'm not giving it 5 bags. If it's a popcorn classic, it already got 5 bags of popcorn on a previous episode. And finally, 100 kilos. And that's not the weight of my popcorn classic collection, although I do have quite a few. This stars Glenn Plummer, no relation to Glenn Close, and Dwayne Adway, Carlos Carrasco, Crystal Scales, and Tracy Cheryl Jones, and CJ Mack, Larry B. Scott, and John Tollesbay. Directed by Rod Scott. This is kind of a story about some drug dealers, and they get into some nasty business, and of course there is some bloodshed, as you would expect in a movie that deals with the drug trade, cocaine, crack, but it's revealed that their contacts in the drug trade are actually CIA, and that's where the twist in the movie is. I'm not going to give away how it ends, but it's definitely something to see. 100 kilos.
Thanks, Greg. And now a segment from the Marchives. Let's take a look.
Hey guys, welcome to On Cinema Marchives, a look at some of the video treasures from Mark's archive.
Hello, I'm Mark Proksch, 5'11". I'm with Future Hot Shots Talent Agency, and I'm auditioning for the role of Mr. Blackgreen. Look, Mr. Tallman, we're going to build this shopping district whether you like it or not. There's a lot of money riding on this deal, and I'm not always going to let a nosy guy like you get in the way. It's progress, plain and simple, and progress always wins. Besides, it shouldn't be too hard for you to move your church down the road. Maybe a brand new, bigger building. I hear attendance is up. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a meeting to attend to.
Well, that's our show. Tune in next week for more expertise from our film guru, Greg Turkington. Bye-bye, folks.
Thanks, Tim. Great job.
Let's look at movies from an expert's perspective. We're thinking beyond movies. Where's cinema headed? Let's find out. It's On Cinema at the Cinema with Tim Heidecker. Lights, camera, action. Welcome to On Cinema at the Cinema. I'm your announcer, Tim Heidecker, and with me as always is the film guru himself, the expert of all things cinema, Mr. Greg Turkington.
Hey guys, thanks Tim. We got a special episode today. We're going to look at one of the new movies that's actually in the news quite a bit, as well as do some popcorn classics.
Great. What's the first movie in store? What's the first movie in store?
Well, this is a controversial one. The movie is Solo, a Star Wars story. You've no doubt heard about this movie. There's a lot of media coverage. People are anticipating its release. I'm going to do something a little unusual, and I think this is really my right to do. As a film expert, sometimes you have to make decisions that go against the grain. I am going to decline to review this movie, and I'm going to tell you why. I think any longtime viewer knows that George Lucas and co. are guilty of theft in taking my master codebreaker character and folding it into the Star Wars world.
Yep.
And I don't know if that character plays into this movie. I'm going to have to assume that he does. But in any case, I'm boycotting the movie until I receive full credit from Mr. Lucas and an invitation to appear in one of the future Star Wars movies. So I cannot give it any bags of popcorn. However, I thought what we'd do instead, just to make this kind of a special episode, is do many, many, many popcorn classics, which is something people have always wanted, and in the past we've been unable to do it. And we're able to do it today. I've got quite a few here, and I've got quite a few over there too. Depending on time, we'll go through them all.
Okay.
Our first popcorn classic today is Double Exposure. This is a personal favorite of mine. It stars Ian Buchanan, who you may not know, and Ron Perlman, who you definitely do know.
A possessive husband is consumed by rage when his beautiful wife's infidelity is exposed. So this is a revenge movie. It was released by Prism Entertainment, and it is 93 minutes. We had one last week that was 93 minutes. That's
an hour and a half.
Hour and a half, well, plus 3 minutes.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I guess that's all you need to know on this one. Prism Entertainment. Okay. Oh, I don't need the card anymore either. Blackheart. This stars Christopher Plummer from The Sound of Music, but this is very much unlike The Sound of Music. This is it's about a sexy seductress who cunningly lures the victims with her beauty. Streetwise Ray, played by Richard Grieco, is the muscle who finishes the scams. Together, they're the perfect partners. So it's about con artists and sort of that whole subculture, which is not a good way to live. It was directed by Brock Simpson and stars Fiona Leoe and several others. Running time is 95 minutes. That's just like the last one, but 2 minutes longer. So that would be a good double feature for you. It's sort of impromptu double feature. If you've got 3 hours and 8 minutes, watch those two movies together. And then we've got, Tim?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, Stephen Dorff and Wesley Snipes in Blade. 91 minutes. Again, it's always close to 90 minutes with these.
All right. I can't, I'm sorry.
Chris
I'm
Christopherson.
sorry, I can't do it. I'm sorry. This is it. I'm done. I can't do this anymore, okay?
You don't have anything to do. You don't
be
even
the
have to
host.
watch the movies
Shut
anymore.
Up. I'm not the host. I'm not who I am. This is not who I am, okay? Okay, I'm a fighter, and I'm laying down like a dog. A couple weeks ago, I was standing on the 6th Street Bridge. If I fucking jumped, I'm in hell. Fuck this! No, we're done. Okay, and here's the message. Here's the message for Delgados. Okay? I'm done. I'm done. You hear me? Your son is in hell, Delgado. That was his choice. It was all their choice. I had nothing to fucking do with it. I'm clean. My conscience is clean. I live free. I'm a free man. I'm germ free. All right? This was my show. And they stole it. And Delgado, you motherfucker, you stole it from me, you piece of shit. And Dwyer, you cunt, I'm going to come for you too, you piece of shit. And I'm coming for you, Rossetti, where the fuck you are. I'm coming for you. I'm running for district attorney. You understand me? I'm running for district attorney of San Bernardino County. Why? Because I'm a fighter and I know what that county needs. I already proved myself that I am the best lawyer there's ever. I won that case fair and square, and I am proven in the court of law, okay? And I'm not gonna sit here and be a host for that piece of shit here with his dumb bullshit movies, okay? I run for Congress, I run for governor, I run for mayor of Victorville and shut down the fucking Victorville Film Archive. Fuck him. Where is he? Where the fuck is he? Let me just, listen, I have every right to be angry. A lot of people get angry, and that's passion. And passion is what this county needs. We need a passionate district attorney who cares about your laws. And you saw me in court, I won the case. What else do you want to know? I want to be your DA, and I hope I have your vote. Because I'll fight harder than anybody out there combined. Fuck this piece of shit. I'm Tim Heidecker, and I approve this message.
My name is Joe Estevez. You probably know me from the hit TV series Decker, where I play President Jason Davison. But today, I have a message for the good people of San Bernardino County. This November, you have a choice to choose a new district attorney, a chance to make a difference, a chance to change the direction of your community and stop the endless cycle of political cronyism and flat-out corruption. Tim Heidecker, a man of honor and dignity with a proven record in the courtroom, he'll bring a fresh voice to the DA's office. Now, he's an outsider, but he knows how to make change happen. He has touched so many lives, and he just wants to bring real law and order, along with justice, to the good people of Victorville and Apple Valley and the surrounding San Bernardino County. This is the chance to give Vincent Rossetti his pink slip and send a message to the state of California that Tim Heidecker is the only choice for DA. Join our movement today and elect Tim Heidecker for district attorney.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Delgado. I am a husband, a father, and a businessman. In 2016, my son, Christopher Adam Delgado, was murdered by Tim Heidecker and the now deceased Luther Sanchez when he was given a poisonous and illegal substance at the Electric Sun Desert Music Festival. In the trial against Mr. Heidecker, Chris was used as a prop by Mr. Heidecker to attempt to prove his innocence. It was salt in the wound to our already grieving family. Due to significant critical failures by the prosecution, judge, and jury, the murder charges against Mr. Heidecker resulted in a mistrial. We were devastated. In the aftermath, we sought justice in civil court against Mr. Heidecker and received a settlement. While this could never bring back the life that Mr. Heidecker stole from us, we felt it represented a symbolic punitive measure that we were sadly unable to find in criminal court. Along with a small amount of cash and property, the seed of which was used to start the Delgado Fund for Youth Interested in the Arts, we received full ownership of Mr. Heidecker's trademarks and intellectual properties, including the movie review show On Cinema at the Cinema. Rather than dissolve it, we established Delgado Media Holdings to continue the entertainment experience of his popular show. We placed Greg Turkington in charge of creative decisions, and while the transition has been challenging, we believe Greg has done an admirable job in righting the On Cinema ship. And so, in keeping with this On Cinema tradition, we are proud to present the new On Cinema Oscar special, hosted by Rafael Torres, with thoughtful and expert analysis by Greg Turkington. Tonight really is Greg's vision, and we are grateful for his hard work he's put into this. Finally, let us take a moment for my son Chris. I ask that we take a moment of silence to remember him and to pray that he is safe with his Maker. Thank you, and God bless.
It's the new On Cinema Oscar Special, presented by Delgado Media Holdings in partnership with the Victorville Film Archives. With expert commentary and analysis from film expert Greg Turkington. Joined by his special guests Joe Estevez, Academy Award nominee Justin Henry, the Thanes of the Shire, and more. And now, your host for this evening, Rafael Torres.
The new On Cinema Oscar Special. I'm the host of On Cinema, Rafael Torres. You can hit me up on Twitter at OnCinemaRafael. If you want to hear what you think about tonight's big special. Stars are arriving as we speak for Tinseltown's biggest night of the year, the 91st Annual Academy Awards, We're coming to you live from Culver City, California, where for the next 3 hours, we will be providing up-to-the-minute updates and analysis of all the winners and losers, as well as talking about the big show itself and looking back at what has to be considered a landmark year for the movies. I'm joined by the creative director of On Cinema, as well as the founder and CEO of the Victorville Film Archives, Greg Turkington.
Hey guys, good to be here on Hollywood's biggest night. And finally, for once, we're going to make this show about the movies.
That's right. It's great to have you, Greg. Now, you've got on this judge's robe there. What's going on with that?
Well, there's two reasons I'm wearing it. One is going to be a surprise. It's part of my grand finale. If you've seen the show before, you know we always have a grand finale. This year, we've actually got 2 grand finales. And the judge's robe has 2 meanings to it. One is that I'm going to be judging some of the decisions made by the Oscar voters to make sure they get it right. Sometimes they don't. And then the other reason is, well, that's part of the second grand finale involves the judge's robe. So you'll just have to wait and see.
All right. Well, I'm told you've been hard at work preparing this year's Oscar special. So can you give us a sneak peek? I mean, what can we expect to see tonight?
I think on the Oscar special, one of the things that you've never seen on the show before is we have an in-house film archive, actually the largest in the world, the Victorville Film Archive, so that if we need to research a movie that has been nominated in the past or a great actor, we have all of the films that ever won the Best Picture in the archive here, as well as a lot of films that should have won.
Okay, I think I speak for all movie buffs when I say I look forward to seeing what you've got up your sleeves.
Literally, I have a lot of things. Actually, I've got several segments that were pre-taped, along with some live segments, some expertise. I'm going to forecast some of the winners tonight, and I can give you a hint about that right now. Well, I think you're going to see A Star is Born is going to sweep. And there's a reason in that it's been long overdue, because A Star is Born, this is the 4th Star is Born, and none of the others won Best Picture, and it's about time one did.
That happened tonight. Now, if you've been following the run-up to this year's Academy Awards, you know the big difference between our show and the 2019 Oscars is we actually have a host.
Yeah, and the host is also an expert, which is not usually the case with the Oscars, where they would get somebody like Whoopi Goldberg, who's been in some movies but doesn't really know the movies. Or
we all love
Tom
Whoopi,
Hanks,
don't we?
who has a couple of Oscars but isn't really an expert in movies.
All right, well, let's talk about the movies for a minute here. There are so many categories that we're going to be watching tonight, but the one that trumps them all has got to be the coveted Best Picture category. And leading the pack is Roma, directed by Alfonso Cuarón.
No.
We have Black Panther.
Star is Born.
Well, we also have Black Klansman.
You said leading the pack. So.
Bohemian Rhapsody. And, of course, we have The Favorite, The Green Book, A Star is Born, and, of course, Vice.
When you said The Favorite, I thought you were going to say the favorite to win, A Star is Born, because that is the favorite to win.
I think we've gathered that, Greg.
But the reason The Star is Born is going to win is not just that it's a great movie, because it actually is a very moving film experience if you've seen it. And I think you should have. If you accepted this hosting job and you haven't seen the movies, then that's not right.
Well, that's why I'm here, and that is so interesting.
But I think the reason that it's going to win is that it's due, because 1937, Star is Born, starring Janet Gaynor, was nominated for 7 Oscars, including Best Picture. Wow. It only won 1 Oscar that year for screenplay. 1954, with Judy Garland, A Star is Born was nominated for 12 Oscars, including Best Actress for Judy Garland, who should have won it because she should have won it for The Wizard of Oz, honestly. She didn't. So they owed her at that point. Then 1976, Star is Born with Barbra Streisand was nominated for 4 Oscars, only took 1 home.
Okay, let's
so
shift
you're
gears
looking
here
at a
for
record
just
of
a second,
23
Greg.
nominations and only 2 Oscars. I think it's time the tables turn.
Maybe they'll
and I think
turn
they will.
tonight. Let's switch gears here a bit and talk about Black Panther, which is certainly in contention in every category in which it's nominated. And Bohemian Rhapsody, I think that's going to be a favorite tonight. It's definitely a powerful Oscar-caliber performance from newcomer Rami Malek. But I also think it's time that Oscar honors Glenn Close, who's so fantastic in all of her films, but whose work in The Wife may well be the best of her career this year.
I was going to say that.
Oh, well, you can go ahead and talk a little bit more about Glenn Close. We all love Glenn Close, and I think this could be her year.
Well, she's due. She's definitely one of the great actresses. I don't think Lady Gaga, as much as I love A Star is Born, I don't think you can win when you're a singer more than a...
Glenn Close was also nominated, something like 7 times without winning an Academy?
5 times, probably. 5 times.
Okay.
Glenn Close is going to win. That's definitely my pick in terms of predictions. But it really, the best actor, best actress, all these sort of categories are interesting, but it's the best picture that really matters the most, and that is going to be A Star is Born. There are 3 movies this year with the same running time of 135 minutes.
I did not know that, Greg.
That's the longest time of any of the nominees.
Wow.
And so because all the Best Picture nominees are pretty equal in quality, with A Star is Born having a slight edge, Oscar is going to say, all right, we have 7 great movies that all deserve to win. Maybe the way to give this award is to figure which one gave moviegoers more of a bang for their buck. And that would be the one that's the longest. But then you have a 3-way tie because there's 135 with Black Klansman, Roma, and A Star is Born all coming in at 135 minutes. But because A Star is Born is the best of the 3, it gets the bump.
I see that you're a really big fan of that movie. Now, I just want to mention something here. My notes tell me that you're going to give us a look at some of the films from Oscars past. Is that true?
Yeah, we have them all in the archive here.
Oh, wow. Well, what are some of your favorites? I mean, do you think any from this year's Oscars are going to end up in the archives tonight?
Well, they all are. I mean, the archives it's complete. So we're going to have every movie eventually in the archives. If the movie is still in production, obviously we can't get it.
Obviously we can't.
But when it comes out, now they don't do VHS tapes anymore, but
do not.
We have a secondary archive of blank tapes that we're using to copy things onto the tape, label them, make a package for them so that it fits in with a general VFA.
Well, speaking of labeling,
we're going to be giving
I know
VIP
a lot
tours
of
of the
this
VFA
year
to people.
Have been trying to label whether the controversy that's been surrounding the Oscars should be there. I mean, not having a host this year, that's going to be something people keep bringing up. And like I said before, we're very interested to see what you guys have to say about this year. Do you think that not having a host is going to help put a little bit more of a spotlight on the actual films themselves? Or are we just so used to having an iconic host like Billy Crystal kind of bringing us into the picture here and giving us everything we need to know?
People don't care about hosts. They care about movies, you know.
That's
We've had a
interesting.
host on this show for several years on this special who I'm not going to mention by name, but who kind of ruined the show year after year by bringing in music, you know. And I don't know if you have another agenda, but I know this much, that it's about expertise, it's about trivia, it's about information, and it's about forecasting the winners, which I've already done tonight, which is A Star is Born.
Well, I think not having a host kind of gives the viewers a little bit more power to really think for themselves. And so something else that I really need to talk about is whether kind of putting the Oscars into your own hands is something that we really need this year.
Yeah.
Maybe the whole process of having a host for the Oscars is a little bit outdated. You know, maybe we can think about having more musical performances, because as we know, music is such an essential part of any Oscar-nominated film over any film.
No. The music is they tack that on at the last minute. There's movies have to have music, but there's movies without music that are great movies. Did you know that this is the 40th anniversary of Kramer versus Kramer this year?
I did not know that. Time really does fly.
Well, you should have if you looked at the... But yeah, Kramer versus Kramer came out 40 years ago today, won several Oscars. Justin Henry was nominated for Best Supporting Actor, youngest actor still. That record still stands for his nomination.
Wow.
We've got him here tonight to help celebrate the 40th anniversary of Kramer versus Kramer, starring Meryl Streep, Justin Henry, and Dustin Hoffman. And we're going to be talking about that movie a lot tonight. We actually have a special segment tonight, which I'm not going to give it away, but you've never seen anything like it. And if you're a Kramer head, your mind's going to be blown. That's all I can say.
Now, you keep bringing up A Star is Born. Do you think that tonight's performance of Lady Gaga is going to be living up to what everyone's been hoping for?
I think they should get rid of the songs on the Oscars.
What if there's a cameo by Bradley Cooper?
I'm looking forward to that.
Okay.
We're not busy doing our thing here.
We'll see what we get tonight, that's for sure. So, now, Greg.
Oh, I guess one of the awards is in.
Oh, all right, let's talk about that.
Regina King for If Beale Street Could Talk.
Okay. Did you see that one coming?
No, I didn't actually, but I'm glad to see it. Supporting actress, it's not people's favorite category, but I think she was great in the movie, and she definitely deserved the award. I would have liked to have seen it gone to one of the Star is Born people, but she deserves it, and more power to her. And that's something that she'll never be able to erase from her memory, is walking down that aisle clutching that piece of Oscar gold. And Oscar gold is a theme that's going to come up tonight in a big way. I don't want to give anything away, but if you're interested in the statuette, the actual Oscar statuette, you're going to see one tonight that is really going to shock you. It's an actual Oscar statuette. I can't give any more away.
All right. Well, we'll keep our secrets here. Now, I keep talking about this no-host Oscars thing because, well, I'm going to keep talking about it and talking about it again because it is the biggest thing that everyone is talking about this year. And something that I'm just super excited about is seeing what you guys at home have to say about that. So if you're on Twitter, you want to give us your thoughts, if you even have suggestions on who you think would be a great host for the next coming year, or if you think this is a trend that should continue every year, we'd like to hear your thoughts on that too. So anything else that you have to say about that, Greg?
I don't think the host really matters so much. What matters is the awards. I think that they should do them twice a year. I've been advocating this for ages.
Do you think the award show should be as long if there's no host involved, or you think we should consolidate the time?
You keep the length, but you just bring in more movie-themed segments, which is what people are tuning in the first place for. I would like to see like a recap of the previous year's Oscars, the previous decade's Oscars, previous 20 years worth of Best Picture winners. Last year we did a thing, I don't know if you watched it, probably not, but we did a thing where we had like sort of the best, it was called the Super Oscar. Okay. And that was an idea that I had, which I think Oscars should take on themselves to pick the best Picture Oscar winner for the last 20 years and do that every few years.
All right, well, I'm very excited about this year's Oscars. I'm very excited to see what everybody at home has to think about it. I'm also excited to see who's going to take home Best Picture. We keep talking about Roma leading with all these nominations. And another interesting fact about Roma is the fact that it garnered so many awards, but the fact that it's on a streaming platform and so many people haven't even seen it. It's just absolutely moving. It's definitely something that if you have not caught it, it's something you definitely need to catch. And now we're going to take it over to Greg, who has an exciting reveal about our Oscar special tonight. Taking over to you, Greg.
Hey guys, as you know, every year we have a grand finale, and people, they tend to say that's their favorite part of the show. It's definitely not the music that when we have things like DKR that I get so many people complaining about, and they're not here tonight. So that gives us more time to do something that I think is really unique. Oscar, the Academy Awards themselves should have done this years ago. They never did. This is going to play a big part in the night for us. I'm going to give you just a little teaser, a little hint of what's to come later tonight when I introduce to you, ladies and gentlemen, as part of the new On Cinema Oscar special, may I introduce to you, for the first time ever in cinema history, the living Oscar. This is a living Oscar. It's a statuette come to life, and that's something you don't see every day, and it's something that we're really proud of. So, Rafi, back to you.
All righty. Now, Greg, at this point, I think we should introduce the fine folks that make our show possible. Quick Bite. We've got Hank over there. What's going on, Hank?
Hi. Quick Bite.
All right. Now, Greg, in keeping up with the tradition of classic music in the movies, we also have some special musical guests with us tonight.
And it's not Dakar.
Do you want to tell us a little bit more about who it is?
These guys are actually a very interesting group. I was told that we had to have music on the show. It wouldn't have been my choice, but I was told we had to do it. And so I found these guys in a chat room that I frequent of Hobbit heads, Lord of the Rings people, Jackson heads, that type of thing. This is a Hobbit-themed band, and I think you're going to love them.
All right. Well, let's have the Thanes of the Shire take us to our first break of the night. And stay tuned. There's so much more coming your way on the new On Cinema Oscars special. We'll be right back. that was certainly something. Now, in just a moment, we're going to hear from real Hollywood royalty in a special interview with Steve Carell about the making of his smash hit, Welcome to Marwen. But first, we have a message from Greg. I'm taking it over to you, Greg. For the VFX.
Hey guys, I just wanted to let everybody know who's tuning in. This is something we haven't been able to do in previous years, but we can do it now. The Victorville Film Archives, which is the largest film collection and archive and resource facility in North America, is going to open to the general public in the next few months for VIP tours. And of course, if you get the VIP tour, you can go to one of our screening rooms and watch any of the movies in the archive. So we're going to just take a little look at the archives that we've brought here today. Having them on site, of course, is something we should have done all along, but Tim never wanted to do it. But this way, we have the films, basically we can pull them out. If, for instance, one of the actors from Shelter were to be nominated for an Oscar, we can pull it out and reveal it as the popcorn classic that it is, or any of the other films that we have here. As you can see, if the cameras can capture this, these are not in alphabetical order. We have our own system for how we file them, and it's a very good system. And we can go around here and look at some of the other films. Again, this will open to the general public. It won't be here at this studio. We're actually going to do it at our facilities in Van Nuys, which is where the stuff is stored normally. But as you can see, it's quite an extensive collection. There's a duplicate, there's actually a triplicate version of this archive located elsewhere in case of a fire, because anyone who knows anything about the VFA knows there are arsonists who have had it out for the Victorville Film Archive. So everything that we acquire, whether it's a movie like, well, Dumb and Dumber, which is a pretty easy movie to get, or a rare movie like Full Clip, we get them in triplicate now. And then we set the archive up in 3 different locations. One of them is fully on display like this, where you can go through the shelves and see the movie that you want to see. The others are more in boxes and things like that as a backup. So anyway, thought you guys would like to know.
All right, well, what a year it's been for Steve Carell. While the 40-year-old virgin and star of The Office was not technically nominated for any films, he struck lightning not once, but twice with Welcome to Marwen and Beautiful Boy. Let's check out what he had to say about the emotional experience of bringing his character from Welcome to Marwen to life when he sat down with XYZ Social Media News.
Who do you play in this movie?
I play a man named Mark Hogenkamp who has a very complicated... Can I start again?
Of course.
I play a man named Mark Hogenkamp who was a victim of a really awful hate crime and heals himself through his art.
What first drew you to this movie?
I saw this documentary called Marwen Call about Mark's life, and I was just... I don't even, it's hard to even find the words. It really got inside of me. He's a kind person. He's really the epitome of generosity, of spirit. He's, you know, in the face of something so terrible, he was able to come out the other side as I think, a beacon of generosity and really the resilience of human spirit. And I think he's the greatest. And we've become friends. So that, to me, that's probably the best part of this whole process, is that I consider him one of my friends, and I think he does the same.
When you consider Robert Zemeckis one of your friends?
Oh yeah, Bob Z, yeah, my buddy Bob. It's so funny. I keep thinking,
I gotta talk to you.
What do I call Robert Zemeckis? You know, Mr. Zemeckis.
Very clearly,
that's the guy I told you is not supposed to be here.
There's a summons that has been signed by, notarized by a judge.
Yeah, he's not supposed to be here. He's not supposed to be here.
Why you fucking keep touching me?
He works on his set. He doesn't carry.
Listen, everybody shooting right now knows exactly that they're committing a federal offense at this moment, because this is a signed order by a judge of the state of California that states, because of legal copyright associated with me, that I have the legal right to be here. And I have been under oppression, and my civil rights have been violated. Don't put your phone, Greg, I need to talk to you. I want to do this the right way. I got to get things back on track. The response has been a disaster online. This, you can pass it around. And ladies and gentlemen, I am here. I come in peace. I come with a solution to this problem right now, which is that you, sir, fucking Pretty Boy Torres, Daffy Raffy, whatever your fucking name is, have been a disgrace to this to the child that I brought. And I am sorry to be doing this. Hello, folks. This is Tim Heidecker, the rightful owner. Don't get off your phone. Turn your fucking phone off. And I am here to restore order. So I ask that everybody step away. You step away. Michael is here. I have pepper spray. And I don't want to use it. But I am here. I have an emergency announcement to make. And I do not want to hurt anybody. Okay? I want to bring things back to the way they were. And this is a legal document. Anybody wants to come up and read it, they can read it. Okay? This is, excuse me, this is.
Oh, no, hey, come on, Tim!
Okay, Greg, come here. Get over here. Folks, we are live, and I have a legal court order, and we are going to bring this show back on track. So let us regroup, and I have important emergency information I need to deliver to the entire world at this point. I want to introduce Michael here, who's joined me, who has given me this information beyond this, and we will have to right the ship. I don't want to have to use this again. We just saw what happened to Raffy Taffy, whatever his name is. Excuse me, guys. You suck. Sir. That's not real music. Let us regain composure. Come here. I told you to get the fuck off the phone. Get off the phone. Give me your phone. Give me your phone.
No.
All right.
You're not supposed to be here. You're not supposed to be here. He's not supposed to be here. Do something about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can show this to the camera, that we have a notarized receipt from Judge Arnon, who has confirmed that I have copyright ownership of our Oscar Fever. There was a plan on the books to play that music at some point during their pre-roll, at some point, and I need to talk to Greg and figure out what we're going to do here, because get off the fucking phone.
No.
Oh, man.
Back. That's enough. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, guys. Shut up. Turn it off. Stop playing. Thank you, everybody. I'm back. Tim Heidecker here, the original and only host of On Cinema at the Cinema. I'm with my pal Mike. You might know him as Roy LaRue Charlemagne from Decker. Turn these fans off. We had an incident. We had an accident with the pepper spray. It was supposed to be a warning shot. I was told by you, actually, that the first shot of a pepper spray is just going to be water. Apparently it was not. It was a live round. And I did not, it was in self-defense, actually. We saw what happened with the security guard who can, you can stay if you're on your best behavior. I want to apologize for the past several weeks leading up to this, the fact that the Delgados came in and took away my baby, the Oscar special. I'm glad to be here now live. I've won in court. Victory was mine earlier this morning. I didn't want to say anything. I don't want to tip my hand. Greg, I need you to come over here right now, and I just want to let you know, I do not hold you accountable for this. I believe that you're just trying to do what you thought was right, which was wrong. I hold the Delgados accountable for this. And as far as I'm concerned, we're going to get things back. We're going to right the ship. Am I correct? And we'll let you know that we have created conditions during the break. We talked. And you have said that we are going to proceed. You have said that? Mm-hmm. Get over here. I'm going to put this. You holster the pepper spray. We're not going to have to deal with that anymore. You stand here. And you repeat what I told you, the guarantee I gave you for your own safety and for the crew's safety, that we were going to proceed in a respectful manner. But there was no other. I was given no other choice by the Delgados and Rafael Torres in the position they put me in. I was given no other choice than to take this by force. Okay? And so we are going to expel the bad energy out of this room. We had the fans on because of the pepper spray. A lot of the crew is sick. And I apologize to the crew, and I apologize to Joe. I know that that was not how you wanted this night to go. And I know you got some in your eye as well, and I'm apologizing to you. Okay? We are back, folks, the way things should be. And I have the reason I'm doing this is a couple of reasons. First of all, it's mine, and I deserve it. And I've worked hard for years and years to get to where I am right now. That's why we're here. That's why all these people are here. That's why all these people get paid. Because of the work I did. Nobody else. Thank you. Secondly, I didn't have to do this. I was very happy to sit back and watch this ship run into an iceberg and sink just like the Titanic. But I realized I had an actual legal recourse thanks to my copyright of Oscar Fever. You can look that up. Secondly, I had, just thanks to my conversation with Michael this morning, I've come in contact with classified secret information that is essential to the audience at home, the world audience watching right now. This is top secret information that I've accessed, okay? And this is very important, and I have to command the airwaves. It is my constitutional duty to do this right now, to provide this message. After I provide this message, I will consider vacating the building. But I may stay as host. I've agreed with you, and I've made this agreement, and we can sign it, we can notarize it, whatever you want, that I have no plan, I have no idea what the plan you have for this special is, but I will cede whatever you have planned for the show. You've put a lot of hard work into it. That's the agreement we made.
I have, yeah.
And
you said I could do all the segments.
Absolutely.
No interruptions.
And let me tell you something. I spent a little bit of time before I came in here looking at the message board, all the people watching out there, and people thought it was going downhill, and people were very upset with Laffy Taffy, whatever his name is, and the direction of the show was a real mistake and a real disaster, and shame on you for letting it happen.
We haven't had a lot of the segments that I had planned yet.
Well, we'll get to those segments, but I want to bring peace to this room. And maybe we can take a minute and just remember that we are here to talk about, we are live and we are here in spirit.
Talk about movies.
And to talk about movies and to give you the opportunity to share those, not that information, the great information. That's why I've had you on the show for so long. That's why I've kept you, even though I should have, against all my best judgment, should have set you free and let you get on and get you out of my life. But you have come with such expertise, folks. And that's why he's here over and over and over again. And you are the judge, okay? And you are the buff.
Okay.
And three cheers to that.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you for that. And who wants to take this? We don't need it anymore. We have made the point.
And the best makeup award has come in for Vice.
Vice won best makeup. And let me just share with you this. Michael, you sent me this morning. Or you gave me this information, and I put where's the thumb
Does this
drive?
have anything to do with movies? Because you said
yes. This is a very top secret intel that I've received on this thumb drive, which shall not leave the premises. We have to get this on the air, and with time is ticking. This is a project shut up. This is a project I've been working on called 0 Hour. 0 Hour relates to this day, this time, and we are in the time where this counts most. Can I give this to a producer and play it immediately, and then we'll proceed with the show?
But it's not cutting into any of the segments that you said I could do.
No, we have plenty of time for your shitty segments that don't matter. Here, put that on, and we will proceed with the show. This is vital information. It's top secret information, and it pertains to hours from now of secret operations going down. Right here in Hollywood. Don't go anywhere. Don't pick up your phone. Mike, take his phone. I don't want him calling the Delgados. Let's get things back on track and have fun tonight, because tonight's about the movies. And here is my special presentation. It is an Our Values news special called.
I need the phone because I have to monitor.
If you call the Delgados, the pepper spray comes back. Greg. Pepper spray comes back.
I left a message with them. I'm not going to call them again.
Michael is sealing the front.
They're aware of the situation. I'm not calling them again.
Michael has sealed the front, and we have somebody else out back. So no one's leaving until we get this message out. Action on 0 Hour. This is a special report from Our Values News, January 6, 2019, 5 p.m. A dress rehearsal begins for an event which will shape world history for generations to come. It is the Golden Globes broadcast, an award show produced and promoted by the global elite. But behind the scenes, Machiavellian puppeteers have created signals to fellow human freedom fighters, hoping for an end to the worldwide chaos and abuses of human dignity and liberty. Messages are secretly transmitted through codes by those who truly are in command, alerting the masses who know there is a right and wrong that change is coming. It is a signal to launch countdown to 0. Tonight a storm is coming to Hollywood, California. The seeds have been planted. President Donald J. Trump, in direct coordination with Queen Elizabeth, has already administered the go codes for Operation 0 Hour. Newly knighted Sir Peter Jackson, who has been knighted, will descend on the Academy Awards in Hollywood with an elite force provided by the Queen and special forces designated by Donald Trump to immediately restore the Western Order, a reckoning 1,000 years in the making. This information comes directly from high ultra-level 3-letter agency sources. Delta 1-805, marker to exacting standards. The identities of these sources have been protected for their own safety. At exactly 7:10 Pacific time, the mass arrest will begin as all the world to see. Famous men like George Clooney, Brad Pitt, Jack Nicholson, Steven Spielberg, Tom Cruise, Dustin Hoffman, Meryl Streep, Nicole Kidman, and others will be sent away in handcuffs. Any person resisting arrest will be killed immediately. This is directly related to the secret October 19th secret raid on the international banking cabal. The chessboard was inverted and the moves reversed. The world will watch in awe as 0 Hour begins. Order will be restored and a new dawn of civilization will begin. As the countdown begins, Our Values News will be watching along with the world as this new chapter in human history begins. This has been Countdown to 0, a special presentation of Our Values News.
(7:10 p.m. 7:10 p.m. 7:10 p.m. Delta 70 7:10 p.m. Delta 70.
All right, and so in honor of this news, I mean, it's massive news. What do you think of that? I mean, tonight the raid begins, and we take our country back.
I don't think any of that's going to happen.
Yes, it will. It's going to be a reckoning, and we are going to start the countdown clock. If you guys can get that started. We have, how much time is between now and then? It's about an hour or something like that. It's 7:10, as I said. We're about an hour away from. Like I said, the Queen, which is why I got the Crown Royal in her honor, she's leading this along with Donald Trump, and we are going to take back. We're going to send a message to all the criminals who have, taken over our freedom and our country and everything. And we are. The
storm is coming.
That's right. The storm is coming, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Well, that's the emergency broadcast I wanted to send to you. Keep your eyes on the Oscars. Keep your eyes on Cinema Oscars special, but also we're going to go live to the Oscars when 0 Hour starts, so we can see the SWAT team come in and take back and arrest these frauds, these criminals. And Greg, do you have something planned at this point, or what are we doing? Because I don't have it. I mean, folks, this is live. I don't have a sense of what is the plan. I'm duty bound by my Constitution to announce this, and it's my constitutional right to do so. But I don't have a plan for that. No one's given me. If you give me a lead sheet, if you give me some kind of idea, what's the plan?
I can just tell you that we have a segment that we're supposed to have started a couple minutes ago already.
Well, what is it?
Instead of this.
Okay, so kicking it over to you.
Which has nothing to do with the movies.
This is part of my agreement, which I honor. I'm a constitutional lawyer, and therefore I honor constitutional agreements. I honor contracts. Ladies and gentlemen, Greg Turkington has a plan, a presentation, I suppose, or a segment on the Oscar special.
Hey guys, Welcome to the first ever
Yeah.
Asked.
Yeah. Well,
Could you just be quiet for a second?
I'm warning you that you keep to the plan that
I'm
we discussed.
introducing the segment, which
Fine.
is called
I
Ask
know.
Ask
Okay, but Mike's
Oscar.
watching what you do. And Joe, chill. Don't. Everyone's
This
looking
is
like
called
I'm
Ask
some kind of
Oscar.
villain here when I'm just trying to bring back the situation. Trying to bring back what people want. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you have nothing to worry about with him. He moves on my orders.
I mean, he drew a gun over here on the.
All right. Well, who knows?
Can we do this segment because you said that we were going to
All
do
right,
the
do
segments,
your
and now you're just eating into it.
No,
with all
I'm
this.
not. I
as
saw.
always. As
I'm
usual.
worried that there's traitors here and there's Delgado insiders. There's Delgado.
Well, yeah, it's his show that he is producing. So yeah, there are definitely Delgado people here.
Well, then everybody be smart and make the right call, make the right choices because
they don't work for you.
Mike's got eyes on all you. Go to your segment. I gotta fucking sit down. The adrenaline is unbelievable. All day since about 9 a.m. when Mike called me and we talked about this, drew up a plan and everything, and now we're doing it.
We're supposed to be doing the segment,
So
and
go
you
ahead.
said
Go do whatever you want.
promised that we would get to the segment.
Then do it.
I'm trying
Stop
to do the
bullshitting.
segment.
Do the segment. Whatever. Ask Oscar.
So you said that you wouldn't interfere with.
I gotta
That
get
was your
some
promise for me not to.
I'm getting
call the
nuts. You
cops
do your
again.
segment. No one's watching anyway. Who cares? Hey, Hank, how's it going, man?
You're not the director.
Snacks?
Yeah.
You like corn nuts?
Could you guys be quiet so I can do the
Danishes?
segment?
We're good. Quiet down. Just keep your voice down. Sausages.
The name of the segment is Ask Oscar. For once in the history of cinema, we have a living Oscar who's available to answer questions about his illustrious past. And so let's talk to our living Oscar and ask him questions drawn from 90 years of Academy Award history. Okay, question number 1 for our living Oscar. Will A Star is Born win for Best Picture?
Yeah.
Question number 2, Oscar. What type of movie was Laurence Olivier's classic Hamlet?
It was a true tragedy.
Question number 3. James Dean did not win the Best Actor Oscar for East of Eden, but did he win the Best Supporting Actor award posthumously for Giant?
Nope, not that either.
This guy knows his stuff. And our last question for this segment, Oscar, and again, it's a true honor to be able to speak to you and to get your insight. Thank you very much for agreeing to be part of our show.
What's the time on 0 hour?
Hey.
I'm sorry.
The segment?
I'm not. No, because I
Okay,
think, Joe, at
just-
this point, we have
one more question in the segment, then we'll talk to you.
I know. It seems trivial at this point.
Oscar, I have another question for you. Please reach into your deep knowledge of movies and answer us this one. Should Peter Jackson be given a special honorary Oscar for his excellence with The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings series?
I would love nothing more.
Okay. All right. Good.
You heard it from Oscar himself. Ask Oscar. We'll be doing these all night long. We actually have several of these segments planned.
All
So,
right.
my
Well,
salute to you,
good
Oscar.
work. That was interesting. And we are
He's come to life.
We are live. I'm getting told in my headset there that the best sound editing was Bohemian Rhapsody. So let's drink to them. And Queen. Speaking of the Queen, hell's going to rain down on them. I'm glad I'm not at the ceremony tonight because I don't want to get mixed up in that scuffle because it's going to be guns drawn and there's going to be a lot of people hurt tonight. And
There isn't.
you know, as anything goes, there's going to be people caught up in the mix that are probably innocent bystanders. But there's going to be a major raid on the Hollywood elites, and it's going to start a chain reaction. I think we're going to be, it's going to be one of those moments that we talk about for years to come, like a D-Day or Pearl Harbor, 9/11. It's going to be so important that we are here, and I'm the one that broke the news, so I'll be probably on the breaking news tomorrow morning.
Folks got to know the truth.
They have to know the truth. We are going to, I want to actually talk about people are saying, are you wearing a bulletproof vest? I mean, I should, because this asshole at the front door is probably about to cap me or whatever you do. And what I've got here is not a bulletproof vest.
Looks like a bomb.
No, there's not bomb. This is a new. I've been telling you about this. I've been so healthy lately. I've been clearing toxins out of myself. Clearing toxins out of my.
You don't seem mentally healthy.
I've been clearing toxins out of my body, and I've been more healthy than I've ever been because these are magnets, ladies and gentlemen. This is lines of magnets that are actually absorbing negative energy out of on a cellular level, on a DNA level. And I do them about 4 or 5 times a week. I use the healing power of magnets, and people are, just to get the record straight, I'm not wearing a bulletproof vest. I don't feel like my life is in danger here. I have a constitutional right to be here. And I just want to share that with you guys. These are unbelievable. You can get these at you can get it online, magnets.com or whatever it is, and get these, because if you have health problems, mental health, back problems, stomach issues, I had diarrhea for a year. And then I got these magnets, and it's just pulling all that crap out, so you can drink and do and eat anything you want, and the magnets pull it out. Joe, have you done magnets at all? Have you used magnets? Healing magnets?
I missed that one too.
A lot of pitchers use them. A lot of Major League Baseball players use them. So it is top-notch stuff, and we're excited about it. What is next? What did you have planned next? Who won the Oscar? Did we win Best Guy? Are we at 0 hour? Are we there yet, folks?
I have some taped segments we could run. I don't know.
Well,
we could show some things. Actually, one of the segments that we had planned, that I hope we can do all the ones we have planned, because I actually have at least a dozen different segments planned that I think are actually of interest, unlike the conspiracy theory stuff, actually of interest to the viewers. We were going to go into the Marchives once again. Of course, Mark is one of the great impersonators of all time. It was W.C. Fields and the Marx Brothers and a lot of others. But did you know that I found in one of his old suitcases several old tapes that contained auditions that Mark did for a series of movies that I don't think that he was ultimately cast in these movies, but the footage of him auditioning is priceless. Let's go to the Marchives.
Hi, it's Mark Pruksch, and I'm auditioning for the role of Amos in student film Butterflies Wings Are Light. I'm going to be reading Amos's part. Interior coffee shop. I'll have a cup of coffee, black, and a plate of eggs and toast, light on the butter. Vivian, I've done all the talking I can do. I'm all talked out. When you slept with Randall and the time to talk was over, and now with what I'm hearing from Beverly, you are anything but repentant. It's time we say goodbye. No. Amos, it does need to be this way. I have fought in the desert for months, for years, all the time, fearing for my life, staring into my enemy's eyes. I realize my enemy is more deceptive than any I encountered on the battlefield of Afghanistan. My real enemy is you, my dear. And then I was thinking at the end, a funny thing might be that I say, my real enemy is you, my dear, and frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn, from the wind.
All right, guys, how much time are we away from 0 hour? About 50 minutes, something like that. Thanks, Mark. We miss you, buddy. I mean, he's here. He's You don't acknowledge that. That's Mark Proch up there as your painted gold. He's, I don't know, he's in bad shape. And, you know, there's people that might call the police on that. I know people, I heard talk to a PA who said somebody's called the cops. So, because I'm not supposed to be here, they have a restraining order on me, whatever. I mean, good luck with that. What are you guys about? What are your background? What's your legal background? What's your musical background? Rock? What? Shire? Hobbit crap? Come on.
Rock.
Let's go to a break. We'll go out with the Lords of the Shire, the Thanes of the Shire shit music. We should get the car back together.
You said that if
I didn't promise you anything
police,
on that. I said I'd let you do your segments. You get a better stay in line, or I find my.
But you barely let me do them because you've been interrupting
all right,
every
well,
second.
Whatever. I'll just you play your music, and we'll all fucking sit here and laugh. Go ahead. Yeah, pepper spray. We don't keep that far behind. You guys know Oscar Fever or what? You guys know Oscar Fever? Hey, we're done. We're in. We're back. Hey, everybody. Hey, guys. Welcome back to the On Cinema Oscar special. I'm your host, Tim Heidecker, and we are back talking movies. The Academy Awards is live, and we're here. We are 55 minutes from 0 hour, essentially, which is breaking news. Which is all over the news right now. I've been checking a bunch of sources.
Oh, that's 0 hour.
It's been confirmed that 0 hour approaches 54 minutes from now. We are going to be watching it live. There it is, 55 minutes and 12, 11, 10. And that's when I said earlier, we have special forces from the Queen's Army coming down into wherever they're doing the Oscars. Where is it this year, Greg?
It's the same place it always is. It's in Hollywood.
It's in Hollywood, and they're coming. I think there's. I heard Mike. Is there 1,000 special forces coming? SWAT units? Where's the source on that?
Yeah.
At least, he said. And these guys are coming down. They're raining fire down, and there's going to be shots fired tonight, folks, at the Oscars. So we're going to be watching some of these motherfuckers' heads explode, baby. And people are going to be walk away. They're going to send right down to Guantanamo Bay. Motherfuckers are going down. Spielberg, Nicholson, everybody, all these great actors, great comedians.
If that happened, then we wouldn't even have a show because there wouldn't be any movies.
Well,
so you better hope it doesn't
happen. Well, that's the price we pay, man. Grow up.
Well, that's not going to happen.
We are the end.
Nobody's going to do that.
The end of an era begins tonight. 0 hour begins. So we watching.
Nobody's going to do that.
We will go live to the Oscars. You don't even have to watch the Oscars. We're
How
go
about
live
this? If it doesn't happen, will you walk off the set?
I want to ask you a question.
If it doesn't happen, will you leave?
I know it's going to happen. I'm not making any promises.
But, all right.
I've already made
you would be willing
to
say, if it doesn't happen, will you leave? And I'll get back to the Oscar commentary that you promised that we would be doing, and we haven't been able to talk about any of the movies that have been winning.
You've done several segments already. Can I ask?
I've done segments, but we also advertised up to the minute coverage of what's going on the show, which you haven't let me do.
Well, who won the Oscar? Who won?
Well, I don't know, because every time we go to a break, you're yelling and screaming, and I can't watch the actual telecast. If the 0 hour doesn't happen, will you agree to leave the building and not come back?
I agree.
Okay.
But because I know it's going to happen, and we're going to watch
everybody
it together.
Cut your. Don't watch this until what time?
7:50, 7:10.
Come back at 7:10. We'll have something actually good instead of this.
Hank from Quick Bite is with us. He's Quick Bite. What is Quick Bite now? Because you were Chaplin's Chili originally, and now you were Chaplin's Express. And there's been a lot of changes over there at Chaplin's, but this is not. What is Quick Bite? What's going on with Quick Bite?
We're sponsors, underwriters for On Cinema Oscar Special, and
I thought the Delgados were paying for this bullshit now.
we're still here. People still have.
How much money are they making off of my misfortune at this point?
I'm not
Anyways,
sure, but
tell us the story, because you guys had some of the worst chili I've ever had. Not in terms of taste. Tasted good, but it made me sick.
And it wasn't chili. It was a chowder, but we no longer serve chili. With our new setup, we've overextended ourselves with our counter service that we provided at over 34 locations, and in C-stores across Southern California. And now we've restructured, and we have Quick Bite. We were going to go bankrupt, and Quick Bite bought us out, and now we have the same distribution as we had before. Plus,
you're just an employee of Quick Bite, whatever that is. Gas station.
I'm part of their corporate structure.
So you don't even have any of the sandwiches or the chili dogs or any of that stuff anymore?
No, we no longer serve soups because now we have to provide food for the refrigeration, in-store refrigerated area. So we've cut down on our overhead, and now we could spend more money on outreach through.
All right, thank you.
But is the original location still like the original Chaplin's that was there since the 50s? Is that still there?
I believe so, but we're no longer affiliated with Chaplin's Chili, and now we are part of Quick Bite. But
yes, I get it. Yeah, I get it. It's changes happen as they did tonight. I think the audience at home is relieved that at the beginning of the night, there was one direction the show was going in, and thank God we've righted the ship, and I hope it's a good experience for you working for Quick Bite.
So the direction was movies. Chili's not coming back?
The movies are.
It might come back, but we have to provide food for.
Because we were, you get to count on something, and then when it's not there.
We have sandwiches.
It's no big deal.
Yeah, Joe was talking before about how excited he was to get the chili again, and then you don't have any chili.
I like that.
Well, maybe, who knows, Joe? Who knows what you deserve.
Maybe it'll come back. Maybe it'll
All
come
right,
back.
thank you. That's enough on that.
Joe, you should ask him for the recipe at least.
I was going to do 10 seconds on this.
I like that. I'd like that.
0 hour
I would share that with you.
Greg, you wanted to talk about the Marx Brothers, correct?
Yes, I did. The Marx Brothers. Tim, let me ask you this. Tell me, if you can, the names of the Marx Brothers.
Well, there's Chippo and Marco and
Groucho.
Groucho's the most famous one.
Harpo, Chico. Those are the famous Marx Brothers.
Rico.
But did you all realize that in addition to the Marx Brothers we all know, there are a couple Marx Brothers you don't know. They're not the M-A-R-X brothers, but in fact they're Marx Brothers.
Oh.
And I've been working with them in the last year, talking to them, giving them updates on Mark's health, which has not been as good as it used to be. And so they're great guys, and we thought we'd sort of bring them on the show and talk to them about one of our favorite subjects, our good friend Mark.
Yeah. All right, the Marx Brothers. These are Mark Approach's brothers. You have contact with them?
I give him updates once a week on his health.
And you call them or something? Are you calling them?
Yeah, I'll call them. I guess I thought that they were going to dial in, but
I don't know. Like I said, I don't have no one gave me a cheat sheet on the show.
The producer left. So.
Yeah, well, we are kind of we're without a net, folks. Well, Rafael Torres apparently is locked himself in the dressing room, is not coming out. We've gotten word on that. One of the PAs who actually respects me has been to give me intel.
Steve, who's Mark.
And some rat here, one of these PAs, called the police. I think we're getting information on that. And Mike, I need you to smoke them out. People need to get off.
Hello, is this
phones,
Steve?
Mike, and you see people on phones?
Yeah.
You have to clamp down,
Hey,
my brother. You have
please
to
stop.
get these
Please
people
stop.
I'm telling Mike.
You said you wouldn't interrupt the
information.
segment. Please stop.
You got that, Mike?
Steve?
You see someone on the phone, you have my permission to take it.
Not
and break
if they're
it in
doing a
half.
segment using the
Not
phone.
this guy, not Mark, not Greg.
Okay, now he's
Call-
hung up.
call-
I'm going to call back.
Okay, call. What's their brother's name?
This is Steve Prooch, who's Mark's brother, who I've been dealing with and who we're going to
Mark's
put on the show. Steve? Are you there?
Hello?
Hey, Steve. Hey, it's Greg Turkington from On Cinema, at the Cinema, and from Mark's friend.
Hi, Greg.
Hey, I just thought I'd give you an update. A lot of people care about Mark, as I've been telling you, and you know, we showed some Marchives earlier tonight, which people love. It's some of the great footage of your brother doing what he's best at, which is characters and acting and things like that. And just wanted to kind of fill you in that Mark is doing great and getting better every day, little by little, and we hope to see him back in his W.C. Fields outfit soon. And also, did he ever talk to you about the Marx Brothers and how kind of funny and what a coincidence it was that when he actually does Marx Brothers impersonations that he had Marx Brothers of his own?
No, he never mentioned that. Now, did the pulmonologist that I sent over, did he arrive? I haven't heard anything back from him. The first time he tried to get in or get over to your house, he wasn't able to get into the house. No one was home. So I had told you what time he was coming over and such.
Yeah, I didn't. I think there was I think it was a miscommunication. But you know, next week I'd be happy to let him in if he needs to talk to Mark.
Best supporting actors: Maharishi Maharaja
Another concern that I have also is that
that's who won Best Supporting Actor for his role in
the last
Green
time
Book.
that we talked,
That's the news
you said
coming out of
that
Hollywood
the,
here. But this this is one of those fuckers that's going to get taken away in plastic in the zip ties, right? Send to Guantanamo Bay, baby. That's going to be it for him. He's going to be going down the drain.
Well, I don't have access to the. I mean, I don't understand the some of the readings on the blood pressure, but as far as I know, when the nurse comes in, she always leaves. It seems in a good mood. Doesn't doesn't seem like there's a problem.
What we should have done with Mark is we're calling it. That's what we should have done with Mark. We're calling it. Let's call the segment. Cut.
Really been responsive yet.
Okay, that's the news from the Marx Brothers. Cut.
Well,
at the same level of progression week after week.
Thank you.
Yeah, but it's a good level because a lot of people would be dead that went through what he went through, and his heart's beating strong. And when they measure his pulse, I know last time the nurse was there, she said his pulse was at 95, which is more like
anyone wants to check in on Mark and come down here and check. He's right over there.
Now you're just lying in a bed.
Living Oscar.
His heart's pounding away, wants to live. We want him to live. We want him back on the show doing his impersonations and just delighting audiences like he always did. And I think that from what the nurse is telling me, you know, there's nothing to worry about, and we'll be seeing him soon.
That's enough. That's enough. Yeah. Hang up.
You're a little more optimistic.
Hang up the phone.
Just this is a segment you said you wouldn't interrupt.
I know, but it's been 10 minutes, and you're talking to some guy.
This is a segment you said you wouldn't interrupt it.
Nobody gives a shit about him.
Doing conspiracy theories that are complete crackpot garbage. I'm talking to somebody who's a part of. Yes.
Greg, I'm going to get going.
Okay, but do you have an Oscar pick for us? Something you'd like to see win the
kick it over to a new segment I've developed in real time, which is movies that should have won, that should win tonight, weren't even nominated. Did you see Gotti, the movie Gotti, starring John Travolta from Saturday Night Fever, Grease, Pulp Fiction?
Perfect, Pulp Fiction, Michael, Phenomenon, all the way back to John Travolta's first movie, Devil's Reign, starring Ernest Borgnine. Yeah, and Ernest Borgnine and William Shatner from 1975. That was Travolta's first.
Well, I thought this one should have been in the top of the heap when it comes to the nominees. It was like a gangster movie. It was kind of like The Godfather, but it's
kind of like The Devil's Reign in that Travolta's playing a different type of devil.
Well, I didn't see that,
a
but
mobster like John Gotti is definitely a devil, and Travolta played him great.
Why didn't Gotti get nominated? What was the prejudice that people have against Italian Americans? What is the is it because Godfather won so many awards that now the Oscars moved on?
That could be because Godfather 3 is another one that should have been in contention and wasn't. So maybe there was a point where they said enough of this, and you get things like Chariots of Fire, Kramer versus Kramer, that are kind of more family-oriented films, which is fine, but I think the pendulum will swing both ways. So you get the family picture, then you might get more of a horror picture, like Gotti really turned out to be.
Well, I think it's a common phrase you might hear at a rave or an EDM festival is God-E.
Well, I probably wouldn't joke about that on this show.
But anyway, it's a fair statement to say that this movie should have been up there.
I could give you 500 other movies that should have been up there too. I think that they need to open it up. I don't think we need to have this culture of here's the 7 nominees, here's the 9 nominees, here's the 5 nominees. I say the ballot doesn't even need to be printed. You give everyone a blank card and say put the best movie of the year on this card, and then we'll tabulate them. And I think if you did that, you'd see some surprising results.
All right, well, we have, we're gonna go find out the rat who has apparently called the LAPD. I don't know if, we're going to take a break.
And first, though, we have a segment called Ask Oscar, which...
Ask Oscar?
Ask Oscar, that we already did one of.
Yeah,
you said I could do 5 of these.
You know what, by the way, that was such a flop.
No, it wasn't, because Oscar got it right every time. This is the first time we've had a living Oscar available to the world, and if you've got somebody who's been through all of history who can answer the questions you might have had that you never were able to get answered, I think you should take advantage of that, and that's what the segment's about.
Okay, I'm sticking to my pledge. You've broken yours a number of times.
I haven't broken any pledge.
We are going live to Ask Oscar.
I said I would stop calling the Delgados. I left
we need to
one
find out
message,
who
and
made
that's
the call, if they made the call, and because there's about 15 people here.
I called the police, and they didn't come, so you're off the hook with that.
Well, there's somebody else I heard is trying to infiltrate the broadcast. Anyways,
I think more there would be people trying to outfiltrate to get out of here. Some of the crew here that this is not what they were told.
Okay, well, good luck leaving. We have sealed the front and the back. Ask Oscar, starring Greg Turkington.
Okay. Ask Oscar with starring our living Oscar. Ask Oscar. I have a question for you, Oscar. Are you ready? Oscar, what was the feeling in the air when John Wayne shocked the pundits by winning the Best Actor Award for True Grit?
That would be great.
Oscar, I have another question for you. This is something everyone wants to know. Will Green Book win Best Picture?
Sure.
Oscar, peer into your own golden brain and answer this riddle. Using the official state abbreviation, finish the title of this Oscar-winning movie, 3 Billboards Outside Epping.
Mo.
Okay.
All right, thank you. We'll be right back with more Oscar. We are, what's the time on 0 hour? Do we have, my sense of time is off, 40 minutes? Huh? 38 minutes until 0 hour. When
And the best animated feature goes to Spider-Man.
The great Spider-Man. Thank you, Spider-Man. And thank you, listeners and viewers who have supported me many, many years and know I'm the only one true host, and dignity and honor has been restored to the Oscar Cinema brand. So thank you. I'm honored to be here, and Judge, I'm honored to be with you as well. Judge Greg Turkington, pretty neat. Great sort of slight dig at Sismic, appreciate that. As Sismic the rat.
No, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the finale.
I know where your heart's at.
You weren't here when I explained what it was, but
40 minutes, 35 minutes
I'm going to be judging some of the decisions Oscar makes. I support their decision to give Spider-Man Best Animated Feature. I judge that favorably.
There you go. All right,
we'll see what happens with Best
Oscar
Picture,
Fever,
because if A Star is Born is not the Best Picture, I'm going to judge them very unfavorably.
Can we kick to the Hobbit shit band and give us Oscar Fever in C, quarter C? Give me just C, jam on C, and we'll get it going.
They do not know the song.
Fever. Hope you got it too. Play it in C. Give me a C chord real quick. Not 7, C. I got the Oscar fever. Hope you got it too. Pour me some bubbly now. It's all you gotta do. It's Christmas for Tinseltown. I don't need fucking flute in the song. Get flute away. Get out. I pop up some bubbly now. It's all you gotta do. It's Tinseltown. Who's gonna win? And G's gonna lose. I got the Oscar fever. Hope you got it too. Hey, don't say on fucking C. Who told you to change? I got the Oscar fever. Hope you got it too. Pour me some bubbly now. It's how you oughta do. It's Christmas for Tinseltown, the Academy Awards. Pop up some bubbly and there's hope on the board that said, who's gonna win? Oh, FC's gonna listen. No, I didn't say C, the lyric is C. Thank you guys, we'll be back in a moment with more On Cinema Oscar Special brought to you by me, not Delgado's. Fuck Delgado's. I've got the Oscar fever. Hope you got it too. Oh, Miss. You got it. I got Oscar fever. I got the Oscar fever. Hope you got it too. You got it. Pour me some bubbly now, it's all you gotta do. It's Christmas Tinseltown, Academy Awards. Pop up some popcorn, boy. Climb on the board. Who's gonna win? Come on now. Who's gonna win? I am down. Oscar fever, baby. Hope you got it too. Take it, Charlie. All right. Feel good? Welcome back, everybody. We're riding the ship right now on the Oscar special.
Tim, can we go to the segment?
I gotta have to admit, I gotta honestly chime in here on something that you guys. There's a lot of good talent here, and there's just not a lot of chemistry amongst us. And I know that comes through kind of working together over years. But I could use Axe and Manuel right now more than anything.
Well, they're not going to be here.
I know they're
Can
not
we
here,
do
but if
a
they are
segment?
watching right now, the message to them is get down
Go away.
here.
Can we do a segment?
We got gear. We could right
Can we
the
do a
ship on our
segment?
relationship immediately.
Can we do a
if you guys
segment?
get down here, and you guys are really talented. There's a lot of talented
Can we do
musicians.
a segment?
You can do your segment, and
Okay. Then let me do
if
this.
I was running this ship, I was a Delgado, I'd have been a much harder. I've been much harder on you because right now you're sitting in this studio, this hallowed place where so much great, a lot of hard people working here, and you're wearing that stupid hat. And I've told you a million times that the hat makes you look like a child.
Okay,
And
you
your
had nothing to
hat
do
is
with the.
disrespectful to Oscar himself. No
Yeah,
offense to
well, it's
Mark.
not because the hat is for an Oscar-winning movie, which is what we're here to celebrate. Kramer versus Kramer's 40th
Kramer.
anniversary. So it's not just a hat. It's actually a prop for tonight's celebration of the 40th anniversary of Kramer versus Kramer. You weren't here for any of the preparation, so you don't really have a right to come in with this late, last-minute input into wardrobe and things like that. I also have a Kramer
I'm sticking to
versus
my
Kramer
plan.
T-shirt.
We have
I also have a
30.
Kramer
What is the
versus
time on
Kramer
the
T-shirt,
0 hour?
Because that's
Can I
what
get
we're
a
here
countdown
for.
clock on 0 hour, ladies and gentlemen? Because I smell it.
And when 0 hour strikes, you're leaving.
29 minutes we have till
you're
0
gone,
hour.
till you leave.
And we will watch as the SWAT teams, the special forces, descend on Hollywood and arrest the biggest mass arrest in U.S. history.
No.
And probably a lot of people are going to get hurt tonight. But all right, your segment, as promised, is what? I've not been paying attention.
Yeah, because during the breaks you could have read through the sheets and seen what we were doing tonight.
I'm
rather
teaching
than
this
jamming.
band the habits of the show.
Well, we don't have to have
I've been
music
teaching this
all the
band
time
one of the
on
great
these
songs
shows.
that make Oscar
Well, you should be
specials so
brushing
special
up on what the
is
movies are that
Oscar
are
Peeper.
nominated for Best Picture. I bet you can't name 2 movies nominated this year for any award.
I could if I wanted to. What is your segment?
Well, I'll tell you what. If you can name 2 movies that were nominated for something, I will cut the popcorn classics. I was going to do 6 popcorn classics tonight.
I know
that
movies.
if you can name 2 movies, no popcorn classics tonight.
Rome.
No. Rome is not a movie.
Mike, get a sheet on that because you told me Rome.
But during the break, instead of playing with these guys, you could have been brushing up on. If you're going to take over as
Green Bay
co-host,
Playbook. Green Bay Playbook.
No. If you're going to take over as co-host or special guest host or whatever, you should at least do the minimum required to make the show move.
Okay,
and
do
as
you
an
want to do your
Oscar
segment
show,
or not? Because I'll just
then-
jam with these guys. We'll play some
No,
bluegrass.
that's what you've been doing.
25 minutes. Thank you. Go ahead. Do your segment.
Okay.
Play.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to now see a film that I've made. This is kind of an exclusive world premiere movie that I've made here. It is sort of based roughly on the old On Cinema On Location segments, which have always been very popular. This is going a little bit further with that, and if there's any Star is Born heads out there, I think you're really going to appreciate it. Let's take a look. Hey guys, Greg Turkington with On Cinema at the Cinema. We're here at the filming location of 2019's A Star is Born. This is the very supermarket where Jack and Allie, played by Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga, go in search of some frozen peas and end up writing songs in the parking lot. And in this parking lot is another historic event. I'm going to introduce my new segment for the Oscar special called Where the Stars Were Born. In this segment, we'll be visiting some of the actual birthplaces of some of the Hollywood royalty who have won Oscars throughout the years. In 1959, back when this building was still a hospital, it was the birthplace of the great Jamie Lee Curtis. Her proud parents, of course, Janet Leigh from Psycho and Tony Curtis from Some Like It Hot. Jamie went on to star in My Girl, Terror Train, Trading Places with Dan Aykroyd, and of course, Halloween. Jamie Lee Curtis, born here in 1958. This is the birthplace of Ed Begley Jr., star of Cat People, Going South, directed by Jack Nicholson, and Protocol, starring Goldie Hawn, many, many other movies. The great Ed Begley Jr. was born here in 1949. His proud father, none other than character actor Ed Begley. Where the Stars Were Born. Well, you know what? Rather than more songs and more nonsense, let's get right into another one of my segments. This is something very special. This is by special request. It's none other than our own special president, President Davidson, portrayed by Joe Estevez. Joe, come on down for a trip down Joe Marie Lane. It hasn't been like we promised. But...
A very eclectic showmanship.
Yes, yes. Okay, let's just don't. Okay. So Joe is here tonight to.
and thank God for you guys because we are really
is this mic working?
A lot of good footage.
You know,
I'm sorry, a lot of
Here,
food.
Joe, why don't you take this? Okay,
Joe's mic is
And-
working.
Excuse me, I'm just.
Okay, this isn't a segment, so this is the segment.
I'm doing a segment on Quick Bites because I didn't realize I never had Mountain Dew like this, small like this can. Anyways, I haven't had.
Okay.
So my point is I haven't had Mountain Dew on this size.
Okay, well,
Usually
this isn't Mountain Dew wasn't a sponsor. Quick Bites was, so you can mention Quick Bites. You already did. Now let's get to Joe Estevez.
Hey, great to be here.
Good
Great
to see you.
be
We
here.
were
Oscar
going to
night.
take a trip down what we're calling Joe Murray Lane, which
Oh,
is
my goodness,
sort
yeah.
of some of the memories you have of working on motion pictures throughout your
Yeah.
long career. We've touched on them in previous episodes, but let's get into some more of that because that's what people respond to.
Wow. Well, you know, when doing the fundraiser, you guys got me to thinking about when I first came into town and what incredible luck I had as a young actor, and some of the big stars that I worked with, just literally right
Liza
into town.
Minnelli, right out of the bat, you were with Liza.
I
in
didn't
Lucky
know
Lady.
you knew that.
Yeah, of course I've seen all these pictures.
Yeah, Gene Hackman and Burt Reynolds in a movie called
Lucky Lady.
You know about that?
Yeah,
huh?
yeah.
I hear. Okay, Lucky Lady. I think it was 1974, shot in Guaymas, Mexico, and it was the first time those three stars, Minnelli and Hackman and Burt Reynolds, all three of them were paid $1 million each, and it was the most any actor had ever been paid up until that time.
And I hope you were paid $1 million too, Joe.
Not quite.
Okay.
Not quite. But I tell you, it was certainly worth $1 million working with those three terrific actors. And actually, I was in the scene with all three of them, so I was very very proud
So
to be
the
there.
four of you in a scene together, or
Yeah.
three different scenes?
No, it was. I had a number of scenes with Burt Reynolds and Gene Hackman, but just one with the three big stars.
This was right after Deliverance with Burt Reynolds.
It was.
So
He was big.
He was a big star at the time.
Yeah, but these guys, they're just stars their whole life.
All right.
Yeah.
What's
And then
happening?
you went on to work with Jack Palance. Can you tell us about this?
Geez, Jack Palance. Terrific guy. He was like
Where we at?
a dad to me almost. We did a film called The Hatfields McCoys, and it was
That was a made-for-TV film, though.
Yes,
Did
it
you work-
was.
But did you work?
Yeah, you're
did
right.
you work
You're
with
right.
Jack Palance in a theatrical film?
Well, no, it was a
Okay.
made-for-TV film,
Then let's
but it was
talk
still
about
Jack Palance and
the Lost Little Sea Serpent. That was a theatrical film that you did.
It
What's the
was.
time on
That
Zero
was
Hour?
Jackson.
Donald G. Jackson. That film you just mentioned, my daughter
15 minutes
Nikki
to 0
Estevez
hour, Joe.
actually
Joe,
had a part in it.
You're
So
anybody
three
you know going to get
generations
arrested,
of-
going to get taken away in handcuffs tonight?
So I'm sorry,
Anybody
Tim?
you know going to get taken away in handcuffs tonight?
Gosh, Tim, I certainly hope not.
You believe what I'm telling you? Do you buy into my
Well,
theory
you know,
that this is
it
happening
makes me a
tonight?
little nervous with Michael over there with that loaded gun on his side. Quite frankly, Tim, I think it's all giving us a little tension here.
Oh, you got something to say to me now, Joe?
No, sir, no. I'm your friend, Tim. I'm your
Oh,
friend.
you've been a good friend to me.
And
signing
you
up to
like
do this
me
show,
also. Yeah.
signing up to do this show,
Yeah.
and saying you're not boycotting this new Oscar special. You just said I'll go wherever the money is.
No, he said, I'd like to do an Oscar special that doesn't have a psychopath that's destroying the set, smashing things up and throwing sandwiches at me.
I understand
you
why
threw a
Greg's gotta do it,
sandwich
but
at
there's no
Joe
reason
last
you have to
time.
do it, Joe.
And you also dumped hot
And
chili
I
all over
don't
the place.
consider you
So
a friend
I
anymore. How
promised
about
Joe
that?
that this kind of thing wouldn't happen. So actually,
I don't consider you a fucking friend anymore.
Tim, I hope that tomorrow morning
This is
you-
why he didn't
you
want to
feel
work with
differently.
I don't
He was
feel
happy
any
to work
different,
on this
dude,
show
because
he
I
thought
know
you wouldn't be
exactly what kind of
overturning
rat
stools
snake
and
you
throwing
are.
chili around like
And
a
I've
monkey.
given you every opportunity to be a
Yeah,
good
Tim,
person. I've
and I'm-
given
and I'm
you
very
the
thankful
job
for
of
it.
your
It's-
life, President Davidson.
It's
I give you the job of your life.
Yeah. I love
He's
every
had bigger
moment
jobs
of it.
than that.
But you come crawling into the
He was
Delgados.
at a movie with Liza Minnelli and Burt Reynolds. I think
fucking
that's a
cares?
bigger job of his life
Liza Minnelli's dead.
than your show.
She's dead, Greg. And
No,
you
No,
told
she's
me
not.
to
You're
keep
thinking of Judy
making the wrong
Garland from A
choice.
Star Is
Yeah.
Born,
Mike,
who's her daughter.
Yeah. But Tim, listen, but we love you. I love you. And tomorrow morning, you know, everything's going to be great again. You know.
Good, Joe.
Okay.
I'm glad.
Because
all
Thanks
I care
for
about
ruining
is
another
your,
segment, by the way.
Validation.
Okay, but you know, and his performance of Decker is second to none. I might add in the series, Decker.
You kiss my ass, you kiss Bruce Delgado's ass. You kiss anybody's ass that gets you a dime.
Well, you know, I'm just saying it because it's the truth. That's all I'm saying.
Why don't you see yourself out, Joe?
No, because I need him for my finale.
Huh?
I need him for my finale, which if you would stop stuffing your face with corn nuts and trying to put music on the show, you would know what the finale was and know why Joe is the centerpiece of it. So he's not going anywhere.
Well, okay. I'm, you know.
Well, I got to tell you, this show's going to take another turn when 0 hour comes in 15 minutes, whenever it is, and Justice is
when 0 hour doesn't happen, he's going to leave. So then we can actually have a better show than we did before.
Tucker
because when
Carlson hasn't
Raphael
called
was here,
it.
that wasn't the best, and when he's here, it's the worst.
Hasn't
So
called it.
I think when
number
it's
of
just
people
going to be
haven't
us,
called this. This is breaking exclusive news.
and the Living Oscar,
you will
and
get it here
Justin
first.
Henry,
We will
and
see
the Hobbit
countdown
Band,
to 0 hour.
so we can actually have a decent show.
Any minute now. Am I right, Mike?
And I think the folks at home, I think they found us a very, it's been, if nothing else, been a very entertaining evening. And
the best visual effects just went to
Shape of Water.
Bottom line.
This best. What was that? I'm sorry. Can you read that? I can't
Music
read that.
Man.
First Man.
First Man.
First Man. Music Man.
First Man.
Our
Best visual
thanks
effects.
to Oscars for
Good
getting it
Lord.
right. That
Good-
movie had
good for
wonderful
them.
effects.
Okay. Is that who you
That
your
was my
pick?
pick for best visual
You're
effects, not for best
incredible.
picture, but for
incredible.
best visual effects.
Moving
definitely.
along.
Yeah.
Nice, Joe. Get the hell. Get the
Okay.
fuck out of
All
my
right, I'm
seat.
gonna give
No,
that.
I need him for later.
No,
I
you
need
can
him
go
for
back
later.
to Chili Zone,
No,
whatever it is.
there's no
Go
chili.
back to get that
him
back
for
there.
later.
Give me that.
Okay.
mic.
All right. I'll hang around.
Thank you.
I'll hang around. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, Joe.
Anyway, we have a lot to get to. We have 0 hour approaching, fast approaching. We have Memory Lane starring Joe Estevez.
Just did that.
And we have a. Oh, shit. That's not good. That's a brand. This doesn't crack. Thank goodness. And we have a lot in store. So let's take a look. You have a segment about you went to the red carpet?
Yeah, well, it's sort of a virtual. You would be interested in this because you love virtual reality. You're living in a virtual reality. But this is a kind of a special. We're just kind of saluting Oscars from the past. That's why we have a living Oscar. If you paid any attention, you'd know that. But this is sort of a segment that's a trip down the red carpet. That like the actors that or the people that were winning these awards would go down the red carpet on their way to claim Oscar gold.
Let's go to
let's go over
Magic Red Carpet
to do the
Ride.
Magic Red Carpet Ride. This is kind of an interesting segment. Okay.
What's the time on Magic
Ladies
Hour?
and gentlemen, we're here at the Academy Awards.
0 hour, Joe. Here he is, Greg Turkington at the red carpet for Magic Carpet Ride.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here at the Eternal Academy Awards. These are the Academy Awards that never die, that go on forever, just like the great stars' performances that you see in these movies. This is a Magic Carpet Ride. Hello, Mr. Jackson. Welcome to the Oscars. Will you be going home with Oscar Gold tonight? I know you will. And do you have some more Hobbit films coming? Clint Eastwood is here. Clint, we love you in Dirty Harry, and we love your directing. And I hope that you've got lots more movies for us. And he always does. Clint Eastwood, now 88 years of age and still winning Oscars. And it's Bond, James Bond, Sean Connery. Mr. Connery, Mr. Connery, what do you think of Roger Moore, your replacement? James Bond himself. George Lazenby is alert. Oh, Harrison Ford. Star Wars, Indiana Jones, Harrison, which Oscar will you take home tonight?
Nice speaking to you, Harrison Ford. Let's keep walking down the red carpet. Oh, it's another James Bond. Pierce Brosnan is here tonight at the Academy Awards.
You're not in the right spot.
Well, just get off the thing because you didn't win any Oscars, so you shouldn't be on.
I'm
the
asking
red
you to
carpet.
step.
You
I'm
didn't win
asking
any-
you to.
You'll never win any
I'm
Oscars.
asking you to drop the spot. Drop the
Never.
center. 19
Paying money to get in movies isn't the way to win an Oscar. So
You have 90 segments tonight. Cut some of these.
no, you promised that if I didn't call 911.
Cut the segment. Cut the break.
George Lucas, what will you be taking home tonight?
Cut the segment.
Well,
Cut
it's
the
clearly
break.
not
Because
1977.
when we come back,
because Star Wars
cut to
lost
my
in
angle.
1977.
Cut to my
to
angle.
Woody Allen.
When we come back, guess what, folks? It's 0 hour. It's party time. It's New Year's Eve for Hollywood. Everyone's going to jail. Everyone's going to Guantanamo, getting tortured until they give up.
Steven Spielberg.
Goodbye, everybody.
George Lucas's buddy. They've worked together on a lot of great films, and of course, Steven Spielberg took home Oscar Gold for Schindler's
break,
List. Some
everybody.
would say he should have taken it home already.
Cut the break,
For
or I
movies
bring
like
pepper
Close
spray into
Encounters
the
of
control
Third
room.
Kind, and E.T. the
Put-
Extraterrestrial, and
cut the
AI
break.
Artificial
We're
Intelligence.
coming back, and it's 0
Oscars'
hour.
most beloved
Thank you,
host,
everybody.
Tom Hanks.
Thank you, everybody.
2 more Oscars this year.
Thank you, everybody.
Tom, what do you think about this year's nominee? Tom, where do you keep your 2
Oscars? Control room.
Oscars?
Let me explain something to the control room. I'm coming
It's
in there.
Meryl Streep.
Get my pepper
Meryl,
spray. Where's
Meryl.
pepper spray
I have
in
a
the
Kramer
control room?
versus
'Cause
Kramer shirt.
I've lost control of the control room. Goodbye, guys.
Meryl, we love you in Kramer versus Kramer and everything you've done. Congratulations on yet another Oscar. Only Katharine Hepburn has one more. That was it. Okay. Now let's hear from the Hobbit Band.
Ladies and gentlemen, stand by. We are less than 5 minutes. I need a countdown. We need 3 minutes away from 0 hour. I've sent Greg away because he needs to not interrupt this. This is absolutely vital information. The band can strike themselves. You guys can go get a bite. I don't need you sitting there looking at me. We are going to turn to the Oscars in a moment. But Mike, I want to refresh everybody on what's about to happen and why it's happening. Go ahead. You've been studying this for a while now. We know that the Queen's Army, the Special Forces, Donald Trump, we are cracking down on the elites, on the world power, the globalists, whatever you want to say. Right. And it's time to send a message to the world that it's over. That's right. That's right. You've looked at this. We looked at the Golden Globes. We saw the signs. And talking to the mic. No, you got to talk to the mic. Put your mic up.
Got you.
Okay, I know he's not a professional, even though he's on Heidecker. Roy LaRue, the great Roy LaRue, Charlemagne. And we are 2 minutes away from 0. What does this feel like to you? Because you predicted this.
Yeah.
Mike, what is that like, Mike?
It's about the truth.
Yeah, and you studied
about the
this.
truth.
And you've looked at all the videos.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. See, they like, fake news. They don't want you to know the truth.
Yeah, I understand.
See, they only tell you what they want you to know.
Mhm.
See, but then in the meantime,
What are we going to see first? I mean, are we going to really are they going to not cut the broadcast? We're going to get to see this.
oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And then we're going to just these are soldiers going to march down the aisle? I can't wait for this. This is unbelievable, folks. Nobody has this scoop, and if you're watching it, you're one of the lucky few out there, because all the lemmings are going to be so surprised, but we're all sitting back. We're a minute away. So I want to go, if we can, go to the live broadcast of Oscars, whatever. And we will, look at this. Whoever that is, guy, is this one of the guys that's going to be carted away? Do we know? Do we have a list? Do we have
I don't have a list.
We
on
don't
me,
have a list.
But you never know.
You never know. I mean, they look trouble. They look like trouble. And here we are. Where are we at? Look at her. She's like, she has no idea what's coming. The storm's coming, folks.
Storm is coming.
40 seconds. Holy shit! I got chills. I can't believe we're gonna watch this. I mean, let's give it 5 seconds here or there. You know what I mean? Like, it's not rush to judgment. 30 seconds, folks. You watching at home, countdown to 0 hour. You've been with us all night.
This is real.
This is real. We're going to see a mass arrest of all the top celebrities in the world. It's happening. And look, they don't know what's happening. They don't know it's coming. 10 seconds away, about 20 seconds, 15, 14. What are they doing here? 12, 10, 9. Oh,
9.
He's gone. Samuel L. Jackson, bye-bye. Oh, shit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Here they come. Here they come. All right, stay with us. Can you see anything happening in the background, Mike? There should be somebody coming right now.
Exactly.
Stay with us here.
So glad you're sitting down.
And they don't know. Oh, look at him. He's like, shit.
my boy Spike.
Something's not right.
Won tonight.
Are we?
I repeat, the Knicks won tonight.
Yeah.
Defeating San Antonio 130.
And this is coming. We're just standing by any minute now. This will be the end of an era for Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The end of an era for Hollywood is approaching. We are. What's the time now? Are we at?
The least understood and the
What does
least
that mean?
noticed.
We noticed.
Of course.
Trust me, we noticed.
100%.
All right, here we go.
Don't show up on a movie set and ad-lib for 12 hours.
Sometimes.
We're not
It was
winging
bad.
it. We're not winging it. We
But
need
not
words. We need words.
All right,
Which
stand
is why
by.
we truly appreciate what the late, great William Goldman said.
What's going
about
on here,
his
Mike? Give us an update.
The latest-
You want to get online? I mean, are they preempting this in some way? Are we seeing sort of an alternate thing that where are we at with this?
Wow. I'm expecting to see this anytime now.
Yeah, we're close. So stay with us. That could be a shot.
The
Hold on.
Favorite, written by Deborah Davis and Tony McNamara. First Reformed, written by Paul Schrader.
Yeah, I know, Joe. We're trying to. Excuse me. We're trying to. We're trying to pay attention to something major happening here.
Roma, written by Alfonso Cuarón. Vice, written
Okay.
by Adam McKay.
Something's happened. I don't know what has happened. Let's cut the feed here for a second. Something has happened. You got to make some calls or do some kind of intel on this. because,
What's happening, Tim,
we're-
is you're sitting on a stage with a guy
Joe?
that's got a gun on his side and a knife, and it's very, very uncomfortable, and we just hope that everything's going to be okay with you.
Yeah, I know that, Joe. You've said that many times. Mike, I think what we should do right now is you got to collect yourself and figure out what's happening with your intelligence, and get back to us, because there might have been some I don't know, and I feel.
I don't know. I made it look outside.
Yeah. All right. Well, you put me up on the spot here, you know, and
That's what I was told.
yeah.
That's what my people told me.
All right. Well, I mean, you said it was 100% at 7:10.
They're
This was
reliable
going down
sources.
7:10.
They're reliable sources.
They were reliable sources. Well, I don't see any of that
that,
shit happening
thinks like
there.
that.
So
He's
you
got
have
a
to
gun
find
on
out,
his
and I'm
side,
talking
you know what I mean?
now. Find out what happened, if this has somehow been stopped by Soros or whoever, and if there's been a clampdown on this, or if you got your fucking information wrong, or if we're an hour away from this, or if you got the number wrong.
I'm gonna take care of it.
So you go and take care of it. I need you to keep the door sealed, because now three people told me now the cops got called because of the pepper spray bullshit.
Okay.
That you said I was safe with because I had a constitutional right to that I was
Well, you
that
do.
was a concealed weapon.
You do.
I
That's
understand,
your right.
but it wasn't
It's the
provoked.
Second Amendment.
It's not the Second Amendment. Make calls, Mike.
I got you.
All right.
I got you.
All
Don't
right.
worry.
I'm not worried. I'm confident that we'll have answers for you. But I'm as confused as you are, folks, because I was given 100% guarantee by Mike. Mike, go, yeah. Anyway, we'll keep watching this. Greg Turkington's allowed back in if he wants to come in, and he has a segment that was planned previous
You're going to leave now.
No, because we have not gotten an answer back. If I get a confirmed
Well, nothing
answer,
happened.
Nothing
like
happened
we
yet.
said, and you promised you would leave.
No.
You promised you would leave.
I'm not leaving because we are going to see this through. And just because factors might have changed on the ground doesn't change my strategic decision to stick with the concept of 0
But if
hour.
nothing happens, and you said something would happen,
something
and
will
it was all
happen.
you had a specific time. Your whole dumb film was all about the specific time that this is going to happen.
The time has come and gone. I'm going to grant you that.
Okay.
I'm going to grant you that.
So time for you to leave.
Here's the thing, Greg.
The only Q we should be talking about is the Q from James Bond and Star Trek.
Well, that's stupid.
Or
You're
Mick
being
Q,
disrespectful to-
starring John
You're
Wayne from
You're disrespecting
1974.
Mike. You're disrespecting the work that we've done, put together that information.
Well, you guys are disrespecting Oscar
I'm
by
not
bringing this
disrespecting
thing
Oscar.
has nothing to do with it, and then wishing harm on all these great actors and directors and producers
No,
and
you're
actresses
absolutely-
and makeup people and special effects people that we're here to salute.
All
And
right.
you want blood going down the aisles. It doesn't. You shouldn't even be here.
All right. Do you have a segment planned that you wanted to get
I did.
to?
I wanted to talk about a website that we're launching.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we get to Greg's segment now as we do some more research and more information. I've got some people I need to talk to about where we are with 0 hour, because apparently 0 hour has been postponed. But it is coming
Forever.
tonight, I think.
It's never
I hope. If it doesn't, we're in big trouble. Actually, we're in bigger trouble if it doesn't
So
come.
you
And
want
bigger
your
deal.
hero Tom Cruise to be killed by?
I don't. First of all, Tom Cruise isn't even there, so you have to do your research.
Well,
you have to know
he's
what you're
probably
talking about.
there. It's the biggest
no,
night in
he's
Hollywood.
not there. We did research on that. He's not there. We have information that has been confirmed that he's not there. Now,
I think he's there.
Here's the deal. I'm going to get more information. Frankly, I'm relieved if it did happen. If it didn't happen, we can go on with the show, and
without you.
No, because I want to see this through. Anyways, you have something important you want to tell everybody, or if you don't, I can take over I could clear the room. I could clear the room.
Yeah, clear the
and
room of yourself.
No, I'm not going to be doing that. And we have Mike here, who is prepared
He
to take.
shouldn't be here at all. He has nothing to do
The
with
floor is
movies.
yours.
He was great in the Decker episode,
The
but
floor
I
is
didn't know he
yours.
was a nut.
The floor is yours.
Hey guys, I'm here to talk about the launching of a new movie-themed website that I think is going to be of great interest to anyone who's tuned in tonight who is interested in the Oscars. And if you're tuning into this special, you are interested in the Oscars. The name of the website, and you're going to want to write this down, is oscores.net. Oscores, that's O-S-C-O-R-E-S. It's not oscars.net. That's taken, and that's something different. oscores.net is the first interactive website where we will be giving a score to each year of the Oscars, grading them for the accuracy of the awards given. For instance, in 1986, the O score is 98%. That's how many of the Oscar awards were correctly given. Only 2% did Oscar get it wrong. 1994, 96%. 4% of the decisions made that year were the wrong decision. So at oscores.net, you can go through year by year and figure it out, learn something about it, something to impress your friends with, and it's a free website too, absolutely free of charge. And this is something I've been working on for a long time, gathering and collating the data, and now we're ready to launch it. oscores.net. Hope to see you all there. It's not currently live. It will be launching probably next week or next few weeks. And again, we could really use some visits to help boost the numbers and make it an invaluable tool in the way that Internet Movie Database and some of the other websites are. So that's
I want to make an announcement, ladies and gentlemen, that I have been hoodwinked by Mike, who I've excused from the premises. He's standing
didn't
outside.
shoot you in the head.
And we have when I have made mistakes in the past, you know that I have totally owned up to them. And as far as 0 hour goes, I now can't confirm the information I have is 100%. That has been that's the sad fact. And we are at. No hot water. That's all right, Joe. You just worry about your own shit. But I am confident that my place is my place is here. My place belongs here, not in Quick Bites, which sucks. Which was you're better off with chili and okay. And that's chili for you, you know. We are clean that up, Frank, Zach, Hank.
Good thing that wasn't hot chili this time, because last time you knocked it over, it was. Last
we are.
Had the hot chili.
What's happening now? Where are we at? Who won the best Oscar? Black Klansman won best Oscar. All right, everybody, we'll be back.
Black Klansman won adapted screenplay, which is actually quite an important award. So Oscar got it right once again.
Shit.
Well, it's another fine mess you got me into.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tim Heidecker. I have been your host really all night. I took this opportunity, this break. Thank you for sticking with us through the breaks. I took this opportunity to do a little check-in with myself. And, you know, we've made a few mistakes tonight.
Not we.
Please, I told you I needed to say my piece. Mike, the traitor, has led me down the wrong path. The more information I get on him, the more information I get on the situation, is that 0 Hour was not going to happen tonight. And I am profoundly sorry that I put you guys in this position. I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad we're doing this together. I'm glad I'm back. I think the show, in large part, has been much more successful than it would have been without me. When you look back on Rafael Torres and the choices he made in the first hour of the show, I think everyone agrees that was not the right way. The show wasn't going the right way. But I do want to apologize for creating potential, you know, riots or whatever happened out there. We don't know what's going on in the streets right now. We have not gotten word on that, but obviously people might have been expecting something that they didn't get, and that 0 Hour came and went.
No one wanted that.
No, well, I'm not saying what people want or don't want, but I want to cut to, and I apologize, okay? I don't like saying it, because I think a lot of what I do, whether it's true or not, whether it's right or wrong, is right, is coming from the right place.
That's nice of you to apologize. You don't need to apologize. Just don't interrupt the segments. Just let us do the segments.
And I never will.
Yeah, in exchange for you not having to apologize.
Well, why don't we do
how
this?
About you just let me do my segments?
Why don't we cut to a Marchives?
I have a lot of a plan that I've been working on for weeks. You just walk in last minute and try to take over the show. But this is stuff that I've been working on for weeks.
Can you read the room and understand that I'm coming to you with hat in hand, ironically, not and figuratively, not literally. I would never wear a hat. I would disrespect the audience. I am coming to you, hat in hand, and apologizing. And I did my work through the break. I learned that we have a new Marchives segment that's exciting, and we're going to cut to that now. So Marchives is here for another Marchives, and these are official clips from the Mark Crutch Library.
From Better Days.
Action, go. I'm playing Dr. Tuesday in Scared, interior doctor's office. The tests are in for Damien. Nurse Jones, I've never said this before, but I'm scared. He has anomalies inside him that I've never seen in a human being. He is not of this world. These aren't conclusions. These are scientific facts. Damien has no heart. It simply is not there in his chest. There is tissue, scar tissue, where a heart may have once been, but not today. It's gone. Nurse Jones, how he walks and talks, I do not know. But I'll tell you something. He has a follow-up appointment tomorrow at 1 p.m. And I don't plan on being within 100 miles of this office. Damien is dangerous. He has killed before. He killed before. He will kill again. And I don't plan on being his next victim.
All right, that was another Marchives. Interesting. Wonder if you got that part. Do we know if you got the part?
During his time, he didn't tend to get a lot of parts, but that's, you know, there's so many politics involved, or people greasing palms, or
Right.
people hiring their friends or
Now,
relatives.
you've been talking about this all night, the Kramer versus Kramer 40th anniversary. Last year we did Jaws anniversary, Jaws 2. And this year it's Kramer versus Kramer. Talk to us about...
Did you see the displays that we have here of
I
some
did.
precious memorabilia
Well,
from
talk
the
about
movies?
Kramer
and
versus...
then
Let me see that.
This is actually
This is-
the first edition VHS. So this is the rare one. Of course,
You
the
haven't
movie
even
this
coded it yet. It doesn't
no,
have
no.
the red
Well, I'm
tape
not going
on
to put tape on this cover.
see that.
This is actually a first edition of the first release, first video release of Kramer versus Kramer.
That's like brand new. You've got this.
They're
like-
issuing it every couple of years with new packaging and things, and it keeps selling because it's a classic movie. It doesn't get better than Dustin Hoffman and Meryl Streep.
And there he is,
and
Justin Henry, who's
Justin
coming up on
Henry,
the
who's
show,
going to
right?
be here, hopefully
That's
soon.
unbelievable. This is like,
He has
it's
a-
like brand new.
Well, it's in good shape because
Yeah.
it's in our archive. We don't
I should put
keep-
this on. I take this and put this on eBay.
No. We're going to actually take a look at it. We're going to take a look at this tape a little bit later to set up an interesting segment that I have, which is the one that people are going to be talking about for years to come. I don't know if I want to give any of it away now or if we keep it a surprise, but something very magical is going to happen here tonight.
And you have all kinds of movies over here.
Yeah,
huh? You've all
welcome to the VFA. Finally,
Yeah. I
it's
mean,
the first time you visited
well-
the VFA when except to drop a match on an earlier version of it.
And you have all the. How many Oscar winners are here? Do we have?
A lot of these movies won Oscars, and movies that won Oscars are all here. I mean, here's Mrs. Doubtfire. Here's One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Jurassic Park, Forrest Gump, of course, Jack Nicholson, one of your favorites, in The Border.
Great. Yeah, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, everybody. It's one of the great movies.
Batman.
And by the way,
Full
Whaleman's
Monty,
in
Sling
town.
Blade,
We're promoting
Armageddon. Come
Excuse
over
me.
here, Tim. There's more over here.
I just want to promote Whaleman 2020. We got official announcement.
Hey,
on that
you
coming
and
soon,
that
but we've-
weirdo would like this one, JFK. It's conspiracy theories.
Oh yeah,
So
look at that. That's
you can
Oliver
borrow it if you
Stone.
want. Even though I don't loan these to. Well, this
geez.
is why I don't loan these to people normally. So.
All right.
But you know, the old tapes are sturdy and they don't break that easily. So, unless you drop a match on them. Well, okay.
Oh, sorry about
Okay,
that.
well, be careful. Friday the 13th, Forrest Gump, Meet the Parents, Snake Eyes with Nicolas Cage, Poison Ivy 2, Fear,
All right,
Intolerable
good. Yeah,
Cruelty.
this is not
It's
too.
all here. Here's a second copy of Forrest Gump. But that's one that we have several copies of. Bullet with Mickey Rourke. Days of Thunder, which I'm sure you've seen.
All right.
Well, I'm not sure you've seen
Well,
it.
let's move
and
the
I'm
show
not sure
along.
you've seen anything.
We
and
have-
hey, Joe. Is Joe Estevez still
Yes,
here?
sir.
I want to give this to you to take a look at in your spare time. It's Cabaret, starring your co-star Liza Minnelli.
Oh my
So you might
goodness.
want to
Wow,
see this. Take
I,
another trip down memory lane.
All right, here you go. Kramer
Somebody
versus
can-
Kramer is coming up
somebody can
the
give
next
this to
hour.
Joe.
The big
I'll take it
surprise.
over
You
there.
have a big Kramer versus Kramer surprise, Greg.
Well, I'm honored right from the archives. Well,
Yep.
thank you so
Take a
very
look
much.
at it.
You got a big Kramer versus Kramer surprise coming, you said?
Kramer versus Kramer?
There you go.
You got a big Kramer versus Kramer surprise.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get to your segment. You were telling me this is one of your big. We're winding things down. We're getting close to the end of the show. We have a big. You said
Well, we
you
have
have a big.
two finales tonight.
Two finales.
That was one of the things when I had been on the show with you before. I always said, well, one finale's been done on the Oscars. What about two finales? That would set us apart. And you said, no, I need to bring the band in and all this stuff that no one wants.
By the way, speaking of bands,
so this
I need
with
my
Raphael
boys.
and
Excuse me. I'm very certainly going to be arraigned or arrested tonight for what I'm told was
Yeah.
an illegal discharge of a weapon. and we don't know. That's the clock's ticking on that. But I do need my brothers in arms, Manuel and Axiom, because Mike's split. We need the boys in town because we need actual music tonight. So if you guys, again, I have not heard. I texted
Well,
you.
we don't have time
if you're
for
watching
that.
right now, bring the boys down.
No.
We are getting back. We need you. I need you.
No, you
more than ever.
agreed. You
But
agreed
anyways,
when you first showed
your
up.
segment
when we
is-
talked on the break, you said that those guys would not be here.
I
so-
said they might not be able to make it. I didn't say they would be
No, you
here.
said they wouldn't be here.
Okay, well, let's talk about the next segment that you have planned. This is your big...
It's one of two finales. I think they're both equally impressive. Both of them are things that will go down in history. This one involves a good friend of ours, Mark, who hasn't been well, but sort of tonight is his night back in the limelight. And as the living Oscar, the world's first living Oscar.
Okay.
And this is going to be an interesting thing. With the Oscar, think about it. If you were an Oscar statuette, you would have been witness to so much of history. You would have seen Wings win the first Oscar back in 1929, and you would have seen Kramer versus Kramer win quite a few Oscars in 1979. And you would have seen people like Humphrey Bogart, legends like John Wayne, Lauren Bacall, again, the Gone with the Wind gang, people like Judy Garland from A Star is Born, 1954. You would have seen all these people throughout your lifetime. But if you were a statue, you wouldn't be able to tell your story to anyone until now. So now we are going to witness for the first time ever a trip. It's a segment I'm doing with the living Oscar as he gets to re-witness. It's sort of a trip back through Oscar Best Picture history. Just wait and see. Just see what you think. It actually includes every movie that ever won Best Picture. I think you're going to like it. This is your life.
What are we looking at here?
My only object in being here
This is 3 seconds from every movie ever to win the Best Picture. All 90 of them.
strange to demand a court of inquiry in England.
And the Oscar was witness to all of them.
I could make Ziegfeld look like an amateur.
All my friends
Oscar
have
saw it
told me
all.
Tubes are
that it
getting
was
a little,
insane for a
That's
single
fine.
person.
Still staring at me. Well, who wouldn't stare?
This is still the black and white era, and then
Frankly,
Gone with the
my
Wind
dear, I
blows
don't
it all
give a
apart.
No, no.
First Oscar
She
winner
hasn't
in
won.
full color.
There is
Rebecca with Joan Fontaine. Alfred Hitchcock, 1940. Mrs. Miniver with Green Garson.
Is looking at
Casablanca. Humphrey Bogart.
See that? The tubes are getting
Awesome film with Ray Milland.
You don't
He's fine.
say so.
Don't raise your voice to me, Mr. Green.
Suffer the slings and arrows.
Hamlet.
On the way. How he could do nothing for himself
All
without
the
the help of the people.
Kingsmen.
That's what
Later you had All the
Shakespeare-
President's Men. All About Eve. Eddie Davis. Here's another color. Now we're firmly in the color era. Greatest
Did you
show
run
on
this
earth.
before the? Did you run this
1952.
before I got here?
From here to eternity.
Greg, he's see what I'm talking about?
See, dogs like us, we ain't such dogs as we
It's
think
fine.
we are.
Ernest Borgnine.
What about? Turn off the turntable here.
Who are you?
Why do you turn this thing off?
Didn't you know? They can
Can't
only
see the
kill
thing.
me with a golden bull.
This court must construe according to
Whoa,
the
whoa!
They
Get
call
him up!
me
Get him up!
Mr.
He's up.
Tibbs.
Something going. What the hell? He's up. Something. He's up. He's come up. Hey, easy. Easy. He's all right. Let him. Don't move. Hey. He's out. He was out when I came in. right. Let's do it. I pushed him the whole thing. I touched him. My back hit him. Hold on. Get some. We don't want to call 9. Don't call 911. I can't have. We don't want to. Wait. We don't want to move him. I said you don't want to move him. You have to move. Why can't? He's not. He hasn't walked in a year. All right. Okay. All right. Wait. No. Why don't we, Greg? Get some water. What's going on with it?
Water?
Gotta. All right, something's going on because he was not. He's got the wind knocked out of him.
He's got the wind knocked out.
Hobbit.
No, like a bottle of water.
He got the wind knocked out of him.
We'll get something from.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen, with fantastic, incredible news. First of all, best actor was Rami Malek, but who cares about that? Because our good friend Mark Prutch is alive and well. I mean, let's hear it for Mark. You're sort of gaining your senses of where you are, what's going on. There was, tell us a little bit about where you're at. How are you feeling? Are you okay? We have not called because you seem to be okay, which is unbelievable. It's a miracle. Do you want to give him a mic or something? How can we get him? How are you doing, buddy? We're glad to see you up and around.
Your brothers are going to be happy.
Yeah.
We need.
You need a little time, or? Okay. Mark is kind of hurt. You got a little bump on your nose there, but.
What we gotta for the Jaws.
Say that again, Mark.
We have to. I have to get out of the wetsuit for Jaws.
No, buddy. We're in a new segment here with you're playing Oscar.
That was last year. He's thinking about last year's show.
So you need a little bit of drink. You want a drink or anything? Andrew, should we just have a water. Just water at this point, yeah. What is the last thing you remember, Mark? Because it's been, I don't want to.
Yeah, do you remember anything in the last year that's been going on?
The last segment we did was Jaws, and then I fell, and now we have
What happened was, folks, what happened was I think it was like an animal instinct or something, but I was over there trying to, because you were getting wrapped up in your cables, and I don't know, it was probably something like, that kind of fight or flight, that adrenaline rushed in, and I got over there, and I knew that you needed a kickstart, you needed to something needed to smack, almost like a slap in the face or cold water in the face, and so luckily I snapped into that mode of sort of save the day, Superman kind of shit, where I just took my body. I mean, I'll be frank with you, I didn't plan to do it. I just knew that my body knew that was what I needed to do.
Olivia Colman won for The Favorite.
And so what happened was, buddy, and we could talk more in detail about this, you hit hard. I know, and you might have a concussion, or you might have some like broken bone in your face or something, because you hit the ground hard, but you're back. You went down because of an issue. Greg had, I don't want to get into this, but Greg had rented a scuba suit, and We'll talk after the show.
Last
but
year's scuba suit you rented,
don't
not
keep
me.
saying last year. We're,
On cinema, I do remember way back.
All right, buddy. Get well, or get some food in him. You're probably hungry. Are you?
He's been eating. I mean, the last year he's had plenty of food.
Energy drink here, Mark.
Yeah,
John's
give
here,
him one
everyone's
of the
here.
Quick Bite energy.
Yeah, man.
5-hour energy drink.
Might perk you up.
All right. Well, take a minute. You got the wind knocked out of you, that's for sure.
And the wind knocked into him, really.
Yeah, really, yeah, but that's true. Wind beneath your wings, Bette Midler. Beaches, Barbara Hershey.
Thank you, finally.
All right, let's talk about the second finale. It seems idiotic to have two finales. This is another
Well, that was a
finale.
pretty neat finale.
Well,
I mean, somebody coming to life.
Here's to Mark.
It's like Cocoon. Remember that movie? Mark was essentially in the cocoon.
Mark, yeah, does he not know what's going on? Okay.
I doubt it.
All right. Talk about the Kramer versus Kramer 40th anniversary finale you have planned.
This is kind of what this has all been leading towards, and really the centerpiece of the night. This has never been done before, folks. Kramer versus Kramer, as you know, this is the 40th anniversary. And when we were putting together this show, I thought, what is a finale that honors this great movie, this Oscar-winning movie? And I thought, you know what? The way the movie ends, you kind of are left wanting more.
Mm-hmm.
And I came up with this idea, which again, I'm surprised no one has come up with it before, but of the first ever live movie sequel.
Okay.
So it's a sequel, it's the official sequel, but it's presented live. You don't have to go to the theater, it's presented live.
Like a play.
It's like a play, yeah, but it's a movie. It's a live sequel, the first ever live sequel. Usually when there's a sequel, they film it over months, they present it, people go all over the world to the theater. This is a movie, but it's being presented live.
All right.
So the first time you watch it, the first time anyone watches it is the first time.
Kramer versus
But before we do, I wanted to say one other thing. Any sequel is going to lose certain cast members. We were unable to get some of the cast, but we were able to get Mr. Justin Henry, who was nominated for Best Supporting Actor for Kramer versus Kramer. We have an actual Oscar nominee. We did have Sally Kellerman as well a few years ago, but
Is Oscar okay over here?
he's fine.
I mean,
he's fine.
He's all right.
He's fine. He's fine.
Are you sure?
You saw him before. He's better than he was, so it's definitely an improvement. So Justin,
He thinks
this
he's on
must
Jaws, right?
this must be a trip
No,
for
he's
you
all right.
when you
How you doing? I'm Tim Heidecker. I'm the host of the show. Nice to
Yeah,
meet you.
Tim. It's kind of a disgrace how you've been treating the Academy.
okay,
Award
but this
over there.
isn't this a trip though to 40 years later? You're finally getting the sequel. It's kind of
it's
a trip.
about time.
It's kind of a trip.
Special. It's really special.
Yeah.
What was it like working on
Yeah,
Justin?
of
What was it like
Nice to
working
meet
on
you.
Kramer versus
Thank you,
Kramer?
thank you. I'm going to give this
it
to
was
you
like,
afterwards.
a dream come true. It was
Yeah, I
fantastic.
bet,
It was
I
great. It was great. It was a lot like this, but people didn't die.
Was the apartment a real apartment or was it a set, movie set?
It was both.
It was
Greg.
both.
It was both. It
All
was
right.
It was an
Well-
apartment that became a movie set.
Let's.
So they started shooting an apartment and said, this movie's going to be big, let's get a set and finish it off in style.
That's right, because they wanted to move things around to make it like a real movie set. So
All right.
And did Dustin Hoffman ever talk about
No more
Midnight
questions.
Cowboy when
We don't
when
want to
you
ruin
guys
the
were
surprise. Justin, why don't you take your place on set?
Wait,
Thank you
wait.
very much.
One quick question though. Here's a trivia question. What is, and it, as one of the stars of the movie, you should know, what is the running time of Kramer versus Kramer 1?
98 minutes.
105 minutes.
Ah.
And then the next question is, are you ready to take part in the first ever live movie sequel, Kramer versus Kramer 2? Finally, the sequel is here. Everybody watching, you're seeing movie history made tonight.
I've dreamt about this moment.
Okay, good.
All right, well,
I think you're going to be great.
Take your.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Thanks,
Good luck
And
to
now
you, Justin.
I'm going to set this up.
All right.
I'm going to set this up. Oh, hey, one other thing. Everyone wondered, why is he a judge? Why is he a judge? Well, I'm judging the movies and judging the decisions, but there's another reason. I've cast myself in Kramer versus Kramer 2. I'm playing the judge. If you've seen the original, you know some of it takes place in the courtroom. Well, so does this one. So I'm here to in Act 3 of this movie, yes. And the movie also stars our own Joe Estevez, who has a role. Joe. He wasn't in the original Kramer versus Kramer, but he's definitely one of the stars of Kramer versus Kramer 2. That's why he's here.
I've been wondering why Joe's here.
Yep. And Joe is going to play a very unforgettable character. You're going to love this character, and Joe's going to love playing him. All right, let me set this up. It's 1979. A little movie called Kramer versus Kramer has just come out. Let's take a look at how this movie ends, and that will give you some insight into how this next one starts. Okay. This was queued up. Wait.
What's wrong?
Maybe it's some magnets on his shirt there.
What do you mean?
The magnets on in his shirt, is that causing a problem?
What do you mean?
Well, the magnets that Tim is wearing, maybe that's causing some electrical.
But he's...
I don't think that would have anything to do with it.
Did you have the tape?
What? Well, no, I mean, I looked at it, but yeah, I don't. Sorry, guys. Why don't you, we don't need to watch Kramer versus Kramer to set up Kramer versus Kramer 2, right?
Well,
What's the matter here?
Well, you were in the VFA on that tour, so it's stupid magnet vest, so...
That's not... The magnets aren't going to erase...
Yeah, they are. That's exactly what they're going to do.
That doesn't sound... I'm not... Can you look that up, somebody? What are we doing? What are we...
I don't know. I mean, the magnets can do that, though. I know that.
Well, that's playing.
Oh, okay.
All right, well...
It's a little damaged at the top, but it's playing.
All right, well, let's do Kramer versus Kramer Dos, number 2. Kramer versus Kramer 2.
Yeah,
starring Justin Henry from the original Kramer versus Kramer and Joe Estevez. And Greg Turkington as Judge, what's your character's name?
Judge Smith.
Judge
I don't know.
Smith. All right.
All right, the book is almost complete. Oh, hi, honey. When will you be home? I'm just stacking on some popcorn now. I'm hungry. I'm ready for dinner. Well, I see. Well, it's kind of a shock. Well, I know things have not been really great between us, but I'd rather not go that route. You know, well, my parents divorced when I was very young, and I was raised by my father after a long, drawn-out car battle. Okay, then, I'll see you in court. It's Chinese for dinner tonight. So hard to finish writing my book when I've got this divorce hanging over my head. Hello?
Hi, I'm attorney Jose Garcia. I'm here to advise you about your divorce with Kramer versus Kramer 2. I knew your parents, and I unofficially advised your father in his divorce, and I'm just very sorry that history is repeating itself.
Well, Joe, whatever happens, I'm determined to be as good a father as my father was to me. You know, some of my fondest memories happened after the divorce. My father raised me on his own. He became quite a good cook, you know.
Oh, he was a terrific cook. You know, I ate in his apartment a number of times. But look, let's get down to business. Is there any chance at all at getting back together?
Teresa wants what's best for the boys. And I know deep somewhere there's still love between us.
Look, I may not know anything about affairs of the heart, but I am a lawyer, and all the things that I've seen in court over the years, I know that the most important thing in life is family. So let's see if you can get Teresa on that phone, eh?
Joe, you've earned your pay today. Operator? Are you an angel?
Could be.
All right. Stay tuned for part 3 of Kramer versus Kramer 2. Okay, I guess we had having some issue with the.
Yeah, the issue is you're a fucking psycho.
All right, you know what? There's no reason for language on the set, and let's. You want to do part 3 or not?
Yes. Let's do part 3. Fucking. In the matter of Kramer versus Kramer 2, I have examined all the evidence and heard your testimonies. But before I render my verdict, let me ask, is there any hope for the two of you to resolve your differences?
Your Honor, I wouldn't have thought so if you asked me yesterday, but hearing Bill's heartfelt testimony, I believe there's some hope.
Judge Chandler, I've been so busy writing my book that I neglected the one thing that matters to me the most in this world. Teresa.
What made you come around?
An angel. An angel named Joe.
Judge Chandler, it's a two-way street. I should have never doubted Bill. But when my movie theater burned down, it tore me apart inside, and I couldn't even think straight. Mm-hmm. They didn't even find the arsonist. Okay. But that's all in the past.
We'll be happy.
And I'd like to try again.
Forever.
This is not at all what I expected, but I'm glad to hear it.
Hear ye, hear ye. I hereby consider this case closed.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
It's a happy ending.
A toast to happy endings.
I knew it would be better this time.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank
yeah,
you.
good. Oh, okay.
I'm not wearing my ring.
You can have mine, honey.
Over here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I love you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just happy to be a small part of you two getting back together.
It really feels special.
Greg's trying to
Well, you are special. This is a special coming together. Goodness.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
set
are
up,
you
set
gonna
up.
open the champagne?
Hey, everybody. We are back. That was a mistake. We're going to rock and roll a little bit for you tonight. We got Axiom and Manuel in town. Thank you, guys. Greg, thanks for that segment. We appreciate it. Sorry about we had some issues with your with the
yeah,
tape.
thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Tim.
I think we should just do. This is a big announcement, folks. We are announcing.
These tapes are all blank.
That Dakar is reforming, getting back together for now.
They're all blank. Every fucking one of them. Yeah, I know.
Checking out, waiting for someone to kick me out.
What's that?
Come on, Emma.
I do, but it's still, you don't want to have any of them ruined.
Let's try a couple more.
Hate this. Okay, but he did this on purpose.
All right. All right, check it out. Thank you. All right, folks, we are back.
Best Picture is Green Book.
All right. Well, hold on now. Don't go to break. I want to talk to y'all about a new song that I want to play for you guys because we are back. No, why are we going to break? Why the fuck we go to break?
There's one works. One of them
this
works.
is it, baby. We're going to do
at least one of the films
Bohemian
isn't erased.
Rhapsody, baby, in honor of the Bohemian Rhapsody song movie that came out. We didn't rehearse this. We're just gonna wing it, baby. Are you ready for it? Oh, you got a capo? All right, shit. Thank you, everybody, for watching tonight. Sorry about your tapes, baby. I didn't know these fucking magnets would be a problem.
Right. I'm sure you didn't.
Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Open your eyes, look up to the skies and see. I'm just a puppet. I need no sympathy, 'cause it's easy come, easy go. Little high,
fucker.
Little low, anywhere to win. Doesn't really matter to me. Thank you all for watching. I'm glad I'm back.
He was during the whole archive.
The whole thing.
He did it on purpose because he walked.
Don't cry
I should have known if he's doing the tour that he has some ulterior motive because he's never.
My time is done. She shivers down my spine. My foot is breaking all the time.
But they never.
Goodbye, everybody. I've got to go. I gotta leave this show behind.
Again, nobody wants to hear it.
Come on, mama. The
He didn't even win the Best Picture.
I don't want to die. I guess I've never been born enough.
Well, here's one that works.
Oh, okay.
Good. One of the tapes works.
Come on!
Well, it's like about 1 out of 5 works. But you don't want to go through all of them, you know. Yeah.
Scram damn damn damn.
Well, I'm going to have to go through all of them because I can't maintain an archive where I can't
I see a
the
little
integrity of what's in the
silhouette of a
archive.
man.
So I have to go through every one of these.
Straight to the fandango. Thunderbolts and lightning.
Oh, this one
very,
works.
very frightening me. Gotta live, gotta
That's another
live,
one that
gotta
works.
live,
So I need to do 2 files, the ones that work and the ones that don't work. Yeah. Well, at least you can see part of it. This one works.
He's real luck. His life and his ferocity. Easy come, easy go. Here you let me go. It's me all of you! No! Let it go! Joe, get over here. Let me go.
Never let me go.
Mamma mia, let me go. Me as if up has a devil put aside for me. For me. For me.
I'm really worried about Greg over here.
So you think you can love me and leave me tonight? So you think you can lift me and save me tonight? Oh, baby, can't do this to me, baby. Just gotta get it out. Just gotta get it right, Mamma Mia.
Don't step this.
Anyone can see.
Stop it.
Yeah. Nothing can really matter. Nothing really matters. Nothing really matters. Nothing really matters. Nothing really matters. Kato on it. Stand by. Anyway, though. All right, thank you. All right.
Enough of the music, guys.
Easy.
The individual's still in the building.
Okay, thank you.
Where is he?
We're gonna go. Thank
This
you very
man
much.
right here?
Right there.
Sir, I'd like to talk to you for a minute. Sir, please stop where you're going. We have a word to talk to you. Who's in charge here? We have a director or a producer? Anybody out here? What happened? Well, we got a disturbance call about someone being assaulted out here. Did anyone get pepper sprayed? No, not really, no. What's wrong with this gentleman over here? He's a gold person. He's okay. He's bleeding. Are you okay, sir? Were you attacked, sir? No, he was not attacked. No, he was not. Were you the one that was pepper sprayed? Sir, don't talk outside. Everything okay? Who called? Who was it that called the police? I need it. And what about this guy? This character that when we walked in, we sprinted outside the door. Are any of you gentlemen pepper sprayed or assaulted?
the chips are in on this. Everything's on the line financially, emotionally. Tim Heidecker. And I think we have a very good chance of winning. I'm running for San Bernardino District Attorney.
Oh, okay.
I'm coming out here talking to voters.
Oh, okay, for DA.
Yes, for District Attorney. I've said that 3 times now. You want an outsider to come in and shake things up because San Bernardino has gotten to be so corrupt. All these numbers you see that it's just up, and that's all crime. If you commit a crime on my watch, you're going to jail forever. That's the community we want to create.
In large sections of San Bernardino County, Mr. Heidecker is persona non grata.
I have permission from First Amendment.
He is perceived as a murderer who got away with it.
He disobeyed me, it's murder!
See that justice is done. Convict this individual.
As far as the DA goes, this Rossetti has turned out to be a total rat. And I don't know how you find these people, if you elect them or not, but maybe he'll have some competition next time. Hey, Rossetti! Oh, Vincent Rossetti, District Attorney in San Bernardino, is trying to kill me. It's attempted murder happening right here.
I think Tim's running for DA because he just wants to get revenge.
I am District Attorney Vincent Rossetti.
What's happening with the GoPro?
It's GoFundMe. I got it set up. Most of the time, GoFundMe is for people who are like sick or poor or starving. I really shouldn't technically be doing this, but
He's running for district attorney, which is not going to really happen because he's not a lawyer. He doesn't live in San Bernardino.
Hey, Greg, stay out of my movie. Now that the race is tightening, can we put this in your window?
We see the rat beginning to cower.
He's hiding in some rat hole. He has to answer for his crimes. Come on. It's starting to feel real.
this is not gonna cut it.
Knowing that it's only a few steps away. If I'm not on the ballot, how am I supposed to compete?
He doesn't have a chance.
From becoming not only district attorney, but hopefully even higher. I hope I have your vote. On Cinema is back. I love this movie. Movies, money, financial investments. Quiet on set. It's On Cinema at the Cinema, Season 11. With your host, me, Tim Heidecker, President and CEO of On Cinema Productions. Hi, everybody. Shut up. Shut up. I'm going to get to you in a minute. My name is Tim Heidecker, and I am back in the driver's seat on Cinema, at the cinema, back the way it belongs. I've got a lot to get to today, a lot to fill you in on. A lot of movies to review. Yes, and I'm going to introduce my guest in a second, Greg Turkington from the VFA.
Hey, guys.
I have to tell you, this has been a long road. It's been a road that you guys have been by my side throughout. It's a long story, I'll get into it, but it's the brief headline, the sort of main event is...
Abominable.
Yeah,
is the
so
first movie that we're going to review today.
let me take you back a few months. You know, this On Cinema family, this brand that I built over many years was robbed from me, was taken from me against my will by the Delgado family and the Delgado Media Holding, whatever the company was called. And I lost that battle. I didn't lose the war. The Delgados obtained this On Cinema property, and they put this guy in charge. And nothing happens. There's zero growth. Greg could not produce any content.
They wouldn't give me any studio time or money or anything to do
Well,
anything.
what do you think? Things are just given to you? You have to work for them. You have to present your case. So I analyzed the situation, my business team and I, we analyzed the company from outside. The first time I was really able to do that is look at the company from the outside perspective. And I saw a company, the Delgado company, that was, I felt that they were ready to get rid of this property because of the inaction that this guy took. He did not make any moves. You didn't see it on Cinema.
I was doing Popcorn
Greg.
Classics on Twitter every day.
How's that generating anything?
I was shooting my outside segments.
Quiet.
I have a
Quiet.
new outside segment called Classic Movie Time that I shot. That I have about 10 episodes that we're going to see this season.
I'll get to that in a second, but here it is, folks. This is it. This is the big deal we made. This is the deal, the transfer of On Cinema back to its rightful owner, myself, is Bruce Delgado, and this is it's something I worked really hard on. But everything I worked for all these years is now mine. What once was mine is now mine again. And so I think it's a great day for everybody watching. And you know, there's so much here that I haven't even gotten into some of the weeds of this, but we have, first of all, a letter from Greg Turkington disavowing the Delgados, which is a big step, and admitting some fault in that. And so you've signed that, and we are on our way.
Otherwise, you wouldn't put me on the show. But.
Well, there are no terms and conditions. It was a blanket agreement. And so I want to thank all my advisors and everybody, and especially the Delgados, for realizing what they had was a rotten apple, and they cut the apple from the tree, and now it's mine. And I'm going to bring that apple back to life, and we're going to have a whole orchard.
And 3 new movies reviewed each week, which is going to be a big improvement over the last few years.
Nothing indicates that here.
But that's what you told me.
Yeah. And you know, speaking of independent financing, I want to thank a great company that I got involved with to make this happen, MoneyZap.com. MoneyZap.com is a quick bank, essentially. They're an online bank. You know, I was really struggling trying to find a way to raise the capital to purchase back what was mine. And I discovered, sort of just late night kind of Googling, you know, I just sort of searched fast cash now on Google. That's how it became one of the first things that came up. And you got to check this site out if you're looking for fast cash. This site blew me away. I put in some basic information and credit card information and everything like that. And within minutes, I had $25,000 in my bank.
So if you take a loan from them, you have to do an ad for them too? Let's get to the movies.
No. I'm just giving some context here.
Well, you got the money. We don't care where you got it. Let's just do the movie reviews.
Within minutes, I got $25,000 with 0 interest. And you know, I really feel you're giving me crap for taking time on this, but I really think they deserve some credit because they made today possible. No one else did. Get this shot. And we're back. Okay, we're going to get into our movies today, and the first movie we're reviewing is Abominable, directed by Jill Colton and Todd Wilderman, casted by Chloe Bennett and Eddie Izzard and Saul Paulson. This is a story of a magical Yeti who must return to his family. This is sort of a story of a snowman and sort of big, almost like Bigfoot, but in the snow, kind of white hair with snow. And I did notice there was a lot of sort of winter elements to this movie, and different voices played throughout, and almost a movie for kids. Not exclusively, but I loved it, and I would give it 5 bags of popcorn.
Yeah, this is kind of a modern take on the old. I guess it's a myth or a legend, and to see what they did with it with today's animation technology is really pretty exciting. Just before seeing this, earlier that afternoon, I was watching the Jetsons movie, which is from about 1990, I think, and it was really interesting to see the vast difference in the animation quality and style. Both movies are great in their own way, but I think Abominable ushers in a new era of modern animation.
All right, well, let's...
I give it 5 bags of popcorn, and we're going to do a little bit of a throwback. I'm going to give it also a little Lucky Rabbit's Foot keychain, which I've given to other movies before, because a rabbit's foot almost looks like a tiny abominable snowman. If you think about it, the white fur and stuff, you could sort of use it to sort of pretend you had a little abominable snowman in your pocket.
All right. Next movie is called Judy, directed by Rupert Golb, starring Renee Z. All right. Zellweger. Zellweger. Directed by Rupert Golb, and Michael Gambon and Jesse Buckley. This is the story of Judy Garland after she arrives in London in the winter of 1969. And it's the story of Judy Garland, who is famous for being in a number of movies.
Wizard of Oz.
Wizard of Oz. And so we have this was a great biopic, almost sort of like The Doors or a number of other biopics, Ray Charles movies and these other kinds of Shine, I think was the name of one.
Bohemian Rhapsody that we covered last year.
Right, which Descartes did a terrific version of Bohemian Rhapsody, the song. Yes. Judy, this was a great movie. It's sort of one of those, it's my Oscar pick. I think it'll definitely win Oscar Gold. Speaking of Rupert Gold, the director, sort of makes sense that gold begets gold, and that's probably why they put them in charge, put them at the helm. This is a great movie. Makes you think about singing. 5 bags of popcorn, easily, 2 cans of soda.
I gotta say, when I was watching this movie, at first I was like, I don't think I want to see a documentary about a concert. That's not really a movie to me. But then when I heard that it was about Judy Garland from The Wizard of Oz, it all sort of clicked to me. And watching it, I think, is in a way to go back in time to The Wizard of Oz. They're there in Kansas, and you wonder what happened next. She got back to Kansas. What was the rest of her life like? Well, what if she became a singer? What if she took the influences of the Tin Man and the Munchkins and all these lovable characters that she met and incorporated them into her future life? So this is kind of seeing Dorothy, I guess, sort of at the end of her life and still singing Over the Rainbow. And that's why I loved it. And I think any Oz heads will also love this movie. I'm going to give it 5 bags of popcorn because that's our highest rating. And I'm going to throw in 1,700 cups of soda because I love this movie so much.
Okay. Those are our movies today. I do want to take a second now and let everybody know that the documentary featuring me, starring me,
about the VFA.
Not about the VFA, is about my run for district attorney. Mr. America is coming to theaters in October.
October 9th.
Going to be October 9th. Going to be a huge movie. We look forward to having the director Josh Lorton on here and like
Josh.
this guy. Director Josh. I haven't had a chance to see it yet, but everyone's raving about it already and saying that it really is a nice piece
look
of
at
work.
the VFA and sort of a time capsule of where the VFA was last year when they filmed.
What do you have planned for us this season?
Well, we've been working since this movie was shot, since we documented that phase of the VFA. Now we've moved into phase 2, which is the mobile VFA. So we actually have the entire archive now on wheels and taking it around and doing exhibits and sort of letting the public see what's available to them in terms of access to the archive.
Well, that sounds very boring. What I want to do right now is end the show, which we're going to do every week, is end it
with a classic movie time, which is my new segment. My new segment.
There's one guy that got me where I am right now, and that is the Creator, Jesus Christ, who's given me the power and the grace and the glory to proceed and do this the right way, which is how I got connected with MoneyZap.com in the first place, through prayer. But now, if you talk, I'll break your finger. So I'm going to encourage everybody, whether you're believers or not non-believers, whoever you are, let's take this moment together and enjoy a moment of silent prayer. Thanks for watching.
Then we'll see my new segment, Classic Movie Time, which is sort of...
Just shut up and pray. Believe me, you need to.
We're going to do Classic Movie Time. Tim.
Hi everybody, my name is Tim Heidecker. I'm the president and CEO of On Cinema and Dakar. I want to talk to you about a company called MoneyZap, a company that was there for me when I needed them most. Every small business owner knows that having access to capital is vital to keeping your business in operation. I found that out, and I'm using MoneyZap every single day. It's easy to do, signed up in seconds, provided some basic financial information, and almost immediately, I had $25,000 in cash in my account, just like that. MoneyZap saved my ass, and just might save yours. Thank you, MoneyZap. On Cinema's back, we got the money, and we are back bigger and better than ever before.
What a great movie.
Movies, money, and so much more. It's On Cinema at the Cinema, Season 11. Your host, me, Tim Heidecker, President and CEO of On Cinema Productions. Hey everybody, welcome to another episode of On Cinema at the Cinema, the only show that takes a hard look at the movies coming out every week and gives you honest, informed reviews. I want to thank myself basically for putting out the MoneyZap.com commercial. This is not something that they paid for or even asked for. It was
Which
just
is
a
why it
generous
shouldn't be on
offering.
the show. What should be on the show
My guest is
Classic
Greg-
Movie
Okay,
Time, which is my new segment, which actually deals with movies and not companies that are completely unrelated to what we're doing here.
Well, I was going to introduce Greg Turkington from the VFA here is with us to review movies.
Hey,
He's
guys.
not here to talk about what I should or shouldn't do with the show. I did the commercial for MoneyZap.com because they are one of the main reason you're here. It's the reason I'm here.
Classic Movie Time is the reason the viewers are here, because they want to get expert information about movies from days gone by as well as current movies.
They
that are not.
are the prime investor in this show. So how do you divorce that?
If you
I mean,
borrow money from someone that doesn't make, they've never even heard of the show. Go to their office and ask them. They don't even know what you're talking about.
you know-
This should be about movies, and that's what you promised to me when I agreed
Greg,
to come
you
back.
know, it's a public service announcement that I created for my audience so that they understand how MoneyZap works. I'm doing it out of the goodness of my heart, and I have the
They
right to
didn't
do that
ask
because I am
for
the
it.
CEO and the sole owner of this company, and the only reason you are here is by the grace of God. And that right now, my friend, is me to you. So do your fucking job and
I
chill
did.
out on telling me what I should and shouldn't do.
I did my job. I produced a segment called Classic Movie Time, which
Well,
a lot of people are excited about, and you didn't air last week. So I did my job.
No,
And you need to do your job and actually watch some of these movies and review them on the show and not run commercials for companies that have
It's
nothing
not
to
a
do with
commercial. You
anything.
call it a commercial again, I'm going to bust you in the lip. Now, you're here because I want to keep you on a short leash. They say the Bible says keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer. And that
My
is
Bible
great
says
advice.
let's review some movies and stop talking about
There's
money.
plenty of skeletons in your closet that I could easily reveal, that I have revealed, and I will continue to reveal.
Well, there's
So just
skeletons
play
in
by
a
the
closet
rules.
that you're about to find out, because by taking on the Delgado Holdings Corporation, you also took on quite a bit of debt that they had as well.
Hey,
So
no, first of
enjoy
all,
that.
You might know a little bit about movies, but you know nothing about business. And
Well,
let's
I was
move
working
on.
pretty
Let's
closely
move
with the
on.
Delgados before you purchased.
You want to talk movies?
I would love to talk movies. That's
All
what I
right,
said
the
at the
first-
beginning of the day, and that's what you promised that we would be doing, and then you hit me with this MoneyZap thing.
All right, well, our first movie today is The Joker, directed by Todd Phillips, starring Robert De Niro as the Joker, and Joaquin Phoenix, and Zazie Beetz. Okay? This is the story of the Joker from the Batman and Robin show from years ago, and
And the
this
movies,
is-
the Tim Burton movies.
yeah, well, that was played by, of course, Jack Nicholson. Now we have
Shining.
Robert De Niro playing him. So a little bit of a different spin on it. Still the same look, same makeup, same kind of, almost like a clown. You know, all he's missing is the red nose. But an interesting movie about how we got to meet the Joker in Gotham City. And another great movie from the Marvel gang.
Ant-Man.
And you know, you almost wish, it's one of the few times that you're rooting against Batman, because usually usually he's the hero, but in this case they sort of flipped the script a little bit. It's interesting to see, making sort of the Joker a little bit more of a likable character, and that's thanks to Robert De Niro, known for so many great roles. I give this 5 bags of popcorn. I think Robert is going to win another Academy Award here for his portrayal of the Joker. 5 bags of popcorn and
I'm going to
another
give
bag
it.
of popcorn, 6 bags.
Well, that's not. You can't do that.
What'd you think?
I think this is fantastic. It's De Niro at his best. I don't think he's made a movie this good in the last 10 years and maybe in the last 15 years. So I think that De Niro is definitely an Oscar pick. Never been better in this role. And Marvel has done it again. But I'm going to give this movie 5 bags of popcorn. And I'm going to throw in a little movie ticket. not a memento of a movie ticket, not a souvenir ticket, but an actual movie ticket, which I hope is given to you so that you can actually see this movie. Because if you'd seen it, you'd know that Joaquin Phoenix plays the Joker, not Robert De Niro.
Okay, let's bring out, all right, there is, well, he played a number of characters.
Not the Joker.
All right.
So I've got a segment coming up. We're going to close out the show with
Hold
classic
on,
movie
I got
time.
a special guest.
People
I
want
bring
to
out.
Okay, but we're going to see classic movie time after this special guest, because people have been looking forward to this segment. So.
Okay, this is a person that's very near and dear to the On Cinema family.
Joe Estevez?
No, Joe couldn't make it today. I want to welcome back somebody who's gone through a lot, and he's given so much to us, and we're happy to report that he's back on his feet. A friend of the family here. He's done a lot of work for us, a great comedian, and a former employee of ours who's had some very difficult and challenging medical problems recently and more. Let me welcome him to the stage, and we're going to talk all about it, so stay tuned. Mr. Mark Porch. Let me say the name and then come out. Mark Porch, correct?
Porch.
Okay, now you can come out. Good to see you, buddy. How are you?
Doing well. Feeling good?
Yeah. Good. Take a seat.
Get here, Mark.
Oh, watch your head.
How did you get here? How did you get here?
Mark, I've asked you to the show today. First of all, there's a lot I want to get to, a lot of questions I want to ask you, some serious, heavy stuff. But I want to start things off light. When I spoke with you on the phone, you said you're eager to get back in front of the camera and that you want to get back into doing your impressions. And you told me you've been working on some new impressions. And everybody's a big fan of the Mark Porch impression. So let's get into it, and quickly, because there's other things I want to get to. So you said you've been working very hard on a particular person. Who was that person?
The Carson show.
Johnny Carson. Okay? So let's see that now.
Could you do a... Here's Johnny.
What's that?
Here's Johnny.
Here's Johnny.
Hi, everybody. We have a really great show for you tonight. We have welcome.
All right, let's get to yes, very good.
Let's welcome out the star of the TV show Beretta, Robert Blake.
Yes. Thank you, Mark Porch. That's the beautiful stuff. So, Mark, I'm happy you're doing impressions again. They're very entertaining. I did want to let you know that I've been studying and following your case, your medical issues. We all know what happened to you. Everybody that watches understands that you had a medical incident and that you were incapacitated for a period of time. Do you know how long?
I mean, I know it was from the tank on my head.
Well, let me ask you this: who got you out of the coma? Who snapped you out of it? From your understanding, and you can be frank with us.
You.
That's right. Next question, and I know this is not easy. Do you have any records of the Medicaid billings or checks that were sent to you throughout the time that you were incapacitated? Do you have any way of knowing how long how much money kind of came and went through the process, through the procedures, and through your time under, as they say?
I wasn't working or anything.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, let me assure you, friend, because you are a friend, and I am not district attorney, but in a lot of ways I am acting as one for a lot of people. I'm the CEO of a big company, On Cinema, and another, Dakar and everything else. And I have a lot of power. I have a lot of influence. And the good news is I've been talking with John Stoughton. Now, if you don't know who that is, you got to look him up, because this guy is the leading expert on Medicaid fraud. And I've told him about your case, and he's eager to look into it. And I really just want to tell you at this point, first of all, I've always had your interest at heart. And at some point soon, I want to start a dialogue between the three of us and get to the truth and get this stuff exposed. Because there's a lot of people that took advantage of you.
No.
and there's been a lot of fraud, actually a lot of abuse. And we're going to find it all. We're going to open those window shades and get the light in. The light kills all germs, as they say. And we're going to get to the bottom of it and get you the money you deserve and some, because there's a lot of people who take advantage of you. So thanks for coming on the show, Mark.
You didn't tell me that you were doing this.
We're going to be back next week with a couple of great, exciting announcements. First, a big, exciting announcement about the company and some restructuring I'm doing that everyone's going to want to tune in to hear the breaking news in that department. Secondly, we're going to have the great Josh Lorton, director of Mr. America, on the broadcast to talk about his new movie, Mr. America, documentary that follows my successful attempt it was a successful attempt at running for district attorney.
But you
San
had a
Bernardino.
24-hour
Thanks
day.
for joining us today, folks. Let's end tonight with a moment of prayer.
No, because you had
Thank the Creator for giving us all the
You
gifts
had
that He gives us every single second of the day.
24-hour a day
Quiet,
care.
praying.
24-hour a day care.
Hey, eyes closed. Just sit down and pray.
I'll take you back. I'll take you back, but next time tell me if you're going to be popping in like this.
On Cinema is back. I've regained control, and I'm going to take it to the heights we've never seen before.
Should I see a movie this weekend?
If it's a movie, we're talking about it. It's On Cinema at the Cinema, Season 11. Your host, me, Tim Heidecker, President and CEO of On Cinema Productions. All right. I've decided to begin shows with the silent prayer as well as end them because it gives me the strength to have a great show, and the prayer at the end is now reflective of the great show we just had.
And if you're going to take,
so let me
if you're
introduce
going to
the
take
show.
15 seconds
Shut
to
up.
have a silent prayer, I'd like to take 15 seconds to address the elephant in the room from last week.
Go ahead.
Which was that I feel like you sort of sprung on me, putting Mark on the show without having told me that he was going to be here, and then these accusations and things that you're making about his
I didn't
care,
use your name once
completely off
yesterday.
base. I just like to say I
Or last week.
welcome you or anyone you have to come in and do an audit of anything having to do with Mark's care. The proof is in the pudding. Mark is well now. He's a productive member of society. I don't know how you think he was fed and cared for over the last year, but you're lucky that he's alive, and you're lucky that I was a good friend to him and took care of him. And it was very irresponsible,
I think John
very
Stoughton will get to the
irresponsible
bottom of all this, so stay tuned for his
spring that
report.
on me when we were supposed to be reviewing movies, and not some sort of weird hatchet job.
Well-
when really turn the hatchet on yourself next time, because it was your
You've had your
using
15 seconds, by the way, which is a gracious gift that I've given you.
But rather
So
than
shut
hire a
up
real
about it.
scuba tank, he had
No,
a
no, no, we're
prop
not getting
scuba
into-
tank
no, no,
that
no,
was
no,
full
no,
of
no, no,
sawdust.
no,
There
we're
was
not
no
getting into
oxygen
that.
in there.
We're not getting
That's
into
why
that.
he was.
Shut the fuck up! I have big breaking business news to report, folks. That's why my guest, Joe Estevez, is here. I'm going to bring it to you, the news live as it comes in. This is breaking business news on Cinema Properties, the investment opportunity that I regained only a few weeks ago. We are now restructuring the company in a major way. I have now created a board of directors, and I am going to be announcing the board of directors right now. I want to send a shame on you out to Josh Lorton, who has not returned my calls, the director of Mr. America. He was supposed to be my special guest today, so we had to bump him because he's not gotten back to me. I don't know where he is. He's off the grid. I don't understand it. I don't know what's happening with that. The big story
Is the new segment, Joe, on location that we're going to debut tonight.
I want to announce the On Cinema Board of Directors. Every great company has a great board of directors, and I think this one is bar none. They're going to help me focus the company to become profitable and really set our course for the next 5-10 years down the road. The announcement will begin immediately. First of all, my CFO, my Chief Financial Officer, Joe Estevez.
Wow.
He's with me today.
Wow, I'm honored. I'm
Yeah.
honored. Well, thank
I've
you.
spoken to you about this on the
Well,
phone.
yeah,
so-
but it wasn't final. You
No.
know, well, all right. I'm glad that it's official.
Obviously, I gotta have my rock solid brothers of Dakar on the board. So Axiom and Manuel will be on the board of directors. And to round out the board, my close friend and security advisor, Michael Matthews, who is better known to Decker heads as LaRue.
LaRue, yeah. LaRue.
And so this is a strong board. They are, Joe, with your sort of sage advice, are going to steer this ship in the right direction, and we see a lot of growth potential for the company. And I see sunny skies ahead. Joe, what's your financial projection for the next few quarters for On Cinema?
Well, you know, it's all about the financing, and we have to talk to a number of producers and big film companies. But already, you know, I kind of have inroads in that
And
direction.
also just
and,
restructuring the core financials of the
Yeah.
company will be sort of key to your job.
Yeah.
But Joe, I need you to, you know, get in those books, get down into the muck, and come back to me with a financial report.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
All right, so let's get into the movies.
And the new segment that we're debuting tonight, Joe on Location. This is something that I think On Cinema fans and Estevez heads are going to go crazy for. We've been working this one up for quite a while, so stick around. Let's get a look at it.
All right, do you want to talk movies, or we're going to keep prattling on about nonsense?
This is movies.
Okay,
So
first movie we want to talk about coming out this weekend is Gemini Man, directed by Ang Lee. Oh, starring Will Smith.
From Men in Black.
Mary Elizabeth Winstead, and Clive Owen, two first names there. An over-the-hill hitman faces off against a younger clone of himself. And this is sort of a sci-fi, I kind of call it a spy-fi thriller. And it's kind of got a mix of everything. It's got a little horror, a little sci-fi, a little spy-fi, and almost a little bit of humor too from Will Smith, who you never know where exactly he's coming from. And I love this movie. I give it 5 bags of popcorn, and I can't wait to see it again. I'm planning on seeing it several more times.
one time for each genre that it covers would be a good way to do it.
Spy-fi, that's a new concept that Joe, we should talk about how we can
I'll
exploit that.
make a mental note of that. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, Will Smith's great. Of course, Men in Black has been a popcorn classic on this very show. So we're all very familiar with Will Smith and what he's capable of. I think this is his best performance, if not the best performance of the year by anyone. You've had Bicentennial Man, now you have Gemini Man, and may its flag wave forever. This is a great movie, and I do believe there will be a Gemini Man 2, because this is the start of a great franchise. Thank you, Will Smith, and thanks to everyone involved. I mean, the whole clone thing, you had Star Wars Clone Wars, I guess is the ultimate clone movie, but you also had Double Decker, which made a splash in its own way, and really kind of was plagiarized
Once
from
again.
in the making of this movie. Hollywood turns to
Once
Decker.
again, they dip into that pot. We've seen
we
it
agree.
time and time again.
If
And no
you-
one's doing anything about it. Joe, make a mental note that we
If
have to
you put
investigate,
Deck-
put it in the investigations wing of the company, is we got to start looking into how these Hollywood companies are basically pilfering from our stockade.
They get hold of the script. If you put the script side by side, some of the scenes in Double Decker, some of the scenes in this are, I got to say, identical.
Right.
So
Almost
that's
like
the
the-
real Clone War right there. I'm going to give this one 4 bags of popcorn because I feel that they did steal something from Double Decker. Then I'm going to give it the 5th bag for a total of 5 bags, but the 5th bag really rightfully goes to you and I as creators of the Decker series.
Sole creator Tim Heidecker of Decker, but I
Well-
appreciate the consulting you did on it and some of the supervising, whatever you did.
Nonetheless, we'll
But-
split the 5th bag equally.
All right, that's
And
fair. The next movie is The Addams Family, directed by Greg Tiemann.
I didn't direct it.
Conrad Vernon, cast by
I did
Shiraz.
direct Decker versus Dracula, but not the Addams Family.
Starring Charlize Theron, Finn Wolfhard, Chloe Grace Moritz. And this is just the Addams Family cartoon.
It's not just the Addams Family.
Well, it is, and this is lazy Hollywood once again coming back and have no ideas. They just pilfer through old movies, and almost as the way they did with Decker with the Gemini Man.
That's the sign of a successful series. I
They
wouldn't say it's
just
lazy.
have no concepts. It's like going back to the buffet for the 5th time. You know what you're going to get.
So you wish there had just been one Star Wars, one James Bond, one of any of these great series?
To a point, but
one Jack Reacher? No. I mean, when you have something good,
but this isn't a
you
sequel.
want to.
This is a remake, and it's in the worst way, because basically all you're doing is they took the original audio from the original Addams Family movie, which is a great Oscar-winning movie, and they just drew over it and used the audio.
I don't think that's what they did at all.
Essentially, it's what they did. And so somebody should investigate that. It's another thing, Joe, if you want to look into that.
Different actors. Raul Julia, I didn't hear him at all.
Joe, make a note, and I don't know why you don't carry a pen and pad with you
I
for this
will
stuff,
next
because
time.
the
Yeah,
ideas
yeah.
are flying out.
Yeah.
And if somebody needs to be, you got to start keeping track of some of the plan.
Absolutely.
I'm getting a little frustrated.
When this movie was first announced, The Addams Family, the original director was Tim Burton. And I was pretty excited about it, and I'm thinking that Burton couldn't get Depp. And so rather than make a Depp-less movie, he followed the petitions and sort of the movement that we started right here on Cinema, not to have Burton without Depp. And he said, if I can't have Depp for The Addams Family, I'm not doing it. That's how you ended up with a director.
Greg, two directors, really. It's 2 directors is basically what you have to do if you can't get Johnny Burton.
So I've had some cross words to say against Tim Burton for blowing it with a Dumbo movie and not involving Johnny Depp. I take them all back. This time he made the right decision. And so I tip my hat to you, Mr. Burton and Mr. Depp, and give it 5 bags of popcorn.
Wow.
All right, so now I will quickly let you show the segment you shot with Joe as a favor to Joe.
This is one of the new segments.
Very hard on it.
Yeah, this is one of the many.
I'm loyal to my board.
And
that's something that I think doesn't get talked about enough.
I really appreciate this, guys.
This is a new segment Joe and I have been working up. I have actually quite a few segments I've worked up over the last few months in preparation for season 11. This one is a new segment that we're going to see a lot of called Joe on Location, where we go with Joe and get sort of the inside scoop on some of these movies that he's done in the actual locations where they were filmed.
All right, run your segment and let's get out of this.
Hollywood, California. Every street has a story, and actor Joe Estevez has stories about most of them. On Cinema presents Joe on Location.
Hey guys, we're here at Black's Barbecue in Austin, Texas, the site of 2013's Doonby. Let's let Joe tell the story himself.
This is the scene where the very last scene, Doonby, if you recall, was kind of like Jimmy Stewart's It's a Wonderful Life. And if things had turned out differently, I played this Dr. Reaper, a very successful doctor. But if it had turned out differently, in the last scene in the movie, I'm a raging drunk talking to myself here in the back of this bar in Terry Black's Barbecue.
Back to you, Tim.
Joe on Location.
All right, we are back, and interesting stuff, Joe. I always appreciate your perspective on everything. So tonight is the big premiere of Mr. America. Make sure you go check out
the VFA movie.
Wherever you live, go make sure you can get access to this movie. It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. We're going to go see it tonight separately. I cannot wait to see this movie and revel in its glory. It's going to be a glorious day. Let's thank God.
You might even learn something about the VFA when you watch this.
Let's thank
and
God.
We're all proud of you, Tim, really.
I'm proud of you, Joe, and thanks for being on the board, by the way. We're going to have a board
Absolutely.
meeting probably tonight or tomorrow morning. We're finding out the particulars of Axiom's schedule at the moment. So let's thank God, our Creator, for giving us. I want to do a vocal prayer right now. Now, usually I do a silent prayer. I want to thank God for giving us Josh Lorton, wherever he may be, because he is our guiding light. He has created this opportunity. Through his lens, he has created this once-in-a-lifetime experience to see what will be a future 5-bagger, a future Oscar winner, Mr. America. Strong look at my campaign.
At the VFA.
Strike that, Lord, and know that we thank you for everything holy, and we thank you for everything good. Amen. And thank you guys, and we'll see you next week. Go check out Mr. America tonight everywhere. prayers. I'm gonna waste you hard.
Yeah, but you're cutting so much stuff that I've brought in.
The prayers take 30 seconds. And
well, a lot of my segments are only 45 seconds.
That shit that you did with Greg, do not want to see that shit on this show again.
Well, you know, it was kind
just rattling on.
Off the top. You know?
It is off the top. And let's do things that are considered and thoughtful and planned.
If it has prayer thing. What is with the prayer thing?
It's my.
It's just cutting.
It's my guiding light.
Movie reviews.
Well, okay, yeah. More power to you.
Thank you, Joe.
When I saw him, it was like I was seeing a ghost. Like every trigger I've ever pulled. Years ago, he took my blood. He made you from me. He's been lying to you the whole time. He told you you were an orphan. And of all the people in the world to come after me, why would he send you? Because I'm the best. You are obviously not the best. You're just trying to rattle me. I'm trying to save you! The whole point of this thing was to give you all of Henry's gifts without his pain. I don't want to shoot you! Mind if I shoot you?
Henry, has this ever happened to you before? Your own government trying to kill you?
Nah, that's new. Everything that we've worked for is at stake. He has to die. He's your darkness. You had to walk through this on your own. I love you, Junior. Look what we created. This has to be stopped.
You tell me who made you. I'll never tell you, son of a bitch.
I'm saying double decker.
Hi, I'm Tim Heidecker. On Cinema is back. You're gonna love this movie. Kids movies, animated movies, movies for kids. We've got them all. Great guests, great conversations, and a few arguments. It's On Cinema at the Cinema, Season 11, with your host, me, Tim Heidecker, President and CEO of On Cinema Productions. Hi, everybody. Welcome to another episode of On Cinema at the Cinema. I'm your host, Tim Heidecker. Sort of a dark day here with the On Cinema family. I went to go see this so-called Mr. America with Tony, who you got to know a little bit in the movie, after our broadcast last week. And deeply disappointed, I think would be the first way to say it. And Greg's here with me. Greg and I have been talking about this. And,
this is one movie we agree on.
Yeah, and it was a real hit job. And Josh Lorton is, he's up on that high list of rats. I'm talking about rats. We talk about D.A. Rossetti and others.
Axiom and Manuel.
No. Nobody's more loyal than them. First of all, let's get it out of the way. 0 bags of popcorn from me for Mr. America, directed by Josh Lorton, starring Tim Heidecker and Greg Turkington and Tony Newman. And there isn't much I want to say about this except avoid at all costs. This is so full of mischaracterization, so full of lies, so full of, you see in the movie that I specifically tell Josh what he can and can't use. Forget what I signed. There has to be a level of respect towards me that he just blew through.
He shouldn't have used any of that footage that he secretly filmed of you, especially when he had stuff that was
that's completely against the law.
It's against the law, but he had stuff that was totally legal that he filmed at the VFA. Hours and hours of this stuff that was completely legitimate to use, and he didn't use that. Instead, he uses the stuff that's illegal.
Well, it's all out of context. And if people could see the raw footage, first of all, they wouldn't see any VFA footage, because I do know for a fact that he didn't shoot anything with the VFA. If you could
He
see
shot-
the entire,
you weren't there.
If
He
you could
shot-
get the raw,
he
and
shot
I'm
with
asking
me
Josh,
for a
shut
day.
up. I'm asking Josh Lorton, should he be watching me? First of all, if I ever see you in the flesh, there's going to be big problems. Okay.
Well, I want to get the footage
But
back and cut my own
second of all,
documentary about the VFA and the work that we're doing. Because he took that footage under false pretenses and he didn't use any of it. You got 1 minute of me talking about the Oh God stuff, but I had a whole hour of that stuff. And he said, oh, this is really good stuff and we're going to use it.
I don't
and
care
then
about
it's,
that.
It's 1 minute.
You can take a break and just catch your breath. Here's my message to Josh Lorton, who I trusted, who I treated as a son and led into my life for nothing. Okay? My message to you, Josh, is do the right thing, release all the footage, and let America, let the world see the true story. But you're a coward, aren't you? And I happen to know stuff about you, Josh, if you're watching. I know a lot. And we're going to see how that goes. We're going to see how that develops, because I have
I know that
the
he didn't
keys
know
to the
anything
kingdom.
about the Oh God
Folks,
movies until I educated him about it. He's supposed to be this director. You should have a background in cinema. You should have taken some courses at least.
I'm gonna bring out-
and I thought, well, this is good. I'm educating him about all this classic cinema so he can make classic cinema of his own.
Well,
and he did nothing of the sort and
Yeah.
basically wasted
What's your
my
review,
time.
by the way?
I'm gonna give it 3 bags of popcorn. It's definitely a very, very bad and very disappointing movie.
Right. So stay away, and hopefully there'll be a hero out there who will take care of Mr. Lorton, and we'll see who that is.
And who will rescue some of this footage, which no one's ever seen anything like this, behind the scenes at the VFA, and also just learning about some of these classic movies. We went
I
through
took
the
umbrage with
shelves,
that.
and I took some of these movies out, and I told the stories of the movies.
Right.
It's almost like Popcorn Classics, the movie. Popcorn Classics, the movie. I must
Well,
have
you
talked to
have
him
every right-
about 50 different movies in great detail, expert information that we never have time for on this show because we're too busy showing commercials for Money Zap. He got all this great footage, and then he just poured it down the drain.
Well, we are looking at a lot of options. I have the board convening tonight. I know Joe is still going sort of through the books and examining what we need to do, but I want to bring out, after we review our other movie today, I'm going to bring out Michael Matthews, my Chief Operating Officer, AKA LaRue, and Head of Security for On Cinema Incorporated. And we are going to talk a little bit about what we're going to do about Josh, and whether we double down on our Money Zap loan, get some more liquid in, and we could look into that. Actually, it's actually an idea Joe had, that we actually raise more capital and potentially try to buy the rights to the film, and then we can have all the footage and we can recut it and get it out there, get the true story out there. So we're looking into that. Let's get into Maleficent.
Or even we could just redo it from scratch and just go back in. I mean, I probably don't want to talk about the same 50 movies that I already talked about with him, but we do 50 different movies and see how that comes out now that the format is established.
All right, so stay away from Mr. America. The movie everyone should see this week is Maleficent, Mistress of Evil. Directed by Jock, casting by Legion Jolie, Ellie Fanning, and Chiwetel Ejiofor. Maleficent and her goddaughter Aurora begin to question the family ties that bind them, as they are now pulled apart by impending marriages, unexpected allies, and new dark forces. This is Maleficent. It's the story of Princess, the original Snow White, and this is a great movie. And this is the movie people should be running out to see. It's another Disney classic, and it's got a lot of interesting story elements to it. I love this movie. Everybody go to see that. Don't go see Mr. America.
And it's a sequel. I don't know if you saw the original, but this is definitely one of those cases where the sequel,
5 bags
in
of
addition
popcorn.
to being,
Excuse me, 5 bags of popcorn for Maleficent.
which sometimes the
2.
sequel is the second movie. You have the 2 in it, and the 2 should almost indicate how many times better it is than the original, because this is twice as good as the original. This is basically Sleeping Beauty meets Lord of the Rings. It's just great to return to this sort of fantasy world that we all aspire to inhabit. You've got the fairies and the pixies and some of these creatures and characters that really make a movie interesting. The kind of world where characters like Bilbo Baggins reign supreme. Although he's not in this movie, I feel his spirit is in this movie. And if you're a Hobbit head looking for a quick fix, this is your chance. I'm going to give it 5 bags of popcorn and a little sprinkling of pixie dust on top of the popcorn, which will sort of transport the popcorn into the realm of the fantastic.
All right, well, let's bring out our next guest. He is a On Cinema board member, COO, Director of Operations and Security for On Cinema Enterprises.
And we're going to see today the debut of Classic Movie Time, which is a segment.
We're not going to be doing that today.
Well,
We don't
no,
have time
because
for
you postponed that.
Why don't you two switch for Michael?
We need more movie experts.
AKA LaRue. So, Michael,
that
thanks
know
for
nothing
joining me
about
on the show
movies.
today.
Good, my brother.
I know it's been a busy couple of weeks. You're just getting up to speed. And, you know, we have a lot to get to. First of all, your feelings about having seen Mr. America now and seeing how we can address the security concern we have right there with Josh Lorton.
Absolutely.
What we're going to do about that.
We're going to do whatever you want done.
That's right.
You the man. You the boss. I got
And
your back.
you've been sort of turning me on to sort of these this concept of who's really running things. Do we see evidence of that with Mr. America now that we have the film distributors now sort of dipping into kind of that alliance that you're so concerned about?
I got some people working on that.
Okay. So the reason I asked you to be here, we're going to introduce a brand new segment on cinema on defense.
Here they come to break us down. Here they come to take the ground. Keep the wolves from the door. They've done before. Fighter, soldier, defender. It's the final gas.
And you're a defense weapons expert. You're a weapons expert. You have a lot of familiarities with firearms and everything.
Correct.
All right. So what we're going to do is just kind of feature this. Hopefully, is something we can do every week. We're going to feature a firearm, and you know, folks, people ask me like, how do you square this with some of the Christian religious stuff here? You know, first of all, it's right there in the First Amendment. It is all about freedom to protect the right to bear arms in the First Amendment. Look it up. And also, when you look at Scripture, you know, we can easily find many references. I was looking at Luke. We all love Luke, one of the great gospel writers and apostles. And this is from Luke. I just pulled it out, but you can look it up. It's in the Bible. And it just says simply Luke 11:21. We all know this one. When a strong man armed keeps his homeland, his property is at peace. That's Luke talking. That's one of the guys that knew
Cool hand, Luke,
Christ.
with Paul Newman.
And a number of other places where they say you got first thing before anything else is protect your family, protect yourself.
That part.
And when somebody like Josh Lorton comes around, I have to sort of protect myself in ways that aren't sort of you know, I might have to do some preemptive self-protection. Don't you think?
Right. Yeah, you
So-
don't need them kind of people.
So let's take a look at our featured gun of the week, and this is, tell us a little bit about this baby right here.
That's a Glock.
Mhm.
This one you want to use for up close and personal.
All right. Greg, these are not loaded, by the way. Nobody's a bigger expert on this than you, and so you've assured me. Well, that's what I'm saying. You can do this because it's not loaded.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
There's nothing going on here. I mean, well, can't tell if there's anything in there, but you would normally be able to know that this is not something to be trifled with. Yeah, I have a little experience with this. Obviously, from Decker, you see me kind of coming in with a gun like this. But this is, you know, I'm just so grateful that you're on the board now. He sent me a terrific long memo, kind of an email form called The Road to Civil War. And you're sort of seeing the future and how we are heading towards a major civil war.
Oh, yeah.
And that those who are protected, those who carry, those who believe in the First Amendment to carry arms are going to be the victors eventually.
Yeah.
That's really valuable stuff to know. And what a great person to have on my side in this, because you know so much about this. And so this is just a great weapon to have. We're going to be talking about other weapons on the show. And, you know, combining those two things, the strong faith and strong loyalty to the company And, you know, frankly, strong defenses. Those are the three kind of key elements.
That part.
Yeah. So I want you to look into Lorton. First of all, we need to get all the info.
Okay.
And then we have to kind of get a battle plan.
Okay.
Don't you think?
We got several options for you.
Yeah. Michael, you have to silence your phone.
You know, I had a phone.
You gotta turn that off. Okay. We'll be back next week with more on cinema and more reviews. This is the seventh time I've asked you to just keep the phone offset. There's no reason to have it on.
No problem.
All right.
I'm back.
Seems to be a problem.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, we don't want to miss it. You know what I mean?
I know. You got to keep your finger on the pulse, but just for the few minutes that you're here, leave the phone in the dressing room or wherever.
No problem. The boss.
I'm going to do a prayer.
Shit.
On Cinema's back in the right hands. The Delgados are done. This is as good as a movie can get, and it's so great that they're still making these kinds of movies. Money matters more than movies. Join me on Cinema at the Cinema starting now. It's On Cinema at the Cinema, Season 11, with your host, me, Tim Heidecker. Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of On Cinema at the Cinema. I am your host, Tim Heidecker. With me right now, I actually have the deal with the Delgados, which I'm, you know, the more and more I kind of get into the weeds of it, turning a little more into the deal with the devil, which is ironic because Delgado in Spanish is devil. So we are learning more and more about this, and I bring it up today because my board met last night and we discussed the sub-agreement I have with Greg here, which stipulates a VFA-specific episode of the show. And so today we're going to be turning things over to Greg to give some VFA updates. Excuse me. I just want to also point out, fans of the show might understand that it does mean we are seating our reviews of our movies Black and Blue and The Last Full Measure because of time issues. So I just want everybody to make note of that we are turning things over to the VFA in accordance with these documents I signed with the Delgados and Greg Turkington. And it's unfortunate, but we must be beholden to the documents. With that said, after he's done with his VFA bullshit, we will return with some actually interesting information for you shortly. So with that said, I'll now turn it over to Greg with his VFA announcements and whatever it is.
Hey guys, it's movie time! I'm here with the VFA, Victorville Film Archive. As you know, to this point has been the world's largest curator and collector and archivist of classic motion picture and popcorn classics. And I'm here to announce sort of a new era for the VFA. Don't worry, we're not reducing things, we're actually getting bigger. We've expanded into a new program called VFA Classics. This is a series of videotapes of classic movies that we have acquired the rights to and are releasing in collector's editions that you can own and collect and add to your archive. Every one of these movies comes complete with producer's commentary, which I'm doing as a producer of the series and expert in these movies. And we are unveiling our first 6 titles right now.
Excuse me, I just ask you a question about this, because I don't want to get in trouble here. How do you have the rights to these movies? How do you?
It's totally 100% legal. They're public domain. The movie's copyright holder failed to renew the copyright, so they went into public domain, which means any reputable film company has the right to release these things. And hopefully, when they do release them, they find the best available prints, as we have done, and add some bonus features, as we have done. So we do have the rights to these movies.
And I appreciate that. And I'm sorry to interrupt again. I just want to clarify something. What's Mark's role in this? Why is he here? Why is he wearing a VFA
Mark has
shirt?
been appointed Vice President of Sales and Acquisitions, so he's an important part of our team and really in getting this whole ball rolling.
That's interesting because I'm sitting here and I'm wondering, Mark, why in the past few days you've gone quiet about the investigation that we've launched into your health and your safety. And as you spoke a few weeks ago, there was assurances from me and from John Stoughton that there was going to be a serious investigation into how you were treated. And you promised me candor, and you promised that we would have access to your records, and we would have access to your files about, you know, who paid for
Yeah, you
what.
said this was going to be the VFA
I know,
time.
but you brought him
Not-
here, and I'm just telling you. And you
His
can,
health,
you
look
have,
at
you have
he
all the
looks
time.
great.
You have all the time
And
in the
he's
world.
got a job.
Listen, I'm going to give you all the time in the world to go through all your stupid videotapes.
Well, you
I'm
said that,
telling
and
you,
then now you're talking about this crap again.
sure, anything you want.
Let's start now.
I've
then.
got to deliver a message to Mark right now because he has been stonewalling me. He's been stonewalling John Stoughton. He has not gotten back to me, and I'm concerned that whatever you're dealing with him is obstructing the investigation that we've started.
There's nothing to say.
There is a
He's
lot
never been
of
healthier.
questions that have not
He's
been
never
answered on this,
happier.
correct? And something's wrong with him. Something's off. And that's why John has to speak with him.
He's 100,
that's why
he's
John needs
101%.
access to the information.
His doctors say he's 101%.
Well, why haven't the doctors been in touch? Why can't we get, why John Stein's been trying over and over again? He sent Mark emails, he's called him, and we're not getting information. And you have not sat down with John Stoughton as well.
I don't have any obligation to sit down with your guy. The fact is, Mark is at his healthiest, his happiest, and his most productive. And he's part of our team, which is becoming quickly a major force in the distribution of classic motion picture titles.
Well, I'm going to give you this, and you can take it however you want. And if I were you, I'd take it as a warning that my head of security and operations, Michael Matthews, is now talking with John Stoughton. All right?
So what? I'm not worried because we've done everything right, and Mark he's so happy right now. You should see him in the morning. He's very, very happy. And this job that he has has a lot of room for growth because we're starting with 6 titles. We're going to expand, and by the end of the year, we will be up to 100 different titles that we have lined up for release in this series.
All right. Well, all I'm asking is, Mark, you have my number. You have John Stoughton's number now. You have Mike's number. Okay? Reach out to us. Return calls.
He's busy.
Or
He's busy
email.
with this.
That's all we're asking.
He's busy with this. So we're going to give you guys a sneak peek of one of the titles in the VFA Certified Classics series. This one so far, and it's still a fresh series, this one has been our biggest seller. It is The Affairs of Cappy Ricks. Mark, if you could just cue it up. As you'll see, every title in the VFA Certified Classics program has baked into it some, no, you put it in the machine. That's the job I told you that you would have. Has baked into it the producer's commentary. So you can learn some expert information about them as you watch them. Each title comes in a deluxe clamshell case, just like videotapes used to, and comes with a complete list of credits, running time on the back cover, the director, producer, in this case it's Pandora Berman and Greg Turkington for VFA Certified.
You produced this movie?
I produced this reissue of this movie, so yes.
We don't have to see this. We could just, I'm trying to.
No, this is the sneak preview. When you go to see the movies, you get a sneak preview. People love it. A lot of people think that's the funnest part of the evening out.
Nobody thinks that.
Hey guys! If you're looking at the screen right now, and I'm sure you are, you're looking at the title card for The Affairs of Cappy Ricks. If you haven't seen this film already, you're in for a treat. This is one of the great movies of the 1930s. Original screenplay by Lester Cole, as you can see, based on the story by Peter Kine. And here's some of the other credits. Costumes by Eloise. I guess when you're at that level of costume design, you don't need a last name. And of course, some actors also go by one name, such as Madonna, when she makes movies as an actress rather than as a singer. Walter Brennan stars in this. Really quite a career. He's sort of the Joe Estevez of the 1930s in terms of the numbers of movies that he made. His character, coincidentally, was Kingman. Not Kington, but Kingman. H.P. Kingman was the character in Smoke.
All right, well, that's enough of this.
Of course, here's the opening scene. Cappy.
If you want to see more information about, we're not showing this whole thing, right? What? Turn it off.
You said 5 minutes.
I'm not going to show 5 minutes. You turn it off. Turn it off.
You said 5 minutes.
Huh? Turn it off! All right? We don't need any of this shit anymore. Get out of here. Wasted enough time on this trash anyways. All right. Sorry about that, everybody. All right, we got time to kill. All right, I'm glad I didn't have this ready when they were out here because I might have used it. But this is our On Cinema Gun of the Week, our segment On Cinema on guns, on defense.
Here they come to break us down. Here they come to take the ground. Keep the wolves from the door. They've done before. Fighter, soldier, defender. It's the final gas.
And this is a beauty here. This is the 357 Magnum. Greg would love this. This is from the Dirty Harry movie. You can see I just bought this at a gun show last week, and really a classic. This is kind of the thing that would stop anybody in their tracks. You could blow a door down with this thing, and almost can kind of conceal it. Obviously, I have a concealed weapon permit concealed weapons permit, and just feels good, heavy as hell, and packs a punch too when you shoot it. So I had a lot of fun with this gun this weekend. I went down to the shooting range and just got off a lot of some issues I'm going through. And what a powerful machine. All right, this is the 357 Magnum from the company is Magnum. Magnum makes this. So condoms company or the ice cream company. All right, thanks everybody for checking us out. We will be back next week with more On Cinema at the Cinema. Thanks for joining us. Let's say a prayer. It's time to have fun at the movies again. Star Wars, Star Trek, Splash, many movies coming out this year that you're gonna love. Ah, man, this movie had it all. It had action, drama, comedy, suspense, and dance. It's On Cinema at the Cinema, Season 11, with your host, me, Tim Heidecker. Hi, everybody. Welcome to another episode of On Cinema at the Cinema. I'm Tim Heidecker. Big breaking news that I want to get to right away. My guest is Greg Turkington. We're going to get to him in a few minutes after we make this breaking news. The past several weeks, we've discussed On Cinema Incorporated, the company, and it's been really interesting and really challenging to with my great board of directors to reorganize and refocus and plan the future. And what happened in the past couple weeks is we really took a hard look at where we are as a company. And I'll get to the sort of the bad news and the good news. One of the big changes we're making is our friend Joe Estevez is no longer the CEO, the Chief Financial Officer.
Good, now he has more time to make movies.
Joe really gave it his best and, just wasn't really up for the task. It was not really a great position for him. It wasn't really playing into his strong suit. Obviously, great actor and a great...
That's what he should be doing.
And a great friend. And I thank him for all the hard work he put into it, but in a lot of ways he took the company backwards and created a little bit of a lot of entanglements.
Okay, so that's the update for the On Cinema Board of Directors.
The good news is we have brought in Tony Newman, who will be our new CFO. And what Tony's brought in the past couple weeks is really revolutionary thinking about the future of the company. And one of the big moves that we're making is we are restructuring the company entirely. And we are now announcing and launching a new company called HEI, H-E-I, HEI. And that is going to be an umbrella company representing several interests. We have, of course, the entertainment sector, but also energy investment. And that's a big thing that Tony's bringing to the table, along with political consulting. But using our resources and our capital in investing in things like clean coal and investment.
All right, but I get to
companies.
show two of my popcorn classics or
right,
this new segment because you've taken up so much time on it.
I was very loyal to the deal we made last week. This is a very big day for me and Tony. And we're very excited to share with you this promotional film that we've made for HEI.
This is HEI. HEI Inc. is a multi-platform corporation that serves as a holding company for the portfolio of intellectual properties and brands under the Heidecker Properties concept. HEI is committed to bringing the best quality as its subsidiary companies have done for years. HEI Inc. will strive to do better. We will strive to achieve great success and become one of the biggest companies, maybe a Fortune 500 company at least, bigger than Ford and bigger than IBM. And we have a terrific board of directors for HEI Inc. Finally, our company's under one roof with the success of HEI Inc., featuring nothing but success thanks to projects like DKR. The future is now. HEI Inc. will be the future company that takes us into the future for the next 5 years. You'll see us succeed beyond anyone's highest expectations. Welcome to HEI. What was once mine is mine again.
All right, so that's a little glimpse at the future.
Okay.
It's a little glimpse of the future.
But for that, you owe 2
I don't know
episodes of
anything to you, by the way. I know
classic movie
nothing
time.
to you.
Because it's been, we're on
I
episode
fulfilled
6. And we
my
haven't
contract
shown-
with you last week with your garbage VCR tapes.
I'm not talking about the contract. I'm just talking about what the viewers want, which is to see classic movie time, because we
Do you
haven't
want to hear
seen
about
one
these
all
movies that are
season.
actually in theaters instead of your garbage?
I don't want to
Let's
hear you
begin.
talk about them.
Terminator.
You never have anything to say
you don't
about
want to talk
it.
about Terminator. All
No,
right.
I
well,
want to
thank-
talk about
okay,
it, but
good.
you
Here
asked
we
if I
go.
wanted to hear you talk about it. I never want to hear you talk about
All
it.
right, let's get into it, folks. One of the great things about HEI is we can do movie reviews. We can also do all kinds of other things. So, Terminator,
won't.
Dark Fate, directed by Tim Miller. Casting by, the stars are Mackenzie Davis, Arnold Schwarzenegger, great Arnold Schwarzenegger from Terminator, and Edward Furlong. Sarah Connor, we all remember Sarah Connor, has returned from far away, and she's gearing up with a team of agents, almost like Decker, who will fight against T-1000. This is the Terminator is back, bigger and better than ever. He's almost like, back in the old day, he would say, big, I'll be back. And he is back. He's made good on his promise. And we are thrilled to have Terminator back. And I feel like this is just the start of something new with him as Arnold Schwarzenegger begins the road back to the movies. And I think it's an Oscar pick for me. I think Arnold will finally get that long-coveted Oscar that he deserves. I'd love to have him on the show to talk about it. Arnold the Governator. If he's listening, watching, you're welcome on my program anytime. One of my absolute heroes, and would be great to have somebody like Arnold on the board. So Arnold, if you want to become part of the board of directors of HEI, give me a call. You can always contact me, and I'll provide my phone number.
Okay, enough about HEI. How many bags of popcorn?
All right, well, listen, this is a no-brainer. This is a 5-bagger, absolutely 5 baggers, and 2 glasses of ice cold Coke. Next movie. Oh, go ahead.
You know, this is actually the 6th Terminator movie, so they're creeping up there. Watch out, Police Academy. You're going to lose your spot in the Guinness Book, because Terminator's at 6, and when they get to 7, they've tied Police Academy, and when they get to 8, they've surpassed it, and Guinness Gold is theirs. In the Terminator movie, Arnold Schwarzenegger, as you pointed out, for once with something accurate, his line was, "I'll be back." But it's Edward Furlong who should have said, "I'll be back," because he was in Terminator 2, and we haven't seen him again until Terminator 6, and now he's back. So kind of an interesting little Easter egg there for all the Terminator heads. I'm going to give this Terminator movie T5 bags of popcorn, because I can't give it T6 because we don't give 6 bags of popcorn. So T5 bags of popcorn for the Terminator
Motherless
6.
Brooklyn, directed by Ed Norton, casted, starring Bruce Willis, Willem Dafoe.
Die Hard.
And Ed Norton is almost doing the whole Woody Allen thing where he's starring and directing.
And I had a Die Hard shirt on last week that you didn't even mention.
And this is set in the 50s, where Lionel Esrog, a lonely private detective with Tourette's syndrome, ventures to solve the murder of his mentor and only friend. And almost when you combine this sort of Norton as writer, director, Brooklyn, 30s or 1950s, you almost do get this kind of Woody Allen movie. And, you know, Woody has been kind of quiet lately. He's not made a lot of movies, taken some time, personal time, to do whatever he does. And,
Which is make movies.
Which you should be making movies. Usually in the past you have 2 Woodies a year. And now we see that kind of creeping, slowing down. That happens with age. He could have dementia, he could have other more serious elderly diseases. We don't know, and we're not getting a lot of info from the Woody camp on this. So we're looking into that, and Michael LaRue is now looking into this and finding out what happened to Woody, because we miss his humor. And
Sure, he's working on another movie.
Motherless Brooklyn, directed by Woody Allen. Ed Norton. I give it 5 bags of popcorn, a great movie about an interesting subject.
And this movie is interesting because it feels like an old-time movie, like you mentioned. Feels like what they used to call film noir, which those were black and white. This one's in color. So some things do get improved upon during time. I love the old black and white movies, but sometimes when you watch them, you do wonder. Say a movie from 1956, a film noir. A lot of film noirs should have been in color because the technology did exist. They've had color motion pictures since 1939 with The Wizard of Oz, which was the first color motion picture. And we reviewed Judy on the first episode of the season. I'm going to give this 5 bags of popcorn, and I'm going to throw in a set of paints so that you can color a still from a black and white film noir full color and experience it that way too, as you do with Motherless Brooklyn.
All right, and that's our show. We want to end. We've been kind of negligent on prayer, but you had one thing.
And yes, before the prayer, I just wanted to take a look at our first chance to see Classic Movie Time, which I do have the segment queued up. And then also I have prepared at great expense a commercial for the VFA Certified Classic series that we talked about last week. So let's just run those 2 things.
And before we do, I'm just going to announce that I'm going into my prayer now during this segment. I have no interest in watching it. So we'll just get into that.
Hi everybody, it's Mae West. Why don't you come up and see me at the North Hollywood Farmers Market?
Every Sunday.
Every Sunday, where the VFA will be presenting its new collection, Film Buffs Archive.
VFA Classic.
VFA Classics. Penny Serenade. Cappy Ricks. The Affairs of Cappy Ricks. Cabinet of Dr. Calgary. Love Laughs at Andy Hardy. Gulliver's Travels. Father's Little Divided.
Dividend.
All produced by Greg Turkington with commentary by Greg Turkington. Get all 6 available.
All 6 available now.
All 6 available now.
Hundreds more.
VFA at the Sunday Farmers Club
Market.
Film Collection.
Movies! Lights, action, movies, and money. Can't do anything without money. I don't know what movies to see this weekend. Well, we're here to help. How many bags of popcorn? Stick around, you'll find out. It's On Cinema at the Cinema, Season 11, with your host, me, Tim Heidecker. Hi everybody, Tim Heidecker here with another episode of On Cinema at the Cinema. I want to start today with a reading from Psalms 144. Blessed be the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war and my fingers for battle. That's the little words of wisdom from Psalms, the Bible, part of the Bible, one of the chapters in the Bible. It's something that keeps coming through my head as we as LaRue states, we are headed for a civil war and everyone should be armed and ready for that. All right, let's get into the show. My guest is Greg Turkington from the Victorville Film Archive.
From VFA Classics.
Yes.
We actually have a new release that I wanted to give you the first copy of, because I think you're going to actually like this.
Okay.
This is a 4-pack, actually. This is the most deluxe release we've done yet.
I was doing some research and found the incredible news that one of my all-time favorite movies, A Star is Born, was in the public domain. And so I said, why not make a 4-pack with all 4 Star is Born movies?
That's a good idea.
And the 4-pack kicks off with the original Star is Born. This was 110 minutes and starred Walter Brennan. That's the one that started the Star is Born phenomena. Of course, Judy Garland, the original Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz, took it to the next level in the 175-minute 1954 version. Also in the 4-pack, who could forget 1976 with Chris Christopherson, Barbra Streisand, 175 minutes again. So that's 2 different Star is Borns that are 175 minutes, all the way up to the new one with Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper. Also 107, well, I think that's a mistake, actually. And this is from 2018, Star is Born. So it's a Star is Born 4-pack, retails for $100, and we will be selling these online and at the North Hollywood Farmers Market on Sundays.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. That one has the newest Star is Born out. I'm not sure how you get away with selling that.
Well, because if you look at the list of public domain movies, you see A Star is Born is listed. Look it up on Wikipedia under public
Well,
domain
right.
movies.
This Star is Born maybe, but anyways, good luck with the.
And I also have a present for you because I feel like we've gotten off to a bad start for this season. And when I saw this thing through one of my sources, I thought, you know what, I could wear this, but I think I know a certain co-host who would like to wear it a lot more. So here you go.
Well, let's get into the movies. Midway, directed by Roland Emmerich, cast starring Woody Harrelson and Luke Evans, Mandy Moore, Nick Jonas. The story of the Battle of Midway, told by the leaders and the sailors who fought. This was a World War II movie about Midway, really one of the most important battles in our fight against Nazis in Germany. And sort of, in Germany you had the sort of different battles. You had the Tom Cruise movie with Saving Private Ryan, and you had
Schindler's List.
And Schindler's List, another Tom Hanks, and then you have the Battle of the Bulge and other momentous things. This one really focuses on Midway area in Germany, where you have sort of the two forces, the Japanese and the French and the Germans fighting. It's interesting to see Woody Harrelson, not Woody Allen, in this one. And not a lot more to say except, this reminds me of those 5 bags of popcorn. And I need your review very quickly. Maybe you just give me the bags because we have a lot to get to today.
Well, I was going to say Midway is actually an island. Germany's a landlocked piece of land.
Yeah.
So Midway is actually the island between United States and Japan. And then you have Hawaii and, of course, the Midway Islands.
Well, the whole, I mean,
this was a remake
yeah.
of the 1976 Midway, which starred Henry Fonda, whose son Peter Fonda just passed away. And, of course, you have Jane Fonda as well. She's not in this movie. Neither is Henry Fonda. None of the Fondas were in this, but Henry was in the 1976 Midway, which was the original. Some say the best, others like this better. This does have a Quaid in it, so you still have that family dynasty thing going in it. It's Dennis Quaid, not Randy Quaid, who stars in the 2019 Midway, which is the longest film I've seen this year, and for that I'm going to give it 5 bags of popcorn and I guess a stopwatch, although hopefully with a stopwatch those usually only go for an
All right,
hour.
thank you.
And
we get that.
A movie that I would like to see would be more than an hour, so you'd need to
Most
actually
movies are
activate
more
the
than an hour.
stopwatch.
Arctic Dogs, directed by Aaron Woodley, starring Jeremy Renner, James Franco, Angelica Houston, and Alec Baldwin. Swiftly, the Arctic Fox works in the mailroom at the. This is a dog movie, animated.
Foxes aren't dogs.
Almost like the movie we reviewed earlier, The Abominable Snowman, which was a great movie, and this is almost like sort of the unofficial sequel. It came out right away because I think of the success. They just kind of always have these movies on the back burner, ready to go. So 3 cheers to the Arctic Dogs, 5 bags of popcorn. You're giving it
I'm going to give it 5 bags of popcorn, but I did want to say, I think Hollywood, this is the year they've discovered ice as something that you can see on screen. It creates sort of a white screen. So if you go to an older movie theater, some of these dollar movie theaters, sometimes all that white ice, then you see that the screen is needs repair, which I've seen actual pieces of tape and things that I never noticed with other
Very
movies,
good.
but I did see when I saw Abominable and also this film.
Wrap it up. 5 bags of popcorn.
5
from
bags
Greg.
of popcorn and some, I guess, white tape, because if you're going to tape a flaw in the screen, don't use a Band-Aid. It's going to ruin it
stuff.
for everybody.
All right, major news now to report regarding the continuing restructuring that goes on within HEI Incorporated. One of the sectors we were looking at over the past couple of weeks has been Dakar and DKR, in fact. So I want to get through some interesting stuff, developments there. If we welcome out my lifelong friends, great, my rock and my other rock. I got 2 rocks, almost like between a rock and a hard place, but not with these 2 guys, because it's exactly where I want to be. It is with Axiom and Manuel. I haven't seen these guys in a long time. You move down, move now, move. Come on.
Just leave.
Hey, as long as it's been. How's it going? Great to see you.
Nice to see you. Welcome back. Nice to see you, man.
Welcome back. Everything good? Yeah,
Very
yeah.
good.
You're looking
Thank you.
good. Always looking good. We're restructuring everything, top to bottom. It's sort of a big like jigsaw puzzle, or almost like a chessboard, trying to figure out the best way forward. First of all, the future's never looked brighter for Dakar and DKR. The one big sort of shift we're going to make is sort of in the personnel department. I've been thinking about this for a while, and I feel like I have a way to take Dakar into the future, far into the future, with a burst of energy, and I want to welcome. This is big news, and I think you're going to be very excited about it. I want it to be a surprise. I think you guys deserve it. I want to introduce the newest member of Dakar. I call him LaRue, Michael Matthews. You guys have met, or I think you guys have sort of been around each other at some events. Hey, what's going on, man? Go ahead, sit down, Michael. I call him LaRue, and I think what Michael is bringing is an urban quality to the group, which we certainly don't have. He's also bringing an intelligence of the now, lyrics of now. He's a rapper, and he's got a message that I think is important. And I think the combination of my music, your, skills, and this energy, this urban energy, is what is going to take. It's what we need to get us, onto that next level. So, I hope you're excited about this. I think it's a great move. What I did, LaRue and I got together and just figured out a whole new sound, I guess. And this is basically the world premiere of our new song. And this features Axiom on guitar, and I think a little bit of Manuel on guitar as well from some old sessions. This is Empty Bottle 3.0. Let's take a listen. It's a world premiere. on your leads on the world top globalists, and it's time to send a message to the world that it's holding. Storm's coming, folks!
It's about the truth. Fake news. They don't want you to know the truth. See, they only tell you what they want you to know.
These down. Get this one down. And this is the world premiere release party. So here's to the future of Dakar, the future of DKR, and cheers. Sir. And let me get just sort of first reactions from, because this is the first time Axe and Manuel, I believe, are hearing that track. What was your first reaction? Give it to me straight. How excited are you about the future of Dakar? It's cross-genre in a way because it's got an appeal in the streets and it's also the rich kids and kids going to the beach or whatever, you know. Manuel, give me shoot from the hip. What do you got?
I don't know. I mean, adding somebody might kind of unbalance the whole thing. We had a kind of good chemistry.
We still do. That's the beauty of it. You know, if you look at it, the
Yeah.
chemistry's there with LaRue, kind of adding that spice to it. I think it's a great thing.
Yeah, but I was good.
Mhm.
I was before.
All right. Well, interesting. Not the reaction I was expecting, but obviously we're going to get a lot of fan mail from you guys out there who went nuts for it. So, Greg, anything on this?
I don't like it, but I didn't like the original either.
All right. We'll be back next week with more movie reviews on Cinema, presented by HEI. Let's This is a great movie. You're not going to regret it. Let's talk about the animated movies, huh? 6 bags of popcorn, 2 sodas. What's out at the box office? What's making the most money? We're going to talk about all that in financial news as well. We got more money than we could ever dream of! It's On Cinema at the Cinema, Season 11, with your host, me, Tim Heidecker. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of On Cinema at the Cinema. I'm your host, the CEO of HEI Incorporated, and I am joined, we have a different guest today. I'm joined by the acting CFO of HEI, is Tony Newman, who's with me today.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Greg Turkington is on assignment. I believe he's going to be sending us a field package that we may or may not play, depending on time. So before we get into the movies, Tony, I wanted to check in with you. I think a lot of people out there are curious about the state of the company. Obviously, we had big breaking news last week where we released the new Dakar single with LaRue featuring some rap. So that was exciting, and I think that we should see some movement. I think people sort of bubble up. But you have now spent the past few weeks investigating, kind of almost should be LaRue's job investigating, but you've been sort of doing a forensic dive into the financials of the company. And obviously Joe Estevez left you a little bit of a mess. But I want you to be honest, because I think there's a lot of people out there who care about the future of this company, and hopefully one day we'll be able to invite you in as investors. We'll go public and all that stuff. That's what we're aiming for as part of that 5-year plan. But we have not really spoken about this.
No, we have
so
not.
I want you to be
direct with me. Where are we at? I mean, how's my concept of growth looking, and where are we at?
Well, Tim, I do need to be honest with you, and I'm assuming our viewers, so everybody is aware of where the company is. You are correct. Joe Estevez was not on top of the finances of this company.
Yeah, I wanted that to work, and it just, I got such a big heart for him, and
Yes.
but maybe he'd be suited for some other like media relations or public relations or something. But just the financials, the sort of the accounting, the nuts and bolts is just not his.
Well, I don't have really positive news at this point. You purchased this from the Delgados,
Correct.
and unfortunately, they had a lot of debt when you bought their company. And now that debt has been transferred over to you. And I'm
Well, I mean, I should have the documents here.
Well,
You
the
see
documents
the-
probably were not looked at carefully, because once you buy a company, all the debt is transferred to the new owner.
Not in California.
Well, apparently it is. Their debt is
What
now.
their debt? They can't just transfer over debt that they accrued throughout however many. They only had the company for a few years, so I'm not sure how that
I
even
believe
plays out.
there was some fine print in here that you might have missed. Had I had an opportunity to look at this, I might have been able to save you a lot of headache on all of this. Tim, do you know a man named Rafael Torres?
Yes, he was my usurper in the On Cinema Oscar special. We call him Daffy Raffy.
Daffy
Almost
Raffy.
like Daffy Duck or whatever. He was a big-time bad loser guy who just tried to be the host of the show and failed miserably. He was brought on by the Delgados, and I came in and usurped. He usurped the throne, and in a way, I came back and usurped it back.
So here's what we're looking at. Rafael Torres had started a lawsuit against the Delgados.
Okay, well, yeah.
Right.
All right.
But once you bought the company, Tim, I really wish you would have asked me about this. I would have helped you with this.
Okay, well.
So he is now.
The good news is he wasn't suing me, because there could be a
No.
claim on that because I used mace or pepper spray on him.
Yeah, well.
Which I had to for self-defense.
He was
but-
going to sue you, Tim, but you didn't have any money. But now that you've acquired this company, everything has been transferred to you.
All the ownership of the
company.
company.
Ownership, the debt, and being sued.
No, that can't transfer over. That's a suit between him and the Delgados.
Well, you bought the company. The lawsuit is now against you because you are the rightful owner of the company.
I mean, in a way, but I don't know about technically, because if they sued them, why would I have anything to do with that? I mean, first of all, I can't believe I'm hearing Daffy Laffy, or whatever. This is the first time I'm hearing his name in almost a year. This rat, that lawsuit's now in my lap.
It is in your lap.
It can't be illegal. That has to be illegal. That
Well,
can't
here,
be allowed
you,
in the state
Tim,
of California.
you hired me to look at the books.
I know, but I'm challenging you because
Okay.
I have to push back on that, because there's no way that would hold up. If
Well,
she's, you know what I mean? If what you're saying doesn't make any sense, but go ahead.
Well, what we're going to have to do most likely is we're going to have to hire an attorney, and we're going to have to sue them now because you signed the
I mean,
paperwork.
that's an easy one, because there's evidence that proves my self-defense, and obviously the cops were there, they saw everything. I think we just throw that one out. I mean, that one's
Well, it's not going to be that easy.
okay.
He is claiming that you injured his eye when you sprayed him.
Okay.
He's lost a little bit of some of his eyesight.
There
so we're going
is
to
a
have
fair
to deal
amount,
with that right
now.
now.
Now that I'm going through the documents, you see, yes, there are things here that do mention
Uh-huh.
the Rafael Torres lawsuit and the.
And I'm so sorry to have to tell you this. Like I said, I didn't discover it. I just happened to give
No,
me the.
I understand. You're coming in late on
I'm
this.
coming in new, and so we have another problem.
Oh my God.
This is another really bad error. Okay, have you ever heard of a company named MoneyZap?
MoneyZap.com, yeah.
Right, you took a loan out from them, correct?
Yes, we took a loan out, $25,000 loan. That was sort of the saving grace of this whole thing, was that MoneyZap provided the initial capital, the
Yeah.
liquid funds, so I could get the company back. That was a big,
But there is a little bit of an issue with that too.
And the beautiful thing about it was that, it's a 0% interest rate when we agreed to it, and that's incredibly generous. and also has taken some of the weight off of the books, you know. sort of
Well,
taken the weight
Tim,
off
that's the other thing. We need to talk about that interest rate. I looked through the documents. Apparently, you did this online without anyone reviewing it or having
I
an
reviewed
attorney
it. Yeah,
present.
well, I'm an attorney, so.
Well, did you read the paperwork?
Well, there's
signed
all
of that?
online, so it was one of those read and accept, you know, scroll down, it goes pop down to the bottom, accept.
Yes, but Tim, you had 30 days free interest. You did, in fact, have that, but
And some, however
Well-
long it takes to pay for the loan, that's where the zero.
unfortunately, there is a time limit. It was 30 days.
Okay.
After the 30 days, you started to accrue interest, and it's very, very, very high.
Okay.
300%.
On $25,000.
So every payment you make.
This is good to know because I was really, you know, we were close to looking at, getting another Money Zap loan just to keep things.
We're going to
going.
have to. Did you sign all the paperwork?
I just clicked yes, yes, yes. You know, I just get the money.
So
and,
they did. You never met with them in person.
No, there's all online. It was very easy.
Well, right now you are in massive debt.
Okay.
So you've got 3 issues here. You bought a company that was in debt, that was being sued. You took on the debt. You took on the suit. So now you're in debt. You're being sued.
Well, the company, not me.
Which puts us in crisis. We're going to lose a company.
Well-
And now you're going to owe this guy so much money in interest. So we have to come up with a plan. Do you have any suggestions on that?
Hopefully the DKR.
Do you have any stocks you can sell?
Well, yeah,
or-
the board is, considering that, I think, as you say.
Yes, we'll have
And
to have a.
Their problem there is you got people like Axe and I'd love to sell them stocks. They just don't have any money to buy them, so we're a little, that's the sort of catch-22 of the whole thing.
I mean, as much of a nice person Joe Estevez is, perhaps there's some liability there.
You're saying because he was so careless that there is some
There might
negligence
be some,
there.
There might be some liability.
Yeah.
That's what I believe. And again, not being an attorney,
Right.
but looking at the financial records, there was foul play on everybody's part.
Yeah.
And they pulled the wool over your eyes.
I
And as a
agree.
result,
Yeah.
I mean, you're just such
Well,
a
also,
trusting person.
I mean, you got to look at Money Zap and wonder where their humanity is when they're coming at me with apparently what you're saying is tremendous interest rates, which is completely illegal. And that's shocking to me that they're still
Yes.
able to do it. And I think we should expose that through the Exposed series if we need to.
We might
I don't
have
want to go that route.
We're going to have to take everybody to court at this point because
Absolutely.
Delgado pulled the wool over your eyes. He did
Well-
not disclose that he was being sued by Rafael Torres. That in
As
and of
far as we know,
itself.
there is mention of it, that is included, but that should almost been up to, should
Yes.
have brought up higher.
It should have been brought to our attention or
Yeah,
to your attention at the
specifically,
time.
yeah.
So right now, as CFO of this company, I feel the responsibility to find a solution. We need to turn this around. We want to save the company. Isn't that what we want to do? Save the company. So we're going to we'll look into selling some stocks.
Yeah.
We could hire an attorney.
Yeah, we'll
Unless
have to,
you want to
yeah.
handle this pro bono for yourself. I mean, I would like to take a look at the online profile,
Yeah.
if I may, and then perhaps we can find a loophole there. That might be helpful.
Yeah,
So we're going to have to figure out how to get ourselves out of this.
yep, okay. All right,
Any suggestions? or
well,
no?
we'll talk about it later.
We're going to have
I gotta do
to.
the movies.
Okay.
Um,
So sorry to
No,
put
it's
this
just,
on you.
it's a lot, and,
Yeah.
we should have done this offline or privately.
Well, maybe we can edit it later.
Charlie's Angels, directed by Elizabeth Banks,
Mm-hmm.
which we saw together last
Together,
night.
yeah.
Elizabeth Banks, Naomi Scott, Kristen Stewart,
Yeah.
Patrick Stewart, too.
Uh-huh.
Kristen Stewart's son or somebody related to each other.
Mhm.
It was a cute movie. We liked it. We had a lot of fun watching that. And
I mean, I enjoyed it.
yeah, it had a lot of drama, or a lot of action. Kind of took your mind off things a little bit. Of course, based on the TV show. And a lot of fun.
Yeah.
All right, that's, we'll give it, I'll give it 5 bags of popcorn. And how about you?
I mean, it was entertaining for sure.
Okay. Let's roll the Greg thing, because I got to get out of here. We have a lot of work to do.
This is the complete collection now. So we have the rights to release all these now, and so we're trying to. Yeah.
Victorville.
So these 6 titles we've licensed out now, and now we produce these tapes for sale.
So how many people still buy videotapes?
Most movie buffs.
Oh,
still buy
movie
video
buffs.
tapes,
Yeah.
You can't get these titles on DVD.
Okay, well,
Sometimes you can see them on TV, but this way you can watch them whenever you want.
Yeah.
No, I get it. We used to have videotapes as well.
Abraham Lincoln from D.W. Griffith is the next title to be released. Right now there's 6 so far, and hopefully by the end of this we'll have hundreds. And we also do consulting to help people build their own film library, sort of giving you information where you can get these tapes and recommending the tapes that would be most suitable for your schedule or for your interests. And then we have a coding system too, so that when you do have the collection built up, that you can access the tapes more easily.
I get it.
Titles coming soon.
Hundreds more titles coming soon to the VFA.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tim Heidecker. Welcome to the On Cinema Debt Forgiveness Special. This is an emergency board meeting I've called to address the very serious problems going on with the company right now that Tony brought to our attention last week. I'm doing this publicly so the audience can understand the situation we're in. It's a very serious situation. Thank you for coming at short notice. We have one board member who's not available right now. Just for the record, LaRue, Michael Matthews. LaRue is on an investigative assignment right now. He's going to try to call in and join us because this is an all-hands-on-deck moment for the company. I'm doing this publicly. I'm doing it for the audience here so they can understand how serious this is. We will get to the reviews, hopefully. I have not seen the movies, but we can talk about what's out there, because that's what this show is all about. You guys have all been briefed from Tony about the state of the company right now, and we need to start really getting creative about what we're going to do, because as you explained last week, we are in very, very serious debt and very serious trouble. Well, let's kick it to Joe. Joe, I mean, you kind of inherited a lot of this mess. But I can't say here in good faith that you made that you made it better. In fact, the way Tony's telling me is that you made it a lot worse because it's sort of like, of the way cancer kind of can spread if it's not treated. It metastasized under your leadership as CFO.
Well,
and this is not a taking the back of the woodshed meeting. It's not why I'm here, but I want to get that out of the way. And now I feel like, as long as you remain on this board, and you have to step up and contribute solutions.
Well, Money Zap is very difficult to get a hold to try to refi this deal and to try to get the interest lowered a little bit.
Well, Money Zap.
I finally did get a gentleman on the phone after a week and a half of just getting a message machine back and forth, and it was just answering service, and he told me to call back Monday morning.
I did such great work for Money Zap earlier this season where I, made these great commercials for them and really spoke highly of them. And Money Zap.
They never paid you for the
commercial I did. That's a good
that you
point.
did before.
Mike, here's the play, and I think this is a good time to do this,
Yes.
is Money Zap, this is to you, whoever you are. Now, we all make mistakes, and I was sort of led to believe through your website and all this sort of, how easy it was that I was gonna be able to basically borrow this money and pay it back at some other point. It wasn't gonna cost me anything. So I'm asking you, and, I guess I'm begging you, I'm pleading with you to forgive my debt with you.
We were misled by Money Zap,
Right.
and Tim was not aware of that.
Right, okay.
So
Here's your problem. You're going in circles with stuff we know.
you're right. We need a
And,
solution.
And
Yeah.
I need ideas, and that's why I brought you here. That's the purpose of this, is
Get a solution.
get solutions.
And
And
get
I'm
it
talking,
now.
let's just, just like let it all out, whatever.
Okay.
If you have an idea, say it. Manuel, I'm kicking to you.
Yeah, we gotta find solution to figure out how to get out of that, make some money.
Okay, well,
Well, I second that. I mean, we need a solution.
Yeah, we gotta find.
I think, no disrespect, Joe.
Yeah.
I know nothing was done intentionally, but if you could kick in some funds just to help us get back on our feet.
Well, look, I'll put this on the table. I am
Mhm.
willing to throw in some personal appearances for Tim, sign some autographs or pictures or whatever.
Maybe we could sell some stocks. Maybe as a board.
Mm-hmm. well, that's a good idea. If I would offer you guys, let's say 1,000 shares at, $100 a share. What is that?
Lots of money.
It's a lot of money, but
So that would be $1,000 each to get the stocks. Let me just throw this out there because it's kind of another question from Money Zap. It's a direct question for them is either, you have two choices really. You can forgive the debt, the original debt, or give me the opportunity to get another debt or get another loan and sort of, I know you kind of end up doing a little bit of a shell game there, but if that gives us, that loosens us up so that we can continue to push through this. Right?
And I hope LaRue is out there
He has to be.
trying to find some phone number that's good that we can actually talk to a person,
I can contact Money Zap as well,
Mm-hmm.
find a number, reach out to them. And if they can forgive the debt, also forgive all the interest that they charge.
Well, that's what, I mean,
Yeah.
if we're talking about debt forgiveness, it's got to be the whole deal.
Across the
It-
board,
yeah, it
of
can't be-
course.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to have bad
A bad press. I mean, at this
Exactly.
point, it's got to be bad press for them.
But I think offering him some kind of something in return, like maybe personal appearances by Tim, to
I'd be happy to
show up for
do
him.
anything like that. And by the way, I want to get to this, and it's not in here. First of all, Rafael Torres, and also Josh Lorton, who is two people that I think have created a big mess for us. Obviously, Rafael Torres has put the lawsuit out there, and that's still percolating. And LaRue has done a terrific job and has gotten Rafael Torres's personal, his home address. And and I don't want to do this because I do believe in privacy and everything, but we are going to provide that address. We're not going to do it right now, but the message should be clear to Rafael that could easily go away. I could either put it out, or not. And that goes for Josh as well. So that's the message out there is we have the home address, we have actually more information as well, like phone numbers and email accounts and everything.
One more thing we can do, Tim, is file. We can file a countersuit against you, Rafael, for fraud because you're suing over injuries that have not even been proven. So I think
Well, we
that's.
can give a seeing eye test, or we can give him an eye test.
I think we need
take him down to
yeah.
DMV.
So I can
And,
take care of that. I can get that going, and
All right,
we'll
well,
countersue.
I want to move things along now. I want to talk about, let me get this. This is the stuff we were working on last night.
Yep.
Just whether or not we get this debt forgiveness, we hope we do. Tony and I were kind of taking the red pen to the company and where we can scale back and refocus and you know, the big flashing red light right now is Dakar. And that's, Tony made the case very eloquently last night. And, you know, first of all, from a financial standpoint, it's a drain. Even with, you know, the excitement that LaRue brought. And also, you know, there's a lot going on for me. Running a big company like this is making it hard to focus on the music and recording, you know, merch and touring and everything.
What about DKR? and stuff?
DKR falls under the Dakar brand, so Dakar, DKR is temporarily and I think probably permanently shelved. We are disbanded. This is the end of Dakar.
All right.
So according to the rules of the board of directors here, we'll have to put that to a formal vote to officially disband. And I'll begin the voting with an aye.
Aye.
Joe, it's good. It's good for the company.
You owe it to us.
Okay. But it's majority rule, and okay, you know that sucks. And it sucks for everybody out there.
We got to cut corners. Save money.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Listen, we can still be friends. We can still do things off the books or whatever. But I apologize. I hope you stay on the board because I love your ideas.
Just business.
Sure.
I think we're also gonna probably collapse the entertainment. That's probably LaRue. Let me get that. Hello, LaRue. We're in the middle of the debt forgiveness special, and wanted to ask you to.
No, Tim, it's not LaRue, it's Greg. I'm down at the city jailhouse downtown. The LAPD have taken Mark. They arrested Mark, North Hollywood. Now he's downtown being booked on charges that I don't even understand because he wasn't doing anything wrong.
Okay.
I stepped away from the booth for about 10 minutes, and I came back, and they had completely dismantled it, thrown a bunch of the tapes and things into some LAPD van, and then Mark was gone. I had to get downtown to find out what was
Okay,
going
Greg.
on.
Sorry
And
to
now I
interrupt.
find that Mark's in jail.
Yeah, we're in the middle of.
Trying to get him out because I don't see that there's any legitimate charge here.
Okay.
That, you know,
Calm down. Calm down. Let's talk about this later. I'm in the middle of a meeting
I know,
right
but
now.
I also wanted to call because I was supposed to give you reviews, and I was not able to be there because I'm down at the police station. I wanted to give you, at least let me give you the ratings. Frozen 2, 5 popcorn, and 21 bridges, 5 bags of popcorn, and I don't know, like a miniature.
All right.
bridge
Thank
or
you.
something.
All right. Good luck with everything there. Bye now. All right. So some more disturbing news coming there regarding our friend Mark. You know, I'm the guy here who's got some ideas. I've already given several. One of the ideas was revealing the address of Rafael Torres. I think the way I'm going to handle this is because Rafael still has the choice to end the lawsuit. I think that smart move is to hold off on giving his address right now on the air. But I will give Josh Lorton's. And what that does is send a signal to Rafael that I mean business and I'm a tough negotiator. So I have that. And this is Josh Lorton, the director of Mr. America, who sold me out, who created one of the most vicious, awful smear jobs. You saw it. It was a disgusting disgrace.
Still, Tim, that's pretty hardball.
Well, he woke the snake. So Josh's address is 2490 Princeton Circle, apartment 3, Riverside, California, 92481.
Wow. Okay.
That's where he's living, my friends. And Raphael, yours is right here.
You're next.
You're next. So drop the suit. That clears a little bit off our plate.
We're not going to take it laying down, so you may as well cooperate with us.
Get ready for a fight, because we're coming. And we're, you know.
We'll be fighting back.
You said it, not me.
Does the word bankruptcy even enter into this
At
conversation?
this point, I think it's a non-starter. I don't think it's a fair conversation.
All right. I just thought maybe we could open up under another name or something. Just an idea. Just an idea.
We reached out to the good people at Money Zap, and so hopefully they're going to be paying attention and they're going to forgive our debt there. Big positive move was disbanding Dakar, as sad as that is. That's really tightening the company. And then we're putting some money into the Exposed show, sort of investigative reporting that I'm doing with LaRue. And I've actually, this is small potato stuff, but I've made some interesting discoveries. And if we can get, people like John Stoughton, I should say, and turn the Exposed format into sort of like 60 Minutes or something like that, where you have people like John Stoughton going and investigating with Michael Matthews, exposing some of the fraud that happens in the medical community and in other places, in Money Zap. But right now, let's end with a prayer. We like to end everything with a prayer. And let us pray that the Lord on high looks over us and shields us from all the vipers and all the rats that come at us on a almost seemingly hourly basis. We have the scumbags at Money Zap who are not returning calls, and we have the rat of Daffy Raffy, who hopefully has received the shot across the bow that we've taken today. Is bold action by the board, the doxing of Josh Lorton, and that hopefully that information is disseminated to the good people who understand that you do not mess with us and you do not come at us hard, and there are consequences, God, and also that the Heavenly Spirit and Jesus Christ and the Holy God Himself keeps protecting us and keeps us safe and gets us out of the red, and something clicks. Let's hope some of these ideas click. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Okay.
Amen.
All right.
Pretty tough stuff. Pretty tough stuff.
No, but we made good progress today.
Yeah. Look, I didn't know any
Yes, but you
real
did
stuff.
Joe,
build
you
a
should have said that
company.
you were not experienced. You should have turned
You
down.
should've turned it
the
over to
you
somebody
should have turned
else,
down
Joe.
the
I
did learn some
opportunity.
things.
I think we should talk about you potentially resigning from the board. I didn't want to do it on the show, but
Yeah. Okay. Well, we can talk.
we got the money. We got great guests, interesting conversations, sneak peeks at the latest films, and I gotta tell you, sometimes we don't agree on everything. When you got movies like Tom Cruise in them, you can't lose. Come join me. Let's hit the seats for another episode of On Cinema. It's On Cinema at the Cinema, Season 11, with your host, me, Tim Heidecker. Hi, everybody. Welcome to our season finale of On Cinema at the Cinema. My name is Tim Heidecker, and it's been a busy week. It's been a lot to get through. First of all, I've obviously sustained an injury, which we'll get into detail later. I'm so lucky to be alive. I had an incident with one of my firearms that accidentally deployed. And that happened on Sunday night, and just was very scary for both of us. And the good news is the sort of positive thing that happened to me is that on Saturday night, Tony and I got married. We just got married, and we'll show the pictures now. We have some nice pictures from the event. And, after the past few weeks, listen, I think people out there know or suspected or could kind of use their common sense and can understand that, Tony and I have been in a relationship for, can you stop?
eating popcorn. I'm having a conversation, almost a fireside chat with the audience.
You can't hear it.
I can hear it.
But they can't hear it.
Tony and I have had a, romantic relationship for several months now, and we've not made a big deal about it. But it's been a real, thing in my life. And, mixing business and pleasure is always a dangerous game. But, we're both adults, and I think when we were faced with the reality of the situation, where we were at as a company, there's certain sort of advantages to the union being more official. And when we were together, it didn't matter. It didn't feel like you needed me to, get down on my knees and propose and all that stuff and have that kind of classic wedding. But there were, real realities to the formalization through the civic, in the civic sense, and sort of the tax code and everything, and property rights. That made it really a smart move, I think, for the company and for us, because it's sort of like we were married anyways. We're going to see the movies. We saw Charlie's Angels together and everything else. So we have been together. It's not something I've talked about publicly, but I am here to tell you publicly now that we are very happy. And,
And also,
and let me just,
Tim,
excuse me.
One moment.
We're going to get to the movies. Don't worry. We want to.
It's not about the movies.
I want to just give a little warning, and sort of a little advice about gun safety. Yeah, because so just to paint the timeline here, Saturday, earlier that last week, we decided we made the decision to get married, transfer of ownership of certain things, but
Sharing my house and all of that.
right,
Getting you,
getting me in, and so, but we had a really nice Saturday where we went down to the courthouse, got married, had a nice dinner. The next day, I was moving my stuff in, and I was in the basement. And I had my cachet of weapons and everything that I've been collecting. And she does not like that.
About
she does
weapons
not like
in
that
my
in the
home.
house, which makes this totally, doubly ironic that this happened. But
it didn't happen on the set of the show.
no, and so what happened was I brought this with me. This isn't even my gun. This is something I was borrowing from.
Tim,
Sorry,
be
this is something I
careful
was
with the
borrowing
gun.
from Michael, who lets me play around with these. Well,
Don't-
No, I'm not doing what I.
Tim, it might be loaded. Would
It's
you-
not loaded.
Well,
What I was doing was
Oh my
cleaning
God.
it, which is what you have to do. I had the pipe cleaner and everything.
Don't
So
put that in your face again, please.
this is for everyone's benefit. I am trying to show you what happened was I was doing what you do is you have to see this jams.
Put the thing in the
Careful
case.
with that. Don't point
Sometimes
that.
Come on.
I'm cleaning the gun. You almost have to look at it from down the barrel to be able to get in there with the steel wool and the pipe cleaners.
I
You
don't
got to
think
keep your.
skilled enough to even be holding this gun right now.
So
put it
I'm,
away.
I'm giving an example of what you're not
Okay,
supposed to do. So
all right.
Whatever happened, I don't know what happened. Something happened where my finger got down, gun went off, and it must have gone like that. 'cause-
Tim.
And grazed my neck. And
And it could have killed you,
it
Tim.
absolutely could. An inch, and it would have gotten my jugular. I would have
Lucky.
bled out
well,
in 30
you
seconds.
bled all over the floor. So.
Well, it did cut me badly. I had a bad cut.
Yeah.
And don't
covered,
touch
yeah,
it. And
please.
I fell back, banged my head, a slight concussion. I was in the hospital. You come running down because
I know.
you
I
heard
had to
this big bomb,
find you in the blood
and you thought I'd
on the floor.
killed myself. But no, it was very
Yeah.
scary because I don't know what happened.
Why are you doing it again?
I'm not
Put
doing
it
it.
away.
That's why it's important is never clean your gun until you've done a good safety check. You just make sure that there's nothing. You do it if you have to do it. Okay,
oh
so there's
my
a.
God, Tim!
See?
You said you de-shelled it.
No, this.
Okay,
see,
we
that
need to.
is very dangerous. If I, we could have.
He could have just blown his head off.
Like in The Crow with Brandon Lee.
Just
I'm not even going
let's-
to put this back in the
No.
gun. That's how serious
No.
that is. So you can just throw that anywhere. But seriously,
Just
really
put the gun
scary.
away, so we can talk about movies without fear.
Well, there's
being
nothing
shot.
in here. Look, you
It
can
might
tell.
be in the.
So
It might be further up.
no, it's a little hard to tell.
Tim,
No, I'm.
You're gonna blow your head off. It's
Well,
not worth
Just
it.
put it away so we can.
Please,
let's review some
put the
movies.
gun away.
Nobody
Okay,
ever got
all right.
killed reviewing
You have
movies.
to calm down
so.
about this stuff, okay?
Okay,
Because-
honey. All right. I don't want the guns in my house.
Well, we'll discuss that at some other point.
Speaking
will.
of dangerous situations, Tim.
Yeah, let's get to the movies.
No, I just wanted to mention.
Knives Out. Sorry.
I just wanted to give an update about our friend Mark.
Okay.
The LAPD, I finally found out what it was that they arrested Mark for, and it's complete BS, which is that they're claiming that we were selling bootleg copies of intellectual property, when in fact, as I told the desk sergeant, that if you look up on public domain movies on Wikipedia, what is one of the first ones that comes up is A Star is Born. All right? Anybody can do this, and I wish you would, and tell the LAPD that you've done this. Look at list of public domain movies. Star is Born is on the list. And so in good faith...
Not the new one.
Well, it would be a blanket license for all the titles. Once the title is in the public domain, then the series is in the public domain.
That doesn't
make
sense.
So I have a call in to Bradley Cooper from The Hangover, Hangover 2. I have a call in to Chris Christopherson. I'm trying to get somebody to back me up here, but the fact is that series is public domain. And I told the police that. I printed this stuff out. It's not just on Wikipedia. There's also other websites that list public domain movies. We looked over this stuff very carefully before we put the 4-pack together. You'd think a police station would have the resources to have Wikipedia, but because they don't, then Mark ends up in jail for something that he's completely innocent of and gets beaten into a coma by a bunch of, drug addict assholes that are in the same cell as his. So he's in the hospital.
Okay. I think you just buried the lead a little bit there. What happened with Mark in prison? Because that sounds a little more urgent than your
He's in prison for something he did nothing wrong.
I know, but you're saying
Star is Born is public domain.
You're saying he was assaulted and
all 4 movies fall under the
jail?
same public domain.
Don't forget the copyright stuff. What happened to Mark?
Mark got beaten up by some drug addicts or something. So he's in a coma at LA General Hospital.
Oh, boy.
Because the police officers don't have the time before they go out and arrest people to just type in Star is Born public domain and see if that's true. Well, it is in the public domain.
Oh, it's terrible news, and thoughts and prayers going out to Mark Proch.
And if anyone has any contact information for any of the stars of A Star is Born, I feel like that those people would not want this movie to be silenced. And in fact, the mail orders for that have been through the roof. And we sold quite a few of them at the North Hollywood market. And I'm showing this to the police officer. I'm printing out every single website that lists public domain movies. Star is Born's at the top of the list. So these guys don't know anything.
Terrible news about Mark. Let's get to the reviews. I'll be honest with you. It might not surprise you to find out that we haven't had a chance to see these movies.
Too busy with life.
Too busy with life. And
busy emailing people that are saying, where's my Star is Born 4-pack?
Right. So you have not seen Knives Out?
No, but I will see it. I'm going to see it this week.
And Queen and Slim.
I'm going to see it tonight.
Yeah.
I'm going to see that tonight. I'll see it tonight.
No reviews this week? Everyone go do your own reviews.
Well, don't do that. Just wait and I'll post the reviews of those movies online on Twitter, or I'm setting up an Our Cinema website at some point. So we'll catch up with all the movies that we missed. I mean, I want to see it, but I've got to deal with this other stuff because now they're coming after me. Because I've been the one down at the police station arguing with them about this. I printed out the whole public domain movie list from Wikipedia, which says clearly A Star is Born.
And give Mark my best. Let's end with a prayer. Holy Father, Lord God, Jesus Christ, thank you so much for saving my life.
Praise
not only bringing Tony in, but also blessing me with the grace and almost through your own hand moving the weapon as it laid on my lap, reminding me of your good grace and the gratitude I have for you. Praise you. Thank you, Jesus, for moving that.
Saving my husband.
For keeping the bullet out of my chin and my skull. And in a lot of ways, prayers for our friend Mark Porch, who is suffering right now, and hopefully he's at peace, and hopefully that truth will lead the way and answers to his previous coma, his previous condition.
This is very different.
Are given the light of day, and that the truth will, sunlight will shine on the truth, and we will expose criminals for their evil deeds.
Such as people that call the police a copyright infringement, which isn't actually copyright infringement at all, but which is somebody trying to start a business and legitimately releasing classic movies on film.
All right, we'll see you next season. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
I've got to change this dressing because it's starting to become very irritating.
Do you guys want to go see one of these films
No,
tonight?
let's go change the
Yes, I'll
dressing
help you, Tim.
because I can't.
Yeah,
We're not going to have time tonight, I'm sorry.
Okay, you don't speak to them.
Yes. You all right?
No.
All right.
It's the 7th annual Original on Cinema Oscar Special with special guests Tony Newman, Matt Newman, Michael Matthews, Greg Turkington, Joe Estevez, and many more. Sponsored by Food Man Dream Catering. And now, your host, Tim Heidecker.
I've got the Oscar fever. Hope you got it too. Oh, miss some bubbling now. It's all you gotta do. It's Christmas for Tinseltown, the Academy Awards.
Sit right down, enjoy the show. Welcome aboard.
Well, who's gonna win? Who's gonna lose? I got that Oscar fever, and I hope you got it too. Let's go! I got the Oscar fever, hope you got it too. Pour me some bubbly now, it's all you gotta do. It's Christmas for Tinseltown, the Academy Awards. Sit right back, pop some popcorn, come on aboard. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna lose? I got that Oscar fever now, I hope you got it too. All right, thank you very much. Let's hear it for the Heidecker String Quartet. Thank you, wonderful, beautiful music. Welcome, everyone, to the 7th annual On Cinema Oscar Special. I'm your host, Tim Heidecker. We are back. Obviously, last year we were under attack. The whole vision of the On Cinema Oscar Special was under attack from the Delgados and Raffi Taffy and Greg Turkington and the Vipers that have surrounded me for years, try to take advantage of me. But we have reclaimed. It's been a long year, but we have done everything we needed to do to bring things back to the way they should be. HEI Inc. is stronger than it's ever before. We're now in collaboration with Newman Strategies Corporation, my beautiful wife, Tony Newman, making tonight possible. We are so excited to be back. It is Oscar Fever night. It is the greatest night of the year for me. It is a night that we honor and salute our fellow filmmakers, and we're just gonna have a fun night tonight. Tonight, last year was such a mess. Everything was adrift. Like I said, you had Laffy Taffy and the rest of the bunch screwing up. They had no focus. They had no energy. It was we were hearing about droves and droves of people tuning out. And of course, I came back and took over. But now we have created a continuity to the special this year that I couldn't be more proud of. Everybody's worked their
asses off to get us to where we are right now. We were discussing a few weeks ago about the vision of the Oscar special. And one of the things that kept coming up in my mind, because I'd just gone through this really beautiful emotional experience with my wife, Tony Newman, and I was looking at all the nominees, and I thought, we have one of the great movies of the year, Marriage Story. It reminded me of the hundreds of wonderful films out there through the years that have celebrated the union of a man and a woman, and a man and a woman only, through marriage. So we are celebrating the institution, the sacrament of marriage tonight with films like Father of the Bride and 4 Weddings and a Funeral and so many others. So we are here. We're going to be doing so much. We're going to be talking about who's going to win, who's going to lose. We're going to be popping popcorn. But we're also reminding the audience of the great tradition. And it is almost we always look at Oscar as it is a ceremony, it is a sacrament. It is when people like Brad Pitt and Bradley Cooper and Jack Nicholson, whoever, actually do perform sort of a wedding with Oscar Gold. And so we're just saluting that. That's why we see, beautiful flowers. And that's the choice we made. We could have gone a lot of different directions, but we went with this beautiful theme, and we were sort of, we had to make choices sort of at the last minute. Okay, let's get the show going. We got our first guest has been on the show before, and we're going to get through his segment as quick as we can. I just want to run him in and out because we have so much to get to tonight. It's going to be a busy night. Check in with us throughout the night. We're going to be giving you updates on all the awards. I haven't gotten any ideas there's no host for the Oscars. I don't know why anybody's watching the Oscars. There's no Billy Crystal like there always was. We did something like 20 years in a row. I think Whoopi did a few years, but there's no host. It's a shit show down in Hollywood. This is the real show. We're going to be giving you the same information that they're giving you. So just forget watching the Oscars on ABC or wherever it is. Watch here all night long because we're going to be giving you all the news you need. Let's bring my first guest. He's going to come in quickly from the Victorville Film Archive. Is he going to come from here? All right. Do I need this mic anymore? Greg Turkington. I don't. All right, cut the horn. Yeah, turn the horn off.
Hey guys!
There he is. We'll stay there for a sec. What is this now with the mobile VFA big entrance?
The mobile VFA has arrived. It's movie time!
And what is you've got Arthur on the top there. What's going on with your mobile VFA? And you're dressed like the jokester from the Batman movies.
We are celebrating, we are giving a preview of next year's celebration of the 40th anniversary of Arthur.
Wait, say that again? We're doing what?
We're doing a preview of next year's 40th anniversary of Arthur. So we're giving a sneak preview of what's going to happen next year.
What does that have to do with
This is
the
a
Joker?
Jack Nicholson Joker, which is he was the original actor to play the Joker.
Okay, so I told you you could come in here with one concept.
and then we're going to get through that, and then you'll be on your way. And now you're coming in with 2. So do you want to focus on whatever this 40th
Actually, I
anniversary
have
of?
3. Actually, I have 4.
Well, those we're not getting
actually
to
have
those.
5
We're
if
not
you
getting
count
to
the
those.
finale that I have planned.
Excuse me. What does Arthur have to do with the Academy Awards right now?
Well, it's one of the most beloved movies in history. Arthur from 1981, 97 minutes, starring Dudley Moore. And so we're doing a preview. Next year, we're actually on this special. It might be our cinema by next year, I'm not sure. But next year, we're going to do the 40th anniversary of Arthur, which came out in 1981.
Okay,
so this year is a sneak preview of next year's Arthur, basically, celebration.
So you don't have any anniversary movie to discuss?
We're doing
today.
We're doing a preview of Arthur for next year.
No, you're not doing. We're not going to do Arthur 2 years in a row. This, for me, is your.
Well, there's 2 Arthur. Well, there's actually 3 Arthur movies because
I know.
there was a.
Here's what I'm saying. If you want to celebrate a movie like you did with Jaws 2, which was a big mess.
Well, because you didn't.
Hold on.
You used a prop for Mark, so he didn't get any oxygen.
Don't go down that route. Choose a film that it is an anniversary of. Don't use this opportunity to sneak peek preview some bullshit about Arthur. Nobody gives a shit about Arthur to begin with.
Well,
if you're going to
that's
spend
not true.
time on that,
It's Oprah Winfrey's favorite movie of all time, Arthur.
I don't give a shit. What I'm trying to point out is it's absurd to spend any time previewing an anniversary of something.
Haven't you ever heard of a trailer?
What
do you think previews
What movie came
are?
out 40 years
People
ago?
line up to see previews for Star Wars movies or Hobbit movies.
What movie
People
came out 40
camp out
You
to
should
see
know
a
this.
trailer.
If you don't know this, I'm going to ask you to leave. What movie came out 40 years ago this year? Name one. You must know.
19 Ordinary People, directed
why
by
are we celebrating
Butch
that?
Cassidy
You know
and
what I mean?
Sundance Kid, Robert Redford.
Why didn't we do a preview
Because that's
of
a
that last
glum
year?
movie. That's a depressing movie. It's about a suicide.
Do you want to
Arthur is a positive movie with a good message, and it stars one of my all-time favorites, Dudley Moore.
Great. So, okay, you'll have 5 minutes to talk about Arthur as a preview, whatever.
That's fine. I would love 5 minutes to talk about it without interruption.
We're not going to talk about it next
5
year.
minutes would be great. I would love 5 minutes without you interrupting, with you leaving the building, so that I can preview next year's Arthur 40th anniversary.
Let me explain something to you. There's no preview of Arthur. There is only Arthur today. That's your 5 minutes. Say goodbye.
You don't understand how movies work. You don't understand how movies work.
We're not talking about Arthur next year.
Trailers are a big part of Hollywood history.
Shut up. You're not going to be welcome back here next year if that means talking about Arthur again. You're playing all your Arthur cards now. You get that?
Well, I'll talk about Arthur 2, Love on the Rocks next year then, if you're going to do that. But we have some Arthur 2 memorabilia here as well.
I brought you here
I am traveling with the world's first portable Arthur museum. And it's part of the VFA, the mobile VFA, is we travel with exhibits around the country and let people see priceless movie memorabilia that they might not have access to.
Do you want to talk about the movies that were nominated?
I would love to.
Okay, so we've got a lot of great movies this year. Obviously, we could speak. I think obviously your pick is The Joker tonight.
My pick is, well, essentially my pick is Kramer versus Kramer 2, which Hollywood has gone and remade as Marriage Story. But the genesis of that movie was in something I wrote and that we premiered right here. We shot it right over there last year, which is Kramer versus Kramer 2. And of course, Hollywood can't keep their grubby paws off of what we do, as you know, with some of these rip-offs of Decker.
So you're
so
saying
Marriage Story is essentially Hollywood tipping their hat to what I did with Kramer versus Kramer 2 and remaking it. And I'm not getting any credit for it, but I'll tell you one thing, when that movie wins Best Picture, a part of me is going to feel that I won Best Picture for Kramer versus Kramer 2. So my pick is definitely Marriage Story, and I also have a tip from my insider at the Academy that it will in fact win, because the ballots have already been counted, and I had a guy who texted me after they did count them and told me Marriage Story is the winner. So.
Okay, so there's other movies to be considered. Obviously, Joker was a big movie. Something like, we look at something like Jojo Rabbit. If that were to win, that would be one of the first animated films to win. I mean, it's one of the first animated films, I guess, since maybe
Fantasia. But it's not even it's not the first movie to be called JoJo something. There was JoJo Dancer, Your Life is Calling, with Richard Pryor from 1981. It's actually the second JoJo movie.
Great. There's a bunch of different movies. You don't see. One of the snubs this year was the Star Wars movies didn't get sort of acknowledged. There was a couple of Star Wars movies that came out this year. You were hoping maybe a few of them were going to get the nod, at least one.
So it turns out none of them got awards.
It just shows that the system is fair and that a billionaire like George Lucas can't come in and say, I want the Oscar and get the Oscar. You have to earn it through merit. And that's one of the things I've always admired about the Oscars.
It's going to be sort of an interesting battle between Yiquam Phillips. Is that his name? I can't ever.
Joaquin Phoenix.
There you go. And from the Fast and Furious, Adam Driver.
The real battle, I think, is between the Joker's past and the Joker's present. And I think that Jack Nicholson as the Joker, the original Joker in the original Joker movie, is sort of the Joker everybody remembers and loves. And I think it was a mistake to try and make that again when Nicholson was still alive. If he passed away, I get it. If you're doing Casablanca 2, you can't get Bogart. If you're doing the Joker 2, you can get Jack Nicholson, and they should have, and that was their mistake, and that's why I'm not voting for Joaquin Phoenix.
Do you look at the Joker as a sequel or a remake of the original Joker with Jack
I think it's
Nicholson?
both.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of intrigue, a lot of drama. What are your thoughts on Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? Sort of
misleading.
Misleading. Yeah, I was thinking.
If you're going to do a Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I want to see some of the great stars, like the Cary Grants, the Clark Gables, the Charlie Chaplin, sort of a trip down memory lane. And instead, it was, you know, a bunch of people, a bunch of no-names. Bruce Lee was in it, which was cool, but I would rather see some more golden era stars.
And then finally, we have, you know, the salute to the Munchkins and the Wizard of Oz with Little Women.
You're thinking of Judy, which I don't think got nominated, but it should have, because that was a great look at Judy Garland as she would have been had she had lived.
And then now they're trying to do this thing what's kind of interesting is they're trying to almost, the name is perfect, Parasite, because they are trying to infect the American Oscars, which they are the American Oscars. That's the official name of the Academy Awards, the American Oscars of the Academy Awards. They're trying to infect our country, our values, with foreign films, Chinese films like Parasite, which it is parasitic to do that. I haven't seen it, but you know, it's a shame that certain movies like Star Wars, George Lucas, gets blocked out, gets sort of sidelined.
A lot of Star Wars movies were filmed in other countries, though.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm talking about George Lucas, born and raised in California, an American citizen, is now basically sidelined, kicked to the curb, because of, we see now the Chinese influence over basically all aspects of life. And now we see my theories of the China connection actually sort of coming full circle, where they now are infecting us with
Chinese Connection starring
disease.
Bruce Lee. It was a great movie from 1971.
And so a lot of sort of forecasting, sort of visionary work that I did when I was on the trial of the trial of the century, they say, but also the trial of my life, which I was vindicated completely and acquitted totally.
Not so.
You see that we have the China connection is coming full bore. Not only are they poisoning our award system, but they are now infecting us with the disease that's spreading vastly. And we're looking at the disease right now, and we find that it's now spreading rapidly tonight. So we'll be giving you more updates on that disease. Speaking of updates, we want to talk briefly about your quest for finding an old friend of ours who's been in the wilderness.
I've been devoting a lot of time to it, actually. It's been my #1 mission for the past couple of months, is finding Mark, because let's face it, these W.C. Fields routines aren't going to do themselves. You need Mark there to make them come alive, and I have not been able to find him. I've put a lot of effort into it nightly. I haven't seen you out there, but I've been out there every night and every day looking for Mark, and he is very elusive. And we have a reward set up, which is $100, and I've thrown in another $50 in VFA Classics merchandise, like a voucher, gift card or whatever, for any of the VFA Classics titles that you would want.
All right.
As the cash is yours to spend on what you want with, the $50 goes towards the VFA.
Let me just interrupt. I'm going to surprise you a little bit here. I'd love to see, you know, you've got this stupid grin on your face, but it's going to be a shock.
Nothing stupid about Jack Nicholson. He's won the Best Actor award 2 or 3 times, including One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. So I wouldn't call Mr.
Listen,
Nicholson stupid. Very
you
smart
say I've done
man.
You say I've done nothing in the quest for Mark.
what I'm here to announce, ladies and gentlemen, is for the past several months, I've teased this a few months ago, a huge project that HEI Inc. has been really working really hard on, which is a new program called Exposed, starring LaRue, otherwise known as, well, starring Michael Matthews, otherwise known as LaRue from Decker, my private investigator, basically my right-hand man. And we've been basically investigating everything under the sun, and we've gotten back down to the roots of a lot of the problems driving that are affecting our society. But
you should investigate
who
killed those 19 kids at the festival.
We'll ask you to leave. I'll take your car and you'll drive it home, or wherever. I don't know. That might be your home. We don't know. In fact, you might just be pulling that around the corner and pulling off the side of the road. That's something we'll expose at a later date. But what's happening right now in real time is as a kind of a promotional way to launch Exposed, which is going to be premiering over the summer on basically all the networks, depending, we're sort of choosing which network it's premiering on, but we're going to be launching the first real search for Mark Proch in existence, in history, really. And I've tasked LaRue with finding Mark. And finally now, we will see, and we're just getting word that Brad Pitt has won for, I guess, one of the movies he was in.
Did you see Meet Joe Black?
No, he won for the movie that he was in this year, the Hollywood story. You interrupted my thought. Tonight, I have tasked, LaRue is out there, and he has vowed to bring Mark home. He's going to bring him back. And he's put all his resources. He's like a bloodhound or something. He's one of the great investigators and sleuths since Sherlock Holmes himself.
Holmes and Watson.
You will see something stunning tonight, the return of Mark Proch, safe and sound. Here's a sneak peek at Exposed. This is coming to ABC and CBS and NBC this fall. Hi everybody, Tim Heidecker here, the host and executive producer of Exposed, our new investigative journalist series that investigates crimes and all sorts of things like Medicaid fraud and other devious activities out there in the world. We are looking today at predatory loan companies, and these are companies that present this almost fairy tale, too good to be true financial option for people, loans and other financial services, and then they pull the rug out from under people. They offer them 0% interest and all sorts of bells and whistles, and in the end, all they're trying to do is make a quick buck, and they don't care about the working guys. And it's a shame what these people are doing out there. But listen, our team of investigators has found the business address for MoneyZap. So on today's program, I'm going to go confront the employees of MoneyZap and ask them how they sleep at night. How do they live with ripping people off left and right and making promises that they can't keep? Let's get to it. Let's expose it. Let's get to expose. Let's expose. Hi, we're at the Central Stalker Square. This is the official headquarters of MoneyZap.com. I don't see MoneyZap listed here. We're going to investigate these companies. Just trying to get some answers. I'm just going to go in and ask. Hello? Hi.
Okay.
I'm trying to find some information on a company called MoneyZap. They have their address listed here. This is their headquarters.
Must be a mailbox.
Because they're like a money lending company that owes me a lot, and they're not
being responsive. I've tried to go after them. I called their number, and their address is listed here.
So we must have a mailbox here, but that name doesn't even ring a bell to me.
I want to just find out because they owe me.
Yeah, you have to write to them or whatever.
I did. Well, that's why we're here, is to try to get. Can you put me in touch with Money's App CEO?
I can't do that. I just send mailboxes.
I understand. All right, thank you. All right, so that's a sneak peek at a really exciting show that me and LaRue are working on. LaRue cannot find Mark on his own. He needs your help out there. I know you guys are busy. You're watching the Oscar special. You're having fun. Maybe you're together watching it with your best friends. But we have set up a hotline. If you're in the greater Los Angeles area, call 323-312-9121. We'll put that number on the screen.
You could call from anywhere.
And
I mean, if you find Mark in Orange County, by all means, call from there.
we're looking for any leads. So call that number if you've got any leads on Mark. But I'm not too worried.
I scoured Long Beach, so that's border
might
of
have
Orange
circled
County.
back. So the key is, let's all work together to find Mark tonight. LaRue needs your help. He's out there working his ass off.
Well, I don't think he's the man for the job, but
We will get Mark home safe and sound. I'm confident about that. It is an exciting night. Stay with us. We're gonna take our first break, and we will be back with much more Oscar coverage. Thanks to the Joker for being here, and
the Nicholson Joker.
Yeah,
not the new one.
and thanks to the Heidecker Quartet for playing music. Play something. Get us out of here. Thank you. Beautiful stuff. That's Oscar Fever by Tim Heidecker, played by the Heidecker Quartet. We are back. We got some amazing Oscar news for you cartoon freaks. Jojo Rabbit did not win Best Animated Film, but is still nominated for Best Picture. Toy Story 4 won Best Academy Award for Best Cartoon, starring Tom Hanks and Tim Allen.
I think the Toy Story, wherever they make that building is going to be filled with Oscars. And 40 years from now, they'll have 44 Oscars.
All right. What we are going to check in now with you and your VFA. This is your opportunity to tell us about your VFA Mobile and Arthur and all the rest. So,
this is the Mobile VFA, and it's coming soon to your town. We're going to take this around pretty much to every town that we can get it to. Probably not Alaska or Hawaii, but
if you just turn the car off, though. So
yeah. So this is the interior of the Mobile VFA. I have, as you see here, the ability to monitor the Oscar situation. This is a feed direct from the Academy with any sort of updates as to what's happening on the Oscar telecast. This is sort of my nerve center, control center. And then, of course, we have much of the archive in the back there so that when we get to people's towns, we can show them actual tapes from the VFA. Anything we have back here, we have in triplicate back at the main VFA.
What about Arthur, though? We get to Arthur quick.
Yeah, and I'm just going to show them the rest of the interior of the Mobile VFA. So it's basically a good regular car, but decked out in a way that anyone would like to have. We've got the searchlights and spotlights, and if you saw the top of the car, you can see that it pays tribute to next year's 40th anniversary of Arthur. And this is our traveling Arthur Museum. This is the world's first Arthur Museum, but not the last, because next year I suspect others will spring up. This was the original, and this is the best. By next year, we'll have quite a few more items in the museum. You see the original one-sheet posters to Arthur, starring Dudley Moore and Liza Minnelli, and Arthur 2, same cast. John Gielgud also appeared in both Arthur movies, piece of trivia. This is probably the rarest item in our Arthur Museum. This is an original Arthur 2 on the rocks promotional tumbler, which is what they call a drink, a glass that Arthur might drink out of. If you look at the Arthur video disc and the videotapes, you'll see he always has a drink in his hand in every scene. So the good folks
Hang
at
on,
Warner Brothers decided to
we got
make
a hotline
promotional
number.
cut.
We got somebody calling in with information
Hold
on
on.
Mark.
Hold on. We'll get to that. This is the soundtrack to
Hello?
Arthur. This is the soundtrack
Hello?
album Arthur's Theme by Christopher Cross.
Yes,
Everybody
do you have
knows that
information
song?
on Mark Roach?
Yes. There's someone I've seen walking around. It could be Mark, could be maybe
All right.
not. I don't know.
We're not worried about him
What
right
is he? Where are you?
I'm by the Hollywood Forever graveyard.
Okay.
Hang up. It's just a
There's
prank.
a bald guy walking around, very confused looking. Tried to approach him, and just he's running away.
Okay. Well, listen, stay put. I'm going to send LaRue your way. You're at the Hollywood Forever Cemetery. Sounds good. Thanks
I
for
hope
the
they bury
tip.
you for interrupting my show.
All right. What was that?
Good luck, good Oscars.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
All right.
All right, we also have here, these have not been touched by human hands. These are sealed copies of both of the Arthur movies. So if you have an old used VHS tape, as you know, the technology dictates that the tapes will last for years, perfect quality. But if you have one that's still sealed, that's never been played, never even been touched by human hands, you've got a real keepsake, a real rarity, and something that's a museum piece. And that's why these two sealed tapes are in our museum. And then over here, this is really something special. This is a promotional belt buckle from 10, which was the movie that Dudley Moore made before Arthur, co-starring Bo Derek. And this promotional belt buckle was issued to promote the movie back in 1979. That's an anniversary that we should have done.
What is
but didn't.
a 10 belt buckle doing in an Arthur museum?
10
My
was
question.
Dudley's
That's a
breakthrough
fair
movie.
That's a fair question, right?
10 was his breakthrough movie. They had originally cast George Segal in the role of Arthur. Then 10 came out, broke all box office records. At the time, it was the
Stand
biggest
by, we've
movie
got a message coming
of all
in.
time. And so
Mark,
they recast it
excuse me.
with, wait,
There's
they
a
recast
text.
it with Dudley Moore instead of
Do you
George
care about
Segal.
Mark Roach
and
or
you
not?
can all trace that back
It seems
to
like you got
10.
a lot more concerned about Dudley Moore, who's confirmed has been dead for 20 years, than you do about a guy that might be in real trouble here. This guy says Mark was sighted in Portland, Oregon, 2 days ago. At the Variety Shop, surveillance footage from the Taco Bell and Burger King restaurants across the street confirm this. So we're getting some more info on
Anybody can call that number and prank the number. I don't know why you would even listen to these people.
Let's
I've
call
done
this-
the searching and he's not out there, so let's not talk to those people. Anyway, this 10 belt buckle, how many folks watching have seen 10, Arthur, or Arthur 2? That's a Dudley Moore Film Festival, and that's a good time. So that's our Arthur preview. Next year on this special, we will have probably 3 times as many rare promotional items, including an original.
Okay, sorry to interrupt
Wait,
again.
wait,
I have
an
somebody
original
calling in
shooting
saying, I see
script.
Mark. We found him. Let's try to get him on the line here. These are, I'm not sure how to tell the difference. Call me. I'll say call me. Okay. What was that?
We are going to have next year, when we actually do the 40th anniversary, an original shooting script signed by John Gielgud and Liza Minnelli. So that is something you'll be seeing next year.
Okay.
But this is a nice little preview and to whet your appetite. And if you haven't seen Arthur, be sure you see it before next year's Oscars, because you're going to want to be on top of what's going on in the film.
It's a little confusing, everybody. If you're texting me, it's a little harder. I need you to call. And I don't know how to work this phone because it's an Android. And it's a mess. Who else won? Anybody win Best Picture? We have an animated short called Hair Love. Did you see Hair Love? It's a cartoon, short cartoon.
No, it's not a movie.
Okay.
Looks like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood won for Best Picture.
All right, listen, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting your tips by the second here. We're We have a very special show coming your way. Stick with us. We have a very, very important guest coming up. I'm getting a little emotional because knowing she's here, knowing that she's going to be with me, I feel a little, you know, you can tell I feel a little lost.
Liza Minnelli?
No. This is, my wife is going to stop in and check in. I love hearing what she has to say about movies. She knows more about movies than anybody. And she's got a lot to do with tonight because she's made a lot of this possible. Call in if you have any tips on Mark. We'll be back in a minute with more Oscars, the 7th annual Oscar specials. Give me something peppy, not that depressing classical shit. Play some, sorry, you're listening? Play, goes the weasel, about Greg. Not Pop Goes the Weasel. They don't know Pop Goes the Weasel. It's the first thing they teach you at music school. Up, da, 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 dum. I asked them to break to do something peppy, and all they got is classical music. But anyways,
It's a big
learn
improvement
Pop
over
Goes
Dakar.
the Weasel. If you learn that, that's foundational music. You could also do three blind mice with a pep in its step. Dee, dee, dee. Or Oscar famous music. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. What movie's that? There you go. Learn it. Welcome back, everybody. The 7th annual Oscar On Cinema Oscar special is just heating up, and we're having a lot of fun talking about all the great winners. Parasite has got its grasps on the Academy and has infected all the voters apparently because it has won Best Screenplay.
Pretty cool.
And Jojo Rabbit, first animated film to win adapted screenplay. Congratulations to all the illustrators of that movie and the voices. A lot of voice talent there. We are going to have a special guest now. I've teased this. And she is my love, my life, the reason I think I'm still here today. She has changed. She's given me a 180 from where I was maybe less than a year ago. She's changed it all. She's financially, spiritually, emotionally, sexually, just refreshed my body and soul and mind and heart. I will invite her to the stage now. My wife, my life, Mrs. Tony Newman. We have not decided to change her name. It's in Heidecker. Yes, thank you. Sweetheart, how are you? Thank you so much. Would you scurry off to your car, sit in your car for a little while, okay? Sure. How are you? Mwah. Take a seat. Thank you. I know you were busy today, busy as hell arranging for all this. You know, you just heard what I said about you. It's all coming from the heart. But we are here to talk about movies, so let's just, what was your favorite movie of the year? Did you have one?
Oh, I loved Parasite.
Okay.
I loved The Joker. I
Okay.
loved the violence of
Yeah.
The Joker.
Yeah.
That was great, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah, it is different. You know, a lot of these movies are, you know, I was sort of upset, like I said earlier, that Star Wars didn't get nod. We saw Star Wars together.
Yes, we did. That was so.
I have a little bit of a surprise for you, and I'm a little
Another?
nervous. I'm a little nervous because it's a big surprise.
You don't have to be nervous.
I know, but we, you know, had a crazy year.
Yes.
We ran
Whirlwind.
for district attorney.
Yeah.
We were partners in a business sense. We were, you know, like locked together, and you know, we had fought hard, fought like hell, and you know, it didn't go our way. But that experience got us so close together. It got us, you know, to where we are today. And you know, the one regret I have is the way that things happen so quickly because of the, you know, the situation with HEI and the Delgados and everything. We had to make some very quick decisions.
Yes.
And I'm very grateful we did. But boy, how do I do this?
What? Just spit it out.
No, I will.
What?
I just.
What?
So, bad news is.
Uh-oh.
No, it's okay. Bad news is, I did something the other day. I went down to the courthouse, and I filed papers. They're right here, and this is a annulment of our marriage.
What?
Just calm down. This is an annulment of our wedding, of our marriage, because, and here's what the good news. I'm so nervous. I didn't feel that it was appropriate the way we got married. We rushed things. We went down to City Hall, and it was not a spiritual wedding. It was not a Christian wedding. And so what we're going to do, I need you to sign these. What we're going to do is we're going to have a real wedding with all the bells and whistles right here, right now. That's it. That's the news. Will you, and I'll do it the right way. I'll do everything by the book. After we sign this, we have to do this first, because otherwise it doesn't make any sense.
Wait, Tim.
It's okay.
What?
Where the hell are you going? All right, just sign this, then I can do it. Just sign it, and we'll talk about it. Sign this.
I'm signing my
This is
divorce.
it's an annulment. It's not a divorce. There's no financial implications on it. Sign right here. Trust me.
You're scaring me.
No, it's good. And I signed it, and we are good. And now we can do the good stuff, the good news. Get ready for some beautiful music. Miss Tony Newman. Will you marry me tonight? I've got everything planned. I got your family's here. Your parents are here. Matt's coming. Matt, your son, Matt is here.
What?
And I've got a dress, and I've got everything. We're gonna have a beautiful wedding. Will you do it? Will you say yes? Just.
Yes.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're having the first on cinema Oscar special wedding in history. I don't know what Greg Turkington went. We're going to file this down so it's official. This is real. We are going to get married. You're all invited. Forget the movies. This is life. We are going to be just like them, happy. So I've got makeup. I got some makeup people here. I got a dress, everything. We got food catered. I think we have salmon and green beans and a wedding cake. And our Pastor Lewis is here as well.
My pastor.
Yeah, she is come down, and she is going to be officiating. So we have got a lot of work to do, folks. The night's just getting started. You're all invited to the wedding of Tony and Tim. We'll be right back. I think it's going to be awesome.
What the fuck, Tim?
No,
What did you tell me about this?
Because I wanted to be a surprise.
You can't on national TV.
This is.
I'm totally embarrassed about this. We should have done this private.
Let's just talk about it back here because I think it's actually a great idea.
Did you turn?
I'll explain why. Here.
What?
I'll explain why. Hello? All right, turn that. That's enough. Who's there?
My name is Oscar. After the
Oscar, just like the Academy Awards. What do you want? You have information on Mark? I can report to LaRue?
Yeah, he's at the Hollywood Wax Museum, and he's right in between the corner of Hollywood and Highland.
Thank you.
Eating a sandwich. He's dressed as a policeman. He's putting on a weird British accent, and he just looks very confused.
Okay, thank you for the tip. We'll investigate that. I'll send LaRue over there. We are back getting calls. We're going to find Mark. I believe that. Obviously, big news here. The wedding of the century will be occurring in minutes. We have Tony Newman, my bride-to-be, getting ready, getting her makeup on and everything, and getting the beautiful dress that I picked out from David's Bridals. Want to give them a shout out. Scott was able to stop by there this afternoon. We have Greg Turkington stormed off the set. He has returned and is moping in his car. So he's got an update.
I'm watching the Oscars, actually, which is what you should be doing.
What?
I'm watching the Oscars.
I can't hear you. Your motor is revving.
I'm watching the Oscars, which is what you should be doing.
Okay. What do you have news? Do you have news?
They're doing the best documentary right now. So
Okay.
Not really a movie.
You have something about the Joker you want to talk about? I don't know.
Yeah, as you know, people tune into this show not for garbage like Dakar and stuff like that, but for actual movie expertise segments. And so we've got quite a few of them tonight planned. This one is very special. It's a look back at the Jokers through the years, starting with, of course, the original actor to play the Joker was Jack Nicholson, and going right through the current one, Joaquin Phoenix. So this is a tribute to the Joker.
Oh, there must be bats in your belfry, Batman.
Comedy is subjective, Murray. Isn't that what they say? All of you decide what's funny or not.
Jack is dead, my friend. You can call me Joker. 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 If we can't do business, why, we'll just shake hands and that'll be it. Yeah? Yeah. Oh, I got a live one here. Oh, there'll be a hot room in the old town tonight. Wouldn't hit a guy with glasses on, would you? Huh? Blah, 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 blah. All of that chit-chat's gonna get you hurt.
Oh, my God.
You're gonna be my friend. You sweet talking me.
Beautiful, isn't she?
Gentlemen, let's broaden our minds. Lawrence?
Hi.
A joke a day keeps the gloom away.
All right. Well, thank you for that look back at one of the great movie villains, Joker. We got Little Women winning Best Picture, or Best Designing Women. Designing Women's Delta Burke. That's designing costume design for Little Women. Good for them.
Pretty good costumes.
Yeah. All right.
Period pieces.
We're going to do a segment now. It's near and dear to my heart because this is really my wedding day. A lot of family and friends are in town for it. I want to bring out a guy I've gotten to know really well in the past few months, my stepson, Matt Newman. We're going to do a father-son movie review segment now. Matt sort of represents the youth. That's your cue, buddy. What's up, dude? See you, man.
Good. How you doing?
Good, man. All right, man. So Matt and I, we've just gotten to know each other. We've been like kind of bonding and broing out, whatever. You know, it's been a couple months. We got to know each other. We watch a lot of TV. We watch a lot of like bullshit home and garden TV shit, like Fixin' Uppers and shit like that. What's your like vibe on movies now? Like, what's your vibe on are the movies that you're into the same movies that they award fucking Academy Awards like at the Oscars and that bullshit? Is that where you're kind of syncing up on? What's the deal?
Sure. They're all right.
I see you always on video games, playing them and everything. But you think video games are kind of the future? You were saying to me about instead of movies and bullshit, wasting, going to see fucking Fast and Furious when you could play those fucking games.
Movies are kind of pointless. You just sit there and watch other people do stuff. Why not be able to play?
So what are games that psych you out, that get you fucking ripped, that get you?
Call of Duty sick.
Call of Duty?
Yeah, killing people.
Just like first-person shooter.
Playing with friends, yeah. Tournaments. Yeah.
What
Fortnite.
about Fortnite? You're
Fortnite's
into that?
cool.
You were talking to me about that. You were playing that shit for like hours the other night, dude.
Played all night with my buddies.
So how do you get into that? Do you have to practice? Do you have to like hook up with homies that know how to play that shit and fucking just bash that shit out? Or how do you prep for that shit? You just fucking start playing that shit?
You just play it and you win.
So how do you feel about being, me in your life now is sort of it's changed, and you're here to support your mom. You love your mom, and this is what's best for her. It's what's best for me, and I think you've been really open and supportive of our relationship. So I just want to say thanks for being cool, And I love you, and I love the relationship that I know we're gonna have.
Cool.
So let's have a good wedding. This party, this is really just a party. So you fucking hook yourself up with a fucking bar, do shots, whatever you want. I know you're into that scene. So just chill. It's easy, you know, if you want to do some bullshit, whatever. I'm here for you. I'm your dad. So I could just cruise with you and we could do whatever.
Okay.
Let's hug it out like fucking whatever, right? All right, dude. That's Matt. That's just Matt. That's who he is. All right. I thought that was pretty cool to kind of connect Greg, to connect with him. Greg.
He doesn't know anything about movies, so he shouldn't be on the show.
I think you have to respect that I'm working on building relationships
Yeah, but
with
don't
this
do it
new
during the
family. And it's a
Oscars.
family I haven't had. I haven't had support from
Well,
you.
you
You
could
haven't
have
said
done
one
that
goddamn
yesterday.
thing about congratulations. You're about to get hitched in a real way. You're here for the big night. And, you know, it's disrespectful.
It's disrespectful to have a wedding during the Oscars when people are busy watching the Oscars, which is most people's
They can
favorite
choose
night
to
of
watch
the
the
year.
Oscars or they can be with us here. That's their choice.
No, because you tricked them and said that we were here to watch the Oscars, and then you spring this wedding on people like you sprung it on me.
All right, well.
I thought this was all for
Then
like
you
a
can
tribute.
pull- you can back
You said we
out.
were going to do a tribute to wedding-themed movies, and it's not at all.
That's what makes it exciting. It's a surprise. If you don't want to be here for the wedding, you can back out and get the fuck out of this studio because nobody wants you here. But
well, 5-1 people online and sending cards and things like that are in favor of more movie coverage and less weddings. So.
all right, I just
Even the Tim heads would like to hear about tonight's Oscars. This is a pretty
I've been
major
giving
Oscar
updates all the
ceremony.
time. The American Factory won Best Picture, so we're doing our due diligence. But we're also making it an exciting, memorable. Remember when Princess Charles and Princess Diane basically invented the idea of a televised wedding? That's what we're doing here.
Yeah, but they didn't do it during the Academy Awards.
They might have. Why wouldn't they?
Because people look forward to the Oscars all year, and they don't want to see your wedding. They want to see the awards being given.
I think people are very happy for us.
I don't.
Do you want to talk about this on the street segment you did? This It's a Wrap?
Yes.
Go do the
I'll talk to my camera here.
Go ahead. You know what? Stay in the car, by the way. I don't want you coming out. You're not invited to the wedding. Stay in the car. You can roll your window up. That's your zone. I don't want you near my guests. I don't want you near the food. You're not getting any of the wedding food. And you can sit there and mope and watch your Oscars and look at your videotapes. But you're not to leave the car until I tell you to. You're banished to your VFA, mobile VFA. That's the news.
But I do have a couple of things I need to show the camera where I'm going to have to get out of the car.
Well, we'll do that case by case.
And actually, one of them might actually work well at your wedding as something for the guests to do
Well,
while
we're going to do this on a case by
while
case
they're
basis.
arriving.
Excuse me, we're going to do this on a case by case basis. For now, you're banished to the car. Introduce your It's a Wrap segment. I took a look at it. It sucks. It's a good time for anybody to go take a shit or go get snacks from their kitchen or whatever. Show that now. We'll cut it out of the taped segment when we put the tape stuff up later. But we have to go live now.
This is a segment called Heaven on Earth. It's kind of a new segment that we're going to be doing in the future on our cinema. This looks at sort of, I guess you'd call them historic movie locations, but they're not filming locations. It's a whole other kind of location. This is something that if you're ever visiting Hollywood, I suggest you go see. Let's take a look at the segment. Hey guys, Greg Turkington with On Cinema at the Cinema. We're here in front of one of Hollywood's greatest locations. It's a Wrap. This is the store where you can buy actual movie-worn garments worn by great Hollywood stars, ranging from Meg Ryan all the way up to Tom Hanks, and who knows, maybe they've got some Bogart inside. Let's go see. All the way up to Tom Hanks, who knows, maybe they've got some Bogart inside. Let's go see. Hello and welcome to our show. Tell me about It's a Wrap.
Well, this is a very exciting store. We get all of the clothes from film and television production. So whatever you might see on a film or a TV show, it all ends up here on the racks at It's a Wrap, and it's
All
really
of it.
cool.
Is there something you can show us on the racks right now from a current movie that might get our viewers excited?
Well, we can comb around. You can look right here. We have our list of all the different films and TV shows that we have for sale.
Pretty cool segment. So if you are in town, come and... I said it's
back.
Hey.
And got a message here from Mark. Well, not from Mark. It's a tip. Who's calling?
Hey, Tim. I'm still doing the It's a Wrap thing, so don't take calls.
I know, we're done with the It's a Wrap.
No. I have set up this here.
Stand by.
Which is,
we want to let's just get some info on Mark. Where is Mark? You have a location on him?
Yeah, I know where he is.
Where is he?
He's in Lynchburg, Virginia at Jimmy John's.
Okay,
up.
I don't know, that doesn't sound right.
I definitely saw him there.
All right,
Hang
shut
up.
up. Get out of here.
So, to follow up on the It's a Wrap segment, I have here two very priceless ensembles, if you will, from the movie Yesterday, 2019. Kind of a movie about some Beatles fans and some strange kind of supernatural events that bring them together. And these are actual costumes from the movie that I procured at It's a Wrap for total cost of $20. Here are the shirts worn by a couple of the characters and the actual pants. You can see these on screen if you watch Yesterday.
All right.
If you haven't seen it, I would suggest that you do go out and watch Yesterday and
Yeah.
look for these clothes. When you see them,
It's on a
remember
plane.
this
I was on
moment.
a plane the other day. You can see it. They show that on the plane.
Did you
All
see
right,
the shirts?
No, I don't recognize the shirts. The guests are arriving every second for the big Tony and Tim wedding, which is set to kick off in minutes. Tony's still making some decisions. I got a couple dresses to choose from. Don't sit down. I told you go back to your car. Get back in the car. My guest today, right now, we're going to bring him out here. He just arrived. My brother. I got my son. Now I got my brother. Good baby right here. All right. Good to see you, man.
I got
Look at
this for-
What
I
is
got this for
this? I'm not supposed to be drinking at the Oscar special. What the hell?
I'm so excited, man. I'm so excited.
I know, man. Well, listen, let me just clear the air with you. We had some trouble with the band. We had some rocky,
Yeah.
but that's how friends, that's how brothers, that's how shit goes.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not personal. You know that. We've talked.
Yeah.
You have such an open mind and such an open heart about the whole situation. Axiom's another story.
Well,
Axiom got hurt. He took it personally. I don't know why. But what's the perspective from your angle?
Well, you're my brother, so nothing's gonna change that.
No.
But just...
Are we gonna play music again in the future? Absolutely. We just have to figure it out. We got to get past where we're at right now.
Well, that would be awesome.
And the reason, I called you basically this morning and said, I need you to come down here. Don't do that. Don't do that again.
The Joker strikes again. The Joker strikes again.
You do that again, I'm going to come over there and physically assault you with this champagne bottle. I'm going to break it over your stupid Joker face. You got blood running down your skull. Now listen, I gave you the news. I didn't tell anybody about it. I didn't tell him for sure. I told you. I said tonight I'm going to propose and marry Tony Newman again on the Oscar special. And the next thing that came out of my mouth, I think it knocked you down on the ground. I said, will you be my best man? And your answer was?
My answer can only be, of course.
That is what's beautiful about friendship, brotherhood, and Dakar. Dakar forever.
Forever, man.
That asshole
I'm so
can
happy
stay
for
in
you.
Dakar for all I care, while we memorialize and remember the great times we had in Dakar, in DKR as well.
Yes.
This is a lot of champagne. I want you to open it now because I think as best man and groom, we should bond over a drink. We should have a drink. I mean,
Let's do
listen,
it.
you know, it's my wedding. I can do that kind of shit because I got nerves. I'm so nervous. I can't believe it. Tonight is the big night, you know. Tony is not, you know, it's not necessarily going to be a white wedding, even if we will wear a white dress. But who knows? So I'm nervous. I haven't met her parents. They're kind of going to be arriving. Of course, I have a great relationship with Matt. But listen, get this going. We need to have a drink and celebrate because it's on. Laura Dern
Let's start a
won
party.
for Marriage Story. So that's good luck for us. That's sort of a blessing or sort of a message from the Oscar gods, saying we bless and sanctify this wedding and this marriage. Get that open.
Yeah.
You brought the. Get that. Yeah, you got the.
Yes.
This is the classic way to do it. You know how to do that?
Work better, yeah.
Well, don't point it at me like that.
All right.
Get something festive, champagne music. Yeah, be careful there.
All right.
Yeah, don't worry about the knife.
Yeah. To you.
You keep pointing that shit at me. Pointing at the car. Pointing at the Arthur posters. Let's hit it, see if you can hit the Arthur poster. Ah, shit, you missed. All right. I can't hold this. Matt, hold that. Be careful with that, son. Don't grab it by the blade.
For you,
this
man.
This is to my last, hopefully my last wedding ever. We're gonna say goodbye to all the women I've loved before. This is to my first wife, Stephanie, that's been 20 years or something. I've lost touch with her. I can't get her on Facebook or anything. And of course, the love of my life, the one that got away, Ayaka. I always love Ayaka. I always wish that worked out. She was the mother of my second son, Tom Cruise Jr., so we'll drink to him as well. That came out way too fast. Shit. Excuse me. This is for Ayaka and Tom Cruise Jr., my son, and
some. To you.
And to me. Ooh. That's some good stuff.
Yeah.
Hang on. I want to ask you a favor. Sit down.
Yes.
I want to ask you to reach out to Axe because I have been working on him. He would have been my first choice for best man. You know that. That would have been the play that made the most sense in my mind. No offense to you, but he was really there from the beginning. It would have just been awkward.
Yeah.
I reached out to
understand,
him. He's kind of cut me off. And it's killing me. So I want you to do something as best man. You are the official best man. Nothing's going to change. But I want Axe to be here. I want him to be here for me. And I want him to be a groomsman or an usher. Because we're actually short a lot of people. I reached out to a lot of people to be part of this, and nobody wanted to do it on Oscar night. But
I spoke with him, you know, like
what is his vibe?
It's mad, you know.
He's
like
still
he
mad.
Got upset
He's
a
just
little
being
bit
a
about the whole
baby.
situation. He
He's
got a
being
little
a
bit upset
baby,
with
but what you do is just take a minute. We don't have to do it
All
on
right.
air.
Let me see what I can do.
Just reach out to him and say he's not picking up the phone when I call.
Oh,
Speaking of picking up the phone, while you're doing that, let's check in on Mark. I think LaRue's going to have some good news for us. I feel it. Calling in from New York.
I'm calling right now.
This could be Woody Allen calling in. Hello. You have a tip for Mark. I don't know why you're not on speakerphone, of course, because this sucks.
Axiom.
What do you want?
Axiom.
What's? Go ahead. What's the tip?
Hey man, you gotta be here, man. Tim wants you here, man. Well, Tim, you know, like it's like big day for him, you know, like he's upset. You know,
I don't
you're
have
not
the
here.
fucking way to do speaker, dude. Okay? It's.
Hey man, it's your brother. Come on, you gotta be here for him, no matter what, you know. Yeah, I'm here, man. Vieni, devi essere qua, man. Tuo fratello.
Ax, it's Tim. Don't hang up. Don't hang up, baby. Okay, don't hang up. Let me just get to the bottom of this. I need you to be here, okay? I tell you what, I'll cancel the fucking wedding if you don't show up. How about that? How about that on your fucking conscience? You want that? Play something while I'm talking. You just get your ass down here, man. Because it doesn't look good that he's here and you're not. I got Tony's parents coming. And if they show up and they see there's one dude here from Italy, it just doesn't look good. Greg's sitting here dressed like the Joker. He looks like an idiot. So just come down and help me out, all right, man? I'll fucking give you 20 bucks, whatever. I'll give you 100 bucks. I just got to get you down here, man. I need bodies in the seats. Clear? Clear? All right, buddy. Thank you for just do it. I don't just fuck this thinking about it. Just get down here.
Man, vieni qua. Bye.
All right. Give me this shit. That's got to be cold. Next time, bring it cold. I can't do warm champagne. We'll be back with more wedding news. We'll be back in a few minutes as we begin the wedding ceremony. You're all invited to the wedding of the century. We are back here at the 7th Annual On Cinema Oscar Special. I'm Tim Heidecker. We are obviously now, I almost want to throw away the Oscar Special concept because it is now the wedding of the century. First live wedding that I think we've seen on television in a long time since Charles and Diana.
Yes, absolutely.
From England.
Yeah.
Quick update on the Oscars. Sound editing went to Ford versus Ferrari.
I thought that would go that way.
Yeah, it's a beautiful sound of vroom going around the track. We are here with Tom Chaplin. I didn't get to introduce you. Tom Chaplin, founder of Chaplin's Chili.
Yes.
Long time ago.
Yes, long time ago. Chaplin's Chili. It was the most popular restaurant on the West Side for a long time.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So the terrific news. Well, you've of course, we don't want to get into the details of sort of the shifting taste that went on the business, the changing of the?
Well, it wasn't entirely mutual. It wasn't really my idea, even though I founded the place. And, you know, there's a few people that forced me out.
Okay.
So I ran into some tough times. That's why I haven't seen you in a while.
I know,
But
yeah, because we were dealing with the quick bite guys.
Absolutely,
Hank
absolutely.
I don't want to bring up a bad.
Hank
thing
and I
for you.
haven't really, we haven't stayed in contact much.
Yeah. Well, but the good news is you got this catering business getting started. You just launched Food Man.
Absolutely, and
Catering.
congratulations on getting married, by the way.
Thank you very much. And just want to plug you guys here, which is sort of the deal.
Yes, absolutely.
You guys are providing all the food here.
We are.
And let's just take a quick look so the audience can get excited. And I know guests are starting to arrive.
Right, they are.
I see Joe
And
over
it's
there.
a Food Man's Dream Catering.
Estevez
I'm
is
not
here.
allowed to use chaplains
Okay,
anymore.
so
The
we've
chicken-
got chicken.
Yes.
And this has got to be the salmon, right?
No, this is the green beans. This is the green beans. They're very healthy
Okay.
for you. Very
And
delicious. My own
salmon's over
recipe.
here. We talked about, that's mashed potatoes.
Mashed potatoes. Salmon.
We talked about a chicken and a salmon and then 2 vegetables.
No salmon, Tim. I'm sorry. But this food is delicious.
We have just people that don't eat chicken coming to the wedding, but that's all right. That's
chicken-
okay. We'll get
The
to.
chicken tastes like fish. The way I prepare it.
That's not the point. It's not the. Thank you very much, Tom Chaplin. The idea was that he would get there'd be a chicken and there'd be a meat and a fish and a veggie option, not just green beans. I tell you what, a little tip: you do get good champagne. You're not going to have. This stuff sucks, and it's going right to my head. I got a killer headache. It's like pounding. But anyway, Joe, just thanks. You're early, so just be patient. We're going to bring out. So Tony Newman is. We just officially confirmed that she is on board for the wedding. So she is now getting done up, getting her hair did. We're going to check in on her now. Can we see? We got a live cam on Tony Newman, and she's kind of getting into that headspace. This is really happening, sweetheart. If she can hear me, we are walking down the aisle. Good. What I want to do now is, Joe, hold my mic.
Sure.
And we have to have a talk too, Joe. I need to go over a bunch of shit with you.
Okay.
There's a
All right.
real good reason why you're not my best man, I'll tell you that much. But I do want to get you in a happy place. I want you to feel comfortable being here. You're my invited guest.
I appreciate that. It's quite a surprise, I think, for all of us, Tim.
Well, that's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
All right, I want to bring out probably the second most important woman in my life. This woman has been responsible for my spiritual growth over the past year, this rapid growth that's occurred. I met her through Tony Newman. She is the one and only Susan Lewis, who's Reverend Pastor Susan Lewis. You want to come on out here? Pastor Susan Lewis is going to see you. Good to see you.
Blessed day to see you too. How exciting.
Ms. Lewis is going to be performing the wedding. You are the official officiant.
I am indeed. I am. I'm just so excited.
I know. I called you yesterday and said, I've got this insane idea. I got advice. I said, do you think Tony's going to go for this? And you said, I don't know. It's about 50-50 chance.
But with you, yes.
Yes. So she prayed on it. I prayed on it. We thought, the hell with it. Let's just throw it up there against the wall. And she said yes.
I know. She is a lovely girl. I've known her for a number of years.
Yeah, she's been telling me about this all the ways you can incorporate the New Testament into sort of your goals and focusing on how you can really reach that next level, not just spiritually, not just sort of the 10 Commandments, but also just in wealth fulfillment and visualizing that goal you have, sort of financial security.
That is a beautiful way to put it.
Yeah.
And I tell you, the more you give, the more blessings you receive.
I love that. And that's one of the things she says every Sunday. So you're going to be with us throughout the night running the ceremony.
I am.
We're so excited. It's going to be a beautiful ceremony. You've done a few weddings that I've been to, and
Oh,
they're
yes,
really
I have.
wonderful. And you must love doing it.
I love doing it.
Yeah.
I love seeing beautiful people come together on
Yeah.
a day like this and share their love with God.
And what
and
a
all
wonderful treat it is for me to marry a beautiful woman and get married by a beautiful woman, if I don't say so
Aren't you
myself.
sweet?
So. Do you drink? I don't know, because
No, I do not.
You do not
I
drink.
do
I
not.
should
Not
get you a
anymore.
champagne.
Not anymore.
We should have a champagne cocktail
I
to
might have
celebrate.
to with you.
Just a little bit, right?
A little bit.
Can we get a glass? I don't want to ask Pastor Lewis to drink out of the bottle. That's disgusting.
I've
But
done it before.
Yeah, I bet. No, because I don't want to make a big thing out of it. It's just, it's my wedding day, and flutes. This is perfect.
Isn't that lovely?
Just
Thank you.
Cheers to you.
Just a tiny. That's good.
enough.
That's
Okay.
good.
Well, we'll see what happens after you have one, and then maybe we'll have two, and then three, and four. We'll see. Cheers. Thank you for doing
Cheers.
this.
Oh, it is my deepest pleasure.
There you go.
Oh, that sounds.
It's okay.
Familiar.
It's a little room temp, and now the bubbles have
I
come
like
out.
it.
A little bit more.
No, it's all right. I'm
You okay?
good. Yeah.
Okay.
Later.
Pastor Lewis, I've been a bad boy. I've had too much of this stuff. I get a headache. Anyway.
Thank you for sharing this day with me.
You bet. And help you. We got great food from Chaplain's Chili here.
That's great.
And stay away from the Joker. He's a troublemaker. He's in his car
yeah.
over
He's
there.
got better makeup than me, though. I don't know.
I don't know. Looks. I'm a little worried he's gonna do something violent, like because you've been watching those Joker movies, where he's shooting people and stabbing people and everything. So
I think he has
we
a
should
strong
actually keep an eye
character.
on him and maybe even ask him to go. What are your favorite movies of the year?
I actually really did like Joker, and I like Ford versus Ferrari. I've
It's the
seen that
car
3
movie
times
with
already.
Really? What you get?
Yeah.
You get video on demand. Is that what you're telling me at the services last weekend that you do video VOD?
If I have to, I will. I want to see it, and I want to see it now.
Right.
I'm a fast girl. That's why I like those cars.
You better be careful what you say on air.
I know it's true.
Because
I'm
that's
very
the little-
honest. I'm very open about myself. I don't hide things.
No, no.
Especially after a little champagne.
No, I know,
So
I
I
know.
better not have any more.
Okay.
Right now, anyway.
No, you have to be the responsible one because this is my sort of fun time. Is my night.
You've made the big decision.
I know, and I'm. It is what it is.
It is indeed.
It is what it is, and
You are
it's the right
lucky,
call.
lucky. So nice. She is a lovely girl.
She is, and she's
Oh my
so
God.
sweet.
Oh my, oh my. I love
Yeah.
being around her.
Mhm.
Her energy is just, it's like an angel.
Well, you. This was a couple weekends ago, and you came over, and we had dinner. Invited you over for dinner, and she is a bit of a lightweight. She was working all day, and she went to bed, and you and I just ended up staying up so late talking about music and movies and everything else. And
I
it was an
love
honor to
that.
have you over.
Thank you so much. I love evenings like that.
And you're welcome anytime.
As Mr. and Mrs. Heidecker, I cannot wait.
Mr. and Mrs. This is the other big news. I haven't even told Tony yet. It's Mr. and Mrs. Newman. I'm going to be taking her. Don't tell her, but I'm going to be taking her last name.
Don't tell her ever.
No, I want to
okay.
be the one to tell her. I mean, I don't know if she's watching or anything, but I am going to be taking I'll be Tim Newman after today, after the
You
paperwork
are
signs.
a very special man. I'm feeling this emotion and what you're doing for her.
Well, what she's doing for me, it's mutual. So we're just so happy, and I'm so happy you're here.
Thank you.
And
Me too.
You've been really special. You've been really important in my life.
I am just so
Shit you
grateful.
tell me about, almost that sort of self-help shit that takes things to the
Tim,
next.
yeah.
I curse, but that's just because of the drinks. But anyway.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll talk about that another time.
Joe, get over here. You're on. This is Joe Estevez. Have you ever met Joe Estevez?
what a
He's an
pleasure
actor.
to
Hey, love,
meet
how are you?
you.
Nice to meet
Wow, I
you.
This
love your
kid
work.
has been in everything. He's been in
I
hundreds of movies.
love your work.
Here you go, Tim. A little something there for you.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rev, you better get back there
I
and get
have
your
work to
vows
do.
ready.
That's
you got
it.
work to do. All right, give me a kiss.
Thank you. And
Okay.
thanks for
Okay.
champagne.
All right.
I'll see you
Nice
later,
to
Joe.
meet you there,
Nice
Reverend.
to meet you.
It's not a
Yeah.
bad looking lady.
No, you know, preacher, yeah. So, you gonna do this again, huh, Jim?
All right. Well, this is not an
Yeah.
interview that you're running.
No.
We are. I've invited you here.
Yeah, yeah.
I want to tell you something. It took me a lot to get to the place where I was going to invite you because of the way things ended. I want to say part of my process, the long talks I've had with Pastor Lewis, she's encouraged me to forgive, and I want to forgive you. It's taken me a long time. I don't know if I'm there yet, but I want to say that we're on the road to forgiveness, and I'm glad you're here to be one of my honored guests at the wedding. Forgiveness has not occurred. Let's be clear about that.
Well, I kind of
But
thought.
we are on the road to forgiveness. Now go say hi to Greg. Don't be rude.
I
He
thought we
missed-
kind of
goes-
cleared that up on
yeah,
the phone, but
we're good.
apparently you're still holding some grudges. So you know.
I'm not holding
hey,
nothing.
Greg, how you doing, buddy? You look marvelous, darling. Look at this.
What
the
the fuck is
Joker.
this?
Author is the theme now, huh?
I've got the Oscars on here if you want to watch it.
Oh my goodness, look at that.
hang out
You
here.
didn't sign the card, dude.
Huh? Yeah.
You didn't sign the card, just so you know.
Oh yeah, okay.
It means a
Yeah,
lot.
Yeah, okay. I'll sign it, you know. Okay.
Great. Yeah. When you get to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. We'll be
Okay.
back
Glad you liked it
with
anyway.
more Oscar coverage.
You're
and the wedding
welcome.
of the,
Jim.
Shut the fuck
You're-
up.
You're welcome.
I wouldn't sign it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Strings. Now.
Hey guys, we're here in the VFA Mobile Sound Studios, soundstage, and it's also where we keep a lot of our classic and priceless movie memorabilia, as well as the actual movies themselves. And Christina here has got a very interesting tale to tell.
Yeah.
She actually was one of the actors in Arthur.
Yes.
Not the Dudley Moore one, though, I just found out, but the
Yeah.
the one from...
The
well,
remake nobody watched.
the remake, which was actually released 30 years almost to the day from the original, which
Really?
was 1981, and then 30 years later,
2011.
2011, so
Yeah.
that's 30 days.
Yeah.
So if there'd been a sequel, and they wanted to time it like Arthur 2, which came out in 1988, the sequel should have come out in 2018, but they didn't do it, so there may not be a sequel. So in preparation for appearing in the Arthur remake,
Yes.
did the director ask you to watch the original Arthur?
No.
No?
No.
Did you see the original Arthur
Yes.
on your own?
Yeah.
And?
I loved it
You
because
loved it?
I remade the role of the prostitute.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So did you study the character from the original one?
Yeah.
And was that character also in Arthur 2, Love on the Rocks?
No. Well, I didn't see Arthur 2.
Okay.
Did you see Arthur 2?
I did see it, yeah. We actually
Did you
have a
love it?
copy over here in our Arthur Museum, which you should probably sign or have your autograph
Me?
included in the Arthur Museum.
Oh my God.
What was your favorite experience working on Arthur? Did anybody from the movie that had also been in the original Arthur, was there any sort of direct lineage? Like, was it the same director or the same writer?
No, it
Same
was-
running time?
I don't know. Did you see the remake?
Yeah, I've seen.
Did you
most
like
movies.
it?
Yeah, I thought it was great. I prefer probably.
Do you remember me?
I haven't seen it in a little while, but I'm going to watch it again. I would say I probably prefer the Arthurs in the order in which they were made. Arthur 1981,
Yes.
Arthur 2, Love on the Rocks, and then the Arthur remake. But
Yes.
you know, when you watch movies multiple times, sometimes your opinions change.
Yes.
So
Yeah. Yeah.
Were you a fan of Dudley Moore, and did
Oh
you
my
see
God,
10?
fuck yes.
Yeah.
I didn't see 10, but I
Mhm.
love Dudley Moore. I feel like they, you know, nowadays they water down comedies.
Mhm.
You know, if Dudley Moore, they really let him get drunk and really be like debaucher, like really get really crazy, you know? Really?
Yeah, I just have a couple more questions. Tim?
You just wrap it up. We're about to start the proceedings here. Okay.
Okay,
Hi.
but I just have a couple more questions.
And one more question.
Oh, that's it.
Is she ready? Is she ready?
Was
You're gonna walk
actor
her
Russell
down the
Brand,
aisle?
who played Arthur in the
Go ahead,
2011
get your
movie,
daughter.
was he drinking real alcohol or was it prop alcohol?
First of all, you know what he would do? He would take liquor in a test tube and sniff it as his preparation for
Really?
acting because he doesn't know what drunk is anymore. But I mean,
Dudley Moore that was a whole different thing.
yeah, he was really going for it. You know, not this pansy shit that they
Did
do.
you see 10 with Bo Derek and Dudley Moore
No.
from 1979?
No,
That was
didn't see
actually
it.
the movie that Dudley did that sort of put him as the lead.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I
in,
heard you say that.
Arthur, yeah, because he was so good in 10, and 10 broke box office records. At that time, I think it was the biggest grossing comedy of all time. And so, of course, you're going to use him instead of George Segal, because George Segal hadn't had a hit in a while.
Huh. That's crazy.
Well, this is going to be kind of your job, but I do want to acknowledge
There was a wedding
that
scene
my
in...
best man
there was a
here
wedding
is here.
that
We're
took
still
place
waiting to hear
between
from
Arthur and
Axiom.
Arthur 2.
He is
I mean, I'm talking about
said
the 1980s
he's coming, but you know,
Arthur,
he's thinking about
but
it.
they didn't show it in the movies. We
I
also
want to
get,
bring
like,
Tom
classic
Cruise
Hollywood
Jr. into the
movies
room with
as
us.
well.
He is my
nice.
son.
The
You
ones
haven't
that
got a
were
chance to meet him.
nominated that year,
Ma'am,
so,
but he is my only son.
even though Arthur, I
And,
don't think won a lot
you know,
of
no
Oscars,
offense
it's
to
still
you.
kind of a classic
Oh
for
my
that
God.
year. So,
Matt,
so we had to.
we're still always going to be brothers, but
we're
always
sort of
father and
honoring
son.
the 40th
That's a
anniversary.
bond that we'll
Well,
always
it's not
have.
the 40th anniversary
But,
this year, but it will be next year.
You know,
so
we
it's
lost
like
Tom Cruise Jr. at a very young age.
Oh, cool.
But
And then,
thanks to sort of
Jaws,
the magic of movies and CGI,
Really? I didn't
we
see
can
the year before that.
imagine
Oh yeah,
him
you,
with
you
us
can
today.
watch all
I'd
these
like to
things and- oh wait, what is this?
believe that he's here with us.
Hey Dad, it's me, your son, Tom Cruise Jr. I just wanted to wish you all the best on this most sacred of days, your wedding day. I know that you and my new mom, Tony, will live a happy life for a long time. You're my hero and you've always been my hero. I know that things didn't work out with my mom and you. I think it is because she is selfish. And she did not give you a chance, and she did not let you be you. You'll always be my hero, and I respect you more than anyone else I know. I love you, Dad, and I promise to keep acting and modeling in your name.
Clap at that.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cue Tony.
Come on, Daddy. Mommy.
Thank you. Thank you, Dad.
Daddy.
You look beautiful, doesn't she?
Thank
Gorgeous.
you,
Takes
Timmy.
my breath away. Dearly
Joe,
beloved.
sit down.
Dearly beloved, We are gathered here on this beautiful day to witness the union of Timothy Richard Heidecker and Tony Joy Newman. This is a day of great celebration. For a married life, a shared life is a great blessing. As Tim and Tony embark on their journey, together they will be able to nurture a love that makes them better versions of themselves. Marriage is a garden that we sow with love and harvest in personal growth. Tim, Tony, on your journey together, keep your spouse in the space in your heart. The love that you share must be guarded and cherished forever, for it is your most valuable treasure. Love, always remember these words. Love is kind.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. We should, here, Joe. Or do you want to hold this the whole time? I'm not sure
No,
what
just
the
give it to my father,
Okay,
Tim.
sorry about that. I thought, no, you get that at the end and then goes.
Well, you got those for me.
I know. I didn't.
Trying to make you happy.
You seemed like
Tim.
you were
Love is
comfortable holding. Let's
patient.
hold hands.
Love is patient.
I'm so nervous.
I don't know why. You've done it twice.
Love is patient and kind. Love is not jealous or boastful or proud or rude. And it keeps no record of being wronged. It does not rejoice about injustice, but rejoices wherever the truth wins out.
Okay.
Love never gives up, never loses faith. It is always hopeful and endures through every circumstance. Now you have chosen to write your own vows.
Yes.
And it is with these words that you express your binding promises
Yes.
to love, honor, and cherish one another. And if you're ready to make these promises, I invite you now to
Yes, these
declare your intentions.
Sorry, everything's been going so fast. I do have vows that I've written for us.
Are these my vows?
Yeah, that's yours, and this is mine. I'll go first. I never thought that I could meet someone like you. You are my friend. You are my smile. You are my everything. You are a breathtaking reflection of God's heart for me.
Wow.
Of how He pursued me and loved me even when I didn't love myself. You held my hand in the darkness and you pulled me out into the light. I love you.
You are my light. And it doesn't matter what. I can't read it without my glasses, honey. Oh, thank you, Joe. I really appreciate that. So kind of you to write my vows for me, Tim. Oh, here we go. You are my light.
So I can read it too. And it doesn't matter what happens
Doesn't matter
in this
what
life.
happens in this life.
You got it.
Because as you're with me, and when I look at you, I know that there's a God. And that He loved me so much that He took the time to create you just for me.
Isn't that nice?
And I love you. And I love your soul. And that's the space where only you and God dwell. Mwah.
Now you're into it. I can tell.
I am
you're
into
very
it.
nervous. You
Yeah.
did not want to do this. But I think you're appreciating it.
Oh, the glasses. Did I?
No, you're good. Joe, thank you. I don't know why you have women's glasses. Okay.
So, Tim,
I kind of maybe thought this was going to happen.
Did you?
are you ready to place the ring on Tony's finger?
Here's the rub. We got the rings on already
Oh,
because
my.
I forgot about that part of it. We already have rings because we already got married, but we got them annulled. So now we have to.
New rings.
I don't think we have new rings. Did you get nothing?
You didn't buy me a new ring?
No, we'll just use these for now. We'll get rings later. So
Okay,
just
honey.
Skip that part.
Yeah,
Rings.
that's not the important thing.
Just put that back on.
You just place that maybe back on her finger.
Okay.
Place that on Tony's finger.
Thank you, honey.
Aw. By the power given to me by the American Marriage Ministries and the state of California, I now pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss the bride. Ladies and gentlemen, may I be the first to introduce you to Mr. and Mrs. Heidecker.
No, this is the big surprise. Sorry. Cut the music. Sorry I keep throwing these curveballs at you, but I have decided to change my name to Newman. You're not Mrs. Heidecker, I am Mr. Newman. So that is my gift to you, my big gift to you. I'm yours forever, and we'll take care of the paperwork, legal stuff. But
So we'll have to do a new prenup.
no, well, that's
You're changing your name to your wife's name?
Mr. Newman. Yes,
Tim Newman.
So should we do the thing down the aisle? I gotta check in with the room because he said he was gonna call me.
I gotta say, I've never seen anything quite like that before in my life.
Tell me about yourself.
You mean why I'm a hooker?
Are you a hooker? Jesus, I forgot. I just thought I was...
So we're here with Dudley Moore, or at least the world's greatest Dudley Moore impersonator.
Well, I don't like to say I'm the world's greatest, but perhaps in my price range in the tri-state area, I'm among the most sought after, I would say.
When you impersonate, do you aim to impersonate Dudley Moore or Dudley Moore as Arthur?
Dudley Moore, because he's brilliant, you know. He started out as a jazz pianist. Let me do a little bit of my Dudley right now.
Okay.
All
We don't
right.
have a piano in the VFA, but that's
No,
okay.
but you know, I started out, I know much more about art than anybody on the floor, any of you, because I started out as a classical musician. I'm a classical musician at heart, and they told me you couldn't play jazz, Arthur. Well, they liked to call me Arthur back then, I might mention. I became a jazz musician. They said, you'll never be a comedian, you're not funny. They said, you got a club foot, you know? So I became a comedian, and they said, you'll never be an actor. I became an actor. They said, you'll never be a star. I became a star. They said, you'll never be a sex symbol. I became a sex symbol. You know what? And my career went straight into the toilet after that, I must say.
Well, not right after that, because you did 10, and that's what
Well, I did 10
careened
first.
you to the top.
No,
and then
no,
Arthur
no,
was
no,
also
I-
big too, but then it was after that that things started to decline a little bit.
We did 10 first,
Mhm.
and then we did Arthur. And I did a bunch of crap, and then I played an elf in Santa Claus. You know,
Can you
but-
do, as Dudley Moore, this is something I think our viewers would like, a classic routine like Who's on First, but as Dudley Moore would do it?
Well, I don't know. I can give it a try.
Okay.
All right.
Who's on first?
Who's on? No. What's on first? Who's on second?
Ah, but I thought what was the third
No,
baseman?
I thought what's a shortstop? You see.
I don't know. I think.
No, I don't know.
Who's the
Third base.
Okay. Well, I think who is the catcher?
No, who's at the Hollywood Bowl?
Right.
Right.
Right. I think that was Liza Minnelli that was at the Hollywood Bowl.
Liza Minnelli.
You're a
let me tell you
co-star.
about-
You're co-star.
She's a very sweet person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We used to milk each other's cows. You know, she's got a
Okay.
farm. She's still around. You know, I've been dated for 18 years. Yeah. Yeah. You probably don't. You know,
Hold
it
on a
does
sec.
affect
We
one's
got
larynx. I
LaRue
must
calling
say.
on the
You know.
hotline.
I gotta
And
say. And what did you die
Hey,
from?
buddy.
exactly?
Well,
LaRue.
I had it was neuro.
What's up, dude?
Psychic.
What you got?
hazy, you see, and there's
Hold
no
on a minute.
cure. There's no cure. It
I
doesn't-
can't hear you, dude. What?
Well, I don't know about that.
You got
I mean,
Mark?
have you seen the neighborhood? Yeah, the Parkway, way over
All right,
across on Washington.
Greg, shut up! Hey!
What the hell? What's going on?
Hey! Shut up!
Shut up.
Big announcement,
Hey.
Mark. We Maluru has Greg. LaRue has Greg. Has Mark. Glue. Get that asshole out. Get him out. He's not invited to my wedding. Get him out. Get him out.
I
Get
never
him
seen
out.
anybody quite
Get
so
him the
vague.
fuck out!
Tim.
You walk.
Oh, Tim.
You're coming. You walk.
You're certainly very beige.
Excuse me? Hey, get him out. Get him out.
So it's very hard to conduct
We-
interviews
we-
with the
Yeah, I can see that.
acting like
I don't want this car at my wedding.
Crazy. Tim, calm down.
I get rage.
Calm
problems.
down, Tim. It's okay.
Well, you would know anything
We have
about
good
that. You would
news.
know everything
No,
about
he's
that because
ruining
Dudley
I know,
Moore
but just
personally
it's our
got a hold of
wedding.
his
Calm
liquor. I think
down.
that was one of the things.
Don't get
that
upset.
made it hard.
Is he coming here?
Joe, I can't hear your voice right now. I have a head. There's like jackhammers going on right now.
Yeah, me too.
Oh.
And
Maybe you don't
the
too
good
much
news
champagne or
is, the good news
something.
is, Joe, the good news is we found Mark. We found Mark.
Is he coming or is he coming over or what?
What?
Is LaRue bringing
Get him the fuck out!
Tim.
Get him out!
It's our wedding. Oh my God, Tim.
Do your interviews. Hey, I'm gonna break this fucking window in. Hey,
Oh, he's going crazy.
I'm gonna break this fucking window in.
It's that champagne.
Well,
Tim.
he's had too much
Get him.
to
I don't
drink.
want him in
Tim.
there. I don't want you near my wedding. I don't want you near my friends.
Wedding?
Get out of here!
I guess I
Tim.
would just get out of here.
Get out!
He's had too much
Hey,
to drink.
Tim, it's your wedding day. Come on, Tim.
Oh, there we go.
You should be at my wedding. You're my
I
oldest
got
friend.
a present for
You're
you.
my oldest friend. Sit
Tim, Tim, I got a present.
Mr. Newman, I apologize. This has been a big misunderstanding. He was at Dudley Moore. Walk.
It's not
Don't go.
Mr.
Don't go this way. I'll pop you. I'll pop you.
Can I go
Walk.
that way?
No, you go out that way.
There's no way.
I don't give a shit. You
no
figure it
passing.
out. You
Yeah,
walk.
This is delightful.
You walk.
I had a wonderful time.
Hey, Tim.
Tim.
I'm sorry.
down.
He was not supposed to be at the wedding. I apologize, Mr. This is Dougherty on here. That's a mistake.
That's my maiden name.
All right. Tony, I've got a present for you.
Oh.
Wedding present, Tim.
Oh, thank
I got
you.
a present for you.
Thank you.
Greg.
I hope you like it.
You know what?
Let's just everyone chill out.
Are you calm now, Tim?
Yeah, it's just I have good news, and he doesn't care about Mark.
But it's our wedding. You're
I know,
acting
but Mark has
crazy again.
Give me that. We don't need that. Junk.
Thanks, Greg.
I'm beginning not to feel so good myself.
Did you guys spike the alcohol?
This chicken's awful. It's like eating a racquetball. You know, a racquetball bounces off the wall.
I thought he was a special chef. I guess he does. Is that who we hired for this, or you brought somebody?
This is all free.
It's free? Can I have some more alcohol, Tim? I need to drink a little bit more, I think.
We should get a bottle of red wine for her.
Yes.
Greg, you want some?
Let's get some wine.
Red wine.
Wine?
Where's the red wine?
I get it. I get it.
Food band. Mr. Tom Chaplin, you get some red wine over here. Bartender, get the bartender, bring some red wine over here.
Whoa.
Oh.
Manuel.
Here.
First, let's do the dance.
Is that red wine?
Yes, please.
Yum. Can I have some?
Get the.
He wasn't very nice.
Get the music going. We need some music.
I want to toast to you, Tim. You handsome son of a gun.
Tired.
Mwah.
Feels very tired. Come on, we'll go to the first
I
dance.
don't care when I got here, but
Oh, hold on a minute now.
maybe it's
I gotta get you to toast me. You're my best man. I deserve a toast from you.
Yeah.
Get it on the mic and toast me, and then we'll get toast from everybody else.
Mom and Dad.
Sit down.
Yes, honey. My
You know,
son's here.
Get it together, Manuel. Give me something good.
You
You're
know,
my best
like,
man, baby. Give me a home run.
You have no idea how happy I am to be here. And it's like, you know, you're my brother. You've always been there for me. And be here to celebrate this special day for me, it's like I'm like so happy about that. And I wish you the best as a brother. And I wish you, Tony, as well, the best in life.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Joe,
Thank you.
you're up.
Cheers.
well,
You look
you know,
very
I
handsome.
just, you know, toast you to brighter days. You know, you got that murder trial behind you, and you know that American,
Oh.
Mr. America.
It's okay,
where, I thought they treated you pretty bad in that, but well, now you know you got all that bad news behind you, and maybe there'll be some better days in the future for Mr. and Mrs. Tim Newman here.
Newman.
To the
Newman.
Newmans.
Newman.
Greg, Turkington's up next.
When I first heard that Tim was getting married, my first thought was, "Oh God, you devil!" But clearly, with Tim, he'd never say never again. And I'm glad that for Tony, diamonds are forever. So I'm glad that the Lord of the Rings showed up to give the rings to both of you so that you could enjoy this night of Oscar gold. So let's get back to the Oscar coverage. I believe that the Best Picture is up in about 10 minutes.
Here.
I'm Tim's favorite wife, too. Right, Tim? Right, Tim?
Yep.
No,
Definitely.
certainly the most recent.
What about Matt? What do you guys say, man?
Matt.
Or your mom, whatever.
I
Mom.
haven't seen you in a while, Matt.
Matt, what?
Come over, give
what
me a
you got,
kiss
man?
and a hug,
Matt
Matt.
doesn't want to talk right now.
Okay,
No.
ma'am. Why don't you get up and say some nice shit about me, Diane?
Mommy.
Darling, I thought I would never see this day come after the last disaster of a wedding. But anyway, this is going to be a great wedding. Tim is a wonderful man, and we're all going to live happily ever after. Thank you.
Thanks, Mama.
Thank you, Diane.
Here.
Diane, my mama.
I call you mommy. What do you got to say for yourself, dude? Father of the bride, Steve
Come
Martin,
on,
asshole.
Charles, Daddy.
Tim and Tony, we're very proud of you, and I can see it in your eyes that you're very much in love, and that's what really counts.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, here.
Pass the
thanks for everything,
champagne.
man. Thanks
Pass
for-
the champagne down.
Normally, Father of the bride picks up the tab.
I thought you were picking. Oh, wait, you didn't
Hold on.
organize the.
I got something from LaRue coming in. He's here? LaRue? I can't get this. LaRue? We got Mark. We found Mark.
This is not.
Oh, yeah?
Hold on, we got. This is a video about our love.
Oh, there we go.
Wake up with the
hand in mine. Let's spend today together. Walk just you and I'll follow you when you change direction. You'll make up a song 'cause we both agree it seems today was made for you and I. And it feels like sunshine. Do 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 with your hand in mine. Do 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 feels like sunshine. Do 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 with your hand in mine. Do 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 feels like sunshine.
Thank you very much to the Heidecker String Quartet, rocking all night long.
Newman String Quartet.
That's right, Joe. The Newman String Quartet. Got to change the pavement schedule on that. This is the Tim Newman, to our wedding. Sorry, we've had a little champagne. But the good news is Bong Boon Hong Bong Parasite 1B, whatever that movie I warned you all about. That's how they get in American culture. I warned you at the beginning of the show that we are in trouble.
Timmy, you're spilling your booze.
Let me tell you something. We are here to have a wedding, though. We already did the deed. It's now time to get up and do the dance. Where's my pastor? I want to dance with her next. But come on, you up first.
What?
All right, come on now.
You're not dancing.
Give me a little bit of that empty bottle, baby.
I'm honored.
Get up.
You're going the wrong way, Tim.
Sorry.
Oh,
Wow, I'm just like.
are you feeling okay?
Yeah.
Tim. Oh, Timmy. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What's wrong?
Down the road till the end of time.
Oh. We got too much champagne, maybe.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Shut up. So, LaRue is here. LaRue just showed up with LaRue.
Let's walk around this way.
Where's LaRue?
Oh, he's
Right here. Right here.
Come in. We have found Mark. Everybody. Greg, look. Mark's here.
Got him right
Come
here.
on in. Bring him in, man. Bring him in.
Come on.
We have returned with Mark. Post.
Here he is.
I'm not, keep telling you, I'm not Mark.
You look like Mark. You are good looking, bald, freak.
This is Mark.
What's the deal?
My name's Steve.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Mark got amnesia, thinks he's Steve. Sit down, Mark. We're having a wedding.
What the hell? It's this thing right here.
Yeah.
What do you mean not Mark?
It's not Mark.
It's not Mark.
Mark.
See, well, he turned his head, so.
See?
Maybe the answer to Mark. Maybe
You answered when I called you.
You were yelling at me.
Maybe
I don't
he's in
know.
the
When
sky.
you yell
looked
at
at
me,
me,
I call.
and
Why
tried
did
to
you
run
answer
away.
to Mark then for?
You tried to run away as soon as you saw me.
You want to see my driver's license?
Look, just knock
What
it
are you
off.
doing
Just
here,
knock it
dude?
off.
Why are you here?
I'm not. He made me come here.
What do you mean he made you come here?
I'm not Mark. I don't know who Mark is. I don't know who you are. I don't know if there's
Why
a
you
wedding.
just- why do you
I'm not
look-
even dressed right.
Why did you come here?
He's not right in the head. He's not all the way there.
I'm sorry. Am I interrupting your wedding?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't. I'm.
Look, you
Where'd
guys
you
are
find him?
upset. You got
Found him
Tim
on
all
fucking Skid Row.
upset.
Skid Row.
All right, get him out of here, LaRouche. Send him
Row.
out. I don't
Come
want
on.
to see that guy.
Come on, let's
upset
go.
everybody here.
Come
Go
on, man.
home.
Get the fuck out of here.
I don't need
Come on.
this. Can I?
Come on here.
It's not Mark. It's not Mark.
Stop.
It's not Mark. It's not Mark.
I think that was Mark.
It's not Mark.
He did answer to Mark when I called his name.
It's definitely not
Yeah,
Mark.
I'm just saying he did answer to Mark.
Daddy,
yeah,
fa-
No, it's not Mark.
father, daughter, dance.
Yeah, Daddy, come on. Let's dance.
If you were Mark, you'd want to hang out on Skid Row.
Can we get music, Tim? We need music. I guess I'll sing.
Sleepy.
I'm sleepy, yeah. Yeah, I'll just have a little more champagne, actually.
Probably doing better than me. I don't feel like I'm about to sleep. Go to sleep.
Are you tired?
Something is just like. I go sit down.
Okay, why don't you go sit? Let's go sit. Let's come sit down.
I gotta just close my eyes for a minute.
You good? How you feeling?
Joe. Joe. Tim. Tim. Joe, somebody.
I'm like an empty bottle, drained of everything left in my mind. Checking out life on the dark side, riding down the road till the end of time. I'm like an empty bottle, drained of everything left in my mind. Checking out life on the dark side, right now the road to the end of time. I'm like an empty bottle, dreamed of everything left in my mind. Checking out life on the dark side, right down the road to the end of time. I'm like an empty bottle, I'm like an empty bottle, I'm like an empty bottle, empty bottle, empty bottle, empty bottle, empty bottle, empty bottle. I'm like an empty bottle. Dreamed of everything left in my mind. Checking out life on the dark side, riding down the road to the end of time. I'm like an empty bottle, dreamed of everything left in my mind. Checking out life on the dark side, riding down the road to the end of time. I'm like an empty bottle, dreamed of everything left in my mind. Checking out life on the dark side, riding down the road to the end of time. End of time. I'm like an empty bottle.
Come on, everybody, and join
Come on, bro. Stand up, Tim. Come on. Come on. Come on, man.
I don't know, Matt.
Get up, get up. Wake up.
I'm up,
Wake
I'm
up.
up, I'm up, I'm up, I'm up, I'm up, I'm up, I'm up.
Get up. Get the window. Door
I'm up,
open.
I'm up.
Turn the car off. Turn the car off. Carbon monoxide. Get it. Get him open. He's not getting up. You open the door. Henry. Hands on.
Open the door!
Hold on. We gotta
We need something. We need some
window. Get outside. Get some fresh air. Here,
What?
Watch his head. Hold on. Get back. Everybody, get back. Get outside. Joe, get outside. Get it. Come here. Break it! Don't worry about his fucking head! Hold on! Greg! We're gonna break this window! You gotta get up! You gotta get up! Move! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! You gotta get him out! You gotta get him out! Wake up! Turn it off! Turn off the car! Get him out. He's all right. Get him down. Just get him down. Nice and easy. Back here. Back. Just take it easy. Take it easy. You left the fucking car on, asshole. Cough it up. Okay, there's some water.
Yeah, I was gonna.
We gotta cut the show. Cut it. We have to get EMS here. Somebody's not getting up. People there. We got dead bodies back here.
What?
We got dead fucking bodies. Let's go. Come on.
What?
Cut the show. There's 2 people that are not responsive.
Jeez.
That I need him by my side. I can't sleep.
Well, that's it. We're ruined.
And as the United States corn crisis continues, President Jason Davidson remains silent.
If I can't solve this corn crisis, I can kiss my second term goodbye.
USA! Corn Day in USA! Corn Day in USA!
There's only one man that can stop this corn crisis.
Wow, that was an amazing show, guys. Decker, you are the best and more successful EDM DJ that there's ever been.
Yes, this whole tour has been awesome. We are playing to millions of fans.
Hey man, one suggestion. Could we up the BPM of Empty Bottle to 168 to really get the crowd going?
Axe, we've always done Empty Bottle at the tempo it is at 156. It cooks every night. You're trying to fix something that is not broken. Too many beats. Any more beats might make this too much of a good thing. Axe.
This is ridiculous. Why do I bother trying with you? It's whole pointless.
Give him time, Decker. He'll come around.
Incoming video call from President Jason Davidson.
Decker. Davidson, what the hell do you want? I'm in the middle of my world tour of DKR, my EDM band.
Decker, our country is suffering from a corn crisis. It's affecting every sector of our economy. We have no idea who or what could be behind this.
You asshole, this isn't the act of Mother Nature, Mr. President. This could only be the work of one man.
It is I, Count Dracula.
Master, the weather disruption device has been more divisive and destructive than we ever could imagine.
Yes, we're hitting America when it really hurts. The hard land, that is.
But I don't understand. Why corn, Master Dracula?
You fool! If we bring the American corn industry to its knees, it will give the Chinese the upper hand when it comes to crops and trade. And then President Jason Davidson will have no choice but to join the Federation of United Allied Nations, FUN, which I alone will control.
Computer access the most secret agent master codebreaker of CIA.
Jack Decker, thought you were too busy with your EDM supergroup to bother with us little people at the CIA.
Save it, Coleman. I have reason to believe Count Dracula is behind our current corn crisis affecting our economy as well as our farms.
Now that makes sense. My anonymous sources deep within the government, true patriots, not the pencil-pushing deep state traitors, have informed me that Dracula has devised an airborne weather disruption vessel, or WDV, that has the ability to change the weather and spoil our valuable corn.
This would give the upper hand to the Chinese when it comes to cops and trade. I knew Dracula was in cahoots with the Chinese the whole time. We must stop Dracula.
Dracula's whereabouts are a mystery. Most likely he sent one of his ghastly goons to do his bidding. The bad news, there's no way we'll be able to reach him in time. The WDV's altitude is just too high. By the time you get there, all the corn seeds in America will be homogenized and sterilized.
There is one man who has access to the speed and altitude this country needs right now. Is that Greg's thing? Okay, I thought we cut that.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Monaco Grand Prix!
This is like something out of an Academy Award-winning movie. I guess I'll have to win this race another day. Trip Spencer, up, and away. Trip Spencer, #1 expert on racing and movies, on his way to save the day.
Attention passengers, radar shows we are about to be struck by an incoming missile. Brace for impact.
That is not a missile. That is Trip Spencer, the fastest man alive.
Trip Spencer, the one and only pilot of Rocket Car 1. Permission to dock. Trip Spencer reporting for duty.
You said you were the fastest man in the world. This is nothing but bull. What took you so long?
Well, you know, the Trip Spencer character is the fastest man on the land and in the sky.
Who the hell is this? Don't you know it's a private plane?
Axiom, stand back. This is international racing star Trip Spencer. He's here to assist me in a mission critical mission.
But Decker, we have a big show. We gotta stay focused, man.
Don't worry, Axe. The music always comes first. I'll be back in time for the show. I have to save America's corn problem. Trip, let's roll.
Roger that.
83.3% of all the corn has been eliminated, my little chickadee.
No improv. Stick to the script.
Excellent. This shall make the Prime Minister of China, our trusted ally in evil, quite happy.
There it is. Dracula's goons managed to activate the WVP. You can say goodbye to to 100 years of American prosperity, Kington. Trip.
What do you mean?
Below us is the American heartland. It is where all the soy and wheat and oil and corn and apples are grown. They are good people. They are as American as apple pie. They are the real Americans.
Count Dracula's WDV will turn their crops into a desert wasteland, just like in Three Kings with George Clooney.
Launch attack!
Decker, the WDV is protected by some sort of force field.
Get me as close as possible. I can enter through an opening in the WDB and take care of this mono.
Godspeed, Decker. Our entire country is counting on you, especially movie buffs who depend on popcorn more than most.
Look at that! That's gotta be a record crowd!
Don't you get it? Jack is the star. We're basically just set dressing. Without Jack on stage, they'll tear us limb from limb.
Hey man, he made a promise he'll make it to the show. He'll be there, Axe. You just gotta have some faith and trust.
Whatever. There's no point.
Master, Jack Decker has breached the ship.
I think things are about to get a whole lot more interesting.
It is I, Rumpelstiltskins. Perhaps my reputation precedes me.
Rumpelstiltskin. Okay. But of course, I knew you were no good, but this is a new low even for you. Who knew you were in cahoots with Dracula and the Chinese? This is a new low even for you.
It's too late, Decker. I've activated the final stage of the WDV. With one hop onto this button, the Heartland's remaining crops will dry up and die.
I'm going to crush you like a little bug.
Maybe it's time you met somebody your own size. It's time to rumple.
Time to die, Uncle Stillskin.
Ooh! Curse you, Jack Decker! Like that?
That's the last time you mess with the crops, Pops.
Decker! The WDV is out of control! It's going to crash! You've got to get out of there! God bless Jack Decker! Jack Decker has saved our farmlands from total
Oh
destruction.
no, my beloved Rumpelstiltskin.
Where is he? Where's Jack Decker?
DKR is nothing without Jack Decker.
I told you he wasn't coming.
What's up, y'all?
Yes, Jack made it.
Jack's back. Let's rock.
I'm like an empty bottle, train to everything left in my mind. Checking out like on the dark side, right now the time.
This tempo's too slow.
They better speed it up.
Axe, on 3, we take this BPM where you know it needs to go.
168?
Exactly. Stand by for my count. 1, 3, 2, 1.
Sounds good, man. That's an awesome tempo. I love that song.
Hey, Axe, I owe you a big apology. I should have listened to you from the start.
Hey, I was right about the BPM, but it could have been just a coincidence. What counts is that you made a correct decision. You truly are the leader of DKR. The song rocked, you care about the audience.
Hey, that's my golden rule, Axe.
Hey, I'm glad to see you guys getting along for once. To DKR!
To DKR.
To DKR.
To DKR.
To DKR.
Have some champagne from DKR.
You may have won this round, Jack Decker. America remains a sovereign nation. For now. But I have more devious plot up my sleeve, guaranteed to make your head spin.
Hi everyone, my name is Tim Heidecker. I am the founder, executive producer, CEO, and president of the HEI Inc., as well as HEI Network.tv, as well as the host of On Cinema at the Cinema. I have something really exciting to share with you, but first, I want to tell you where we've come from and where we are now. The HEI Network is an exciting new streaming service coming this fall. It will be a 24/7 broadcasting Yo-Homoth, featuring premium content and expert advice on cars, health, faith, fatherhood, parenting, religious values, cooking, crafts, movies, personal responsibility, and more. We have secured a truly breathtaking roster of talent to bring you news, entertainment, infotainment, and lifestyle advice. We have established a truly exciting roster of talent for HEI Network, including Tony Newman, Matt Newman, video games by Matt Newman, Master Lewis with spiritual advice, as well as Mr. Movies himself, Axiom, Hollywood Joe Estevez, Mr. Money Joe Estevez with his stock tips, and Axiom. To kick things off in style, HEI Network will be the executive home of the 8th annual On Cinema Oscar special, airing live on April 25th. Starting right now, you can buy your tickets to make sure that you are in the front row for the most comprehensive and entertaining Oscar coverage you'll find anywhere on the internet, on the web. We're so excited to spread and catch Oscar fever that we hope you are too. And we've got that Oscar fever, so pop up some bubbly, climb on board. It's Christmas for Tinseltown, Hollywood. It's Christmas for Tinseltown, God willing. And we are here to celebrate that. Now, as Oscar approaches and our nation has lived through a terrible tragedy, which was also manufactured as and by a Democratic hoax, my wife Tony and I prayed on this with our spiritual advisor, Pastor Lewis, and made a really big decision. And it is with warmth in my heart and a generous spirit graced by God that I have decided to radically reduce the base tier price and eliminate all higher tiers, effective immediately. All current HEI Network subscribers will be prorated to reflect this new price structure. This new price structure is revolutionary, and now the only thing high is the network. And now the only thing high will be the net is, and now the only thing high is the network. So head on over to HEINetwork.tv to get your Oscar ticket or sign up for 1 year of HEI Network.
The Oscar fever, how about you? Pour me some bubbly now, it's all you got to do. It's like Christmas for Tinseltown, the Academy
Tim Heidecker, the president and CEO of the HEI Network, with huge news regarding On Cinema, On Cinema. We're back for season 12, coming to you October 6th. And there's more. Introducing HEI Points, a brand new, easy way to build value and show your loyalty to the HEI Network. HEI Points will soon become the dominant form of currency as we look forward towards a cash-free future. HEI Points are rising in value daily, as reported in the Wall Street Journal. If you sign up today, you'll receive 50,000 free HEI Points. If you're already an annual member, you will automatically receive 50,000 HEI Points today. Go check your account. You'll see that the points have been deposited there automatically. Sign up a friend and instantly receive 1,000 HEI Points today. There is no limit to the amount of points you can garner. The value of HEI Points is backed by a guarantee from HEI Incorporated, as well as many major banks. You've heard of Brexit. Now stay tuned for Dexit as dollars give way to this more versatile and stable new way of buying and living. Using our decentralized platform, the HEI Points Global Network cuts out the middleman and puts you in charge of your finances. HEI transactions will never be reported to Congress, the CIA, or the illegitimate President Biden administration. Our security team, headed by former military security experts, is comparable to a virtual computer-era Fort Knox. In other words, we are the real deal. Mr. Money himself, Joe Estevez, has just announced that an additional 1 million HEI Points are being released at midnight tonight from the HEI Reserve. Liquidity is at an all-time high, and the value is only going up. We are currently in the process of negotiating deals with Coinstar and Redbox. Turn your old coins into HEI Points with Coinstar, and then check out the latest movies with Redbox. HEI Points are where high technology meets high value. HEI Points trickle down and trickle up, and that's the point. Just go to HEINetwork.tv/HEI-Points to begin activating your HEI Points. You can access them and begin building your war chest, your account.
From the HEI Screening Room, it's On Cinema at the Cinema with your host, Tim Heidecker.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the new season of On Cinema at the Cinema. I'm your host, Tim Heidecker. This is the program where we talk about the new movies coming out, what you guys should check out, maybe what you guys should skip. We got a lot to get through today. It's our first episode here on the HEI Network, here at the HEI Screening Room. Spent a long time getting this right, dialing this in. And I'm just thrilled that we've moved beyond the dreary movie theater vibe. I'm here with the senior film, what is your title now? The senior film critic for the HEI Network.
Film expert.
I think what we agreed on was the senior film critic, Greg Turkington.
No.
Senior HEI film
Senior
critic.
HEI film expert, Greg Turkington.
Former,
anyone can be a critic, anyone can have an opinion. But
former
it takes
VFA,
something special to be an expert.
Former VFA president,
Still
Greg Turkington.
current president of the VFA. You said I was still the president of the VFA, even if you had acquired the rights to the name. But that doesn't stop me from setting up a second film archive or maintaining the one that I already have in the way that I see fit.
Greg Turkington is with us, and we've got a lot to get through. I want to thank everybody.
We've got a little to get to because it's Bond Day here at On Cinema. I was actually suggesting to Tim before we started, why don't we change the name of the show to On Cinema on Bond, just for today only, because this is a big moment in Bond history, the return of James Bond after a very long absence. And this is possibly, as you'll find out when we review the movie, possibly the best Bond yet. It's certainly the longest, which is kind of cool.
We'll be getting to that later in the show.
First, I want to thank. After James Bond, after we review the movie, we're going to do a special Bond popcorn classic, which is kind of cool. Going back in time, there's been a lot of Bond movies and seeing some of the earlier Bond.
I'm not guaranteeing that. We have to see how we're doing on time. By the way, I want to just give a shout out to all new HEI members who have joined in the past several weeks. The HEI Network keeps growing and growing, and of course, one of the most exciting things about the HEI Network now are the HEI Points. HEI Points are basically a new form of currency. I like to think of them as sort of a new way of thinking about money. It's basically a replacement for the US dollar. It will be. I like to think of them as sort of US dollar 0.20 or 2.0. If you sign up now, 50,000 free HEI Points are delivered to you immediately. And I've been using it for all sorts of stuff. I've been having a lot of fun with thinking about the possibilities of HEI Points. And you want to get on this. And also, you can earn HEI Points by signing up friends and get 5,000 HEI Points for each friend. I don't know if you've gotten anybody signed up for HEI Points yet. I know I've given you that opportunity several times, but
no. Let's talk Bond.
Before we get to Bond, I want to get to Mask.
Kind of similar to Mask. Remember that one with Eric Stoltz.
And Cher, I believe.
And
also
Cher
appeared in that
from
movie. Mask.
Moonstruck.
There you go.
And a lot of other movies. Cher
We're not
actually
talking
had
about Mask. We're talking about Mask, directed by Fran Krantz.
There's also MASH with Robert Altman made MASH.
Well, we're talking
with
Mask.
Donald
Do you want to talk about Mask, or do you want to talk about?
I'll talk about all three of them, though. That's the benefit of having an expert on the staff, is you can discuss more than one movie.
Mask is directed by Fran Krantz, starring the great Jason Isaacs and Martha Plimpton. Mask is about a story following the aftermath of a violent tragedy that affects the lives. Mask is the story of Mask is a story following the aftermath of a violent tragedy that affects the lives of two couples in different ways. Mask, directed by Fran Krantz. Your thoughts on Mask?
Yeah, it's not at all like Mask. One letter can make a very big difference. It's weird. Sometimes movies can do this. They bring back memories from your own life. And seeing these parents grieving over the loss of their children in this movie reminded me of some of the parents that were grieving after the Electric Sun festival, we're
not talking about that. We're not talking about that on this show. That was one of the terms of you coming back here. We're not going to discuss certain topics, and I'm going to be the arbiter of what we discuss and what we don't discuss.
You said I couldn't talk about
so
the
if you keep
Electric
going down
Festival,
this road,
but
I'll tell you
didn't
something.
say I couldn't talk about
Greg,
my
keep going down this road. Keep poking the bear and see what happens. Do you have any other thoughts on Mask?
I mean, it's horrible what happened to these kids.
What's your rating on Mask?
It's horrible what happened to these kids, and when somebody is in control of your children, whether it's in the situation in this movie or at a festival, not necessarily the one that you were involved with, but
popcorn
the
rating,
grieving process in that type of a situation.
Popcorn rating now, or I'm going to ask you to leave.
5 bags of popcorn. This is actually the first 5-bagger of this new season.
I agree. I think this is a strong film. I don't see the correlation between that event, which
because
I was exonerated from. I was found completely innocent, so we're not even going back and retreading over that.
The parents are grieving because somebody killed their kids, so there are definite similarities to the Electric
you said
Sun
your piece.
Festival
You've made the
situation.
connection.
Okay, I'm just
trying
to review the movie.
That's enough. Thank you.
A good film expert is going to draw parallels with things that happen in real life when they're discussing movies. That's just what a film expert does. So,
Mass is a great movie. I was expecting there to be more pope or more priests and whatnot, and bishops and everything in that, because Mass is a Catholic sacrament.
Or more military doctors like in MASH.
This was not Mass. This was not, there was no Holy Communion or whatever throughout the film. It was a bit of a misdirect. I think some good Catholics out there might be going to the screening room thinking that they're going to their weekly Mass and they can avoid going to church that week. That's not the case. They just use the word Mass, almost like a mass of matter, not so much as Catholic Mass. But I love this movie. It's probably my favorite movie of the year so far. I'm going to give it 4.5. 5 bags of popcorn to Mask and a small cup of soda. By the way, speaking of beverages, shut up.
James.
Big shout out to RJ's here. RJ's Shake is keeping me going. It's keeping me fueled. I had a caffeine shot to this, which is almost like having a cup of coffee. This has now become a full-time meal replacement for me.
What's in it? It's just oil?
This is the 1 scoop of the Rio Genesis patented black Vax blocker, which is actually reversing some of the effects of some earlier vaccines I had. That doesn't work. It works for all the vaccines apparently all the inoculations I've been forced to have basically since birth. It's reversing.
So now you're suddenly going to get polio.
No, I'm not getting polio. They don't polio.
Well, if it's reversing that, then if you were exposed to polio,
This
then
is anti-polio elements into from natural sources. This is all natural powders using lots of vitamins and minerals and macronutritional elements. So you can kind of replace all your meals with this now. I've basically been skipping breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and every once in a while I'll have, you know, a cookie or some Cheez-Its or something like that when I'm watching the game. But generally, I'm on this 24/7. And we're happy to have it. So I know you're excited about James Bond.
Yeah.
Before we do that, I want to acknowledge somebody.
Daniel Craig.
Shut up. This is a very special day here at the High Network. My wife, actually one of the, I
Not
would
Daniel
think if
Craig.
there's a hierarchy here, no pun intended, it's probably me and her. Tony Newman, my wife, today is her birthday. I'm telling you, if I didn't do something and acknowledge that right now, I'd be in the doghouse for sure. But I want to acknowledge it. Is she here? Is Tony here?
She's not here.
Show some respect. There she is. Ladies and gentlemen, the birthday girl. Happy birthday to you. Come on.
I'm taking your seat, Greg.
Move over for Greg.
Move over.
And I want to welcome you. And I got a little surprise for you. I hope you don't. You know, I know you don't like all the attention on your birthday. It's a big one. Can you go get it from him?
Get what?
Get the surprise.
What is it?
Get the
I
surprise.
don't know what the surprise is.
Is it a
Put
diamond?
the popcorn down and
Is it
get
a
the
movie?
surprise.
Is it a bottle of wine?
Oh boy, she started already. Get it the surprise, and then we'll do Bond. We don't do Bond until you go get the surprise. Do what I say.
What did you get me?
Well, I got you a lot of surprises. A lot of surprises. Today is your day,
Tim.
and I'm gonna get emotional, but
Oh. Oh.
I'm sorry. I just
Don't cry. Don't cry.
I just think
Tim.
about. I mean, I take you for granted sometimes.
Yeah,
I do. And
you do.
are the love of my life. You came into my life when I needed you most, and as soon as we get this cake, we can move on with the show. So. Happy birthday to you. Come on, sing. Happy birthday to you. Look at this. Happy birthday. I asked for a much bigger cake. And get that balloon out of here.
That was so sweet, Tim. What else do we have planned for today?
James Bond.
Anyways, open up the champagne.
Oh boy, can I have some of that? Oh!
And
I need
let's
another
get this
glass.
started now.
Can we review the movie and then you guys do this stuff?
Now, let us have our drink first. It's my birthday,
Well, you can do this
Greg.
off
I just
camera.
want to do a little toast.
I know, but this show
Because
isn't on birthdays.
tonight-
It's on cinema. We're supposed to be reviewing movies, not.
Woo! Cheers!
Cheers, cheers to my life. My life, to my life, to my wife.
To my love, Tim.
Come here. Where'd he go? Tonight is all about you. We are going to have beautiful, romantic Italian dinner tonight.
So excited. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Save it, would you?
Okay.
And after that, the boys in the car
They're
are going to
fun.
be throwing us a big party tonight, like a big one. Like a, we're going to get nuts tonight, okay? Yeah. I love kissing you too. Yeah. Okay, come here. Let's say, everybody say happy birthday to my sweetie. And we're gonna have fun tonight. We're gonna party like it's like you've just turned 21, all right?
Let's celebrate.
And cheers to that.
Cheers.
All right, I guess that's all the time we have. Greg split. We will. I give.
Bye,
by the way,
Greg.
give the new James Bond movie 3 bags of popcorn. Never been a big fan of James Bond. If you want to see some real actual spy stuff, go check out John Decker, which you can find basically anywhere now. That's actually entertainment. That's actual spy and actually interesting storylines, not like James Bond, which is bullshit. Thank you, everybody. See you next week. Happy birthday. Yeah, I know. So listen, get something nice on
Can I
the
go
short
shopping?
skirt. No. Just put the short skirt on.
The one you
Put your
love?
hair up. We're gonna be out late. So.
Okay, I can't wait.
Okay.
And the boys will be there. Mwah.